Here's what's happening. Cubs win. They stopped their losing streak at 3. They beat the Brewers over at Wrigley last night, 8-7. Patrick Wisdom smacked the go-ahead home run in the 8th inning. It was Wisdom's 11th homer of the year. He crushed it over to Waveland. Wilson Contreras solo home run in the first. P.J. Higgins also went deep. Christopher Morel continued his hot start of his career with a walk and a triple, breaking Wilson Contreras' club record of reaching base in his first 14 Major League games. David Robertson worked the ninth for his 7th save and 9 chances. The series wraps up tonight. Kyle Hendricks is throwing. You can hear that one right here on the score. Before the game, Nick Madrigal returned from the IL. He took Suzuki's roster spot. Over on the south side, the Cubs were north of the border up in Canada taking on the Blue Jays. They fell 8-7. The Blue Jays are 15-7 in one-run games, the best such record in baseball. Alejandro Kirk, a pair of home runs off of Lucas Giolito. He allowed a season-high 6 runs, 8 hits, and 4 2/3 innings of work. His ERA now up to 3.61. Grandal batted leadoff in place of Tim Anderson. Andrew Vaughn, the star of the night for the Sox, he homered, 4 hits, 2 RBI. Michael Kopech throws tonight. We did hear that it should be about 3 weeks for Tim Anderson. I guess that is good news. Dallas Keuchel cleared release waivers. He is now a free agent. Akeem Hicks no longer a Bear officially. He signed with the Bucks, a 1-year deal up to $10 million could be in his pocket. NBA Finals set. Celtics at the Warriors starting Thursday. NHL playoffs. Check this out. Avs, an 8-6 winner over the Oilers last night. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. The Eastern Conference Finals, those pucks drop tonight. Lightning at the Rangers. The Wolves, they're returning to the conference finals. They're taking on the Stockton Heat this Friday and Monday at the Allstate Arena. Come cheer on your Central Division champion Chicago Wolves as they are only 1 series win away from a return to the Calder Cup Finals. Go to ChicagoWolves.com for tickets.
And this hour is brought to you by Oak Point University.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan.
Bears, 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 football, football, football.
Mully, you have the greatest voice in radio.
You know what? I'd like to say you're wrong, Mully, but you're not wrong very often.
Mully, you are 1,000% correct.
Can we get a mulligan, please?
David Haugh.
That was one of the best questions you've ever asked.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to get an answer just as good.
Oh, check me out, man.
Chicago Sports Talk for your morning.
Morning, fellas. I got your back, Mully. I got your back, David.
It's Crowdy time, yeah!
I think there should be a little section dedicated to discussing the Hall of Fame and me and stuff every day this week. The 5 at 5, the pick 6, and then HOF talk. Just for like 3-4, where you can just ask me questions. Dustin, gas up one of the vans. There's 3 of them. So
there are 3 vans?
There's 3. You know, I can't actually, that's probably score inside information.
I just messed up there.
Right. Are they all score vans or are there vans from other stations?
I can't tell you.
It was at this moment that he knew. He up.
Is there an Odyssey van or is it score vans?
I can't. That is information.
How do you know so much about the vans?
Because I use the vans, man.
Really?
What do you think I do all day? I drive vans.
You just
man.
drive around in the van?
When I'm done here, I'm just gonna go drive around whatever they need done.
Not since Cheech and Chong has anyone used the van quite the way Grody does.
I just drive around, man. Hey, I'm Mark Grody. Who?
Dave's not here.
Mully and Haugh taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. It is a glorious Wednesday hump day in the fine city of Chicago. It's the 1st of June. We've got a new month to attack, and we're going to make June fall to its knees before us. What? What a delight. Grody time! It is indeed Mark Grody time. David is on vacation, a well-earned vacation. And the great Mark Grody has agreed to come into the studio and hang out.
So blessed that you would have me back again. And the rumor is that tomorrow you and I get to work together. And then on Friday, I'll be blessed to be David Haugh again, working with Mike Mulligan, the one you know as Mully. It is June. You are correct.
We're going to pummel June.
Yes.
June is ours.
What are we going to do? Where do we start? What are we going to pummel in June?
We're going to beat June half to death.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take control of that month.
Yeah.
This is where we make our mark.
Yeah.
June.
Yeah. No more of this 23 and 24 crap.
No.
No more of the 23 and 24.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's
June.
There's nothing you
it's
can do
a
about
fresh
that.
slate. It's a fresh month if you look at it.
It's a fresh sports month.
That's what it is.
It's like you're cracking open the new magazine of June.
Oh, delicious.
A beautiful June magazine.
Yes.
There are delights within it. I read it for the interviews. Let's get that straight.
It's opening up. It's that fresh tennis ball smell when you open that weird can. It's the only sporting thing that has like a pop can on the top. And
Do you use those in the dryer?
The smell. Oh yeah, I think my mom does. Yes.
Oh, I was wondering why my clothes smelled like tennis.
Of tennis. I think that's a good smell.
You, Mark Grody, are a Hall of Famer. And you have gotten up this morning and come in to join me from your perch atop the Hall of Fame trophy. Do you sit on the throne of Hall of Fame? Is that what you call it now?
Yes, I bathe when I get home in the throne. And this of course, is all after I take a drive around the city in my various vans.
One of the 3 score vans that you've created.
So, and what happens is then I have a group of people who just compliment me. That's part of the HOF process.
Don't you talk into like a giant microphone? Listen to the score.
Yeah, well, I just play little segments from the show we did yesterday. Now listen to how I asked this question right here. I waited patiently for my turn. HOF. Just go through with a group of kids every single day.
That's how you do it. That's how you just, that's the way that you spread the good word.
It is.
If you will.
It's a system of, it's my 5 compliments, 5 questions strategy for the kids that, they want to, I need 5 compliments from you and 5 good questions. That's it.
Well, you want the kids, you want to share the knowledge so the knowledge doesn't die.
Exactly.
And so you let them know things about sports and you hook them early so they're into sports and they're listening to the score and they know who Grody is.
Yes.
Little toddlers.
Little toddlers.
You can't get to them too soon.
Yes. You can't
let them know about sports.
Hey, Mully, what do you tell youngins these days about getting into the business? Because we're always asked that question.
Oh my God, I met with a guy not too long ago. The problem is, and it's a problem, and you of course have a much more conventional path into this business. My path was very unconventional, and I'm not sure that that's a path that others should take.
Like, don't necessarily be an English major and then contemplate not finishing college, but
don't necessarily start a job when you're like 18 and never leave it.
Oh yeah,
and then
as nice as that sounds,
years later, 30 years later, after the company has been rampaged by a certain Conrad Black, and your pension fund is gone, and you will see only, the bankruptcy created a pension that will be roughly, I don't know, like 10 grand a year. I don't know how you live on that. And in fact, you can't live on that.
No, in fact, you can't.
Below the poverty line. But yeah, so have your company ravaged and then end up switching businesses in the midst of your life.
So how do you talk an 18-year-old out of, no, don't take that cool full-time job at the newspaper that you
no, I would do it. I mean, I loved it.
Right.
I loved everything about it, and it was wonderful. But I just don't even know. The newspapers are kind of in trouble.
Well, I used to because in my case, I always used to tell people that you got to do it the way I did. You got to work your way up. You got to go to small towns and work and I still believe that's a great way to do it. But I'm no longer steadfast you have, because there's so many different paths. There's so many different ways. I've stopped being ignorant almost as to there are other ways than the way I got into the sports broadcasting business.
How did you get in?
Well,
were you on Sports Phone at one point?
No, I was not a sports phone guy.
Who
I was just.
I thought everyone started.
I know. I just missed the cut there. I was not of age to be part of. Yeah, I mean, I'm no spring chicken, but I was not I was not the.
I
Fred
know a lot
Huebner.
of people that kind of came up through Sports Phone.
I totally.
Is that not a path for people to take.
Oh, absolutely, it was a path.
Yeah.
It was like the springboard, like the slingshot into getting it.
Yeah, right. It was like George, the king of all. Well,
Yeah. Well, you
I don't know.
You took that throne.
Dustin's
from-
pretty good too. Yeah, I had no fancy tag out. Like
That's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote.
You know, first of all, I think the hippest thing I've heard today and will have heard today is tag out. That's awesome.
Yeah. I say a lot
You really
of cool,
know the lingo.
I got
don't
a lot. I say a lot of cool words. Let's just be honest.
Well,
Let's
you
set the
tag
base right
out.
there.
That's very lingo-y.
Yeah,
I'll
that
bring
is
that with
very-
me. I'll bring that with me today over to the Illinois Media School.
Ooh.
Let them know. Let them know about the
Ooh.
tag out.
See, I think the Illinois Media School is a good way to go too. Because I used to even be like with the radio school, don't do that. You got to go work your way up. But no, I'm down with whatever. I actually had my first job in Peoria while I was still at Illinois State.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for
So
you.
yeah, I did like overnight stuff, reading weather forecasts, and then I was at Lincoln and Springfield before eventually,
Working your way to Chicago.
working my way to Chicago full time. So yeah, that's
Oh.
that's the very short version of the story.
Well,
But-
give us the longer one.
You want the longer
it's
one?
Hall of Fame talk.
It
for God's
is.
Sake.
This is
it's Mark
our-
Brody. How
this
does
is-
one become a Hall of Famer?
Well, yes, they were like they told me there's no way you could be denied. There's like you should just leave college right now and go to ESPN. And I said, no, that's not me. I want to learn, and my parents would be very upset if I didn't get this degree.
So what about, like, when did you go to Syracuse? How did you?
Yeah, how did Illinois State slip through all the madness of Syracuse and Northwestern and Missouri? Missouri often talked about in those circles as well. So, but it's time. It's time for ISU to step up and Dustin School, right?
Which one? The one I teach at? Or the
Yeah,
one,
that's the one you teach at. I was
The
trying to give
five that I went to.
I was trying to give you a little plug there.
He did a
for
journey. He did a journey.
5 schools, 5 years.
Hey, look at you. 5 schools, 5 years. What the hell happened? Really?
In the internship that I had through Columbia College with the old WMAQ is really how I got in.
Okay.
If anybody cares.
Wow, Brandon, you got a life story you want to share? Apparently, we're telling the young kids how to get into radio.
Yeah.
Not too many life stories on my side. I mean, I started with this company, so I've been here for a while. FM, AM, so I'm all around.
Yeah, but you were on the countryside for a while.
Yes, I was part of a country station. Yes, morning show.
Yeah.
Which country show?
US 99.
Oh, I didn't know. That's weird. Like, because Brandon, I guess I need to know more about your past too, because I remember I was doing a thing with Lance Briggs. We were doing one of those bar talk things, right? Briggs on for 2 hours, and Brandon's out there as one of the promotions guys.
Really?
It was like so
Promotions,
weird. It was so out of context for me.
You were
Like,
just picking up an extra cabbage.
Well,
by
that's how I
doing
started.
That's how he actually started.
I got in here through promotions and then worked my way up.
That blew me away
with you guys.
I didn't even recognize. You know how like things are so out of context sometimes that you don't see somebody the right way. I wasn't seeing you the right way. I was looking at you and recognizing you, but like thinking, why would he be here? Right?
I said hi to you. You ignored me.
That's
Pretty
Brody.
much, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
that-
much.
well,
That's how you get to be a Hall of Famer.
That's part of the thing. The eye
he
contact.
started that
yeah.
kind of that grandiose looking down at people. Oh,
Yes.
oh, could you please get me a water?
My nameplate, please.
My nameplate.
Thank
Wow.
you,
So, Brandon, I will now, when I see you in the morning, I will now, in honor of your country roots, I will now go, yeehaw!
Yeah.
Woo-hoo!
I'm fine with that. I like that.
Yippee!
Every morning. I love it.
Every morning.
You and Haugh can bond.
No wonder Haugh signed off on this.
Yeah. He's like, there's a kid that worked at US 99. We got to get him in here, man.
That's beautiful.
Absolutely.
That is beautiful.
Drew Walker says a lot of good things about him.
About David? Or about Brandon?
About Brandon.
Brandon.
I
Oh,
bet
yeah.
he
I'm
does.
sorry.
I think that's
It's-
David's like radio Obi-Wan.
Yeah, David and Drew are tight, right?
Yeah?
Mainly because David's a fan, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Of the
And-
music,
Yeah,
as
of-
much
of-
as Drew.
Of course.
But of
yeah.
Drew as well as the music.
Haugh needs his country music.
I'm talking fast over here. I don't know what I just said.
What
Yeah,
happened?
David does love country music.
Yeah. I guess it adds up.
He loves both types. He loves Western as well.
country and Western, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just a small town Indiana kid trying to make it, man. He is like a John Mellencamp song.
Oh,
That's what he is.
He's done it, though.
Little pink houses, man. That's
he's,
the David Hall lifestyle.
Yeah, yeah.
He got out. He got out.
How's Alejandro Kirk treating you?
Oh, my goodness.
You like that guy? Who's worse, Alejandro Kirk or Teoscar Hernandez?
Oh, my God.
How do you play that team? And those are the two guys that do all the damage to you.
Man, you got to. I love Alejandro Kirk, though. Look at this, 5'8",
you know what?
300 pounds or whatever.
I'm sorry. That's embittering when a guy who doesn't have to get into shape beats the crap out of you.
Yeah.
It's just upsetting. They have like the home run jacket or whatever it is. He barely fits in the thing.
Yeah.
They have to have like a man come out and help him like he's won the green jacket.
That man.
Because he hit a home run.
The way you look, you're not allowed to, and that goes for you too, Alejandro Teoscar.
Oh, well, it's Alejandro Kirk and Teoscar Hernandez.
Oh, my
right?
God, I'm an idiot.
But Teoscar is just a nightmare. Seriously, every time he comes up, I'm like, oh, no, not this guy.
All right.
And you would think that I'd be more worried about the better players. But those are the guys that beat you.
They're the ones that sting.
And the Sox, how many runs they score? Don't get me going.
Well, here's what you need to get going.
They end up scoring enough, but somehow they lose a game.
Mully.
What the hell is that? You got to win that game if you're going to score whatever it was, 6 runs.
Maybe their worst moment of the year in the what inning was it? The base running error where Grandal hits the deep fly out to left. Oh, my God
almighty. They lost the game 8-7. You score 7 runs and you're the White Sox, you got to win.
Yeah.
They have a deep ball to left field.
About to the warning track.
And here comes the winning run. Reese McGuire is kind of jogging in, but nonetheless, he's going to score. Danny Mendick decides to take second base.
What are you doing, Mendick?
Just tie the damn game.
Yeah.
Tie the game. He was the last guy. Reese McGuire, the last White Sox across the plate. They lost by a run.
That run stricken from the record.
Second base, the tag was before he crossed the plate.
Timing play.
Come on now.
And
how does that happen?
And the Sox lose 6-5 right there. They should have. It looked like they did. Well, from all accounts, it actually went up on the board watching the game last night. It said 6-6. And Jason Benetti was smart enough to know that no. We have a situation here. Mr. Mendick decided he was going to try to go to second base, and Reese McGuire was lollygagging.
Why?
I think why is because it was a gargantuan fly ball to left, and he thought I should be able to get there, but
I don't.
And the overall, you need that run right there, and you've been struggling to think that would, even if you do get there safely, that's not necessarily something we're all going to be like, oh, nice job, you got to second base.
5 runs should do it for the White Sox because that's all they got in them. That's the reality.
Well,
and why would you start Yasmani Grandal? I just don't understand. Why would he be the leadoff hitter? Because he's going to steal a base?
Well, I think the idea there, just to shake it up a little bit.
Oh,
maybe
shake it up.
Maybe that would help him.
And he gets on base.
Yeah, 0 for 5 gets on base.
But I'm just saying, generally speaking, his trick is he's good at getting on base, taking walks.
Okay.
And
he used to do it with the Brewers.
He did it. This was the 14th time in his career he did it.
But I think those were all with the Brewers. There was nobody available. But to your point, Mully, about them scoring 5 runs last night, you score 5 and you've got, in my opinion, until last night, the ace of your staff going in Lucas Giolito. So you got to feel that if the offense can get you 5 and you got Lucas Giolito, that you're going to win that game. So that was disappointing. Now it was disappointing on the starting pitching end of things. And the starting pitching has kept them to be a 500 team. If not for the starting pitching, this team would really be a mess.
Well, it seemed like Giolito, I think it was the slider he didn't have. Was it he struck some guys out, but he wasn't sharp.
8 strikeouts, ended up with 99 pitches over 4 2/3.
Yeah.
So you could see he was not
battling.
hitting his spots right, battling.
Yeah, grappling.
Grappling, indeed.
He was a grappler.
There was I jotted down the 5th inning. Sox are up 3-2. Giolito strikes out Guerrero, and it looked like a big moment. Then the next 2 guys, including your guy, Alejandro Kirk,
Son of a gun.
come up. Like it looked like that was like a big moment for Giolito. Like he just got Vladimir Guerrero, and now he's going to get, and indeed he did not.
Then he got Alejandro.
You got Alejandro.
You know, within the game, and we've got to get to the 5-5, and we've got to talk about Patrick Wisdom and hitting the big home run. But within that game, I don't know if you saw Andrew Vaughn. Not only did he have a home run in the game, he might have had the best at-bat of the year for the Chicago White Sox. He had an 11-pitch at-bat that ended in a double. Didn't go anywhere. They didn't score the run, but it was an incredible at-bat. Just the way he stayed alive, the way he handled that at-bat, and then hitting the double. And it was the weirdest double. It was like he just drilled the ball through shortstop on the ground, and it rolled to the outfield.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a couple of times where it seemed like no one was making a play, and next thing you know, they're throwing out Dandy Mintek instead of tying the game.
Right.
I don't know. It drove me nuts.
The early part of this was, okay, Andrew Vaughn, and maybe when I go and talk to Mully tomorrow, we could be like, oh, maybe it's Andrew Vaughn who's going to get red hot, because we were talking about somebody's got to get hot because nobody's hot except for Tim Anderson, who gets hurt. And then, of course, that's not the story because the Blue Jays win and the White Sox made blunders again.
Well, I mean, new and more fascinating ways to lose. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
And frankly, you've got to win games, and you're on a road trip that takes you from the Jays to the Rays, and then you're home to the Dodgers. It's a big stretch, man. Can't have that. Can't have hopes and dreams canceled at second base.
No, you're 5 games out now, folks.
All right.
5 games out.
Not good. I just that was a base running blunder.
Yeah.
One reporter's opinion. We'll get to it. We'll talk about all of it. We got the 5 at 5 next. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks.
Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
You did the Vuvuzela, too, which we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Oh, I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so
dismissive.
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted. He said, "That's a pretty good air horn." That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good vuvuzela if just given just some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on.
Okay, no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a finger, Shelley. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I
good.
swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some Untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
You've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
You're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
it's
audience
possible.
is biased, but yeah, they're on team
right.
Parkins and Spiegs on this one.
Well, because they're live tweeting the interaction.
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line
constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being difficult.
I've been on the show before, but
Yeah.
I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're
wow.
You're
Here we
busy.
go, Jim.
You're
Here we
busy
go, Tony.
talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them.
644-6767. Or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. 5 at 5 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What did you make of Tim Anderson not only being put on the 10-day IL, but also traveling with the team to Toronto and spotted riding an exercise bike in the visiting clubhouse? Does that make the 3-week of recovery with the grade 1 groin strain seem plausible?
I mean, it's got to be a good sign that he's on the exercise bike, right? I found that so weird. First of all, you find out he's got a grade 1 strain and he's out for 3 weeks. Oh, there he is working out. Well, what? I mean, it was super weird. I mean, it does seem plausible that he could return in 3 weeks. My fear was when he was let off that was a couple months. But they put him on the 10-day IL. They didn't put him on the 60-day, so that's a really good sign. And, I have no idea. I can't figure this one out. Does it help the groin to ride the bike? I just don't know. I don't know. I'm not a trainer. I know that I may appear to know Dan Bernstein, who has a relative who's a doctor, but it doesn't help me in any way making any kind of analysis. But I'm just saying, if a guy's on a bike, if he's traveling with the team, so he's obviously there getting treatment, and part of that is to be on the bike, I would imagine that that's a good sign.
It can't be a bad sign. I know, like, from covering Bears specifically in training camp, you always see guys that are injured off to the side riding the bikes. And my gut is always like, okay, that's progress. And it's totally, obviously, a completely different sport, and you're going to be more careful in football. But it would still, like, the bike was not necessarily, at least in football, any indicator that, say, Aaron Lynch was ever coming back when he was with the Bears. I remember him riding the bike all the time. So I don't know, like, how different it is with a groin strain that requires playing baseball as to one that requires playing football. But I would have to think that since he was spotted riding that bike, that's not a bad sign for him. However, here is the kicker for me. How in the world? I don't trust it. I just got all excited about Eloy Jimenez coming back at the 6-week mark.
Yeah.
We've had this happen as White Sox observers and fans.
He's going to DH tonight and tomorrow down in Charlotte. So he pulled himself out because he felt something, but he's not done.
Yeah.
His rehab continues.
So some good news on the Sox injury front.
I guess that's good news. Is that
right?
good news?
Let's see how he gets through tonight.
Right. Well,
is the bicycle built for two good news?
I think it's good news that you saw Tim Anderson on the bike. I also think it's good news you saw Tim Anderson in Toronto.
Yeah.
For two reasons. Obviously, because that means he's completely vaxxed, and if they should get the opportunity to play the Jays in the postseason, he'd be part of that. And two, that he was riding the bike. And could he potentially, in 10 days, which would be less than 3 weeks, I think of 10 days as 2 weeks to me. That's a 2-week break. Could he DH? Maybe he can't go left to right, go to the hole. Could you DH him and tell him, listen, I don't think so. Tim, we don't want you busting your rear end out of the box.
But that's what he does. I mean,
is there anything called
think
instruction?
About how many infield
is there anything
singles he
can
gets.
anybody be coachable? Can you be coached?
No, I don't think you can be coached to not try hard.
I didn't say not try hard. I said put the bat on the ball.
Yeah.
Take a walk. Based on this lineup and the performance lately, that wouldn't be a terrible thing.
You have a
put
guy
a bat on a ball.
Run.
Put a bat on a ball and maybe take a walk. Because when you do that, you don't really need
better than Grandal.
Better than Grandal. 0 for 5, 3 Ks in the leadoff spot last night. Way to go, Tony.
I love this question.
Did you laugh out loud when you saw Yasmani Grandal as the White Sox leadoff hitter with Tim Anderson out? Can a base clogger be counted on for a steal? Why activate Luis Roberts and not start him?
I wish I'd laughed out loud. That would be great for the segment. To oh my God, I did. I actually, when I saw the lineup, I sat there by myself in the HOF room and I just started giggling at this
You
notion.
have your own HOF room.
Yeah, I have
your
the
house.
HOF room with my robe on.
The I Love Me room.
Oh, Tony, you have done it again. Tony.
Photos of yourself around yourself.
Yes. Oh, yes. I am blanketed for sure. No, because This is this kind of thing. Like, I used to find it jarring or odd when I'd walk in the Cubs clubhouse when I was doing pre and post and see Kyle Schwarber's name at the top. But like when they first started doing that, or Anthony Rizzo, it'd be kind of funny. It'd be like everybody's in on the silly whatever it is. But in Joe Maddon's case and with other managers, it's an attempt to stimulate the player, take him out of his element, get him looking at some different types of pitches in the leadoff spot. So from that perspective, I suppose I can understand it. He was 0 for 5 yesterday. He did ground out in the 8th inning with 2 men on. That's the part that I'm infuriated when it comes to Yasmani Grandal, is what happened to the clutch? What happened to his ability to get big hits with the White Sox? So that's the part that bugs me about him more than anything. Can a base clogger be counted on for a steal? No. He might be like close to like one of the slowest guys in all of baseball. And why activate Luis Robert? And not start him because he'd probably get injured if he played.
Well,
that's the answer.
Okay, so no AJ Pollock, right?
Right.
I'm just talking about yesterday. No Yohan Moncada, and no Luis Robert, even though he was activated. So you got your bench is not available, Mark. In case you're wondering,
right?
You got guys that are activated that apparently can't play. So why activate them, right? I mean, and I guess the answer is you got the worst minor league system in baseball, so why bring anyone up? Because they can't help you anyway. You can't find a leadoff guy that's just sitting around. I don't know what the answer is. I laughed when I saw it, but I didn't laugh like a ha-ha laugh. I laughed like, did you ever see the Pink Panther when Herbert Lom, the actor, chops off his finger with his cigar thing because Clouseau has got him, Clouseau, and then he starts like his eye starts twitching, and he starts. That's kind of my laugh.
Okay.
It was slightly insane. The White Sox. It was not like a happy, oh my God, here we go.
Does your dog bite, by the way?
Does your dog bite?
That is not my dog.
I thought you said your dog did not bite. That's not my dog.
That is not my dog.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think the idea with Grandal was maybe he walks. The idea with Grandal is get him, put him in a position where it's, fire him up. We're counting on you. Yeah.
When he first came to the White Sox, I do remember the debates about him potentially being a leadoff hitter.
That was his 14th time as a leadoff guy.
Yeah.
But look at his numbers right now. He's not hitting the ball and he's not walking.
He's terribly disappointing. I think he's to mine most disappointing White Sox player.
Well, that's a long list.
I know, but I'm pretty sure about it. I feel good about saying that.
Sounds like a 5 at 5 for tomorrow.
Sick.
Well,
this segment of the show brought to you by the Chicago Wolves. The Chicago Wolves host a $3 beer night this Friday when they take on the Stockton Heat in the conference finals over at the Allstate Arena. The Wolves are the hottest team in hockey, and they're the only one series away from a return to the Calder Cup finals. Get your tickets at ChicagoWolves.com. I actually found out that Grandal was DHing and leading off from the score from the Parkins and Spiegel show. That's where I heard it, and I immediately shook my head. I was in the car, I was driving, and I shook my head. Now, the only other thing that would have made sense, because to Tony La Russa's defense, and I'm shocked that I'm the one here having to defend Tony, there really weren't any other options other than Engel. That would have been the only other option. Now,
is that too conventional? Is that why you
can't?
Well,
I think there might have been something to trying to shake something up. It didn't work. He tried. Now, if Grandal is back there tonight, now you've got an issue. Right? Tonight, there's no way. But let's just not skip over the second part of the question that I think you guys kind of didn't answer.
Sorry, Dustin.
There's two questions, so we should answer both of them since they're out there.
Should we start over?
We could. We don't have enough time.
No, go ahead,
we could.
Dustin.
So I'll just take this part of it on. Luis Robert. Tony, before the game, tells us he's still a little sore, and the bat seems to be too heavy. Are you kidding me? You're a professional athlete. If you're able to be activated off the IL, the bat cannot be too heavy and you cannot be sore. This goes back into yesterday's conversation about Moncada. Okay, prima donna Moncada. That's my new name for him. Okay, we had Chatwalk. Stop. We had Chatwalk. Now we got prima donna Moncada.
More like Madonna. No.
Does
That's pretty good.
Does he know
Over
the
here,
difference
Madonna.
between an ouchie and an injury?
Over here, prima donna.
Mancata.
Interesting question. It's good, though, Dustin. It's good.
Was it good to see Nick Madrigal activated off the IL due to a back injury? What does he have to do to get you on his side, Dustin?
Well, I can't answer for Dustin, but I think it's fairly obvious that that Nick Madrigal needs to get bat on ball and not strike out. It's as simple as that. He's not right because of the amount of times he struck out this year, and that's not the way he plays the game. So I think that as long as he gets the ball in play, then he's going to be just fine, and that's his skill, getting the ball in play. He does not. He walks or he hits the ball. He doesn't strike out, and we've seen too much of that. And I think it had to do with the entirety of his injury and the comeback and all the rest of it. So the back then becomes a problem. Frankly, I'm a little bit surprised that he's back. I wasn't sure if he was going to spend some more time in Iowa. I didn't know what their plan was for him because he hasn't been very good. But I'm glad. I have a soft spot for Nick Madrigal, friend of the program. We've talked to him, so here's hope.
Yeah, and at least, when he was with the White Sox, he was Nicky 2 strikes. With the Cubs, he's Nicky 3 strikes. So, yeah. And I did not, that was not my own.
No, that's pretty good.
That's been out there. Somebody else on Twitter said that, but I thought that was pretty good.
Well, you co-opted perfectly.
I'm allowed to.
Pearl.
Again, that's another part of the HOF status. I'm allowed to
right.
steal without attribution. That is.
You can just say someone on Twitter.
Yeah. Or technically, I don't even have to.
No, you don't. No.
Make it my own.
It's yours.
You are now stricken from Twitter. That is mine. This will continue.
You're the Elon Musk.
It wasn't good to see. Yeah, it was actually good to see Nick Madrigal out there because he is one of these guys. I mean, he was part of the Craig Kimbrell trade, so if I'm continuing to count you look at the players that the Cubs got in all of their trades, I would have to throw Nick Madrigal in there because he's one of these guys. Like, I don't know if he's part of the Cubs core. He's Nicky tryout. Like a lot of these guys, like Patrick Wisdom. I think they all fall. There are certain guys that like Seiya Suzuki is going to be part of quote unquote the next Cubs good team. In the future.
But Madrigal's supposed to be, isn't he?
Well, that's what I don't know. Like, I think in theory he would be, but I think he's still got something to prove. Like, is he a playoff championship caliber infielder in Major League Baseball? I don't know yet. I don't know that. I think it's too soon to say that he is. So he's one of the guys that I'm actually very interested in watching for the sake of the Cubs to see if he is a guy who is a core piece or a guy worth having around in the next few years.
Well, first of all, he's got to stay healthy. Last night was he came into the game, got a hit in 2 at-bats. Didn't start the game, but came into the game. That's a good start. He has 14 strikeouts so far this year, and he has 17 hits. So when we get to the end of the season, he better not only have 3 more hits than he does strikeouts. That would be a problem for a guy that's not going to hit barely any home runs. I think he hit a spring training home run, and we got all excited about that, if I remember correctly.
Maybe.
It's a maybe. He is supposed to be your answer at second base for at least the next 5 years. That's what he's supposed to be. I don't know that he's your answer at second base for the next 5 weeks, the way he's gone so far. So he should be starting tonight, and he should be batting about 8th or 9th, and he should not strike out. Because at the end of the season, if he has 3 more hits than he does strikeouts, it's almost worse than what happened on the South Side with the guy he was traded for. Almost worse.
A little late for this question.
Were you surprised to see Sports Illustrated dissing the Bears in an article predicting 100 things in honor of 100 days to start the NFL season yesterday? The magazine in prediction 20 claimed the Bears, along with Carolina, Houston, and Seattle, will be competing for the first overall selection in next year's draft. Will the Bears really be that bad? If so, will they be looking to draft a quarterback?
I mean, my first reaction is, sick. The Bears could have a shot at the number 1 pick next year. That's fantastic. Look, I think we kind of know the Bears are going to be the bar is set at like mediocre, I think. Like you could use numbers over unders if you want, but the fact is the Bears have done nothing with their team from an offensive side or a defensive side to make the team look and to make us look at it and say, yeah, that's a dynamic team. That team has difference makers. And they're not even saying that they have it. Like, you don't even hear the Bears saying, look out for us, except for maybe the first press conference when they said they're going to get back to ruling the North at some point in time. So with the question, will the Bears really be that bad? I don't actually look at them as 2, 3, 4 win bad. I'm talking like 6 to 8 win bad. Like, if you go through the schedule, it's hard. I don't put the Bears with Carolina and Houston and Seattle without Russell Wilson. I don't know if that's me being a homer, but they're not that bad. They're mediocre. They're not that bad. And then finally, will they be looking at a quarterback? I would think that if the Bears were 2 win or 3 win bad, that probably something also went wrong with the quarterback for the Bears, and that would connote that they would need to pick up a quarterback. So, yeah, if the bottom drops out, then I'm sure we will be talking about quarterback again.
Yeah, I hope not. Honestly, I hope not. I mean, what an awful idea that the Bears let a guy they were going to fire and a coach they were on the verge of firing stay there and trade up and draft a quarterback that they didn't want and now can't use. So I hope everything is going on to make Justin Fields the best player he can be. And I really sincerely hope that they are not that bad a team. They have not done a lot to improve. And in fact, when you look at them, Khalil Mack is gone. We know Akeem is gone. We know that they have lost a lot. Allen Robinson, you start talking about who their best players were, a lot of them are gone. And I don't know that James Daniel was one of them, but he was one of the younger starters. I don't know that you've gotten better there either. So no. I think there are a lot – you haven't replaced – I think there are a lot of reasons to be kind of cautious about predicting the Bears to be any good. But if you're coming down to the game against Houston determining a number 1 overall selection – you got a real issue in your life, right? So I thought the Bears were trying to be I thought they were trying to kind of eat the salary cap stuff they had to move forward after this year. But I didn't think they were planning on being a top pick team. I think they were going to try to win. And I thought the schedule looked like there weren't a ton of great quarterbacks on it. Sometimes you look at a schedule and you determine who are the quarterbacks that scare you. And there are only 4 or 5 games, maybe 6 games where you can say that the quarterback definitely is going to have an advantage. So hopefully the Bears are better than this list predicts them to be. All these lists are predicting the Bears to be pretty damn bad. That's just the reality of losing guys and not seeing players.
Yeah, I don't think it's disrespectful.
No.
Is it? I mean,
no. It's people trying to be neutral, frankly.
Based on what you just said, Mully, I have national media fatigue ripping the Bears. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it.
That's our job.
I'm fatigued by it. I just get off. You know what it is? It's clicks. Okay, but you know what Bears fans are? Bears fans have a great appetite for their team and for information. So every national media outlet out there is ganged up together and piling on.
But this is different, Dustin. This is 100 different predictions, and the 20th is the Bears are going to be vying with these teams. It wasn't about the Bears. It was just about all the worst teams in the league.
But it gets pulled out. I mean, I'm just saying, it's just enough. Like, find somebody else to bang on. I'm tired of it. And I hope that Eberflus is using this stuff as motivation. I would have these clippings all over. You know, we had Matt Nagy. We saw his play sheets all over, wallpapered in the basement.
Yes.
Okay. I would have these clips all over Haugh.
I don't think
all the national media
honestly, I don't
slamming and ragging on him.
I honestly don't think they care right now because they know that they've torn
because
down.
They haven't gotten him in the pads yet, Mark? We haven't gotten in the pads yet, so we don't know what we have yet,
Mark. All about the damn pads. I just think that the Bears, they know what they have done is nothing dynamic yet. They know that they have eliminated more players than they have added dynamic players at this point. I think the Bears understand that this is a very awkward phase for their franchise.
But I think it's important to remember because every time a player comes clear, we get people who should the Bears go after that guy? The Bears should get that guy.
Every
Listen,
wide receiver.
They're not. Yeah, they're
Every
not
wide
doing
receiver.
that. You got to understand. They're signing 1-year deals for guys that are a lower tier,
Yes.
And to see if they can prove it.
Maybe they can
Maybe
have
they
a
find
scratch-off
something.
lotto ticket.
Right.
So it's a scratch-off lotto.
More scratch-off Chicago.
season.
And they know that. That's the thing. So
Yes.
that's why they're not going to get mad and they're not going to put clippings up because they're not there yet. They know they get like when they look at an over/under and it says 7, they're like, yeah,
You're
I
right.
kind of get that. I understand what's going on here.
The reason we're asking the question.
Do you like Hakeem Hicks signing with Tampa Bay on a 1-year deal worth as much as $10 million? Will Hicks win Tom Brady a Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's said in reverse, isn't it? I do like. I think that's a great spot for him. I don't know. I think if you're looking at it now, I doubt he's making $10 million. But if he does well, if he's a star on that team, he can make $10 million. Listen, Hakeem Hicks. It's never been an issue of whether or not he can play. The issue has been whether or not he was hurt. When he's healthy, when he's on the field, he's picking people up and throwing them all over the field. I mean, Hakeem Hicks can play, and we were lucky enough to have him on as a regular. And I like Hakeem Hicks, and I hope for the best for him. And it would be great if he were healthy and able to play for Tampa. He's got Vita Vea standing next to him. Didn't they draft a kid? Logan Paul is going to be a good player. I guess Ndamukong Suh now, Hicks replaces him probably. You would think that they're
It's an
done with
upgrade.
Suh.
Yeah.
But, I mean, no one's going to run on those guys if he's able to play. And the other thing is he collapses the pocket. I mean, he will wreak havoc on a significantly better team, and he should be very motivated by the fact that they are, along with probably the Rams, favorites in the conference. So I would imagine, it just comes down to his health. Is he available? The greatest ability is availability. If he's on the field, he's going to wreak havoc.
He makes them scary. I mean, plain and simple, man. Like the idea, like Hakeem Hicks had to go to a competing team. Like that's where he is in his career. That's the value that he has, and the way defensive lines are rotated in and out. Like, I'm not saying that Hakeem Hicks will be a specialty guy, but you could have some fun with him. I mean, in terms, like, I know fun's the right word, but if you're a defensive coordinator and picking who's going to line up where and what downs to rest him and where he is, most ferocious, like that is having Hakeem Hicks is a great pickup for any team. And that's what I thought. Like, I didn't think that he was going to go to Tampa Bay necessarily, but
we've got some great audio of you interviewing him after his final game. We're going to play that a little later.
Oh my goodness! I think I had the final emotional farewell with Hakeem Hicks, but
before he ran out of the building, right? Didn't he leave early?
Something like that.
Something weird happened.
Oh, really? Did something happen? Okay. Are you talking about the training camp thing?
No, I'm talking about him. He was not with he was hurt, but then he left Hallis Hall. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this Hall?
He had Kerry Wood's bat and Sosa's boombox.
Yeah,
that's right.
There was some story
something
like
that.
Okay. I witnessed Kenny Lofton turn off the boombox once. I'm just saying. Will Hicks win Tom Brady a Super Bowl? Yeah, sure. Why not? Yes, he will.
I like the idea of Hicks having the opportunity to get a ring. That makes sense. I mean, it would not have made sense for the Bears to have kept him around, especially at that kind of a price tag.
Yeah.
And why would Hicks want to be here and get beat up and do the things that he does and beat up other people? I think he beats up other people more than he gets beat up. But this makes all the sense in the world to me. But I would like to thank Hakeem for what he did on the field and by joining this show.
Yeah, he was great.
Got a couple of great drops.
Yes, including the one we play in the Open.
This
Haugh.
This Haugh.
It's awesome. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. We have the great Hall of Famer Mark Grody this morning on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station.
Please tell us how it felt when you realized that your brother's phone wasn't even working as he got drafted by the Chicago Bears.
Well, first I was frustrated because I had already told him like 5 times to get where his phone worked. And I kept making him move around, but he kept going back to the same spot. and his agent texted me, and he was like, make sure he's by a phone that works. So we were actually over there. We were sitting just looking at messages come through about negotiations and stuff, and I walked off for like 3 minutes to go talk to my mom about what we were reading, and my phone rang as soon as I got by my mom. So I picked it up, and he was like, hey, Tiana, this is Justin's agent. His name is Ron, and the Chicago Bears. We're trying to get in contact with him. So I ran up to him, and I was screaming, and I kind of gave it up before they got to talk to him. But so I was excited. So I kind of told him before he actually knew what was going on. And after he got off of the phone, he didn't even know who he talked to, honestly. He knew, but he didn't. He looked at me, and he was like, was that the Bears? And I said, yeah. And then we just all started screaming. We were all excited.
Oh, that's fantastic. I think that it was a blessing in disguise for you to get the first scoop on this, Tiana Boone, the sister of Treston Ebner of the Bears. Will you continue to be the liaison and the communications person for your brother throughout this process?
Most likely. It's always been that way. He actually, when he got offered by Baylor, they actually called me first. They called me first.
Really?
And I did the same thing. I ran home to tell him, and yeah, it's always been me that everybody calls, because Tristan has always, for some reason, his phone just never works at the right time.
So wait, Baylor tried to call Tristan and say, hey, we got a scholarship for you. We've got a pretty sweet spot for you.
The Baylor Bears.
The Baylor Bears.
Mark Grody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And nothing. So you took that call as well.
Yeah, plenty. Arkansas, Baylor, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, most of those calls.
You took all of those calls? All right, now I'm a little worried. I got to tell you, I feel really good about your brother as a prospect. Like, he seems to be a good kid.
Oh, yeah.
He can catch the ball.
Do it all.
Can do it all. But this issue of not having his phone on, or I guess there's no phones being used in football games, Tiana. That seems like a blessing.
Does he have a little chip on his shoulder coming to the Bears? And do you agree that he should have been drafted sooner? Because I know you organize everything for him at Baylor.
Yeah, well, I think, I don't really know how to say it. I think that if things had gone a little bit different for him this past year at Baylor, possibly I think that he would have been an earlier pick, to be honest. But things went different. I mean, we're grateful for how it worked out. We're grateful that he did end up getting drafted and all, that he's going to the Bears. But I think that he did have a possibility of maybe going a little bit earlier if things were a little bit different. But as far as, what happened during the draft, I think it happened as it should have.
That's right. Yeah, everything happens for a reason.
Absolutely. Yeah, he split time in the backfield at Baylor, and that's the way it sometimes goes. But we're thrilled that he's here and really enjoyed getting to meet you. You're the older sister, right? You clearly have the older sister vibe going here with Treston. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm the oldest, but everybody, once me, him, and my other brother get together, they always think that I'm the baby. But I'm the oldest.
Well, we know who has the power.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one whose cell phone works.
Yeah, that's right.
My phone works.
Yeah, I actually host an overnight show, so I sleep a lot. So if I could just give you my information and you could take messages for me during the day, that would be great, Tiana.
This segment of the show brought to you by the Chicago Wolves. After knocking off division rivals Rockford Ice Hogs and the Milwaukee Admirals, the Chicago Wolves are now in the conference finals against the Stockton Heat. The AHL is down to just 4 teams left, and you can see the Wolves this Friday, 7 p.m. at the Allstate Arena. Go to ChicagoWolves.com for your tickets.
And this hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Mully and Haugh, live and local, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score.
He just came in and apologized, and I said, first of all, tagging him on that play is a good play, but you got to throw right in front of you, and if the throw goes there, then you just got to stop. He stops, the run scores. Right? It wasn't bad to think of it because you're looking at, he made a hell of a throw. If it's off the side, he gets second base, but he just can't slide into it. So that's how you learn.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Tony La Russa talking about the base running blunder of one Danny Mendick. The problem wasn't that he decided to tag up. The problem was the play was in front of him and he was out by 1.5 feet. And the minute the ball came, he should have gotten on his horse and gone back to first. And that way he gets thrown out in a rundown, but you don't have the tag out at second before the run scores. That's what Tony is saying. I don't. I asked you this morning when we got in here, is like, what is the normal procedure with that? Is Danny Mendick allowed to tag up? Is it his decision? Is Daryl Boston supposed to tell him when to go or not go? I mean, you got to get that run in, and you got the fly out, the sacrifice fly that you needed. Only the guy thrown out at second happens before the runner crosses, so you lose the run. You get one taken off the board.
Yeah, that's the difference in the game. Would have made it 6-6 right there.
Right,
the White Sox end up losing
6
to the Blue
5.
Jays by the final score of 6-5. And it sounds like players have some autonomy in how they run the bases because Tony La Russa said right there that was a good play with the but attached to it. But at the very least, I think Daryl Boston, the first base coach, and I don't know, maybe he did this, has to really set home what is going on, like the scenario, which is what the base coach needs to do. What is the scenario right now? That guy right over there, Reese McGuire, standing on third base. That's the priority. You are not right now. We have a chance with Yasmani Grandal at the plate. We got a chance. So be careful, stay close. And, that is what Daryl Boston needed to say. And I don't know if he did or didn't, but Grandal hits that gargantuan fly ball. And, even Reese McGuire, I don't know if he owed an apology like Danny Mendick, but he was just sort of trotting and kind of looking back and not going all out to score. And then, Mendick's out and he's sorry.
Who do you think would win a foot race between Danny Mendick and Reese McGuire?
Oh, my God. I'm going to give it to Danny Mendick.
Yeah, and that's what happened. That's what happened. So I can't get too I can't get too damn upset about.
But it's so easy to get upset about that.
No. Listen, I'm not happy. I'm not happy with any of it. I didn't like that, but I'm saying I can't blame Reese McGuire. Okay. Because Danny Mendick gets thrown out by 1.5 feet at second base, Mark.
Okay, fair enough. Danny owed the apology. Coming into this, I am just so sorry about that, Tony. I don't know what I was doing right there, and I sure hope you continue to play me. I am just so sorry.
Let me tell you a little something. The Score listener line is powered by BetQL. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com. And we'll start the conversation with Larry. Larry's on the south side. Hey, Larry.
Larry Bear.
Yeah, I think this. I want to know your guys' opinion on this. Whose fault is it? Is it the first base coach or the third base coach? When you get that man on third base and the guy's at first, you got to get that guy. You got to get that guy in from third. Now, if the guy goes to decide to run from first,
right?
You got to hold up or do something, get yourself in a pickle to make sure that guy get home first.
That's right.
I mean, you got to do that. You have to do that. And being that these are backup players,
yes.
Right?
Yes. Both
Isn't
guys.
that on the manager to tell the first base and the third base coach to get this right?
What I find fascinating is that Mendick apologized to Tony. Tony says Mendick came to him and apologized for doing that. So that tells me that Mendick feels he was at fault. I asked that question this morning. Shouldn't Daryl Boston be in his ear? Hey, we got to get that run. I'm with you. I think I share your frustration.
I also think it's a pretty keen observation. The idea of Danny Mendick at that point needing to get into a rundown right there. So it's poor presence of mind, quite frankly, by Danny Mendick himself.
Sure.
And yeah, Daryl Boston needs to on the fly. I mean, what are you doing over there? If you're not
if you're going to get tagged out, pull up. Don't get tagged out. Make sure the run comes in first.
It's all got to be said before and even during. Like Boston, and again, maybe he did, and I did not see the replay if he was actively shouting, barking out orders to Mendick, and Mendick just screwed the whole thing up. But I would think that there is some culpability with both coaches
and with Tony.
Always.
Yeah, but I mean, you just can't. You can't keep coming up with different ways to lose.
Oh, that was painful. That might have been one of the worst this year because it looks sloppy and silly, and like rarely do we see. It's so rare when those timing plays go backwards like that. Like it's so rare that during the telecast of the game last night, right away, whoever the guy doing the graphics is or the gal puts up 6-6, and that it makes sense. And then Jason Bennett's like, no, it's still 6-5, and there's no way out of this, folks.
Yeah, it seems like Abreu has kind of shaken off the early season issues, but it doesn't seem like Grandal is anywhere near that.
I mean, that was his big moment.
He's terrible. Yeah. He's just not good right now. Look at his numbers; they're just atrocious. And rolling him out as the leadoff guy. Listen, we mentioned it earlier. Whether it's Moncada or Robert or whomever, Pollock, if you have guys that are on the active roster but unavailable, that means you don't really have any pinch runners sitting there. You don't really have anybody that, you're playing your backups. You got no depth. Apparently, your minor league system's so bad, there's no one to bring up because you got a bunch of injured guys sitting on the bench. Maybe they'll be back in 2 days. Maybe they'll – what is that? So it is very frustrating to watch a team lose in that fashion. And I don't know that I can blame the manager on for some bad base running mistake. I don't think I can, frankly. But I understand why people want to.
Yeah, there's a case for blaming the base coaches. I think of that maybe to a lesser degree, Tony on something like that as well. But yeah, I mean that is simply something that you absolutely cannot have at that spot in a game if you think that you're going to compete at some point in time.
All right, so we haven't really spoken enough about the Cubs yet. The Cubs did win their game. They stopped the losing streak at 3, which is delightful. And the way they did it was pretty cool. Patrick Wisdom with the go-ahead home run in the 8th inning, and Wilson Contreras had hit. How about this? In the first inning, Wilson Contreras hits a 116 exit velocity homer, which was apparently the 4th hardest hit baseball in the major leagues this year. And the ball ends up sitting in the basket. Like it didn't even get into the crowd. And, Dustin wants to tear down the basket. So does that run count if in Dustin's world?
Why? He doesn't believe that the fans should be protected in the bleachers?
He thinks the basket has caused too much problems and it has nothing to do with
like when opposing teams hit the ball.
When the basket ate it, I don't
Yeah, I never like that, but I understand why they have it. We don't want people falling onto the field. Right?
Well, the way they redid the inside, though, like you have to crawl over it and then fall into it. I mean, it's not like you just bend over and you're laying on the red pebble rock of the warning track.
It's probably beers and hard drugs if you fall onto the field.
Sometimes you fall in the basket because you are obviously more concerned about the beer snake than you are about the baseball game,
or just the beer.
The beer snake. I told you,
the beer snake.
I had the supreme, is it misfortune or fortune, to sit in the bleachers last year.
Oh no!
And I was there with my kids and my wife, and I'm watching this crowd, and I believe there was a pandemic. I know it's over now, so don't even bother with vaccination.
Is it over?
Oh no! Wait a minute. It's
Oh.
raging still.
Oh, okay.
Get your shots.
I feel like that's an earnest question on my part.
Yeah,
Are we still in a pandemic?
I think we're still in it.
Every day I wake up with
I'm
that
sitting
question.
there and I'm looking, and there are like literally like 200 beer cups.
Yeah.
That everybody lines up and everybody's holding it and they're laughing hysterically. And like we're in a pandemic and someone's spittle is dripping down on top of people as they're holding the beer snake.
Yeah.
And you just kind of like, really? Is that why you came out to the game? Because how much are each of those cups? Like it's like representing thousands of dollars of potentially infected virus spittle that is pouring on people in the bleacher. I was just
they're
stunned.
all 22.
I know,
and they don't
and
care.
no one gives a toss.
And that's
I get
the
it.
new rite of like it used to be left field sucks, right field sucks.
No,
now it's beer snake.
Our beer snake is bigger.
Yeah, when you go home from this game, you're going to tell everybody about the beer snake, not how left field sucks.
No, I had the misfortune of like asking someone sitting there, like there was some guy who had a Cubs hat on, it looked like he was into the game, and I'm like, hey, who is that guy? Instead of like, because they were rolling guys up all over the place, and this guy is like, what? No, I don't know. He was like, I didn't realize the only reason he was sitting there looking attentive was that he was so drunk he couldn't stand up anymore.
No, Cubs fans, you can't revert back to pre-2015.
It was just
things.
Wild, man.
Don't let it happen.
I just couldn't believe it.
Was there some jurisdiction surrounding those beer cups last year? Didn't they try to quell it?
They at one point they tried to like take it down, but some guy's mother was standing up there screaming, holding 15, 25
I can't
cups.
hold these cups anymore.
It was unbelievable. I'm just saying, everybody seemed to be a big part of it, and it just seemed like maybe not the best idea.
That would suck. Like if you were zero interest in being part of that, and you're just like, "Can you hold this cup?" Like kind of you, sort of. I guess.
Well, I wasn't even drinking. I don't know what the hell I was doing there.
Yeah.
And I said to myself, that might be my last trip.
I know,
bleachers.
like it's like
I just thought it'd be nice to sit out in the sun, and I was not expecting, and I hadn't been to the bleachers in probably 10 years.
Yeah, we age out of things. There are things like I'll go occasionally. Like if I have cousins that are much younger that live in Arizona. They come, they want to go to the bleach, so I'll go. But yeah, it's certainly not my first, second, or third choice anymore, which is sad.
I kind of need to just sit in a chair and watch it.
Yeah, exactly, and be around families and popcorn.
The problem I have is that I actually am attentive to the game.
Yes.
And it's weird when no one around you is.
Right. Unless you're sitting in like the first couple rows of the bleachers. I don't even know like how the pecking order works anymore. I'm out of the loop as far as the bleachers go.
I used to go. I have a buddy. They would go to the bleachers. He had a group of guys that he worked with. They would go to the bleachers, and I went with them a couple times. And they would find like a college student. They would go online and find a college student and hire a person to just basically go get them beers while the game's going on.
That's so nice.
Isn't that awesome?
That's a great
So they
system.
pay for a ticket for a an extra person, and that person would just have to constantly be getting 2 beers at a time. And these guys would just have like the infield constantly watered down.
Yeah.
The problem was, and this is really funny, but they discovered that like you better do like a background check, because sometimes the person you hire is actually like an escort. So apparently that happened one time.
They provide other services.
They were not prepared for that. That was not what they were seeking.
What else can I offer you?
This is the online world.
Yeah.
And I said, maybe don't try to find a college student on the dark web. Maybe you made it there.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess what's the worst? You say no, thank you, thank you. Beyond the beers, yes.
I got an okay boomer for just saying that. Someone on
I'll say this too, and I would deserve an okay boomer as well, because like this Mully. Like when I was a kid going to the bleachers, it was like $3.50.
I know.
Like and now
it's
it's
really cheap.
Whatever it is. So I think that
it's
is valid. It's valuable for the 22-year-old listening to the score right now. You just understand that we used to go and it was $3.50, and it was great, and I loved sitting in the bleachers most of my childhood.
When I was living near Wrigley, as a younger man out of college, I was a member of the Baseball Writers Association.
Oh yeah.
So you could, because I did like some backup work.
BBWA.
I was never a beat writer, but I would like come home and go in to catch like the last 3 or 4 innings. You know, you were allowed to go in. So I'd get home from work, and I lived near Wrigley, and I would just go right into the game.
That's great.
And just sit there and watch the end of the game.
Oh man,
it's fantastic.
The freedom and the innocence of that move right there.
Yeah, huge move.
Just to walk. Yeah,
it was great.
Step into
wonderful.
a game, catch a couple innings, do a little work, and go home.
Let's get back to the phone lines. Rich is in Old Town. Hey, Rich.
Morning, guys. I've got a question and a comment, and you both can respond to it. The question is, since Mark now is a Hall of Famer, does he have his own phone call-in line?
That's a good. Yes, it's there's a separate studio that is in the process of being built, and then I will always have my own studio, and everybody will need to cater to me in that regard. Thanks for the question, Rich.
Yeah, okay. I want to give you a little plug.
Thanks, buddy.
The comment I had, I wanted since Mully is a big Sox fan, I find them almost unwatchable, and I've been railing on La Russa, as you guys probably know, since he's hired. But can you explain to me, I mean, the fundamentals are so horrible. Base running, hitting a cutoff guy, just situational hitting. You know, they're like 28th in the league on base percentage, so they're not walking either, as Mully has pointed out. But out of 8 measurable categories of the 30 top teams,
right,
they're in the bottom 15 in all 8, whether it's hitting, running, on base percentage, anything you want to measure. And now you got a beer truck leading off that can't hit. You got Grandal hitting $163,
right,
and he runs the bases, and I mean, you need a calendar to time him. What is he doing with the lineup? And I'll turn it over to you guys.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, it's a great question. I think, again, you know, I'm not going to defend, you know, putting Leary all over the lineup or whatever various things he's done up to this point. I'm not going to defend using Grandal as the leadoff guy. But I think part of the problem here and part of the one of the things you have to give Tony is that guys aren't available. They don't, you know, we just rattled off all the players that are still active but unavailable. It's far from ideal that, you know, Tony was hired to stop all that stuff, to make them run the bases better, to teach them how to play smarter baseball. None of this has happened. They had no spring training. I don't know how you don't just throw your hands up when it comes time to watch the White Sox. It's almost a punishment. It's not. There's no reward. There's no fun involved. They're a 500 team, 1 game below now, but they've been hovering around that all year. At some point, and I don't know when that is, and I don't know if it ever is going to be ever going to happen. They're going to have to start winning some games.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they're capable.
You know, there's specific people that, like, I keep coming back to Yasmani Grandal, but if you watch his at-bats, like, Yasmani Grandal has always been really good at covering the play with 2 strikes and, you know, that B hack. But it seems like he's using the B hack early in the count, like just getting really weak swings and not necessarily just to foul the ball off or ward off a pitch because he didn't like it and he wanted. It's like his actual swing. You know, he did have what should have been a sacrifice fly yesterday. That was a nice piece of contact. But also in the 6th inning, he gets 2 guys on and a weak ground out, and there's no go. So, like, those big hits, those bases-clearing hits, those 3-run homers, those large leads, nothing feels safe for the White Sox right now in every way, shape, and form of that word. Nothing feels safe.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself, is Grandal cooked? Are the White Sox cooked?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not kidding. That's kind of I hate to say that because there's still time, but a quarter of the season's gone, and this is
right.
This
like, what's
is
real? Like, what is real? Like,
I don't know.
Should we be thinking right now? Yes. Is Yasmani Grandal? Is he now? Should he be benched? Like, are we at that point? I don't know.
We're talking to ourselves here. We've got the pick 6 next. Don't forget, we got Ozzy coming up, so hopefully he'll have an answer. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. Join me 9 a.m. to noon here on The Score. Wednesday already? Yeah, it's a late.
Because I know my faith was tested a lot of times, you know, through this process. But, man, it's been a journey. And that's why, you know, I cried so hard if you can listen to the phone call, because all the blood, sweat, and tears I put end behind this this game of football that I fell in love with at the age of 4. I really had to walk a whole lot of miles to get here.
That's beautiful. So you talk about the mission and that you haven't reached your potential. What's the end goal for Velus Jones Jr.?
A gold jacket. and so I never ever, my grandmother, told me a long time ago, if you're going to do something, do it. Don't ever get no poor performance. And so, like I said, I put my heart in this game. And honestly, I can truly say, like, I don't supposed to be here. I know the odds were stacked against me in multiple ways. That's why I made that tweet saying, if you knew what it took for me to get here. But I beat the odds. I really did.
The gold jacket for the NFL Hall of Fame. That's a beautiful goal right there for Velus Jones Jr. Speaking of jacket, you remember Matt Forte? You remember the football player Matt Forte, the great Bears running back?
Yeah.
Yeah, we found out that he showed up for day 1 of his rookie minicamp wearing a suit, Velus Jones, just like you. Matt Forte wearing a suit. That career turned out pretty damn good. So we like the suit. Tell us about the whiteboard, though. Like, what was the thought process?
Yeah, they would have, the plays are on iPads and digital now. Why do we need to buy a whiteboard? That's the thing that we got. We understood the suit.
Right?
We didn't really know why you needed the whiteboard.
I bought it when I was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. That's when I bought it, down there training at Bommarito. And I am like a visual learner. It takes me writing things over and over. And so instead of, wasting sheets all the time, which I take my notes and write my plays on a sheet, whiteboard is real easy to erase and stuff. And that's something I carry on me, like even now as I'm going over the plays, still learning. Like I just always keep it on me. Anytime I want to write a play down, and especially like in the meeting room when I had one with the Bears and stuff, like we're going over install, writing a play down to see what I can memorize, the details, the depth. And so it's just, I feel like it's an easier way to always keep that on you. So that's something I've been keeping on me for a while now. And it really helps, when it comes to the learning process.
Wow, that's an amazing answer. Good for you for knowing yourself, knowing what kind of learner you are. That's a huge bit of self-awareness, Velus Jones Jr.
Yes, indeed.
Anyone make fun of you for carrying around a whiteboard, though?
They can't tell. I'll be having it in my spray ground backpack. I only pull it out, Yeah, so it slides right on in. It don't stand out that much.
Well done.
All right.
Well done.
That's good.
debate the top 6 sports stories of the day, and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Were you surprised that Fangraphs still gave the Sox a decent chance to win the division and make the playoffs heading into last night's game in Toronto? The Sox opened with a 59.2 chance of winning the AL Central, with a 72.2 chance of making the playoffs, and a 5.3 chance to likely win the World Series. Now, despite the terrible start, they have a 48% chance to win the division, a 64.1 to make the playoffs, and a 2.8% chance to win it all. Sounds about right?
You know, it sounds better than I thought, frankly. I was surprised by those numbers. I think if someone tells you that there is a 48% chance of rain, you bring an umbrella. If someone tells you that there is a 64.1% chance of rain, you bring a rain jacket and an umbrella. You expect rain. So are the Sox going to make the playoffs? I mean, I'm surprised, frankly. I wonder what it's going to look like next week after this road trip, and then the Dodgers series. I'm pleased to know that there is still faith in this team a quarter of the way through an absolutely awful season.
I think that the biggest part for the outrage from White Sox fans and from me when it comes to the Sox is that we all know that they're better than this and that they have that run in them. And I know some people are critically frightened now and have jumped off the proverbial bandwagon, but I just think most people can still compartmentalize and say it is still relatively early. The Twins right now have a 5-game lead. They're good, but they're not great. I don't think they're going to run away with this thing or anything, quite frankly, the Minnesota Twins.
They got better, and the Sox didn't.
I know. Oh, it's very disappointing, too.
Yeah.
That's another jarring part to the season for the Sox. Like, the Twins weren't necessarily supposed to be good. Like, Cleveland, Detroit, and Kansas City, they're all doing their parts for the most part for the White Sox. But they've got competition now. But I think that I am not very surprised to see that because we all know they're good, and we all know they're not crazy out of this thing yet. It's just so damn frustrating on the day-to-day being in the White Sox bubble as we are.
Pick 6.
How about Eloy Jimenez scheduled to DH tonight and tomorrow with Charlotte after pulling himself from a game last week in Durham?
I love it because it just seems like there's been disappointing news after disappointing news through the last 2 years for the White Sox as far as the injuries, and it always seems like the worst case scenario. So to me, the best case scenario from having complications in your rehab and coming out of a game is that you're right back out there and you're going to give it a try and at least DH tonight and tomorrow. And maybe that is symbolic of things to come. Maybe you need to just keep on being the designated hitter, Eloy Jimenez. Maybe this is where they quietly in the night, we never see him play the outfield again. It never occurs again. Like, you are a danger to yourself, to your team, to everything. So DH, and I'm happy to see that he's going to be out there the next couple days.
Yeah, I'm delighted to see he's going to be out there the next couple days as a DH, and I'm with you. Stay there.
Stay there.
You know, here's the DH. Here's your role. Get used to it.
DH.
Because that is your future for this season and in the future. So I'm all for it.
Super
I love
future.
the idea. Yes, I love the idea. You need his bat. You do. You need somebody that can hit on this Sox team, and here's hoping.
Chicago Wolves have 2 huge playoff games coming up this Friday at 7, and again Monday the puck drops at 7. It's the Chicago Wolves versus the Stockton Heat for the conference final championship. Playoff hockey's back in Chicago in June. You can see the Wolves in person by going to ChicagoWolves.com.
And that's a pick 6.
Wilson Contreras has been red hot. Are you ready to see what kind of haul the Cubs could get for him?
You know what? I mean, honestly, I'm ready for them to come up with some kind of contract and keep the guy here. I don't understand this. I have never understood it. I think he's a really good player. I think he's their best player. I think the fact that he's really hot, the fact that you now have a DH in the National League means that Willie's got even more value than he previously did. And I would prefer them to sign him to a contract and keep him than dangle him and trade him. I get it. It's going to happen. I understand what's going on. But I just think that I think it makes no sense to me.
This is going to tell Cubs fans everything. The Wilson Contreras issue If Wilson Contreras is traded at the deadline, then that extends the rebuild. That means that unless you're getting some hotshot prospect or major league ready guys that can actually help the team now, which is probably not realistic the way it works in the last 5 years or so, that you're going to get good prospects, but that's about it. So if they do trade him, then they are fine. Like, they can no longer dance around the idea of rebuild. We all know they're rebuilding, but now that they would not be able to not say it anymore. That would tell you everything.
You're so right. Like, don't mention the rebuild.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is not the Marquee Network. They're rebuilding.
Yes, there's a rebuild. We'll be transparent, you and I, right
Fair
here.
enough.
We'll do that. And yes, if they trade him, Cubs fans, that's the tell. So I'm looking forward. I want to know what the tell is.
Pick 6. Where's your confidence in Justin Fields based on what you're hearing and seeing so far this offseason?
I don't know. I asked Mully this off the air before the show started, and where we're putting Justin Fields, because it is so different now than it was last year when Justin Fields, I don't know. I think that the hype that we gave Justin Fields may have been bigger for any other Bears quarterback ever, and that's saying a lot because Mitch Trubisky got quite a bit. Jay Cutler got a ton when he came to the Bears, but he was definitely the approval rating of the drafting of Justin Fields was sky high last year, and for whatever reason, Justin Fields didn't have a good year last year. Whether it was maybe he was screwed in the system he was in, he did make some of his own mistakes. So with a new system, new coaches who have not necessarily given him, this big stamp of approval yet, I'm having a really hard time knowing what the ceiling is for Justin Fields right now.
I guess the ceiling is what we saw in the fourth quarter against Pittsburgh, right? That was his moment of the season last year. That's when you saw a hint of what could possibly be to come. But I'm kind of with you, Mark. I think that, we don't know yet, and that's frustrating. We have no idea. We know that the plan last year was not to play him and to unveil him basically this year. And then he was forced onto the field, and you never felt like they were doing things to help him. They were doing things that they thought would work, but not things that were devised to make the most out of what Justin Fields can do.
Not enough, that's for sure.
And I think this is going to be a little bit of a different story. I think they're going to try to design an offense around the quarterback instead of the other way around. It seems that Luke Getsy gets it a little bit. Luke is Getsy. He gets it.
Getsy.
And I really look at Justin Fields, and I'm not there yet. I can't say this is all going to work and it's all going to be seashells and balloons. I think there's concern.
This will be a pick 6. There's your ball game.
Are you happy to learn that Jay Cutler joked that he threw a party over his divorce settlement with Christina Cavallari? Jay said he doesn't recommend divorce for anybody, but he made out okay.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? That I guess Jay's worth, or in his career, he made $120 million. And his wife, Kristen Cavallari, is worth $30 million.
Huh?
So apparently she didn't need a lot of his 120.
Right.
But yeah, I'm sure he's taking care of his kids and everything.
Yeah.
It's just sad, frankly.
Yeah.
Divorce is sad. Families breaking up, that's sad. I'm glad he's throwing a party and he's happy that he has all his money. But I don't know that that's the whole goal of marriage. Make sure she doesn't divorce you and sue you for everything you have.
It's the most Jay Cutler
thing
ever.
Jay Cutler, isn't it?
I threw a party. I'm kidding. I'm just joking. So I don't know. I probably wouldn't make that joke. I mean, that gets, but it is the most unsurprising thing. Am I the question, in the spirit of the question, are you happy to learn that Jay Cutler joked, I threw a party over his divorce settlement with Kristen Cavallari? Sure. Yeah. Why not? I'm happy to hear about that.
Good for you, Jay. You did it.
Yeah. You done it. Quite frankly, I thought they were done.
Congratulations,
I thought that was old news, and he was on to Tommy Lahren. I didn't.
Apparently, it's finalized.
Okay. Hey, Jay, and Kristen.
I thought those two crazy kids had a chance.
I did too. Kristen, look at me. I hope you're happy too, because I like both. I met both of them at a Bears game last year, I think it was, and Kristen was just delightful, and Jay was actually delightful that day too.
pick six on a house call for Roquan Smith.
Does Boston breaking through and making the NBA Finals make you feel like the Bulls could be closer to making it to the next level or even further in the postseason?
Pardon the snort there. I talked about this a little bit yesterday, and that the way Boston rolls is exactly the way the Bulls, like in terms of the two top dogs with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and throw in Marcus Smart as well. That's the idea for the Bulls. Like that's the template. Like in terms of the competitive teams that you could realistically break on through, the Bulls could, with obviously the two stars that they have in Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. The problem is for the Bulls, they don't have that two-way thing going on that Boston has going on. So I actually think that it is this pushes the Bulls down farther to me, because now you have Boston as a team that has broken on through to the finals, and then there's all these other teams, that are already ahead of the Bulls in the Eastern Conference, like Philadelphia and Milwaukee, and there's Boston. So while I like their template, and I'd love to see the Bulls get there the same way, so it just tells me there's another team in town in Boston since the second half of the season has showed that they're better than everybody.
Yeah, I think you make a good distinction there, which is the fact that there's such a great defensive team, and the Bulls clearly are not. And I think that the Bulls, like Boston, have two explosive scorers. But how old is DeMar DeRozan? And Zach is getting closer to 30 by the minute. So they've got two young scorers. They're going to be a problem for the Bulls moving forward. They're going to be a problem for the NBA moving forward.
Yeah.
They're just breaking through.
Yeah.
And they're just getting started. And they're going to be a very dangerous team moving forward. And they got like, what is it? This is the first time in the NBA Finals where the top three scorers from both teams are all drafted by, brought through the program with those teams. If you count Clay and Steph and Michigan State,
Draymond, yeah.
And you count, Tatum and
yes. Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen and bloody
Marcus
Smart.
Yeah.
So I think it's not the first time ever, but it's the first time in years that this has happened, because they're not building super teams. They built a team. I hope that the Bulls are capable of doing that, and I have a lot of faith in AK and Mark Eversley and the work they're doing, but the Bulls are very far away from being the Boston Celtics. And I don't feel better about the Bulls. It's almost like now you got to get past Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Exactly.
And don't forget, you got to get past these guys too.
And Philly. You still have a guy that plays in Philly.
Let's see how. Yeah, that's you got to match up.
Yeah.
With Giannis and with Embiid.
Yeah.
But you also got to get past this Boston team.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, you just added another team to the pack.
Agree.
Like, they were not the team that was expected
no,
to slip
this is
through.
not a good turn of events.
No,
for the Bulls.
it's not. At
No.
first, I thought it was just because of the way they got there.
There's a possibility, but
no.
This is going to be a really interesting finals.
I can't wait.
I can't wait. I'm really fascinated by the idea of it. All right, 312-644-6767, and we'll talk about it tomorrow, because it begins tomorrow. We'll talk about it in length, but we've got to get into a couple of things. There's an ex-Bears player that is gone, and we have a man here who talked very closely to him in his final interview in Chicago. We'll discuss next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
This is where the Cubs play. And he drives one in the air to left center field and deep. He's got a chance.
Every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers. They have a few of the medical people around. And I'm wondering, when Haugh goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
Well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Was do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said I just saw him and he sat there. That's what I said, And I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us,
all of us.
Yeah.
us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, and he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, well, the weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with two guys in Harry Carey and Haugh Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel. It's like, where did Hawk go?
Hakeem the Dream. He is now not only gone from Chicago, but he is signed with Tampa. He signed a one-year deal that could be worth as much as $10 million. I would imagine he'd have to play a lot in order to make it worth that. But congratulations to Hakeem. It's always fun to see the guys that were here do well elsewhere, and I think it would be great if he could win a Super Bowl to kind of put that little crown on his career. But I don't know that that's going to happen. I don't know how good Tampa is. They were a little banged up by the end of last year, and Tom Terrific is going to be there for another year, but he's already signed for his future projects, which apparently in the broadcast booth, and I'm guessing just given the amount of money he's making, there's got to be like a bigger plan. Maybe he's doing some reality TV with his wife. I mean, who knows what they have in mind.
We're going to need you to justify some of this. Yeah, there's going to be some awkward things we're going to need you to do. We're going to have you handing out candy on Halloween, just all sorts of things for you. Akeem Hicks, he goes down as one of the 20 greatest Bears defensive linemen of all time, you think?
Jesus.
Like at that position. I know. That's like a cray-cray question.
Like, I don't know that that's accurate. I would say, I don't know that's not accurate. I say I'd have to think about that a little bit and make the list. You just put him in the top 20. I think there are better defensive linemen that played for the Bears than Akeem Hicks. But I do believe he was the best free agent signing of the Ryan Pace era. And there's not a lot of competition for him in that role.
Yeah.
But they did give him his second contract, right, and his third.
Yep.
So, that means that he did well here. And
the Bears treated him very well. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks that it didn't work out in the end. I know for a fact that Akeem Hicks was disappointed throughout the entire season about that the Bears were not playing ball. He made it very clear he wanted to stay with the Bears and finish his career with the Bears. Didn't happen.
Well, you kind of drove him out of town, right? You were the guy that kind of ended his career. No. You did do what turned out to be the final interview with him. I don't believe he's spoken to anyone yet in Tampa. So let's take a listen to Mark Grody kicking Akeem out of Chicago.
Down here with Akeem Hicks. Akeem, I know how much you hate losing in division, especially to this team. How did all of this feel tonight?
I told you once before, a wise coach once told me, if you can't play good against the teams in your division, what good are you to the team? We got some we got to fix stuff. We have to fix. We want to be better. We want to win our division, so we got to play better. It's simple.
Feel good about the way you played, come out there with a couple of sacks tonight?
Thankful, man. Honestly, I just had to look up, man. I was just very thankful, man.
Feeling healthy?
I'm feeling strong. I fought through a lot this season, but the resounding feeling of just being appreciative of my moment, man, I just want to play good football and say goodbye to Chicago in the right way.
And how do you continue to keep the head up for this team?
It's who I am, man. I like energy. I like to play with energy. I'm the same way that I am on the field that I am in the locker room, man. So just making sure guys are having fun, bro, because this game is a fun game. You know what I'm saying? When you're confident, when you're secure in what you're doing, when you're playing well, this game is one of the best games in the world. So keep that. We got to keep that going.
Akeem, I'll let you go here in a second, but you did say this is your way of saying goodbye to Chicago. Heck of a crowd all night tonight, despite the record. What can you say about Bears fans this year and throughout your time here with the Chicago Bears?
I'll say this, man. After not having them here last season, being able to have our people in the building, but like in this amount, it's like you can't compare it, man. There's no feeling like it. When we're up and we're playing good ball, we're so supported. So we just got to do our end, man.
Akeem, if I don't get to talk to you again in person because of everything that's gone on with COVID, thank you for everything that you've done for Bears Radio and for me. I appreciate you, man.
Love, man. You have such a good personality, man. I couldn't help but work with you.
Thank you, Akeem.
Always the good personality. That's me. Yeah.
That is I'm not crying. That's not what's going on.
Do you have Spilkus in your Connecticut?
I just think it was a beautiful moment.
It was. It was right there.
You really ran him out of town?
I did, yep. I ran. And that was, to cap it off, Casey Kasem style, your long-distance dedication. That was the last time I spoke to Akeem Hicks in person.
Wow.
So that's it. And I have not corresponded with him since the.
Does he know he's in the top 20?
Ooh, see, it's a good question. But you're right. We'd probably be able to like Dan Pompei on and like go through the top 20 like defensive line. He might sneak in there. You know what I mean? Like that position. We know some of the obvious.
Well, it depends. Here's the question. Here's what it's always tough with when we go defensive line. Okay, now obviously Akeem played with his hand in the dirt. Now, what about the guys that play on the line but their hands not?
I'm not talking about defensive end. I'm talking about interior defensive linemen.
Are we talking about
We're talking about Steve McMichael. We're talking about McMichael. That
Hampton.
Hampton did both, but he was more interior.
Hampton always played with his hand on the ground.
Yeah. So that
talking about stand-up guys like Mac. Is Mac a defensive lineman?
That's a great distinction.
No.
That's
think
really
he's
important
in the conversation. But I want to know,
that's a great. No, I'm not. I am leaving the ends and outside linebackers out of that.
Is Richard Dent
you're talking about?
I'm talking about the interior dudes. Yeah.
I mean, that's so you're
different.
Now you're talking top 20 defensive tackle.
But
so
okay,
you're
so he's
saying
probably top
Richard
10.
Dent is not a top 10 defensive lineman for the Bears?
But I'm just trying to narrow it. Well, okay. All right.
Where the hell do you put Ed Sprinkle?
I mean, if you played with your hand on the ground, I think that their name needs to be part of the top 20.
All right.
If you stood up and didn't put your hand in the dirt,
I don't want to insult your and Mully's sensibilities, so I will keep it at everybody. Okay.
A rare moment, Mully and I are agreeing
I know.
we're ganging up
Wow.
on somebody else
It's
instead of each other.
I feel unsafe. I need an adult here.
One
Brandon?
thing Mully and I usually agree on is interior line play.
Yeah, I guess so.
We just want some clarity.
All right.
Mully's over there right now. I see if
is
you're
he
watching
writing
on
them
Twitch,
down?
his hand is moving frantically. He's putting pen to paper. He's coming up with a list.
Okay, so then we would all agree then, duh, yes, without those guys, without the outside linebackers, without the defensive ends, duh, Hicks would be okay. He would be in the top 20. So at least there's that. Then,
but I mean, when you start talking about,
that's tough to make a case for Hicks then.
Like
Dent.
Let's use a guy like Trace. How about this? Names that some of our listeners would remember.
Okay.
Trace Armstrong.
Yes.
Akeem Hicks.
Yeah, like who was more productive? Oh my God, that's a great question. Because I probably would go Hicks because of the nature of, quite frankly, the nature of the position that he plays and the attention that he drew. Trace Armstrong did not draw that kind of attention. So, and he was good.
Chris Zorich or Akeem Hicks?
Oh, Akeem Hicks.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm looking at sacks, career sacks. Richard Dent, Steve McMichael, Dan Hampton, Alex Brown has 43.5 sacks. Trace Armstrong had 42. Adewale Agunlie had 42. Urlacher wouldn't count. Jim Flanagan, 8th on the Bears with 40.5 sacks. Julius Peppers, 36 sacks. Khalil Mack, 36 sacks. Otis Wilson wouldn't count, linebacker.
Right.
Alonzo Spellman, 32 sacks. Akeem Hicks, 31 sacks. Tommy Harris, 28.5.
Are we doing it by sacks, though? That's the thing.
I'm just looking at a list.
That's just one way to
I'm
start
just
it.
saying
Right,
that this is a way. I mean,
now Trace Armstrong's a good comparable. Like they're
okay, that
based
I
on
like
stacks.
that. Dustin.
Jim Flanagan or Akeem Hicks?
So, well, probably Akeem.
Yes.
But okay,
he's a number, though.
Mike Hartenstein or Akeem Hicks.
I would go with Hartenstein, probably.
Yeah, I'm just saying it gets trickier.
That's tricky because Hartenstein was a little older with the Bears, wasn't he?
I'm just looking at.
Or did he?
I'm looking. Well, he played from 75 to 86.
Oh, my bad.
He played a lot longer.
Okay, yeah. So he was always with the Bears.
Yes.
When I was watching, he was
older. You're
older.
going free agency.
No, I'm going when I was watching Mike Hartenstein. I was older.
6 years of Akeem, is that right?
6 years of the Dream.
Yeah.
The Dream only lasted 6 years.
Philip Daniels was only here for 4 years.
Philip Daniels. Yeah.
I'm just saying, I think it's a difficult.
But I mean, like Ted Washington as an example, when you're talking about interior guys, like what those guys did for Urlacher.
Absolutely, both those guys did, right? That was
that's
the good old days of the Urlacher 3-4.
Urlacher never took on a guard because of those guys.
Oh yeah,
because of who?
Because of Ted Washington and Keith
Ted
Traylor.
Keith Traylor, Ted Washington.
Ted Washington, is probably as good a defensive tackle as we've seen in the NFL. I'm just saying, as a run stuffing,
but with the Bears,
not a guy that was.
He's probably pretty
just
comparable.
An immovable object.
Don't you think he's pretty comparable to
Akeem
Hicks?
I think Akeem did more getting to the passer
Okay.
and
All right.
throwing guys around.
So you're
but
more-
I think Ted
yeah.
was one of the all-time, run stuffers.
Oh,
That's what
absolutely.
I'm driving at.
But yeah, I would hit the Akeem
So-
Hicks is better than Ted Washington button.
Julius Peppers was here for 4 years. He's one of the greatest defensive linemen ever.
Yeah. But was he with the Bears?
Yes, he was really good with the Bears.
Yeah. He did. The
I'd
sack
have liked to
numbers.
seen his numbers
the
on
sack
the,
numbers.
On the
Is Tommy
Lopes
Harris
principle.
ahead of
Akeem Hicks?
He's got to be.
That's a great one. That's such a good one because his career did get stunted, man. Tommy Harris, because of injuries, like brutally. So, were
haven't
Tommy
even gotten
Harris's productive years better than Akeem Hicks's
The Bears
productive
have been
years?
around forever, and I mentioned Ed Sprinkle. There
Ed.
are tons of guys like that
Yeah.
that you are not weighing.
I am
or
not
considering.
weighing.
So I'm not saying that Akeem isn't in the top 20.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you'd have to make that list, and I think we've already got like 15 guys ahead of
That's why I said we need like Dan Pompei, or who did Dan Pompei take over for way back in the day? Who was the classic old school Ed, the writer for the Chicago Tribune way back in the days, in the Hall of
Doug
Fame.
Pearson?
Don Pearson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Don Pearson could tell us. Yeah.
Kevin Lamb.
I
remember when I got the Bears beat, my brother said, "Wow, you're Kevin Lamb." Isn't that hilarious?
Said that you were Kevin Lamb?
Kevin Lamb covered the Bears when I was a kid.
Oh, I'm thinking of wasn't there a White Sox player named Kevin Lamb?
There was a Lamb. And it wasn't that a
Mike Lamb.
Mike Lamb.
Mike
That was
Lamb.
another
Doug
LaRussa guy.
Atkins is one of the greatest. He's a Hall of Fame player. I mean, you got to go through the Hall of Famers before you come up with where he fits
Top
in.
20, right?
God.
It's recency bias by your boy.
Good God,
That's
Brody.
what just
no,
happened.
that's friendship bias.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I like you.
Oh.
Thank you, and you've got a great personality. That's all that is.
Bring it in. I never knew Akeem Hicks thought I had a great personality until that moment.
Yeah, we got to get to a
If
break.
it's the top 20 personalities that played with their hand in the dirt, now I think Akeem's right near the top of the list.
Oh, yeah, numero
No,
uno.
I don't know. I mean, Ed Sprinkle used to just throw in some crazy humor.
He used to call into WGN.
Doug Atkins was like a grown ass man. Like what?
Well, how about
was
OB?
he?
I was gonna
6'8"?
say.
Where do you put
Exactly.
OB on that
Oh, yeah.
list? Guy who played with his hand in the dirt.
The
There you
OB,
go.
yeah, he's got to be on there too.
Back
So
off, Brody.
this is the list. I think. All
right. Well,
you got homework for tonight, Mully.
You know what? I almost took it on, but I got too much going on in my life to waste it trying to figure out if your friendships have gotten in the way of our program.
Oh my God, the biases are showing.
312-644-6767. He's Mark Brody.
Hey.
It's Mully and Haugh, the score.
Coming up at 9 a.m., Layla Rahimi is back with Dan Bernstein for Layla Wednesday, covering the biggest Chicago sports stories of the day.
If this is true.
I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before, when I was bartending and my shift would end at 2 a.m. and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning.
To watch a replay?
To watch a replay, watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me. And I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known BC Billy forever. And he looks at me, Shaq runs by, and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be, and
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement.
That's awesome. That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts. And Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you know, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, you know, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they then cough, and Michael liked it, you know, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. We'd bring one time Red brings a fan, right? He brings these fans, and these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off. We hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh God.
There's a timeout. Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine. And he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
Finals against the Stockton Heat this Friday and Monday over at the Allstate Arena. Come cheer on your Central Division champion Chicago Wolves as they're only one series away from a return to the Calder Cup Finals. Go to ChicagoWolves.com for your tickets.
And this hour is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
Mully and Haugh, live and local, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score.
In the case of Yohan, here are the facts. He has not been the same player since COVID. Why that is, I don't know. But the fact is, this team desperately needs him to be the Yohan Moncada of a couple of years ago. But he was hitting 25 home runs, driving in some runs, stealing the occasional base, but, good speed on the bases. He plays a very good third base. I mean, we've seen that. So it's just a factor of getting out there. He's got sore legs. I never judge another man's pain because you never really know just how painful it is.
Mully at Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Steve Stone. He was on with Danny and Matt yesterday and talking about Yoan Moncada and the fact that he really we haven't seen the same guy since COVID. And he had like the long-term issues with COVID, and now he's had leg issues, and we didn't see him to start the season. And he came back, and we talked to Ozzy, was it a week ago, and he told us that he had talked to him, and he was still having some issues and apparently still in some pain, and it's the leg is still not where you want it to be. So that's where we're at with him.
Is anybody on the current healthy White Sox roster doing what they were supposed to do this year? You mentioned that, like in relative to Yoan Moncada and his injury, it just doesn't look right. You could say that about all of these White Sox players. You can go player for player and just say, oh, Jose Abreu. I mean, we're at the point with Jose Abreu where it's like, oh, God, has he lost the step? Is it time?
He's
Is it
come
over?
back.
He has come back.
He's come out of it. I think he's starting to do much better.
I don't know if he's there, but he's coming out of it.
No, he's getting better.
But just as the example, like, and you just keep going around with these White Sox. I mean, we've been all over Yasmani Grandal. He's nowhere close. Like, he's using his B hack on 1-1 counts. Like, it's just so weird to see a weak swing from Yasmani Grandal. So that hasn't, fixed itself or come out in any way, shape, or form. Tim Anderson, he's been himself.
He's been phenomenal.
But he's out. That's why I said, like, anybody that is existing, AJ Pollock. Like, I don't know that people expected him to be Arizona Diamondbacks Pollock, but you expected him to be better than what he is. So you just go around. I guess Andrew Vaughn, and he's recency bias with 4 hits last night. He at times is probably
he's good. He's a good player.
He's been pretty consistent, but every other player you look at and say they've all got a story, whether it's an injury or lost the step or aren't what they used to be. Like, every player's got a story on the White Sox, and it's not just because they're injured.
Yeah, I mean,
sometimes it is because they're injured.
So Abreu's coming out of it. Where are you at with Jake Berger?
The Berger's been like pretty dangerous, I would say.
Okay, you got guys like Josh Harrison and Danny Mendick and Yoan Moncada we mentioned already.
Yeah.
Gavin Sheets do anything for you?
Not really. I mean, just because he's limited in what he can do at the plate.
Luis Robert is out.
He does do something for me.
Andrew Vaughn, you mentioned.
Vaughn
AJ
is plus.
Pollock is not there yet. Leary Garcia.
No, Leary's always Leary.
And Adam Engel's pretty decent.
Right. There are
fourth outfielder. I feel good about him.
He's doing his job.
Doing his job. Like, okay, so guys doing their job. I would say Reese McGuire probably not supposed to be used as much as he is.
Right, and you don't
just
wanna,
being honest.
Well, you just don't want to use the backup catcher as an example of somebody who's playing well.
I can't say Danny Mendick right now because of what happened yesterday. But
what are you doing?
For the most part, he's been doing his job.
Right.
Then I would say probably, Tim for sure. Andrew Vaughn for sure.
Okay.
Luis Robert when available. There's not a lot.
There's not a lot.
Right.
Everybody's got their thing.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, oh, I don't know. He's starting to come back into his Jose Abreu. Is this it? He's 35 or whatever. Is he going down? Like, and these are the questions. Like, these guys got to have fewer stories attached to their name. They do need to start. Somebody's got to get right. And maybe that was the start of it last night with Andrew Vaughn. Maybe Vaughn will carry the White Sox. I guess you can't carry a team though when you lose to the Blue Jays 6-5.
Yeah,
Vaughn didn't carry anything last night.
And Luis Robert, it was really interesting to hear Tony talk about him yesterday because, he was on the COVID list. So now he's cleared the COVID list. He's back on the active roster. But if he's weak to the point where the bat feels heavy to him, that tells you something about what COVID does to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he lost some weight. I don't know how they treat it. I'm sure they're using, whatever methodology they can to get people back as fast as possible. I just don't know that we can. I got to tell you, I know a ton of people who have gone down with COVID in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and it's people that were vaccinated people that, they just kind of go through this process, and you would hope that it's quick for them, but it's like a really bad flu for like 4 or 5 days, right? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Right. Yeah, I think so.
Unless you have some sort of, underlying health issue,
exactly,
then you could bounce back from it. But Moncada was one of the early cases, right?
Yeah.
And he had the long-term.
He was really hit hard.
Yeah, he
by
was.
It.
Yeah.
And then they, suspected some long-term effects too.
Right.
At least like temporarily long-term effects
Right.
for him. But yeah, I mean, it is so frustrating when you just go through every player in the Sox lineup and there's something ain't right with everybody. And you mentioned Luis Robert. Yeah, when healthy. Like, there has to be a caveat. Same with Eloy Jimenez. It's like, yeah, I can't wait till that guy comes back. And, like, just to have that threats in your lineup, to make the lineup, fortify it, to make the guys coming up after him more dangerous, just the way he can affect the flow of the entire thing. But he's another guy, too, that you have to put the cap when healthy. So, and those are huge things. Like, it's officially where we are with Eloy, by the way. You want health? Like, if anybody had to describe his time with the White Sox, like, it's been relatively successful, but I think most White Sox fans would describe to those who don't follow the White Sox, they'd say Eloy's really good when he's healthy.
Okay, so you are now getting into dangerous territory because you're making an implication here that he is injury prone.
No.
And we heard Rick Hahn respond to that. So watch it, fella.
He is not injury prone. He's just hurt all the time.
Okay. I'm glad you clarified.
That's what I'm saying. I would never call him injury prone. He's just hurt all the time.
I was telling David that, they did the season opener and they drove up in cars and had the guy, they had like a little row of cars and the player would come out when introduced at the opening game.
Yeah.
And I was like deathly afraid that Eloy was going to fall out of the truck. That he was a passenger in.
Oh,
like, careful, Eloy!
Oh,
my God. I'm not saying he's injury prone, but I really would like to see him healthy.
Yeah.
Because only a fool would call him injury prone.
I mean,
you don't link together these moments where he's unavailable.
That's
what we were cautioned
How about
about.
this? He is not prone to health. He is not prone. That's what I would ask Rick Hahn. Would you say that Eloy Jimenez is not prone to being what we would call healthy?
Okay, so here's my problem, if you don't mind. My problem is that I'm looking at the White Sox, and I'm seeing a lot of guys that, if they were available, if they were at full health, could do a lot of damage. But I don't see this kind of murderer's row that we saw with the Yankees that we thought we were going to see with the White Sox.
Right.
In fact, I haven't seen it this year. And so, a guy like Abreu in the past has carried a team with a hot bat. They scored 5 runs yesterday, and it wasn't enough. Who's going to carry this team with a hot bat?
Right. Yeah, and you're going to have, like, nights like Lucas Giolito had. Lucas Giolito was not good last night. 4 2/3, 6 runs, 8 hits. There's no other way. I mean, he gave up a couple homers. He did strike out 8, got to 99 pitches. And you're going to have times like that, right? I mean, like, Lucas Giolito's been pretty good. Yeah, that is life. So, and to your point, like, when you're a team that is made, and supposedly the White Sox are, because they are competing every year, offense is not the part you're supposed to worry about, especially with this core. This team was built to score runs and to hit the ball over the wall. It's also built to pitch well when everybody is healthy. But this simply was not what we were supposed to be talking about today. You know what I mean? Like, we're supposed to be talking about who's Yasmani Grandal coming through in the 6th inning last night with 2 runners on. Like, that's what we usually would be talking about with the White Sox offense. And we're not. And we don't ever, it feels like.
Yeah, I just think that there's, it's just really difficult to deal with this right now because,
because of Alejandro Kirk, it's still the thing.
Well,
with
just because they're just finding new and more spectacular ways to lose. The idea that you could have tied the game, but the run doesn't count because someone got thrown out at second.
Danny Mendick. Yeah.
I didn't want to even mention it.
I'm sorry. He was trying to be Albert Almora Jr., be the hero. Hey, I'm tagging first and second, man. Let's see what happens. But the problem is Reese McGuire had not scored, timing play. Sox could have tied that game in the whatever inning that was, sixth inning.
Right.
And then they did not. And then to stick it to White Sox, but the Blue Jays end up winning by that final score of 6-5. There's the run. There it is.
The good news is that you didn't, as it turned out, because you trailed, you didn't need to use a certain relief pitcher who's down in Charlotte right now because he doesn't. He's not allowed in Canada.
Oh, but BTW, by the way, you're talking about Kendall Graveman.
I am talking about Kendall Graveman, but I didn't want to bring him up.
I wanted to bring up a guy that Dustin was denounced. He's not even in there right now, but he was talking about Kyle Crick yesterday on this show.
Yes, he was.
And Kyle Crick had himself a 1-2-3/8 inning.
Thank you.
And Dustin used Kyle Crick as an example of, I don't want to see Kyle Crick in this game.
Yeah.
That's Dustin. That's exactly how he talks.
Yeah, it is perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's Dustin.
Yeah.
And then Kyle Crick comes in at high leverage and has a 1-2-3 inning, and Dustin's not here to answer for himself. He's like, I'm over here talking to Mitch. See, my God, my Dustin is really good, isn't
wow,
it?
I got to tell you, it's uncanny.
I got to have a meeting.
You actually look like him when
I
you
know,
do it. I don't know. How do you physically transform?
Yeah, it's crazy. I got the life vest on. And the Dustin look.
I love it.
He always looks like he just got off a boat.
The thing is, he has become so thin that he needs to look bulkier in the vest.
Oh, so that's what it is.
That's what he's hiding.
He's doubly protected. He's got a mask and a life preserver.
Well, I think Dustin, in his mind, is like 6'4", 280.
Yeah.
And now that he's kind of down to his fighting weight.
Dustin heard that there could be some flash flooding in the city today, so he's got
a life vest.
He's got his preserver on. No, I heard there'll be flash flooding.
He waits till Dustin leaves and then just goes after him. It's beautiful.
I thought he was here.
We got Ozzy. Ozzy's joining us next. We'll find out what Ozzy thinks of all the goings on with the White Sox, and we'll ask him about a guy stealing second, or he's trying to advance I get it. He's going to be the winning run. Help. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
Rossi, how you doing? Well, what's it been like? West Side Mike is on the score. Good morning. Happy Friday, Mike.
Good morning. Let me say something about the White Sox. Hear me out. You got the best radio show. You are a great hostess. And you're smart and you're educated, and I just want to let you know this.
Thank you.
Last year, it was a pandemic. Everybody was in and out the lineup last year. They won a lot of games. You got a guy who's coaching that team that's the same age, or my grandfather about the same age. You give them a remote controller. They don't know what they want to watch. They're just flipping the channels. You know why? Because they old. My grandfather thinks the Cartwrights and Gusmo still come on every day. It's past his prime. That's Tony La Russa. It's past his time. The man is old. My grandfather sitting in front of the TV. Why Gusmo ain't on? The granddad, it's 10:30. They don't show these TV shows no more. You got cable. Watch something else. Tony La Russa think he's back coaching the White Sox when he was young. He's past his time. Give him the mess of Jello or lifting pudding and whatever, and let him go home, retire, and get a young guy in there to run this team the right way. Because you keep that old guy in there, all you're going to do is get a rocking chair.
Hold on a second.
You're not going to win.
Mike, your grandfather is alive and well and is also in his late 70s?
My grandfather, they in the 90s.
Oh, he's in his, okay.
And you know what that means?
Yes.
They don't know. They don't remember where he at.
Okay.
It's a new time. It's 2022. I love my grandfather, but he old. When you get old, you're going to forget things. Tony Russa in his 70s, he's already forgetting things. Ask what years it is right now.
How old are you?
I'm 57 years old.
Okay, I'm just trying to work the math here because that's wow, good. That's good genes in your family. Then that is. I mean,
of course, you know why?
Why?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I just buy clothes and do the right thing.
There we go.
2005 World Series winning manager of the White Sox.
Tying run at second, 2 out. Palmeiro over the head of Jenks. Uribe charges, throws, out! And the White Sox have won the World Series.
No holes-barred baseball opinions.
Eaton, nobody like you.
Did you give Adam Dunn a mental break, or he just...
Yeah, I did him 2 bottles of vodka.
Ozzie Guillen with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Mark Grody is filling in for David, who's on vacation, and we are delighted to welcome in Ozzie Guillen, and he joins us, as he always does, on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Ozzie, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
You know, we're getting tired of it, frankly. It's just becoming, it's overwhelming, and the Sox seem to keep coming up with new and more spectacular ways to lose. They score 5 runs. It's not enough. They get the 6th run, but unfortunately, you got a guy tagged out at second before the run crosses the plate. So you got the run off the board. And you know, I heard from Tony. He said that Mendick apologized. Is that his call? Is he allowed to just go to second there on that play, Ozzie? How does it work? Should we blame Darryl Boston? Who do we blame?
Well, we got to blame the runner. Obviously, you don't have the help from Darryl Boston, because the first thing about it, nobody give Gurriel a prop. You know, this Gurriel make an unbelievable play, because as soon he catch the ball, he never turned to home plate. He turned right out of second base. That's a tremendous heads-up play. Mendy could have stopped and go from there, because you know the sooner you stop, the run you go to score, and it's stuff you can, you know, I mean, you cannot teach. You just got to go there by your instincts. But a lot of people was blaming McGuire. McGuire, you know, had nothing to do with him. He was running, was jogging like anybody else. But I think Mendy know he screwed up. Mendy know it was wrong. You know, I mean, hopefully he can swipe that away and move on, because he's going to be playing for TA. And we don't need. I don't think the White Sox need a guy. They play scared. You know what I mean? Hey, he screwed up once. If that kid was safe in second base, people will be like, wow, what a heads-up play. Unfortunately, not happening.
So Danny Mendick, Ozzie, did after the game, he said that he went and sat down with Tony La Russa and apologized to Tony La Russa. If a player comes and does that to you, it's I'm sorry about my blunder. How do you react to something like that as a manager?
First of all, I don't know how to react, but I don't like that. I don't. Hey, you screw up. The reason you screw up is just because you're playing. You know what I mean? It's nice you feel bad about what happening, but meanwhile, hey, we've seen worse.
Right.
And you know what I mean? That's a respect and the love for the game the kids have. But meanwhile, like, hey, you know what I mean? I will say, hey, listen, just keep running. Think about what you did and move on. Don't go to the hotel, start thinking about what you did wrong, because things happen. You know, things really happen, and unfortunately, the White Sox, the way they're playing, everything goes wrong for them. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable run. You know what I mean? Just like you sometimes like yesterday game, we thought it was going to be a hell of a pitching matchup. You one of the best 2 guys in baseball facing each other. All of a sudden, you turn around and be like, what's going on here? And that's Kirk. He had a couple good at bats, 3 good at bats. But the White Sox start swinging the bat a little bit better. We can say that. And especially my man Abreu.
Right.
And you know, I mean, it's Abreu starts swinging the bat. It's not those guys swinging the bat. Grandal, Abreu, today Roberts coming up. They're going to miss TA, yes, but they're going to miss TA a little less. The reason we're going to miss TA is so bad because everybody out will be slumped since spring training. You know what I mean? Only few guys have been consistency. You know, Vonnie, obviously TA, and a little bit of Pantera. You know, Pantera was hurt.
Right.
but nobody else contributes. You see those numbers, Harrison, Grandal, horrible.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like you're like, wow, that thing Grandal. I was checking the numbers yesterday. He's the worst in the major leagues. The worst. You know what I mean? We think.
What's
he
up
will
with him?
come back.
What's up with Grandal?
I wish I know, because I thought, he will come back because what he did last year, he was struggling the same way he is this year. Maybe less, because last year at least he was getting on base. This year, oh my God, he just, you know what I mean? I don't know. And if those guys pick it up, I don't think they should be missing A that much. Obviously, they're going to miss him because this man is the heart of this ball club. I don't think you can replace them. You see a lot of guys replace them, like Jimenez. The reason Vaughn play in the big league right now, do what they do, because Jimenez got hurt. If Jimenez never got hurt, this kid never been playing in the big league so far, because he didn't play in the minor league. But I think the key is offense start pick it up, offense start wake up. And one thing I worry about, guys, this ball club has been pitching so good all year long.
Right.
Maybe a couple hiccups here and there, but they pitch so good all year long. And I wonder, now we start hitting a little bit, how the pitching staff is going to hold on. Yeah, that happened in the game. That's why I'm kind of like, oh, man, I hope they stay like that a good percentage of the time. Then we have a chance to compete. But the pitching staff has to hold there, because if they play in another division and the pitching staff don't do what they're doing so far, White Sox will be in big trouble.
This segment with Ozzie Guillen sponsored by Hearthside Realtors. For all of your real estate needs, visit hearthsiderealtors.com. And Ozzie, it was surreal to me, given how bad Grandal has been, that he was the leadoff guy yesterday. And I know that was the 14th time he's done it in his career. But you don't think of him ever as a leadoff guy. Maybe if he's walking, if he's getting on base, but he's not doing that. Who would you lead off if you were making that decision? And what is it that you look for in a leadoff guy?
Oh, yes, it's a new era of baseball. I'm old school type of guy learning the new thing. But I mean, wow, the guy, he takes more pitches. The guy you think he's going to be a good one is him. He got the worst day I see him have this year. And, I really have a leadoff guy there, for, being honest. You might go to lead off the game, but the guys couldn't play either. Pollock, that's the one they used it before. And, just Angle can be a leadoff, but, they tried the best yesterday. How about that? And the problem Tony has, I feel bad for him. He's like, what? We talked to him, like, they played the Cubs. I asked that question. And he said, the hardest thing he had to do, any manager had to do, you got 40 different lineups, 100 different lineups. I said, yeah, because I tried to my offense respond, and we still fail. I think the best thing is about make one lineup and you stay with them, and make those guys figure out how to hit.
I got to tell you, Ozzie, it's I saw that interview with you and Tony, and it was excellent, and it made me kind of feel worse for Tony in the position he's in. What happens for a guy like Tony, for the coaches, teammates, when a guy like Kendall Graveman, I guess Dylan Cease too, can't travel to Canada, and it's because of their vaccination status? Is that letting a team down? I mean, they didn't need Graveman yesterday, but they were close to getting to a point where you would want that guy in the game. And I thought, man, that has got to be a shocker for teammates, managers, front office. The Sox had done a good job last year of getting everyone vaccinated, but it seems like not everyone's on board all of a sudden.
And that's a very, very delicate situation to touch, because so many people in America, they disagree, they agree. Some people don't like it. People have to respect. They have to respect my opinion. They have to respect my human rights. All the little things, that's something they know all the way from the beginning. They know that. They know they had that situation. They know, and I think they was aware for that. But you cannot blame the guy. You just hey, I don't believe it, or I believe it. I do, I don't. There's so many weird things happen with that COVID situation. If you blame him, people are gonna be upset. If you not blame him, people are gonna be upset. It's just something like one thing about it. They will know before the season starts. They know they're gonna have that problem coming to that day, coming to Toronto.
Right.
And they deal with, they deal with. You have to respect that because I don't blame the kid to say, for whatever reason, you don't want to do it. Hey, that's everybody's right, I guess. But it's just something you don't want to deal with. But in the meanwhile, your choices are very, 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 very short choices. What you going to do? Put in IL, then you can come back in a few days.
Right.
Very, very tough situation.
Hey, Ozzy, what did you think of the ball club's decision to designate for assignment Dallas Keuchel?
Another hard decision. They got to pay him a lot of money. But in the meanwhile, his Keuchel pitch, the way he was pitching, he was, he was pitching, he was making money to lose games. And they get to they get to the point, like, well, you know what, pretty soon we got to start lean back, Cueto throw the ball good. And if Keuchel pitch the inning he's supposed to pitch, you gotta have a contract. You gotta keep for a lot of money. And I don't know. I don't think he got relief because that. I think got relief because his performance was very, very bad. But we got a few guys like that too. They're on the contract. They not perform. Yes, we do.
Oh yeah.
We got to be honest. And, they hope those guys come out of the show. But believe me, Keuchel, after the first year, pitched okay. The COVID year, I don't think to me it wasn't a year. It was like a long spring training with numbers. And unfortunately, Keuchel could have pitched the way they thought they were going to pitch. And I think if they do the right thing, I think so. I think they did. Why? Because, pitching wow, we pay a lot of money. And also give opportunity to Keuchel to go and help another team, and hopefully can pitch good for another team. But I think they was right to make that move.
Ozzy, thanks a ton. Always appreciate your candor. Great stuff.
All right, guys, stay happy because the hottest thing that happened when I go to do the YouTube stuff with my kids. Oh, I got to talk about the game. Right after the game, I don't have anything to say. That's boring. We need them to win to get better.
Oh, man, you're so right. All right, buddy. Thank you. That is Ozzy Guillen. Always the joy to talk to him. That's the thing that no one understands. I can't tell you how many times I've had teams say, oh, you guys must be happy because we're losing. No, we don't want to deal with you after you lost.
Right.
No, the story is better, and it's better if you actually win. We're not against you. Good God.
Yeah.
We need content. Win.
That's right. Winning
get,
content is always better.
Winning Dustin content is the best.
Oh, my
We're going to
God.
get to a scoreboard update from the master. He's taken over the crown
I
from
know,
a once
man.
great man,
of
a Hall of Famer who has lost his.
Have we renamed the update room the Mark Carodi Memorial Update Studio?
I don't think we have.
Has
No,
that happened yet?
I think we'd have to go back up to the 12th floor.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because that's where
there's a plaque up there.
There
honoring,
is, yes.
Yeah.
Amongst the cobwebs.
The microphone is still there with like a little glass case around
They
it.
just closed it down, the studio. Occasionally, they'll bring some fans in to wander through it.
Right, there's a few
Young,
scribbles.
aspiring sportscasters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5-2 score here.
This is the
there.
room where John Lennon and Yoko announced their sleep-in for peace, and here is, of course, the Grody studio.
Right. Scoreboard updates.
Not quite.
Top
no.
and the bottom. I need I think I should be the next score person to have a street sign in the score hallways.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Take down Terry Boy's
Yeah,
Way.
right?
Let's get to
Mark Grody Lane.
We'll just call it Hall of Fame Avenue.
The HOF Avenue. Everybody knows.
Everyone knows it's you.
I bet I could go radio station
You get
to
extra
radio.
money now when you go to like the autograph signings because you put HOF on.
I'm
there?
not supposed to say that, but the answer is yes. Yes, I'm not. That's not
So the
something-
autograph's up to $8
yeah,
now?
I'm not. I'm going to be transparent. I am not going to. But I could probably go radio station to radio station in this hallway where there are and there would be not other Hall of Famers. Chambers.
Are you on that thing where you wish people happy birthday?
Cameo.
Cameo.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm not. I should
Those
be.
are $9.
though.
Why aren't you?
Those are
I don't
$9.
know.
Those are going up now with HOF.
Oh, they are going up
Yep.
now. Oh, absolutely.
You don't even do them, and they're more expensive. Than
I
they
know.
were.
No, I don't even. I have to like really look because they sent me a whole book of HOF opportunities, money making opportunities
Nice,
that I
nice.
need to dig through and get bigger into.
HOF do's and don'ts.
Yeah, you're right. Dude, no longer associated
When I got here
with
at
people
3 a.m.,
below
I think
you.
there was an infomercial on one of the channels about that HOF do's and don'ts.
Oh, really? What are the do nots now? Do not associate with part-time people. Do not do that. Exactly. Oh,
Scoreboard update.
All right, Mark, pay
There it
attention.
is.
From the
Okay.
Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Dustin Rhodes. Here's what's happening. Cubs win. They stopped their losing streak at 3. They beat the Brewers last night at Wrigley Field, 8-7. Patrick Wisdom smacking the go-ahead home run in the 8th inning. Wilson Contreras solo home run in the 1st. P.J. Higgins also went deep. David Robertson worked the 9th for his 7th save in 9 tries. Series wraps tonight. Kyle Hendricks on the mound. Pre-game, 6:30 right here on The Score. Alejandro Kirk, a pair of 2-run home runs, both of them coming off of Lucas Giolito, who allowed a season-high 6 runs and 8 hits in 4 2/3 innings of work. Grandal batted leadoff. One piece of good news for the Sox last night, Andrew Vaughn homered, had 4 hits, 2 RBIs. Michael Kopech looks to straighten things out tonight up in Canada. Akeem Hicks no longer a Bear. He signed a deal with the Bucks 1 year. Could be up to $10 million going into his checking account. The NFL kicks off in just 100 days. NBA Finals is set to tip tomorrow. The Celtics will be at the Warriors. And over in the NHL playoffs, wild one last night in Colorado. Avs 8-6 winners over the Oilers. Tonight, the puck drops in the Eastern Conference. The Lightning will be at the Rangers. The Chicago Wolves, they host a $3 beer night this Friday when they take on the Stockton Heat in the conference finals at the Allstate Arena. The Wolves are the hottest team in hockey, and they're only 1 series away from a return to the Calder Cup Finals. Get your ticket, ChicagoWolves.com.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. Join me 9 a.m. to noon here on The Score. Wednesday already? Yeah, it's a Layla Wednesday. That includes Mike Florio at 10 o'clock, the midday.
Jerry Krause tried his best to get me to be in a Bulls uniform on several different occasions. It just never worked out.
What's the one that you think of first? I mean, we know the one that we think of first because it was legendary, but then there's the others that have come out. So tell us about Jerry trying to get you.
Yeah, well, the legendary one was trying to trade for a 18-year-old high school kid for Scottie Pippen, which was, to me in itself bizarre. I remember the night of the draft. I get a call 12 o'clock at night, and it's my agent. He tells me it's for the Bulls. I may be traded for Scottie Pippen on draft night. I was like, oh, my gosh. Like, it was just such a surreal feeling that I possibly could have been a freaking Bull and teaming up with Michael Jordan. But at the time, I thought MJ, when they did nix the trade, I thought it was MJ that did that. But I got close to a reliable source and said it was Jerry Reinsdorf that did it.
It's funny. Jerry Reinsdorf came on our radio station after that story made the rounds, and he was like, "No, it wasn't MJ. It was him." Like he felt the need to go first person. Like, and Jerry Reinsdorf does not do interviews anymore.
Right.
And then the free agent recruitment.
See, that's the thing. When you said the legendary time, I thought you were going to say for us because we knew about it. Was when Benny the Bull and everybody, there was a small band playing Sweet Home Chicago. There's the Lovables cheerleaders. Yeah. When everybody meets you at the airport. Was there any part of you at that point? So that's a few years after the draft then, Tracy. Is there any part of you at that point that thought, this is ridiculous? This is over the top?
No, I didn't think it was ridiculous. I actually was very appreciative that he went, Chicago Bulls went above and beyond of trying to recruit me. I mean, I loved every bit of it. It's just they were recruiting against Orlando, which is where I grew up. To have that opportunity to play there, and it presented itself at that time in 2000, I couldn't pass that up. So that was the only reason, why I chose to go home.
Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Joe, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Doing fantastic. You know, Ozzy said something that had me thinking about sports betting that's very important. And I forgot exactly how he put it with Keuchel. He was pitching to lose or getting paid to lose.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's kind of the same thing with the sports betting world, as you have so many people trying to break through, make their hay in Twitter, and maybe they'll get a job because there are a million sports betting analysts out there who've never bet on sports before. But you'll find ultimate fades, and I think we all have friends that can't pick their nose if they're into sports betting, and sometimes that's the best way to handicap. Just find out what their side they're on, and then go the opposite
other way,
which a lot of bettors were doing with Keuchel every time he was on the mound, going the opposite way.
Yeah, you know, I hear what you're saying. It's the old, what was that movie, Let It Ride? You remember that Richard Dreyfuss
Yes.
at the track? And he goes to one race where he goes around, he has everybody give him their horse, and he just scratches them off, and the horse that's left that no one's betting on, he wins on. So I like that approach, Joe. I can't help but feel that if the Warriors win the NBA championship, that Steph Curry has to win the MVP. And I even wonder if Boston wins, if Steph Curry has to win the MVP.
Wow.
We're getting a lot of talk about how Steph Curry has to win the MVP.
Yeah, that narrative is running wild. And I'm on board with the idea that if the Warriors win, it's Steph's.
Yeah.
I mean, every time when he's won titles in the past, he's not gotten the award. He had KD or LeBron in the series. Doesn't it feel like it's lining up? He just got the Western Conference Finals MVP. He got the All-Star Game MVP. And as you mentioned, a lot of people have been talking about, well, it's just Steph's time. So how does that matter with sports betting? Well, if you want to pick the Warriors before Game 1 tomorrow night, it's minus 150, meaning you'd have to lay $15 to win 10 on the Warriors to win the series. But if you just go Steph MVP, since he's likely to be the MVP if the Warriors win, you can get plus money, plus 100 or plus 110. I think that's the better approach. Now, I don't think that's the case on the Boston side. It would likely be Tatum, but what we saw in the Eastern Conference Finals MVP was there was a vote for Jimmy Butler, even though he was on the losing side, because Tim Bontemps felt he was the best player in the series. Maybe Marcus Smart, there's an outside chance as a long shot if he were to do a great job on Curry, and he's healthy, which is the theme here, if he's healthy. So, yeah, if you're thinking Warriors, I would just go with Steph Curry MVP. I'm on board with that. I think he's definitely, I mean, it feels like the voters are dying to give him a finals MVP, which would set up for his Hall of Fame campaign down the road, along with Mark Rody's.
I'm there. I'm living the
Oh, you're in. You're
yeah.
in. You're better than Steph. That's
Yeah, it's a lifestyle now, Joe.
Dude,
We're
Haugh.
yeah.
To co-host with Mully, you gotta be a Hall of
Right,
Famer.
absolutely. This is that's right there, minimum requirement.
I'm like Buck
HOF.
Showalter. I can't win a World Series, but I can help you when I'm gone.
Hey, Joe, what about the White Sox winning the American League Central? Where are things stacking up as far as the Sox odds in the division?
So I keep checking it. I'm waiting for it to change, and it hasn't changed all that much. We've seen adjustments, like after the Tim Anderson injury, but the White Sox are still favored, guys, and I find that surprising.
Wow.
We have it's close to a pick'em, but still, to have them as White Sox as a favorite, I think we've had one day this season when the Twins were favored. It's White Sox minus 110, Minnesota plus 110 over at PointsBet. We know about the 5-game gap. There's an 80-run differential between the two teams, and that's why I find this so surprising. Now, if we break down the Twins' schedule, this is all in the division. Outside of the division, Minnesota is 13-13, but they're 17-8 inside the division. And I know White Sox fans don't want to hear this right now, but down the road, second half, it's easy for the White Sox. So that's the case I'm coming up with. They still have 16 games against Detroit, 11 against KC, 7 against Oakland, 7 against Baltimore. And in the end, it's going to be decided in these Minnesota games. They still have to play them 16 times. And of the last 9, 6 of them against the Twins. But just where they rank offensively, bottom 5 nearly across the board. It just shocks me that still with that 5-game gap past Memorial Day that the Sox are favored.
All right. I guess I just go over now when it comes to the NHL playoffs. Is that the new bet?
It depends which series is going on that night. So last night in the West, you go over with Colorado, Edmonton. Some people are thinking, wait, we got conference finals here? The total 7? Yeah, it went over by 7, Mully, last night with 14 goals last night. It was crazy. I would stick with overs in Edmonton, Colorado. I would stick with goal props if you want to do that, over on points with guys like McDavid, Draisaitl, McKinnon. Yeah. And then tonight, the series that starts with Tampa Bay and the Rangers. Now, that will be an under series. That's going to be more about the goaltending, and the Western Conference games are going to be about the high scoring. So whatever you like. If you like low scoring, watch the Eastern Conference. You like high scoring, stick with the West. But I expect that to continue. Not 14 goals per night, but they set the number at 7 for tomorrow, so I would look to the overs there.
Yeah, that's an entertaining brand of hockey as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about the gambling game, but it's fun to watch. One more baseball one for me. Where is Seiya Suzuki in terms of Rookie of the Year? Does he got company? Where are we at with Seiya? I haven't heard much about that lately.
Yeah, Seiya is still a co-favorite. He's a co-favorite now. Yeah, it's 3-1. It was a pick 'em at one point. It was even money, but now it's 3-1, and this one also surprises me a little bit. I don't know if it's the number of money from Cubs fans that's come in on Seiya here, but now he's on the injured list in the last month. He's hitting 183, 30 strikeouts, only 8 walks. He's co-favorite with Mackenzie Gore, San Diego pitcher. It's been off the charts. 8 games, a 1.71 ERA, 10 strikeouts per 9. So all of a sudden, it seems like this award is up for grabs. A month in, it felt like it was going to be all Suzuki, but the league has certainly caught up to him, and he's striking out a bunch. So those odds have certainly shifted.
Hey, thank you, Joe. Great catching up with you. Appreciate all the info, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
See you, Joe.
That is Joe Ostrowski. He is our friend, and we miss him.
It's emotional.
Don't get me going.
I know.
We have a little ceremony we're going to perform here in honor of Mark Grody. We'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on the Score. Chicago Cubby in half.
I mean, probably the biggest one for me from the jump was.
What was it like when did you find out what happened? How did you find out what happened?
I didn't find out until we ran. I was sitting on like a 1989 stationary bike in the visiting pulpit in New York. In New York, you guys have a lot of money, so I think we need to get a new bike out there. It's broken. So I was sitting on that bike, and all of a sudden, this bench is clear, and we all try to get out, and Liam, the door to get out of the bullpen you pull, he was pushing for seconds. So not only do we look dumb for running in, but we were stuck. So we were stuck for a while. I was like, Liam, open the damn door. And he's like, I can't. And everyone's like, it's Paul. And so he's like pushing, and then he finally pulls it, and then it's like the Bulls were let loose. It was just like we were all like on top of each other's backs. And so sidetrack, when we're getting back, it's more embarrassing because Yankees fans are pretty good at riling people up. And so we get back, and they're like, Liam, were you looking for the key? Liam, it's a pull door, not a push. So now we just look like morons just coming back. We're like, yeah, it's his fault, but yeah, it was bad. Whatever he's saying, they're not friends. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I am half Mexican. You know, I have plenty of African friends, but I would never even say that to my friends. You know what I mean? Like, that are my boys. Like, next June 9th, my birthday, we play the Dodgers, so I'm not going to go to run by Mookie and say that.
Right.
Like, first of all, Mookie would probably never have a problem. And second of all, I would never say it, so none of those two things would ever happen. Like, Mookie's one of my best friends. David Price is one of my best friends, but I would never say it to David Price. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And now you're saying it's a person you hate? Guys, that's terrible. No one would ever say that.
And that's just his reputation.
100%.
So what's his problem? Because all you baseball players, I always hear.
I have no idea.
He's been on 5 teams in 5 years.
But everybody says that you guys police the game. And he keeps doing it. And I mean, I know he's a hell of a hitter.
He can hit. There it is, Danny.
But, like, what's the problem?
I guess if you put up numbers, you get a stay. You know what I mean? Like, if you perform, it doesn't matter.
What does it say to you that you guys all rallied around TA and there really hasn't been a Yankee contingent coming out and supporting him?
I mean, because everyone. Would you support a loser?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you know the answer, hey, 2 plus 2 equals 4. You'd be like, my team says it's 3. Like, no.
This idiot over here says it's 3.
But everyone else in the world knows what you did and says it's 4.
Yeah.
So, of course, that just shows you who's right and who's wrong.
But
But Tim Anderson's saying it as a positive thing.
Of
the way he's
course.
changing the game. And he said it as a negative thing. So it's, even though
Deriding
the word,
it.
if you read the word of what someone says and then you just take that and you don't have context, yeah, it makes sense.
Correct.
But he's saying it in a negative way. Tim's saying it about himself in a positive way.
See,
That's the context. That's not what he's doing.
There's so many levels where it's helpful to talk to you and hopefully helpful for people to hear it. I mean, Joe Kelly was a psychology major in college, so you're thinking about this stuff. When you're watching players interact and fight or not fight or whatever they're doing, you're looking at how their brains are working and seeing why they're doing what they do, right?
Yes.
And it's like, and Tim is very strong and very confident and ebullient, and Josh Donaldson doesn't like that, in part.
No, not at all. Yeah, not at all.
He would have fit in on those old Cardinals teams that kicked you off.
No chance.
No?
Donaldson?
Nah.
Yeah.
Why not?
He's a man without a country, right? Nobody likes him.
Yeah, exactly.
Morning from the Chicago Wolves Update Studio. I'm Dustin Rhodes. Here's what's happening. Michael Kopech will be throwing tonight for the White Sox, who look to get back on the winning side of things after falling to the Blue Jays last night, 6-5. Lucas Giolito tagged with the loss. He allowed a season-high 6 runs, 8 hits, and 4 2/3 innings of work. One bright spot, Andrew Vaughn homered, had 4 hits and 2 RBI. Patrick Wisdom smacked the go-ahead home run in the 8th inning. The Cubs beat the Brewers last night at Wrigley 8-7. You can hear them on the score again tonight, 6:30. Zach Zabin's pregame. Kyle Hendricks will be throwing. Akeem Hicks no longer a Bear. He signed with the Bucks, 1-year deal up to $10 million. We're just 100 days away from the NFL kicking off. Tomorrow we have the tip-off in the NBA Finals. The Celtics will be at the Warriors. And in the NHL, the Eastern Conference Finals dropped their puck tonight. Lightning at the Rangers last night, a wild affair in Colorado. Avs 8-6 winners over the Oilers to take Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. After knocking off division rivals Rockford IceHogs, Milwaukee Admirals, the Chicago Wolves are now in the conference finals against the Stockton Heat. The AHL is down to just 4 teams left, and you can see the Wolves this Friday, 7 o'clock at the Allstate Arena. Go to ChicagoWolves.com for your tickets.
And this hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
Mully and Haugh, live and local, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score.
It's Brody time! Yeah! Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. I want to let you know that the segment with Joe Ostrowski brought to you by PointsBet. I want to thank them for presenting us with Joe, even though Joe is our friend. And we knew him first. But it is Grody time. We have the Hall of Famer filling in this week, and I didn't know how to honor you quite in the way that you needed to be honored. You instructed me you needed to be honored.
Yeah, I
so
believe it.
Mitch came in. How about this?
Yeah.
This is the Scores Chicagoland Sports Hall of Fame medal.
Oh, my God.
I'm just going to go over and put this on your...
Wow.
hold on.
Is this happening?
Yeah, this is happening right now.
Man. This is big. All right, no, Mully is now getting up. He has taken off the head, heel toe. Little good rhythm to the walk. I love it. You look good today, Mully. Those shoes are sick, man. I love your wheels, bro. Thank you. Oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mully. I appreciate that. Now go back to your seat and don't look me straight in the eye while we talk. You got it, pal? I believe that I left you a list of things that you needed to abide by when.
That's why you need to be on Twitch to see that presentation. It was a beautiful moment. I should have kissed you on both cheeks.
Yeah, this is great.
And I apologize for not doing that, but I have not talked to the folks at Human Resources and found out if that's okay.
I'm going to find out in about an hour.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
It's
my Wednesday meeting with HR.
Yeah, it's a regular appointment.
We just need to go through a few things that were borderline.
So there you have the medal in honor of your Hall of Fame standing.
Yes.
Mitch wants you to know that you need to return that when the show is over. Yeah.
Wow. So
you can only wear it for the next hour.
Is the Chicago Sports Hall of Fame a bigger deal than the Illinois State University Hall of Fame? Would you say?
I mean, whatever award you have is the bigger deal, Mr. Crody, sir.
Oh, so good. So well put.
Yeah.
So well put. But right now I'm representing a radio station, and I'm doing it with pride by wearing this very heavy medal strapped around my neck right now. Thank you, Mom.
It is very heavy. Isn't it surprisingly heavy?
It is. Can we stop this now?
Could you just bite it and make sure that it's actual gold?
It is delish.
No,
Absolutely.
It was great. I went to the ceremony where Mitch got the medal, and I believe Porter Mosier got a medal on the same night.
Yeah.
So it was a big moment for all of us.
Oh, very cool. So this is actually Mitch's award, but he
Well,
shares
it's
it
for
with
the
us.
station.
Okay, and Mitch Rosen
Mitch represents the
the
station.
So it really is all of ours. So technically,
You
I
get
could
to-
walk out of here
So
with
you
this.
you get to wear it for an hour.
Is that what it is? Oh,
No, I don't know what.
I got to wear this thing for an hour, huh? Oh,
You don't
man.
have to.
Where's Dan and Layla?
But it's
Is it
recommended.
Layla?
Yeah,
Layla
they'll
Wednesday
be in.
starts
It's a Layla
now.
Wednesday.
It
They'll be
is.
in. Dan is. Dan and Layla will both be here, and we'll get a chance to do a little crosstalk in a
Fantastic.
little bit.
Look
So
forward to it, man.
That's really fun. We're going to talk some Cubs. We got Tony Andracki is going to join us, and we'll get a chance to pick apart some of the issues going on with the Chicago Cubs. And there are obviously a lot of issues. I think one of the more interesting ones is the play of Christopher Morel, who has come up and been excellent. And he yesterday broke the club record. His hot start continued with a walk and a triple. And that breaks Wilson Contreras' team record of reaching base in your first 13 games. That was the 14th one for Christopher Morel. So he had been deadlocked with Contreras in terms of your first 14 games. He's been on base. So congratulations to Christopher Morel. By the way, I'm pretty sure that Rossi used a really weird comparison. He said, take a listen to this.
What stood out to me, the triple there, but like sliding past the bag and popping up, and like, I mean, just like that did exact slide reminded me of Javi, of just like he's playing the game with a lot of passion, almost that saying of playing with your hair on fire, but he's calm in the box, he's taking his walks, but when the ball touches his bat, when he gets ready to throw the ball, when he goes after the ball, there's a lot of electricity in there.
That is a Javi Baez comparison. The passion of the game, that slide reminded him of Javi Baez. Javi Baez, of course, a former Cubs player who is now retired to Detroit. You will never hear of him again.
No, you will not.
He's basically ended his career.
He did.
I think he might be more obscure, if that's possible, than Chris Bryant, another
unbelievable
Cub who has gone missing.
Yeah, who is more another 5 at 5?
Yes.
Who has become more irrelevant and
Yes.
obscure? Obscure is actually the better word.
Obscure.
Javier Baez or Chris Bryant? That is
Yeah.
such a great sidebar question. You just slid right in there.
Which of the two seems more like he's joined witness protection?
Yeah,
Javi in Detroit,
and
Chris Bryant. And I don't even know where Chris Bryant is. Is he in Colorado?
And that's
because
the word. Is he
I
at
thought
homer yet?
I thought he had the ankle. I
think he has 0 homers.
He's been in and out
serious.
of the lineup. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
And Baez, he hit a home run. I think it was credited with a home run. The ball bounced off a glove against the White Sox.
There's not a lot
we'll
of chat.
hear occasionally about Baez because they'll play the Sox. But I don't know. I think we heard about Bryant earlier in the year when the Cubs went out there, and then
I think Brian is just so happy. I bet,
because
there's no more
attention.
God his money, and it was important to him. It was very important to Chris Bryant to get paid like top dollar and get the highest bidder. You know what I mean? Like it was, and I don't think that's bad or anything like that. But that's why he went there. That's why he went to Colorado, and I guess he could say the same for Baez. Unless either of these teams said we have a 3-year plan and we're going to be winning in year 3 of it, So, but these guys wanted theirs and they got it.
You like the Cubs. You've been out there. You know the Cubs.
Yes.
I wonder if either of those two players, and I'm not joking anymore. I do think that they're in somewhat obscurity.
No, you're right.
But I think Chris Bryant is almost like it's almost like he's retired. We're never going to hear of him again.
I know.
But I wonder if either of those two guys. I've been to Detroit, and I have been to games at Detroit. There is no energy. I've been to weekend games with full crowds. There's no energy like there is at Wrigley Field.
Oh no.
And I wonder how much, Christopher Morel comes up and he's getting on base and he's playing with passion. He's also playing in front of a crowd that's behind him. There's also that feeling with the Cubs that Wrigley is it's always going to be an event. That people are, I get it. The Cubs are selling Wrigley Field during their rebuild. Shh, don't say rebuild. But that's what's really to buy.
That's exactly.
And it's a great experience. But the energy of that would fuel players, would motivate players. You don't get that in Detroit.
Yeah.
You don't get that in Colorado.
Yeah, but they can always say and feel, genuinely, they had that. They had that. And they won a World Series in that. They went to 3, NLCSs in all that. They got that. They did the winning. They did the adulation. Now they wanted to get their money and the adulation still, I'm sure. But the winning and the energy, like that, they got that part of their career, and I'm sure that they still desire it, and I'm sure, especially Javier Baez, I'm sure he misses the energy at Wrigley Field, which brings me full circle back to Christopher Morel. I love what Christopher Morel has done, and I understand the spirit in which David Ross compared him to Javier Baez, but Javier Baez is one of the, in terms of the talent, one of the most talented players to come out of the Cubs. Like in terms of all those guys, the Bryants, the Schwarbers, Addison Russell, that whole crew. You can make an argument that Javier Baez was, in terms of raw skills, the most talented of the bunch. So I can't, I'm not going to go overboard here because I understand what Ross was saying, but I don't know if I would throw a Chris Morel comp on Javier Baez. He's a unicorn.
Okay, and I'm with you on that, but I do think that of the ex-Cubs, if you're following Schwarber, is Cassiano an ex-Cub? Things are going really bad in Philadelphia. Let's put it that way.
Oh, man.
Things aren't going great in Detroit. things aren't going great in Colorado.
Right, they're not well.
I mean, Anthony Rizzo kind of stands alone.
Yeah.
And he didn't get the greatest deal, right? He didn't
2-year
get the
deal.
money
Right.
that he thought he was going to get out of the Cubs. So Chris Bryant is set. I mean, listen, Anthony Rizzo has nothing to worry about. But Chris Bryant can get a private jet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
yes,
saying?
right,
Like he's in a different
Oh, yeah.
he's in a different banking system. That I think Chris Bryant can have offshore money. He could have a Swiss bank account. I'm not sure Anthony Rizzo can. I think it just, and maybe I'm being mean about it, but Chris Bryant is in obscurity. Rizzo's in New York. That's a different animal.
It makes sense too, because Rizzo was always the more like gregarious of those two. If you want to like dissect Rizzo, he was the guy that you could see accepting a little bit of the shine and having a voice in the clubhouse. Not that Chris Bryant didn't, and Chris Bryant has always been the guy who, and he said this when he arrived in Denver, that he just wants to play baseball. He just wants to play. That's all Chris Bryant.
Right.
Hey, he happened to win a World Series with his first team, but I don't think Chris Bryant would ever be unhappy if as long as he's playing baseball. And now he knows where he's going to be for the next what was the deal? 7 years. He knows where he's going to be. He knows how much money. He knows where he's going to raise his kids and be with his wife. I think Chris Bryant. I don't think there's any happier man on the planet today than Chris Bryant, and that goes with the fact that he's injured and has, I think, 0 home runs.
Yeah, he has 0 home runs, and we have a texter saying that Chris Bryant is tied with Jason Hayward for 0 home runs, and he wonders which guy laughs louder on the way to the bank.
Well, we have another question for 5 at 5. We've got our whole 5 at 5 set for tomorrow. Very good. Plus, Mully will have the top 20 Chicago Bears defensive linemen list.
I mean, I haven't gone through the list, but I did glance, and I think Biggs had him in the top 100 list that he put together.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing he's close to top 20.
Okay. All right.
He could well be in it.
Feels like he would be just because of how long he ended up
I
being
don't think he's
here.
top 10.
No, I don't think he's top 10.
He might not be top 15.
Right, because if you're adding in all of the, because we are adding in defensive
apparently
ends.
we're adding in guys like Julius Peppers.
Yeah, well, everybody that played on the defensive line.
Who's better?
Julius Peppers or Akeem Hicks? Like for the time on the Bears, right?
No, for their lives.
Oh, for their lives. Well, I would say Julius Peppers, yeah.
Okay, and time on the Bears.
Time on the Bears is trickier because I never, Julius Peppers never, racked up those gargantuan sack totals like he was supposed to. Man, God, I'll probably say Julius Peppers by an eyelash. What would you say?
I mean, different types of players, different. Yeah, of course it's Julius Peppers. I just think people are mad because he went to the Packers. You could see Dustin get his Irish
I didn't
up
care
over
about
it.
that.
I don't either. They should have kept him.
Well, yeah, I guess maybe in retrospect.
Highly paid guy. You paid him top dollar. You were sitting in front of his house.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was dropped in on, God, things are different, man. Julius Peppers was dropped in on Urlacher and Briggs and Brown and all those. Oh, my God. You just drop in. You have all these Hall of Fame talent already, and then they just dropped in Julius Peppers.
It was very exciting when they brought him, but I felt, like Mully, when he came here, I felt that he was like the elite upper echelon, and I just feel he didn't do enough while here. He was okay. He was not.
That's fair.
He was not great here.
He's great everywhere. Julius Peppers is unbelievable.
Really good, but not great here.
I didn't think he was dominant here. He the players will tell you differently because they'll all Urlacher and all those say he was the best player on that defense, but he never had the mass. I'd like to know his sack numbers. I don't remember him having a massive year ever with sack totals.
Well, didn't he have he had a huge game against the Packers right off the bat, if I remember, just like Khalil Mack did. They both kind of were very similar. They announced themselves to the division and everything.
Do you consider Mack a defensive lineman or a linebacker?
I consider him a lineman.
I do too.
Yeah. And most players would
because
tell you
most
that
of the time he played with his hand in the dirt.
Yeah.
See, Mark?
Talk to Lance. I think it was Lance Briggs who was making a big deal. What are they calling these guys linebackers for?
Yeah.
Robert Quinn was not a linebacker last year.
Never.
Khalil Mack was not a linebacker. Come on.
Robert Quinn's a tough one.
Oh, in
Because
terms
he had
of Bears?
he had the greatest season ever in Bears history.
I'm not recognizing that, by the way. I'm just
All
not.
right. Dustin
Why?
refused to
You don't factor in dominance?
Because Richard Dent is like
17th game. Is that
so many times better.
Okay.
He couldn't hold Dent's jock. He couldn't hold Hampton's
he's pretty
anything.
Good. Oh, well, Dan Hampton
You're
is
right.
a totally different.
But Dan Hampton doesn't have the
is a
all-time
totally
sack
different
record as the
Danimal.
Bear.
It doesn't matter. He made a Pro Bowl at every position on the defensive line. Think about that for a second.
Awfully good.
That's
I
unbelievable.
think Richard Dent is really good and one of the greatest of all times, but I don't think it would be like weird if those two hung out in the same circle. You know what I mean?
Come on,
like
HOF, buddy.
but no, he's not
you're
HOF.
a Hall of Famer. Richard Dent's in the Hall of Fame.
Now this is
Okay?
what's
It's not
happening
that
to me.
hard.
Like you just did the HOF. I'm just reading a
The
text right now.
Danimal is an HOF.
I have another sarcastic, hey, Hall of Famer, this texter says. Chris Bryant was way more talented than Javier Baez. Is that true? I don't know. Who was the most raw talented of all those Cubs players? I think Baez was more talented than Chris Bryant.
Let's let that one hang. We're going to bring in Tony Andracki next. We're going to talk some Cubs. Modern Cubs. Mully and Haugh on the score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the score.
We've seen seasons in baseball recently where this season from Wilson Contreras would merely be described as a good season.
My favorite is always, and this is just me totally making this
Yeah.
up. Hector Villanueva spelled backwards as Joaquin Andujar.
Now you're gonna be there with us because that Harry was really
Was really good. Well, I haven't busted that one out in a long time because there's been so many bad Harry carries along the way.
Oh, I know. Derek Holland comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, Will Ferrell, like his wasn't very good, but it was funny.
It was funny
because it was a different type of. It was a
the
newer
essence.
type of character. Yeah,
It
so
was just doing the essence of
he
somebody.
crushed
It's
it.
a newer type of situation.
100%.
His was more, hey everybody,
Yeah.
let's go, but you gotta get down here a little bit if you're gonna do Harry. You know what I'm
Yes, you
saying?
do.
Yeah.
Mark, what would it sound like if Dave Miska were Harry Carey's engineer?
Oh my God! Hey, Dave Miska is here for all of. Do me a favor and get me a couple more. Oh yeah, I'll get you a couple more Budweiser. I can just get you better import, something better than that. I got it. All right, that's enough. Settle down back then. Got this guy. He's all hyper. Oh yeah, I got to take care of it. My voice is gonna die if I keep this up. Hey, whatever you need, Harry. I'm gonna hurt myself.
If Miska was producing Harry, they were
Oh,
on
my God.
microphones together.
Hey, there's a guy at second base. I see the guy at second base. I see him already. The ball goes over the. Oh yeah, there's a guy with a basket out there that just got. I saw that thing.
Would Miska identify if someone was on base? Like as if no one saw it?
You're right, exactly. He's on second base. He's outside. He got there. And another one goes over the.
Make sure the levels are good. Concentrate on the levels.
Usually aren't.
Oh, look at the umpire. I saw the umpire. It was Dutch Randon. It feels good to bust that out because I put it away.
You did, of course
Put Harry
you did.
Carey away for years.
Because it got
killed and people hated
killed,
it.
It got silly. It got absurd. I know. That's why. But now we're in a time where it's okay, where it can come back, and you need it. And the Cubs have the lead. Patrick Wisdom with a long home run. Get out the tape measure. Cubs lead by a score of 8-7. All the way on to Waveland Avenue.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Oh, what a delight to see the Cubs end that 3-game losing streak and beat the Brewers 8-7 with Patrick Wisdom, that go-ahead home run in the 8th inning, a big moment. And obviously Contreras did very well earlier, had a nice home run, one of the hardest hit balls in the major leagues this year. And we are delighted to welcome in Tony Andracki from Marquee Sports Network. He joins us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Tony, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Doing great. How are you guys?
You know, we were talking about it earlier. That home run by Wilson Contreras was apparently 116 miles an hour, the 4th hardest hit ball this year in the major leagues, the 4th hardest hit homer, and yet somehow it wound up in the basket. Like, shouldn't that thing have gone out onto the street, for God's sake?
Yeah, it's funny. I think Wilson actually was rattling off those numbers himself in the clubhouse post game, and he's like, "But I saw it was only 17 degrees launch angle, so I was kind of not expecting it to get out anyway." So it's like he's looking at the board and he saw several things. He saw, Christopher Morel reaching base for 14 straight games to start his career, and just a bunch of different things overall that Wilson was reading on the board in the middle of the game, including immediately after that homer. So I got a little kick out of that.
That's awesome. I got to tell you, with Patrick Wisdom hitting, speaking of heavy hitters, like he hits the home run last night in the 8th, obviously ended up being the difference in a Cubs 8-7 win over the Milwaukee Brewers. I don't know where I am with Patrick Wisdom, a future Chicago Cub, but I sure do love a Patrick Wisdom home run. There is something that is just absolutely complete about seemingly all of his home runs. That guy is really strong. Where does that come from with Wisdom?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. And it is awesome. I mean, that homer last night, I was watching, we sent from the Marquee account just a side angle of it. And it was just awesome to see. I was watching it over and over, and we were talking as we were waiting for postgame to start, just like, man, it'd be so cool to hit a ball that far, like just once, and have a swing like that. So it would be really nice. For him, I mean, he's just a really strong, athletic guy. And I think what the Cubs have done so well with him is they've tried to maximize his strengths, which obviously is the power, without limiting what he does well. It's not like they've tried to be like, hey, become more of a contact hitter. They're letting him go up there and fail and strike out a bunch. I think he still leads the National League in strikeouts right now, but obviously it comes with this power and with the ability to have these like 12-pitch at-bats and come up with a single and stuff. So he gets into a lot of deep counts, and obviously he can hit a homer on pretty much any pitch and any count. So, I think a credit to him for just continuing along that path. It's been, I think it was like 53 weeks ago today the Cubs first called him up, and he has 39 homers in that span. So, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And a friend of the program, he came on, so we love him. So David Ross confirmed yesterday that Matt Swarmer is going to make another start with the big league club, which, he deserved. He earned it. And yet I know a certain producer here, Dustin Rhodes, who's waiting for Caleb Killian. And there's something about Killian not coming up that is
killing him,
eternally upsetting to Dustin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans probably feel the same way too. The Cubs are in a weird spot right now in the sense that, obviously they're trying to figure out all these pieces for the future, right? And kind of finalize exactly like what this team might even look like in the now, in the short term. but their 40-man roster has been this crunch for so long, and they have so many guys, kind of on the bubble, and so many guys on the IL. It's like 14 or 15 guys on the IL right now. So yeah, Killian, he could make a lot of sense, but Jed just said last weekend that he thinks there's still some development done, and he acknowledges that there'd be development even when he gets up here as well. But, I think for right now, Swarmer's earned this. He's pitched really well in the minor leagues the last couple of seasons. He was pitching in a rec league 2 years ago, so that's kind of a cool journey to Wrigley Field now. But, he pitched really well the other night in the doubleheader, and to get another start, I think makes a lot of sense. But honestly, I imagine we'll see Killian. I don't know for sure, like this month, let's say, but at some point this summer, if he stays healthy, I'm pretty sure we'll see Killian.
Tony, the Cubs yesterday activated Nick Madrigal. We saw him in there in the game yesterday. Is he still, in theory, expected to be the Cubs' second baseman when the team is, in theory, good again someday?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. That's the hope. That's who he was as a player before he came to the Cubs. He had a .317 career batting average in the big leagues before coming here. So, coming off the IL, he had like an infield hit last night. But, he's only around the like 210 range right now. So, yeah, he hasn't quite gotten going here on the north side. So he obviously has a lot more to prove when you take that into consideration. But I like his defense. I think his defense has been pretty good at second base. He's obviously still young, and he was a former top prospect. So, I think there's still, like I said, something to prove. But I think the Cubs are in a good position because they have this Christopher Morel situation going on. He can play second, he can play short, he obviously can play center and all over. So I think they have a lot of different options, and looks like Nico's proving that he may be able to be a long-term answer at shortstop, or at least be able to play there a bunch, moving forward. And then, yeah, I think Madrigal can play second, and then Morel can back up both positions if needed. That's the way it looks right now.
Yeah, he's extraordinary, Morel. He's been really, just great, and 14 reaching base in 14 straight games speaks volumes. I think with Madrigal, and correct me if I'm wrong, I just got to look at the strikeouts. As long as he's not striking out, he's putting the ball in play. He never – that was the deal with him, is he was one of these guys that always put the ball in play. If he's striking out, then I worry about his future. If he's not striking out, I think you're laughing.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that was a big part of the problem before he went on the injured list was the strikeouts. He was striking out at a rate that he's never done throughout his entire career. Like he had 1 3 strikeout game, I think it was in Milwaukee to begin the month or to end April. And he's like, that's the first time I think in my entire career, like high school, college, everything, that I ever struck out 3 times in a game. So, yeah, he just felt like he was out of rhythm. He felt like he got very rigid in the box. He said for him, he's always kind of swaying with his lower half, with his hips, or moving his hands a little bit. And he felt like he got very rigid. And then, of course, a lower back injury popped up as well. So I think it just kind of all combined, threw him out of whack. He says he feels a lot better now. The back injury isn't a concern. So, I think we'll see him, play a decent amount over the next couple of weeks, and I think we can make more of a determination too of what Madrigal can be, especially offensively.
Yeah, I want to go back to Christopher Morel because you phrased it in a funny way, and I don't know if you intended to, but you said the Christopher Morel situation, and it certainly is a situation. It is a good situation.
Right, he can play anywhere.
Yeah, and I don't think, like, I'll be honest with you, Tom, I don't know, and this is why I'm asking you, was any of this expected from him, or wasn't he just a guy that was going to come up for a week or two and then go back down, and which still could happen, but this is like kind of found money, or no?
Yeah, I think so. From some perspective, like the Cubs have liked him a lot throughout the entire organization and the time he's been here. They've spoken very highly of his intangibles and his attitude, and they've always loved the personality. But he had some issues staying on the field, early in his career when he was a teenager, and then he obviously the pandemic struggled with that. But they thought enough of him to put him in the alternate site with Brennan Davis and some of the other top prospects. Patrick Wisdom was at the alt site for a while that season as well. So, it was expected, yes, in some ways, but I don't think anybody expected this level of plate discipline, because he had some earlier in the minors in his career, he was not walking hardly at all. And now, like last night, he gets down 0-2, and works back to a full count and then draws a walk on a pretty close pitch. And he reaches base for, a record-setting run to start a Cubs career. So actually breaking Wilson Contreras' record. So it's been really crazy and unique. And to your point, Mark, like when he got called up, I thought he was only going to be up for like a week or 10 days, and then he was going to go down. I thought it was like, oh, he's on the 40-man. He can play a bunch of positions. This makes a lot of sense. 2 weeks later, it's like, I can't imagine this team without him for the rest of the year.
Right.
Tony, Marcus Stroman has had a nice run, and yet Rossi said yesterday he thinks there's another level there. I'm not arguing. I'm just wondering if that's to motivate the player, if it's just answering a question. Is there another level there?
Yeah, I think so, and I think he's proven it throughout his career. I think maybe the other level too might just be like a level of consistency, right? Because he had the trip to the IL, and now that he's back, like just taking the ball every fifth day and knowing what the Cubs are going to get. I think that's probably the next level, because he's had some really awesome starts, like the one against the White Sox the other day, and in Milwaukee on like May 1st or 2nd to end that series. Those were awesome. And then he's had some other starts where he's been kind of in the middle. I don't think he's really gotten hit hard at all this year. But if the Cubs know what they're getting every time out, if they know they're getting 6 or 7 innings, if they know, it's a quality start and he's keeping the team in the ballgame all throughout and going deep and saving the bullpen, I think that might be the other level that Ross was talking about. That would be the other level that I kind of looking for from Stroman. And I think he's certainly capable of that.
Victor Caratini, the ex-Cub, with a 3-run jack last night, but P.J. Higgins homered for the Cubs, who can play first base and he could play catcher. What does he have a chance to maybe supplant Yan Gomes when he officially is the backup catcher there? Tell me about P.J. Higgins.
Yeah, so another guy like Morel that the Cubs have thought really highly of throughout his time in the organization. And Higgins is really interesting because he was drafted as an infielder. He had played I think less than 20 games at catcher in his college career. And I think Ross even called him last year one of the best defensive third basemen in the entire organization. And, here he is, he made the transition to catcher. He obviously made a really nice scoop at first base on a throw from Nico in the 9th inning. And so he can play all over. He's interesting in that regard. And then, in the minors this year, I think he had a 5-hit game and a 4-hit game maybe the next night. So he has some pop. He has, some offensive firepower in there. Obviously, he can play multiple positions and catch as well. So he's definitely a very intriguing guy long-term for this team. He's a little bit older. I think he's 28 right now. But he's a guy that can fit a lot of different positions. I don't think he's going to necessarily supplant Yan Gomes as the top backup. But I think Higgins is a valuable guy that teams will need, and this team will need, this year, next year, and beyond. But I think just with Gomes, the Cubs just love everything that he provides as veteran leadership and calling the game and how he handles the pitching staff. And then he's also been pretty good offensively. So, I think Gomes has that position when he comes off the IL. But, yeah, certainly Higgins will make an impact in some capacity.
Tony Andracki, Marquee Sports Network. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, of course. Thanks.
That is Tony Andracki. That was fun.
Yeah.
It's good to talk about some of the, the better things going on. Peoria Matt checks in, says the Morel talk is mushrooming.
I saw that. The guy we haven't really talked about is Dave Robertson, because he's going to get some attention at the trade deadline. Right?
Yeah.
Another 1, 2, 3.
They stumbled onto a good one.
Really did.
Right?
Stumbled is the right way to put
He's
it.
won what? He's closed
7 out of 9.
7 and 9 is pretty good.
Clean inning, clean 9th last night. That was nice.
But can he go out there? Can he go out there if there's a runner on, or does it have to be a clean inning?
Boy, here we go.
Take the ball and get the other team out.
Oh, period. Yeah, Dustin doesn't respect anything other than what he wants.
Right.
And he wants to give us an update. And bless you, Dustin, for your fine contribution.
Scoreboard update.
Pay attention, Mark. From the Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Dustin Rhodes. Here's what's happening. Patrick Wisdom smacked the go-ahead home run in the 8th inning. The Cubs' losing streak ends at 3. They beat the Brewers at Wrigley Field 8-7 last night. They'll do it again tonight. You can hear it 6:30 pregame with Zach Zaidman. Kyle Hendricks will be on the hill. The Blue Jays took care of the White Sox 6-5 last night up in Canada. It was Lucas Giolito taking the loss. He allowed a season-high 6 runs and 8 hits in 4 2/3 innings of work. Some good news for the Sox. Andrew Vaughn homered, had 4 hits and 2 RBI, and it looks like they will have their man, Tim Anderson, back in 3 weeks or less. Michael Kopech again throwing tonight. Akeem Hicks no longer a Bear, officially signing with the Bucks, 1-year deal, up to $10 million in his pocket. NFL kicks off in 100 days. NBA Finals tips on Thursday. It'll be the Celtics at the Warriors tonight on the ice. Eastern Conference Finals dropping the puck. Lightning at the Rangers last night out in Denver. The Avs an 8-6 winner against the Oilers. They take game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. The Chicago Wolves have 2 huge playoff games coming up Friday and Monday. It's Chicago Wolves versus Stockton Heat for the Conference Finals Championship. Playoff hockey back in Chicago in June, and you can see the Wolves in person by going to ChicagoWolves.com.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
The head coach of the Chicago Bears, Mr. Mark Trestman.
Thank you very much for having me, guys. It's Chicago Bears training camp, and I showed up to be a part of it. I'm appreciative to be here.
Did you know during that interview?
It seemed like maybe you leaned into it a little bit. I'm thinking about Mark Burley and some balk calls in Cleveland, and Ozzie Guillen losing his mind, and that whole White Sox thing. It seemed like you kind of enjoyed every once in a while when they would turn on you just a little bit.
Mark balked the first one early in the game, and everybody loved to work Mark Burley's game because he pitches fast.
Yeah.
We loved working his games, and then late in the game, as the game progressed, he needed to pick somebody off, and he balked again. And balks are kind of funny. They just kind of jump out at you. They're not something you look for when they happen. You see them, and then you react. But when he threw the glove up in the air, I could hear the plate umpire said, "No, Joe, don't throw him out."
Really?
Yeah.
He didn't want you to escalate it.
Right? No, but you can't let him throw the glove up in the air 60, 70 feet. So I had to throw him out. And Ozzie I think Ozzie was already gone. But Ozzie. I think Ozzie looked forward to the confrontation more than anybody I was around. I don't. Maybe not. Maybe Earl Weaver. Ozzie. I only kicked Ozzie out a few times, but Earl Weaver never finished the game I was in.
Ozzie and Earl Weaver getting compared by Joe West here on The Score. I love it. That day, Hawk Harrelson went off on you, and we have played that tape so many different times and just kind of laughed along with Hawk.
Joe West just wanted to stick it right up his behind, and he did.
Yes, Joe West just wanted to stick it right up his behind. But now you and Hawk are cool. See, this is an example of how people eventually get to know you, Joe, or mellowing with age. To what do we attribute you and Hawk being pals now?
Well, Hawk likes my handicap. It's up enough where if we get on the same team, we win. So when we play golf together, we usually win. But Hawk's favorite player was Mark Burley for the same reason. He pitched fast. He was a good guy, and Mark is a good guy. He just balked a couple of times, And when he told the office I never had a balk called on me, they called me back and said he wasn't telling the truth. He's had 15 called on him.
I'm convinced of it. Not only will he go in the Hall of Fame, I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
3-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We got Mark Grody filling in for David this morning, and always a delight to talk to Chris Chelios, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Chris, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're holding up, and we're actually, our heads are spinning a little bit. What the heck was with all those goals last night? The scoring was crazy, and I mean, I don't know that I expected that. Is that great offense, Chris? It's like an all-star game, for God's sake. There's so many goals scored.
Well, I'm not going to go as far as saying it's great offense. It's terrible defense, suspect goaltending, and yeah, it was like watching shinny hockey, or when the guys get there in the beginning of camp and just have a scrimmage without any hitting and just having fun and running, gunning. But it sure was exciting.
So you would hate it if every game was like that, because I think there would be a certain appeal to certain fans. They'd be like, okay, if there's that much scoring in a game, I might spend a little more time with hockey, but you'd hate that, right?
Yeah, a defenseman, but they haven't changed the rules, to benefit the defenseman. They want scoring, and they're getting it. This game was really similar to that first game that Calgary and Edmonton had. You remember that 9-6 game or 8-6 game? Identical. Goalies getting pulled, and then, of course, Colorado lost Kemper at some point in that game, too, and had to throw in their back in. But I don't see that keeping up. They got to tighten up. But there sure is a lot of firepower there with McKibben, McDavid. You saw what Makar did last night. But if they have any thoughts of stopping Makar or Colorado Edmonton, they got to play a little more physical for sure.
Is it bad for the game? I mean, I think people love goals being scored. Fans enjoy it, but it's not hockey, and it's not playoff hockey.
No, it's not. It's not bad for the game, from a spectator's view. But at the end of the day, I don't think, both coaches and the players, they know. I mean, the interviews yesterday were almost comical, the way they were talking about, not even addressing the defensive part of it, like both saying they had to, buckle up defensively. But no, I mean, I watched it. It was never over, and
Right.
They got within 2 goals. And, Edmonton, I think for the Edmonton, that was a big, gain for them to see that they could score that much in Colorado, and repeat what they did the last series. So you saw Carolina, had that fantastic year, but they just had trouble scoring all year, and it came back and bit them in the playoffs.
Chris, have you gotten to, I know you like to take in a baseball game every once in a while. Have you gotten to either or both of the baseball parks this year, doing the stretch or anything like that? What's going on in your baseball life?
No stretch yet, but I made the call, so I'm ready when they're, But I actually was at that last Cubs-Sox game on Sunday where they had the extra innings game, and the Cubs set history again by blowing 3 leads. I love it. And I love the Cubs. Sox are my team, but it was just, comical how the Cubs could do something like that again. They're having a tough year, but yeah, I love baseball. The weather's finally getting better, and it's boating season. So yeah, it's, but nothing like a Cubs-Sox series.
Yeah, and that's it. They didn't even schedule one later in the summer, damn it.
Right.
So Chris, help us out. I watch this stuff through the lens of the Blackhawks, and I see these teams, and I wonder to myself, like, how far away are they contending? It seems like they're miles away.
I mean, I didn't see that coming. The start they had last year, quite honestly, it was signing Jones, Johnson, getting Fleury, one of the best goalies in the league. So, and now saying it's going to be a rebuild, getting rid of Hagel, Fleury's gone. I don't know what to think. That side's not getting any easier either. It's tough to make the playoffs.
Right.
And so, it's going to be interesting. They're going to, what happens, who they hire as a coach. But it's going to be tough. I think they're going to have to make some deals, but I don't see what they can do right now. They got a lot of contracts tied up right now, so. I don't. Their defense is obviously their biggest the thing they have to address, along with goaltending right now.
All right, we got to get a pick here. You got Tampa Bay against the New York Rangers, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1. Who do you like?
I mean, I pick Tampa to go all the way, but this game right now, this Rangers team is just a young, reckless, fearless team playing. They got that goalie behind them, and they're not. They think they can win any game. They got that monkey off their back of winning on the road there in Carolina. I still like Tampa, but they've had a 9 or 10 day rest, and I still think they're without Braden Point. So tonight, I might go with the Rangers.
And what about the over/under? 14 goals, 15?
Oh my God, no way! There's no way Shesterkin or Vasilevsky's going to let up more than two each. So I go with the under on this game.
Love it, Chris. Thanks, man. Great catching up with you.
All right, guys. Take care.
That is Chris Chelios. What a legend. I love that he was at the Cubs Sox.
Oh, man.
That's fantastic.
I mean,
did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
but
you sounded like you knew it.
No.
What do you know?
Sometimes you get
How
lucky
much
with
do
a
you
question,
know? Yeah.
No, what I know is that's the only place where I've met Chris Chelios when I used to do Cubs games. He would come to the booth and hang out with us, and he was awesome. So,
he's a great dude.
Yeah.
No question about it. He came in here and hung out with us in the studio one day.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Fantastic. Great guy. Delighted to talk to him. And you know who else? You know what today is? It's a Layla Wednesday.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to Layla Rahimi and Dan Bernstein.
Yeah, Dan Bernstein.
We'll talk to both of them, but especially Layla next.
Hi, Layla.
It's a Layla Wednesday. Mully and Haugh on the score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swing and a drive. Deep left field. It's got a chance. Gone. Welcome to the Chicago Cubs, Christopher Morel.
So Scottie Pippen sat next to me in the like he sat on the step just so he could stretch his legs down, and he was enjoying himself in the booth. A lot of times guys are just kind of in and out, and they don't really they do the stretch and they're nice and they're great, but they want to get back. They go to their handlers and they get out of the stadium, or they go back to their suite.
Scotty probably already also felt safe, like you guys weren't asking for autographs.
Exactly. We were not fawning all over him. We were trying to act like we're cool. It's just Scottie Pippen.
Yeah.
We just had Vince Vaughn in here, whatever, no big deal. So Pippen he's sitting right next to me. We're just kind of small talking a little bit. And I never covered Scottie Pippen nor the 90s Bulls. I wasn't here then. So I still am a little fanboy when it comes to Scottie Pippen. It's Scottie freaking Pippen.
And you're you, and you enjoy expressing that stuff, which is a very endearing thing, frankly.
So I actually did a Chris Farley with him without trying to do a Chris Farley, because I literally said to him, I go, just trying to think of stuff to say, because what was on my mind was the first title against the Lakers, where the Bulls lose game 1, and then the second game they made a change, and I said to Scottie Pippen, I go, do you remember? I'm serious. Like, do you remember when Phil Jackson decided to put you on Magic Johnson? This is the greatest response. He looks up at me. Yeah. He's got the big, huge Scottie Pippen smile.
Yeah.
And he just goes, oh, yeah. And I was like, yes! Mark, do you have some trivia? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking to Scottie Pippen right now. It was so great.
That's so good.
And then there was no more discussion of it, but he appreciated it so much. He's like, oh, yeah.
That's what's got to be one of the great moments of his basketball life.
Absolutely.
Taking that assignment and nailing that assignment. It led to the rest of his career.
It was one of the great adjustments in NBA history. You know what? Let's put our best defensive player on Magic freaking Johnson, and it worked.
Remember when Scotty would then go on to John Stockton in future years in those finals?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember when he made an organic popcorn?
Scotty? Nope.
That was the last item.
Really?
After the whiskey.
Oh yeah, no, didn't know that.
I don't remember
man.
popcorn.
Thought this was the Yes and Show.
Remember when he refused to go in because the last shot wasn't about him?
Oh, and he hung up on the score? Oh, yeah.
We were just talking, and you're watching the playoffs. What, in your opinion, what's going on with it?
That's the best interview question in the history of interviews. Hawk has no idea what's happening in the basketball
That's really
playoffs.
general. What's up with these basketball
In
playoffs?
your opinion, what's going on? It's my favorite thing.
We were just talking, and you're watching the playoffs. What, in your opinion, what's going on with it?
I'm not watching the playoffs, but I assume you are. Yeah. What's going on?
Can you just talk about the NBA playoffs?
Oh, God, it makes me so happy.
Segment of the show brought to you by the Chicago Wolves. The Wolves return to the conference finals against the Stockton Heat this Friday and Monday. All-State Arena, the place to be. Come cheer on your Central Division champion Chicago Wolves as they are one series away from a return to the Calder Cup Finals. Go to ChicagoWolves.com for tickets.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 in the score. We've got the Hall of Famer, Mark Grody, all week. Thank you, Mark, for your fine contribution to the program.
You're welcome.
Let everyone know we're broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Want to thank Evan Thomas for getting us up and running and twitching and motivated every morning.
God bless him.
Wow. And we had that great medal ceremony earlier that was on Twitch, I think. I'm sure they'll be replaying that for years.
That brought the ratings right up, that moment
that
there.
That was it. That really that was kind of the moment it all.
Mully got out of his throne.
Jumped the shark and gave you the... thanks to our executive... Well, thanks to everyone for calling, texting, emailing, most of all, listening. Means a lot to us.
A lot.
Thanks to Mr. Dustin William Rhodes. He is a very stubborn and wonderful human.
Dustin used Kyle Crick as an example of, I don't want to see Kyle Crick in this game.
Yeah.
That's Dustin. That's exactly how he talks.
Yeah, it is perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's Dustin. He's like, oh, I'm over here talking to Mitch. See, my God, my Dustin is really good, isn't
wow,
it?
I gotta tell you, it's uncanny.
I gotta have
because
a meeting.
You actually look like him when
I
you
know.
do it. I don't know. How do you physically transform?
Yeah, it's crazy. I got the life vest on and the
life vest.
The Dustin look.
It's a life vest.
Yeah.
Dustin.
He's worried about flash flooding.
Constantly afraid that the ark is coming and he will be marched on it and could drown.
It's back to the future. Dork thinks he's going to drown.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And
You've always been consistent with
Brandon
that one.
Fryer, thank you for your fine contribution. That's kind of my laugh.
Okay.
It was slightly insane. The White Sox. Woo. It was not like a happy, oh my God, here we go.
Does your dog bite, by the way?
Does your dog bite?
That is not my dog.
I thought you said your dog did not bite. That's not my dog.
That is not my dog.
Yeah, that's when we compared watching the White Sox to Herbert Lom chopping his finger off in the Pink Panther.
Right, and then it
Dan and Layla
matriculated.
can relate to that. Surely you nearly lost a digit watching that game. Ugh.
I did, but don't call me Shirley.
The Pink Panther was funny.
Yeah, that's the difference.
So yeah, there is nothing funny about the White Sox and what went on in the 6th inning of that game with Reese McGuire. Well, really just Danny Mendick and his want to run to
But really
second base.
more emblematic of everything else, isn't it? I mean, you can come away from a game with a moment like that and say, this moment lasts a lifetime.
A moment like this, some
Where-
people wait a lifetime. Wasn't
Where
that
wa-
the American Idol song?
Where were you when
Oh, no.
the Sox should have tied the game in the 6th inning? Yes, it was epic and awful. Yes.
Working, yelling in the office.
Oh, I
People,
bet.
I feel so bad for my coworkers at NBC5 because I yell at games all the time. All the time. And that's why sports is separate from the rest of the news show.
There's an extra absorbing features around the Layla office. Is that the way it works?
Yeah, and Sunday night it was the Heat and Celtics game for no good reason, and I was keeping an eye on that ridiculous hockey game because how could you not?
Oh, my God.
Well, I was watching it, and then my phone was charging, so it was sitting over on the granite countertop. And I don't know do you remember the scene from the movie The Departed when I don't remember which character it is because that movie confuses me so much, but it's either Matt Damon's character or Leonardo DiCaprio's character, and he's just watching the phones buzzing and sort of sliding around as they vibrate. I knew my White Sox friends group chat, my childhood friend group chat, where it's just the angriest, most self-hating White Sox people in the world. It's just, so I went back and I have it, and sometimes I have it on silent just because it gets to be too much, and then I go back and I review it, but I was sort of watching it in real time, and just a sampling of what was coming in. Well, at least the Mendick play didn't cost them the game. Oh, wait, it did. Okay, carry on. An apt way to start a 9-game losing streak.
Oh, my God.
And then regarding Tony La Russa, fling this burlap sack of cheap gin off Baseball Mountain.
Wow. That's so much more articulate than my friend Chad.
Read that again, Dan. Read that again.
Fling this burlap sack of cheap gin off of Baseball Mountain.
That's what I thought you said.
Why is it always gin?
Sleep when I read that. Oh my God.
Well, gin's kind of that's an old-fashioned drink, right? Isn't that what's in the old-fashioned gin?
No.
Or no, that's in a highball.
Oh, that's whiskey, right?
Oh,
In an
okay.
old-fashioned?
See, I'm out of
Don't,
practice.
that's a debate as to what's in an old fashioned, because that can be, depending on where you are, that could be bourbon or that
Oh,
could be
it
brandy.
Brandy in Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, right.
But wait a second. Why is it always gin? Like, why is that the international moniker there?
Because it sounds old and cheap, and it gets back to prohibition,
that's
right?
That's what it is. Gin
It gets-
is easier to make in the bathtub, I think.
Yes, that was the
If you have
drink
the
during
juniper,
prohibition.
is it juniper? What is it?
Has to be.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because when my wife and daughter just got back from London, one thing that my daughter discovered, she goes, wow, I really liked some of these fancy gin drinks that they had.
Yeah.
And I said, what do you mean? And all of these aromatic drinks that they were pouring there with the sort of this, I guess, I didn't know that some of the places they went were famous for their London-style gin drinks. And I said, you could have it. No, thank you.
Gin, though, there's an old joke that is like, it's not pleasant, but why did Hitler not like gin? Because it made him mean. Like, gin will make people kind of, gin will do bad things. Cheap gin in particular. In a burlap sack.
Yeah, burlap sack.
Yeah, but I mean, the idea is like Hitler had to be the meanest person ever, and gin made him mean.
But gin and tonics were still big in like the 70s. I remember that was
General
tune-up.
Tune-up.
Are my parents drank. Yeah.
The old General Tune-up.
Gin and tonic.
General Tune-up.
The gin and tonic.
Yeah, gin and tonic, and then there was a 7 and 7. Wasn't that a thing too?
Oh my God, that was more the disco club era.
And I guess my parents were into the disco clubs then, because they were 7 and 7 gin and tonic.
My parents were. They actually used to have like actual disco parties. Like a DJ would show up and hang the ball in the living room. It's like, kids, you go upstairs.
Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Did they have the Johnny Travolta suit? The
you
shirt
better
is sewed
believe it,
into
man.
the pants so it doesn't come out.
The suburbs in 1978 were a place to be.
That sounds so underground, but I guess not.
It does.
Doesn't it? Like,
it's probably no different from the mambo parties of the 50s you used to see on the honeymooners.
Yeah, the mambo party. He's doing it this, he's doing it that, he's doing it this, he's the mambo.
I will say this. It does make more sense, though, as to why the wet bar exists in people's homes.
Yeah.
I'm always like, what was the need for this? Why does one have a wet bar? Oh, for your disco party, where you get a bartender and a DJ, of course.
And people drank all the time.
Yeah.
People used to drink at business lunches, and you'd go into somebody's office at work, and you would be offered
like
a drink.
A 3-martini lunch or something.
Have you guys heard of these club bars in the city where you have to be a member of the bar and you can go 24 hours a day? I'd never heard of it. Like, this is I'm the only one who's never heard of this, huh? Like, this is.
I mean, I've heard of clubs.
Like, you can go 24. You pay,
you
like
pay
a
a
country
certain amount
club.
of money, and then it's like a house that's always open.
It's always open,
Yeah.
24 hours a day, and there's always people, and there's always bartenders. But it's like your own little club.
That I first heard of that in London, because in London, and Dan, I'm sure you can attest to it now that your family's just come back.
I haven't been. I'm just hearing stories. I've never been to London.
The bars close at like 11 o'clock at night. So if you want to have a session, you need to belong to a club.
A session.
And then I'm just saying, if you're planning on
I understand.
going out all night.
Right, a drinking session.
You go to like a private club.
Yeah.
There's like a rooftop place we used to go to.
Incredible.
Place.
I did not know about that.
Yeah. My friends who lived there would have my brother, they would have places you'd go. There was this Greek restaurant where you would go in and they'd let you in and you go down the basement and it was open all night,
So
literally all
wild.
night.
It just makes me wonder. I'm gonna be on the lookout for them on my walk home after I get out. See where these
Where
clubs
the clubs are?
Yeah.
I don't think they're in plain sight, right?
No.
Isn't that part of the bit?
I would think. Yeah, I'd like them to be a little bit hidden. That grows the mystique a little bit.
Grody's going to start going into every office building lobby being like, is it in here?
Yeah. Hey, what's the secret code word?
You know, have you ever done the architecture, like once a year they open up all those buildings and all that? Have you ever done that tour? Like you can, I forget what day it is, but they have like the big architecture tour around the city.
Oh, not the river
And you
tour?
could go, no, I'm talking about just like these buildings over here on Michigan Avenue.
Oh, okay.
You can go in, and there's old speakeasies and stuff that are still, like, they exist. I mean, they're not open anymore, but they show you the innards of the building. And it's super cool. You find a lot of really cool little spaces that are used only for, like, parties and stuff, private catering type deals. But it's super cool to, be able to walk out on a rooftop in the city and see a different view than you've ever seen of Chicago.
That sounds very cool. I want to do the river architecture tour, and I haven't even done that yet.
Oh,
I'm
you've
a
got
terrible Chicagoan.
No, that is I mean, you have to have visitors, and then you take them on that, and you literally
no,
go.
a staycation.
Wow.
Seriously,
Yes.
a staycation in this city it is. Truth be told, I know we bitch a lot about some of the bad aspects of Chicago because we live here.
Yes.
But one of the nice things about our office being where it is, the number of hotels that are around, especially this time of year, and you hear so many different languages spoken. You see all of these adorable families who are here with their maps, and it's like, they're here on vacation from another country, just like we would have. It be a big deal to get on a plane again. And then you're thinking, like, well, wait a second, I can walk down the street right now and go into the Art Institute and be in one of the great art museums on the planet. Right here, with a city resident discount whenever I want.
I'm a member.
If I just want to, but seriously, it's crazy. And they're about to put $500 million into the Shed Aquarium.
Wow!
So, which is an incredibly dated museum right now that just needs the work, but it's going to take up to 10 years apparently to finish this full-on reimagination of the Shed, and it's going to be amazing. So, like, there's stuff going on here that's really cool.
I remember taking that architecture tour. And this is like a year or 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That must have been pre-COVID. But anyway, they were talking about the building right across the street from us on Stetson. There, what's the name of that building? The Aon building, which is a beautiful building. And if you've ever, I've been up in the tower of that too. They said on the tour that originally there was like Italian marble attached to the Aon building, and I'd never looked this up, and that winter hit, and the Italian marble started sliding down. So they had to remove all of it, and they had to they spent millions of dollars fixing that building because somebody had the idea that Italian marble would be a good idea in Chicago.
Well, I wonder what happens to the marble.
Yeah,
I
I'm
hope
sure
they
it's
can
usable.
repurpose
Yeah,
that.
they must.
They have to.
They make marbles.
Oh, Gertie.
We played marbles then.
There's stories, and I don't remember.
Marbles.
I've forgotten what class we did. There's the stories of building engineering fails. Like, obviously, there's the famous Tacoma Bridge, and where they didn't account for the wind and what that would do to a certain harmonic that crumbled this entire suspension bridge. The other was the UMass library that was built. It was a multi-story library on campus of one of the UMass colleges. I think it might have been UMass Amherst. And they never accounted for the weight of the books. And they couldn't figure out why bricks were shooting out of the sides, like firing out with velocity, like popping out of the building and hitting other buildings. And they finally realized, oh yeah, books are heavy. Probably should have done that. Probably should have done that math.
That's awesome. So the name is called Open House Chicago. It happens in October, and they open up all these buildings, and you get like a map of it, and you come down and you get to see all sorts of different places and different buildings, and there's I forget the name of all these like little clubs that are over here on South Michigan Avenue. You get to go up and see the space and contemplate joining a club you're not going to join. It's really cool. It's super cool. And I've found a few places on that tour that we still go to. There was a lobby of this hotel that had a really cool coffee shop. Occasionally just go there and read and have a cup of joe. Really a cool
That's
spot.
awesome.
Yeah.
Lales, what you do is one of these times when you're hanging out over at the NBC Tower where you work and you got a little downtime, go out and patronize one of the boat tours. Just get out, go yourself and just enjoy it.
Take a water taxi, Layla.
How long do you think I have between shows
Exactly.
here? Like I like watching
Layla,
games and stuff.
Somebody's doing that for you, I thought. I thought you had people now that you're running the show. I thought you had people that took care of that for you. I thought that's what this was all about.
Sadly, no. We just complained together about which highlights we want to put in this next game.
Well, here's what it is.
If the Cubs and Brewers want to score 1 billion runs, we're like, how about this highlight? No. How about this highlight? No. Now there's a better highlight. What do we do? Panic.
You and Berman get on a boat with your headphones in, or bring a little TV on the boat. That's how it can go down. That's it.
So you know what happened, and actually there's shout out to A_Sip in the Twitch comments. I was supposed to go on the architecture tour at NBC Sports Chicago. They had a summer outing. This is in 2016. And, or no, 17 rather. I'm sorry, that was 2017. I spent 5 years there, and sometimes they run together. So we were all excited about it. And then that was the day of the famous Jose Quintana trade. And so I didn't end up going on the architecture tour because I had to do the story about the guy's Reddit names that apparently I can't say on the radio, but I could say on cable. So there's a story there as to why I missed my chance for the architecture tour. But I should do it again, Grody, you're right.
Yeah, that's a legit reason. That's a cool. That's actually a cool little story of significance.
Openhousechicago.org is where you can find out about that day. Yeah, I'm just saying, we do it every year.
Yeah.
And I've been to 1,000 different buildings that I did not really know
anything about. Right,
and
their
super
significance.
cool.
Oh,
yeah,
so,
super cool.
So true.
There's so many great places in this town.
Oh, my God.
That we don't use or go to or appreciate.
The hidden greatness of Chicago. Yeah.
It's great.
The top of the Hancock. I think that place is so cool. The signature room.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, I also see, look, just the south side alone.
New Year's Day or New Year's Eve there one year.
Ooh.
And you look down on the fireworks, which is awesome for a guy like Grody who sits in his Hall of Fame throne now.
That's correct.
They can look down on everything. But I'll tell you this, too. Some of the architecture on the south side that I haven't, I hadn't really appreciated. And the old boulevards on, like, really, if you're looking for if we really wanted to invest and we really wanted to showcase some of the glory of this city, it's a lot of South Side neighborhoods and old buildings. I mean, like in the Pullman area, and is it Pershing? I'm trying to. What is the boulevard that is south? That used to be almost suburban, that is now simply just part of the South Side. But there are a lot of places that just need a little bit of attention and funding and effort to be restored to glory.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this city is extraordinary. The architecture of this town, and we are the creator of the high rise, for God's sake. I mean, there are
well,
so
Mies van der Rohe kind of is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, not we. I didn't mean us. I meant Chicago.
What's all this Mies van der Rohe talk going on?
I'm just glad you got my honeymooners reference. That was a deep cut there.
Oh, yeah.
It was very good.
Ralph Cramden was so mad at that guy because you come in here, you're doing this and you're doing that with your hips.
Yep, he's jealous of the Italian mambo parties. Remember, that was Rosemary Clooney.
Was that
with
the Hucklebuck?
Come on to my house and
what about the Hucklebuck?
Who was the other guy? It wasn't
the
the Hucklebuck. It was Perry Como, like Papa Loves Mambo. It was a whole craze. This whole Italian mambo party thing.
And Alice was learning the mambo from this very
Why
handsome-
I oughta.
Yeah, and he thought there was something going on. Ralph did.
Oh, there totally was.
Yeah.
I think Ralph.
Yeah, in retrospect, of course, Alice was.
Well, don't threaten to send people to the moon all the time, and then maybe they won't want to leave.
Pretty abusive.
Right, so stop being a violent, abusive husband, and maybe she's not going to be diddling the mambo teacher.
What was the
Seems
teacher's name?
reasonable to me.
This documentary you're writing in your head is horrible.
Come on out of there, Javi.
Here, quick question, by the way. Did you guys talk about Wilson Contreras' all-time laziness last night?
No.
Okay. He ends up with a double on that.
He was admiring the ball. He thought.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Not just admiring it. Watch it again, and I swear to God, he literally stopped.
It's amazing he got to second because he literally thought that was going out, and then it bounced around.
You know what that could have been? That could have been an inside the park damn home run.
Oh my God!
Time it out. He was on second doing the mea culpa, pointing to himself like, my bad, I know, I'm an idiot. He actually did that. And usually, they make a little gesture.
But he barely made second.
But you think that was more than a triple.
Okay.
Time it out because he's fast.
The ball bounced, and then it hit the wall, then it hit the other wall, then it rolled.
And he wasn't at first. By the time it bounced away from the corner, he still wasn't at first. He could have been past second. Like that could have been an inside the park home run, and he knew it, and he was standing on second like, yep, I'm an idiot.
Did you hear Tony Andracki earlier, Dan, when we talked to him?
I didn't.
Okay, so we asked him about the home run, which was 116 miles an hour exit velocity. It was like the the fourth hardest hit ball in Major League Baseball, and it ended up in the basket. And he said that in the post game, Contreras was saying, yeah, it had only 17% angle or whatever.
Know.
He was looking at the scoreboard and reading all the information about his home run.
Yeah.
He knew everything that had happened on that play. So he must have been.
There was a White Sox player that did that
moment
this year too, who brought it was Berger. Jake Berger flied out to the warning track, and he had the probability of that being it was a 90 in any other ballpark.
It was a 34-degree launch angle.
Right.
That was the key there.
Yes.
There was no reason that shouldn't have been out of the park.
Right.
I don't mind. They're used to having the constant stream of data and the video, as we know, especially the Cubs. We've talked about that ad nauseum, but I'm curious if Wilson will be in the lineup, or do you think P.J. Higgins catches tonight because of it?
Because of that?
Well, he hit a home run and he had a double. I mean, I don't know that you got enough runs without him.
I don't think David Ross could pull that card at this point.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I just wonder on the scale of egregious, how egregious was
So you
it?
think it's pretty egregious then?
But if he's not playing, don't you think, well, they're trying to keep his numbers down for the arbitration hearing?
Oh, gosh, no. I think he gets traded at the deadline. Wilson has been, you're right, one of the peaceful sources of offense on that team. And, yeah, I have a feeling he ends up getting traded. Also, am I the only one who every time I hear P.J. Higgins' name, I think of TGI Fridays? Is that just me?
Oh, my God, that's so funny.
Yeah.
It is so funny that you say that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Craig Calcaterra, did you see what he wrote about that?
No.
No, but I'm sure it's the same vein. I read his newsletter this morning, but I missed that.
Yeah, because he said something to the effect of P.J. Higgins sounds like a bar that claims to be an Irish bar, but doesn't actually have any of the Irish beers, and everything on its menu is some kind of popper, and the walls the walls are covered with televisions or something like that. It was very funny.
I have to tell you that I think of somebody different, and this makes me old. I think of Higgins from Magnum P.I. when I hear P.J. Higgins' name. So
was that the helicopter pilot?
I think he was the helicopter. Higgins.
No, Higgins.
Higgins was the butler.
Yeah, I think in the new Magnum PI, it's the woman, right?
It's the woman? Okay.
I don't watch either show for a long time.
There's a new Magnum PI?
Yeah.
There is a new Magnum PI. Right?
I think there is. Well, there's a new Hawaii 5-0.
Is there a new Magnum PI?
There's a new Magnum PI.
I think so, and I think it's got an English woman instead of a gentleman.
Okay. But she also has Tom Selleck's mustache.
Yeah, that was the
Wait,
whole
I think that was just the Photoshop with me, Ranji, and Grody.
Oh my God,
Cody Decker last week.
What a weird picture that was.
My wife and I were in Malibu once, okay, and this is a true story. And we went to a restaurant, and Tom Selleck was sitting at the table next to us.
Oh, sick.
And she said to me, "Oh my God, like if I were to choke, he would give me the Heimlich."
Oh.
And I said, "No, if you choke, I'm giving you the Heimlich. Get the hell out of here, Selleck."
Damn
Go
you,
on, get.
Selleck.
Go on, get.
Like, hey, your life-saving fantasy shouldn't include Tom Selleck. I don't care what
ruled you out already.
Exactly.
She completely
She knew
ruled
I'd
you out.
foul it up.
Yeah, so here's what Calcaterra wrote. I'm not going to Google it, but I bet that someplace in the United States there's a bar called P.J. Higgins. It bills itself as an Irish bar, and yeah, they have Guinness on tap. But when you walk in, it has big TVs with sports playing all the time and all kinds of Bud Light and Coors signs and posters. And the best-selling item on the menu comes in popper form, just like 90% of the bars in this godforsaken country.
Popper form.
And that's part of the daily baseball recap.
That's awesome.
Wait, what other poppers are there other than jalapeno?
Cheese poppers, right? There's got to be some cheese poppers.
Isn't a cheese popper
Green-
just a cheese curd?
I don't
I'm so
know.
confused.
Poppers a different thing.
The ones at Diversey Rockin' Bowl, they call them dragon bites, dragon eggs. They're so good.
They'll burn your mouth now.
No, it's
Isn't a
jalapeno.
Scotch egg also a popper?
No, a Scotch egg isn't a Scotch egg is like the size of a softball.
Does it
If you're
matter?
popping-
It pops?
It's good, but they call them dragon. It's a
popper.
It's like jalapeno pepper, and it's filled with spicy Italian sausage, and like a spiced cream cheese, and it's wrapped in bacon and deep fried.
Jeez.
Jesus,
Yeah. Oh, God.
Sounds great.
It sounds
It
great,
is.
but it doesn't sound that good for you.
No.
Who cares?
Okay.
I
Here's
would
where I'm
not
gonna
move
die.
quickly around the bases if I went to PJ Higgins and had a popper.
I was
That's
driving
why.
one time and I saw this bar called Mulligan's. So I couldn't resist. So I pull over and I go in. This is a true story. And I like, it's exactly what you just described as PJ Higgins.
Oh, okay.
And I'm looking around and I said, hey, I talked to the guy. I'm like, is the owner here? And I just asked the guy, what's with the Mulligans? Where'd you get Mulligan? And he said, it just sounded Irish to me. He was a Greek guy.
Of course.
Okay.
Hey, man, when the concept works.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Some idiot's going to pull over and have a drink just because it's his surname.
Well, that means you should just open like Constantopolis's or something. And,
I'll show you.
Right, exactly. Here you go. Here's some souvlaki
Oop
for
out of you, fella.
Right.
And we shall call it
Greek
poppers.
concept is popular here in town. We're having quite a few restaurant groups are opening up these hoppin' Greek restaurants. Just saying.
Fantastic.
Because Greek food is awesome.
More than just
Yeah.
Greek Town now. Yeah.
So
It's more than just Luke and Ellis.
It's more than just Lou. Is it more than just Lou?
No, it's
I don't
just
know.
Lou.
Yeah, Avli and Lyra. Lyra just
Yeah.
opened in West Loop. So
Fantastic.
yes, the answer to your question is yes.
And if you have a conversation with someone who knows, and you start talking about, hey, have you been to the new Greek place that opened up? And then it's like, well, wait a second, that's the nephew of so and so who was with the brother who started at Greek Islands, but that was the offshoot. Like you get a full
Family history?
diagrammed
Yeah.
history
That's great.
of the diaspora of Greek food in
Just,
Chicago, which is pretty much all the food in
Just
Chicago.
start the cheese on fire, and I'm happy at a Greek restaurant. What with the cheese?
Yeah, upa.
Start it on fire. Yeah, upa. There it is.
Saganaki.
There you
I'm
go.
with you.
Yeah.
How will you guys be handling all of this today?
All of what?
I don't know. Whatever
I
we're
don't
doing.
It's all
We've
happening,
been
Dan.
We're talking on the radio.
It's
I
all
think.
going down.
Oh, yeah, the talking on the radio part.
How are you going to handle it all?
We've got
I thought this was a chat line.
Yeah. There's a lot for you two to handle between
This
now
isn't,
and noon.
this isn't just a Reddit thread. Oops, I'm doing it wrong.
This newsletter is terrible.
What did I write down? I wrote down White Sox freak out, Mike Florio, some Bears talk, midway, Steve Stone at 11,
Wow,
and
that's
a lot
lot
more. It is.
Holy cow.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
better let you go. Layla, good to talk to you. Dan, always a pleasure.
See you guys. Have a great one.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on the Score.
Including coming up today at 11 with Dan and
You know, on this show, David Robertson, especially our producers, big White Sox fans, we openly really like the 1976 White Sox throwback jerseys. You know those ones with the big collars? Not everybody liked them, of course.
Are you?
Oh, yeah, that's interesting because I remember those jerseys. They made news
Yeah,
one time. Did
yeah.
they, David? They made news?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, could you where were you? Where were you when this was going down with the slicing of the jerseys? We've never had the opportunity to talk to somebody who was there, David.
So I was a little late to the clubhouse. I was late to the party on that day, but I will say that those were a tough jersey to wear, and Chris Sale would not have looked very flattering in that dress. So I came in. Obviously, there's a buzz about the clubhouse, and I look around. I'm like, hey, these uniforms are all cut up. So, it's going to be interesting. What's going to happen? But a few things happened. I think Chris got in some trouble for that one. But being the veteran I was, I came in, immediately knew what was going to happen, grabbed my jersey, balled it up, shoved it in the back of my locker, because I knew later on in the year there would be a right opportunity and a chance to ask Chris for an autograph and maybe some choice words on the back of my jersey. So that's what I did. I hung around till the last week and then, just kind of snuck it back out and got Chris to autograph it and put some choice words on it for me. And now it's up in my house. And it's a great little keepsake to have. It's a good little story to tell people.
David, you're telling us that you have a cut-up throwback White Sox jersey signed by Chris Sale?
Oh, that's right. I sure do.
Oh, that is
Can
such
we get a picture?
That is such a baller move, David Robertson.
That's a one of one. Can we get a picture? Like, that is the coolest piece of memorabilia we've ever heard of.
I'll have to send it to you on the download because the words on it.
Oh yeah, what's the? What does it say? Can you give us the general gist of the inscription? Ugliest jersey I ever saw.
Something like that, yeah. A little bit more choice than that. He just didn't like these jerseys. And I love Chris.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I couldn't believe that happened. I'd never seen anything like it.
Yeah, no one had. Oh my God,
that's amazing. We always assumed that it was awkward to pitch in, like the collar rubbed against your neck in a weird way, but it wasn't that. It was just the aesthetics of that thing, huh?
It was like a dress.
How many pieces is your jersey that you have signed cut up into?
No, it's only one. It's like a gown. It's open back.
I see.
That's a great hospital gown.
I see.
Oh, that's amazing.
Incredible.
Every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers. They have a few of the medical people around, and I'm wondering, when Haugh goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said I just saw him, and he sat there. That's what I said, And I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us,
all of us.
Us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, and he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, that's a weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with two guys in Harry Carey and Haugh Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel. It's like, where did Haugh go?
Water you want for as long as you need.
Yeah.
Matt Zahn, who works for CBS Channel 2.
Yep.
His daughter is named Layla.
Okay.
And you know how I hate the Layla Wednesday thing?
It's Layla Wednesday.
Apparently he was taking her to school, and she was like, what?
Oh, really?
Because she heard Layla Wednesday.
I think she should ask Dad to go get Dairy Queen or Scooters or something later, and Dad should say yes, because all Laylas should have a free pass for something on Layla Wednesday.
I advocate for sugary treats for this Layla.
I just advocate for sugary treats in general.
Layla Wednesday with Dan Bernstein
To young Layla Zahn, happy Layla Wednesday.
on the Score.
There you have it. It is indeed Wednesday, and that means that Layla Rahimi is here with us on Sports Radio 670 between now and noon. Oh my God, look what time it is. What the hell are we doing?
We have to take a break.
What the hell is wrong with us?
We had an epic transition.
So you want to go down that rabbit hole?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
How much time do we have? Apparently no time.
We have none of time.
No time.
We have none of the time. The time is gone, and that is all. We might as well just close the show out and send it to Laurence and leave at this point. No, we have too many things to do, and so it's going to be Florio in a little bit. Steve Stone, midway, all kinds of stuff. 312-644-6767. What else do I have to do to get the stuff out of the way? Hyundai Score
Evan
Studios.
J. Thomas, Connor O'Donnell on Twitch.
Yep,
Hi,
them
Twitch.
two. Rankin and who's the other guy? Camp and Brendan Fryer as
what
well.
the heck?
The Tech Zone's brought to you by the Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin. Safe time shop online at rosenhyundai.com. Let's see. Listener line, BetQL, Bet Smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Hotline.
Odyssey app. I think we're good. I think that.
What
that
about the
sets us up.
hotline? What about that?
Well, the Score listener line. The hotline we don't have to do unless the guests join us. And then when the guest joins us, I'll do that.
I forgot how to host a radio show completely, haven't I?
No.
Yeah, Dan never really learned, so you're good.
Oh, snap. We have too much White Sox to get to, don't we?
Well, because it sucks. I mean, it's not that fun to talk about because so many things are so ugly. But I don't know. There are some people who think everything's fine. We'll probably get to that later. But yes, we got to go over the big play last night that I think the point of it being somewhat emblematic for a lot of reasons, and also bring up the odd fortunes of a player who used to be really good and now is historically bad. I think we're going to get to all that after a brief timeout on the Score.
Go White Sox.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score.
Office Space becomes this cult classic and maybe the most quoted movie of a decade. When you do that and you see it work and people quote it back to you, is it still surreal all these years later, the success of that particular film?
In some ways, yes, and in some ways, no. In some ways, yes, because when I went to see it in Los Angeles at the cast and crew screening, I was only on the film for 2.5 or 3 days down in Austin. So I only tell you that as a backstory so that when I saw the film and how genius Jennifer was in it and how great Mike was in it and Ron and all these actors and Gary, I wasn't on the set with hardly any of them. And so it rocked me how funny it was. And I just checked that one off as I'd been in a bunch of drama hits, but I hadn't been in a comedy hit yet. And then it came out, it was a dog with fleas. And I know why. I know one of the reasons is that some genius at 20th Century, they made the poster, which is how people used to go to the movies. They used to, open up the Chicago Trib or, whatever, the New York Times, and look at a big full-page ad. And the full-page ad was of Milton, the guy with the stapler, dressed in yellow Post-its. And if you dress someone in yellow Post-its, they look like frickin' Big Bird. And then if it's a Big Bird R-rated movie, no one's going. And so the film tanked because some genius decided that was the marketing.
It's been 35 years since a Super Bowl for the Bears, and they got this president. His name's Ted Phillips, and no one knows what he does, but he kind of hires and fires and has power, but he's not a football guy. And I'm telling you, when they brought back their GM and their coach, John, this was last week.
Oh, right.
We got, dozens of tweets, texts, or whatever, and it was basically Ted Phillips and then what would you say you do here? Like that was it was constant. And so I'm curious for the audience here in Chicago, is there any chance you'd give us, I know you're on Cameo and everything like that, but any chance you'd give us a Ted Phillips? What would you say you do here?
Ted, listen, Ted. What would you say you do here?
Yeah!
And Mendick is out at second base. The run did not cross in time. And the Sox are still down 6-5.
Danny made a mistake there to go. Got to make sure of the guy getting home. Not the best read by Danny. I know he's probably kicking himself right now.
Not great. That highlight was courtesy NBC Sports Chicago. Jason Benetti and Gordon Beckham on the call. And,
highlight.
Sorry. Yeah, whatever it was. At least Yasmani Grandal hit the ball. I kept right. I mean, at least it was supposed to be something good that was done by Yasmani Grandal that ended up just being a garden variety out by Yasmani Grandal, and he's made too many of those. And with the, I mean, oh God, with the next guy coming up too, and everything, just sucked.
I have refrained from saying too much about this part of it, but at some point, I don't mind when Joe McEwing has an aggressive send home when the Sox are trying to manufacture offense. That doesn't bother me as much. But what's the communication between Daryl Boston and Danny Mendick there? Because Devo's standing at first. And I know that we have talked a lot about the Sox base running errors. And at some point, it probably stands to discuss that from a coaching position, they didn't change much there on the field. So what's going wrong where that occurs? Because he just has to stay there. I saw somebody, speaking of having fun with names, called Reese McGuire Lizzie McGuire. And they were like, Lizzie McGuire needed to keep running there. None of that is on Reese McGuire. His job there and his assignment is to run home based on what's happening with Joe as his eyes and where he needs to be. But that was long enough to get a run home. And the fact that Mendick decided to go to second and nobody stopped it, there was no yelling. I don't know what happens there. But either way, it's just, Mully said it best. They're finding new ways to lose.
Well, all it is a reminder before the fact. We're a first base coach that has to set the situation, and I know we're talking about veteran professional players, but you can still say, hey, here's the number of outs. Make sure you don't do this. Whatever happens, don't get caught off. Don't get greedy. And what are you doing on a fly ball? I understand we're not talking about 12U travel, but we're talking about just you have one job as a first base coach, other than taking the guy's arm guard away from him and handing him his base running oven mitt, which seems to be half of what they do over there now. But just tell him, don't get caught off. Make sure that run scores.
Where are your eyes?
Yeah.
Where are your eyes? Who are you looking at before you take a lead off of first base? Who are you looking at when you see that fly ball go into the air? We asked about Wilson Contreras, like, are you scoreboard watching? Are you watching your ball travel through the air there? And I feel like in this case, if you're the base runner, what's your checklist? I'm not saying it has to be multiple points, but what's your starting point? Who are you looking toward? Who are you listening to? That's just, it shouldn't have even come down to that. And the Sox had a chance to win it again late in the game, and they couldn't get it done. And let's be honest here. The reason the Sox partially won the game on Sunday against the Cubs was because of a gifted check swing call to Jose Abreu. That was not an easy win for them either.
And anything easy for them has been far between because of how often they're stepping on landmines that they lay down in front of themselves. They're just not a well-coached team. They're not a well-managed team. It's not a tight ship. And I think the answer is right in front of us here. And you see just what it's going to take, especially with Anderson out. And they say, it's only 3 weeks. Okay. Only 3 weeks of your best player. And maybe it's only 3 weeks. I hope they're right. And maybe it's going to be less than that. But you don't have time to waste here. It's June.
Here's what gets me is it goes back to the attitude of these games being entitled to them. Oh, it's only 3 weeks. Well, what's your priority? Is it just the AL Central? I really hope that's not just the priority here. That's the first step, but that shouldn't be the end-all be-all here. How about win more than a game in the playoffs? You've got an excellent barometer coming up when you talk about the Blue Jays, who I think definitely are not the team that their record shows right now. Then you have the Rays. What about the Dodgers? Ever heard of them? You want to see who you are? What's your standard? You get to check it this week and next.
Yep, and their standard should be what they said it was going to be when they got clowned in the playoffs last year, and it's possible they've gotten worse instead of getting better. And in part of this reason, I don't know what the hell is going on with Yasmani Grandal. I really don't. And I mentioned yesterday, he does look physically thinner, which is fine. And there are guys who's tend to change their body types as they age, especially. And we used to make fun of it when that 1 year when it was Irod and Bagwell, and somebody was like, "Oh, I'd lost 35 pounds because I want more range of motion." We all knew what was going on. So I'm not necessarily saying that. I just think he doesn't look like himself, and I guess I just didn't see it coming after how productive he was in sort of an interesting way last year.
Well, and we talked about it in the pre-show meeting, and the statistical anomaly that was Yasmani Grandal's season, if you measure it via one of your favorite stats, weighted runs created plus. Mm-hmm. And I agree, his runs that he created at the time were significant, but we also have to ask ourselves, was it a predictor of this season?
That's a great question. That some of the final numbers that we saw come out in the wash might have blinded us to deterioration. It might, and that is, we'd have to talk to someone who, like a film scout or somebody who really would know. Is there anything in there outside of the numbers? Was there anything that could predict this kind of bottoming out? Because I don't know what's going on. I think, did I hear it right during the afternoon show yesterday? I was driving and I was listening to Parkins and Spiegel that Yasmani Grandal's slugging number, I forget if it's isolated power or if it's overall slugging, is one of the worst at this point in the season ever. ever in the history of baseball, like for someone who plays a certain amount as a regular, underneath even former Cubs shortstop Ivan DeJesus.
Well, let's as of 3 days ago, here's your numbers on Grandal. 130th among qualifying players in RBI, 134th in OPS, 135th in runs, 135th in slugging, 133 in batting average, and 135th in extra base hits.
Jesus.
Speaking of extra base hits, how many bases did Andrew Vaughn end up being responsible for? You want to talk about one thing that did go right last night? At least having Vaughn batting second proved that he has significant value to the lineup in that spot.
And he was on deck. That's the thing. Is that screw-up by Mendick cost you a Vaughn plate appearance?
What about the 11-pitch at bat he had in the third, where he ends up with a double, and it's a two-out double because Mendick and Grandal were the 2 outs ahead of him?
Again, this comes down to situational awareness and understanding. Like, you could have gotten him up again with someone on base, and you just didn't. I'm looking here at isolated power. ISO is the stat. And all that is slugging percentage minus batting average. So it basically is what you're saying about extra bases. And of their 164 qualified players, Yasmani Grandal is tied for 160th.
Wow.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what the reasoning is. And I know his BABIP is 200. But his slash line, 163, 271, 218. Yikes.
I also need to do a deeper dive into the lineup combinations vis-a-vis working with particular pitchers. You know?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Grandal was the DH yesterday. That's your DH. He was not the catcher. Luis McGuire was catching Lucas Giolito.
But, you know, the catching aspect, that's something to bring up with Steve Stone, too, because I know he feels very strongly about having a catcher who can catch. But I know there's some who are mad about him leading off. I'm not necessarily mad about that. It's hard to quibble with lineups with TA out. I mean, what the hell are you going to do? You got the players you have.
I'll tell you what you do. You first of all put Andrew Vaughn batting leadoff. I don't know why you activate Luis Robert, but then he's not in the lineup. Just have him be inactive another day. And if you need somebody batting leadoff, you switch it up if you're going to always stick Jose Abreu at third. I don't know who you put there instead of Grandal. I would go with somebody else, obviously. Maybe you bat Vaughn leadoff. There's an idea. Put him higher in the lineup overall. I like him at second. But I'm also as concerned with Berger batting cleanup and then Sheets, Engel, McGuire, Harrison, and Mendick.
Oh, just having so many bad players in your lineup is asking for every. It makes losing a Vaughn plate appearance cost that much more because that's one of your good players, let alone one of your not awful players. Your
cleanup batter went 0 for 5 yesterday.
Well, it was clean, I guess. I don't know. Something was clean about it. And yes, Yasmani Grandal is last in slugging in all of MLB among qualified players. 164th out of 164.
Yikes.
Yep, and if there's something to explain it, I'm open to it. I would love to know what it is, but it's hard to tell, and I don't know if there's any way out of it right now for them. So let's talk football, shall we? With Mike Florio in a moment on The Score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
Rossi, how you doing? Well, what's it been like to manage inside of having so many guys go down?
It just feels like one thing after another, and that's just the facts. The main thing is giving some other guys some opportunities, and some young guys have come up and put themselves on the map and been really impressive.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
What did you make of George McCaskey saying take everything that Olin Kreutz says with a grain of salt?
I'm totally not surprised he would respond that way. You know, look at his track record of how he responds to some of those things. I think he's more unaware. I hate to throw little fuel on the fire, but I don't think he and Olin really ever got along or knew each other well. So, I think he didn't think too much of his comment.
Yeah, no,
about Olin.
Clearly. Did you? What were your interactions with George like when you were there? Was he in the ticket office when you would need some tickets, Ruben?
Oh, yeah. I got in a big blow up with him in the ticket office, and Olin actually had to come get me because I'm yelling at him like, who is this guy in the ticket office causing me this problem? And Olin had to pull me aside and like, that's McCaskey, one of the, they're part of the team. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. I said, but still, we had the issue with the tickets, and we cleared it. He and I cleared it up, and I had never had much more dealings with him after that.
Why does everybody fight with the owner of the team in the ticket office? what the hell's going on in this ticket office? I don't understand.
I did not know the owner of the team was in the ticket office. I probably would have behaved a lot differently, but it went over well. I tell you this: everyone in the ticket office after that loved me.
Oh, because you talked back a little bit to the owner.
Yeah, I said some things maybe they probably had on their mind.
Olin told us a story about him and George having the issue because George had an issue with someone in the ticket office because someone was shirtless in the ticket office, and George was upset. Was that you, or is this a different ticket office incident with George McCaskey? I'm just confused.
Yeah, I think this is a different ticket office incident because obviously Olin was there years before I ever showed up. So I think they had already built up the tension in that ticket office.
This is unbelievable to me.
Yeah, so George is fighting with the shirtless and the shirted.
He's fighting with multiple players in ticket offices. What the hell's going on?
Well, I came to Chicago not knowing the high demand for tickets. I just thought players could come in and put an order in for tickets, and we'd get it. I was in Buffalo, and I could order 10, 15 tickets, and I'm getting them no matter what. Well, Chicago, no. You're not going to get them because it's a sold house, and we're only allotted an X amount of tickets. And I was just like, what? Are you kidding me? I'm playing here, and I can't buy tickets to the game? And he comes out, and we get into it, and Olin drags me, pulls me over, you don't want to be arguing with him.
Odyssey station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Oak Point University.
Mike Florio.
Let's bring in Mike Florio here. Joins us on the program.
NBC Sports.
All right, Florio, I know you're probably busy.
Pro Football Talk.
Starts the day, he ends the day with Pro Football Talk. He is Mike Florio.
We have learned that an unvaccinated Aaron Rodgers has tested positive for COVID. Your thoughts?
Well, you know what? He's a big fat liar.
I wouldn't listen to some of those people out there, especially guys like Mike Florio.
Go to hell with your big brain. Ladies and gentlemen, Pro Football Talks, Mike Florio.
Mike Florio with Bernstein and Rahimi.
How are you, Mike?
On the Score.
Let's talk some football with Mike Florio. It's a Layla Wednesday here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Mike Florio is on Twitter at Pro Football Talk, and he joins us on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hello, Mike Florio. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
Good. I just saw this. It was Tom Pelissero has sent out this release earlier today. The House Oversight Committee has formally requested that NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell and Washington owner Daniel Snyder appear before the committee for a hearing on June 22nd. What's the significance of this news?
You know, we had the same item at PFT. You didn't have to give one of our competitors credit.
I apologize from the depths of my heart and soul.
I'm just saying. That's fine. You're forgiven. It's very significant because, number one, they're having a hearing. They're finally having a hearing. They did a roundtable discussion previously that resulted in an employee who had not yet cooperated with the NFL's investigation, making allegations directly against Daniel Snyder that triggered a fresh investigation of those charges, and then that committee's work has sparked allegations of financial improprieties. But to say we are having a hearing and we want the commissioner and Daniel Snyder to be there, that is as real as it gets. That is the culmination, and that is what the NFL had hoped to avoid. When the committee began jostling with the NFL back in October, after the John Gruden emails were released and the crap hit the fan there, the blowback was Congress finally realized something didn't smell right from what happened in July when the NFL had zero transparency for this investigation that was conducted over a 10-month period by Beth Wilkinson. The NFL didn't want written recommendations from her because they didn't want to know what she would have said, which is you should make Daniel Snyder sell the team. And Congress now, after the NFL has tried to lobby and work behind the scenes to get Congress to basically leave them alone, they have proceeded to have a formal hearing. So now the commissioner has to decide what he's going to do. Snyder has to decide what he's going to do. It's going to get interesting. Whether they show up or not, it's going to get very interesting.
I'm always curious when Congress gets involved in sports. Of course, the famous steroid hearings of the early 2000s after the Mitchell Report comes to mind. But it also begs the question, as we see this come into play, who governs the NFL?
Well, Congress does. And Congress has obligation to exercise control and oversight and potentially pass legislation that would affect the NFL and other professional sports. Right now, the NFL is the only product in American entertainment that can grab an audience in excess of 15 to 20 million at one time. We are so fractured in what we consume through podcasts, through TV shows that pop up full seasons at a time, and it may take somebody 6 months to watch all of them. Others watch them the same day. We don't have that collective experience like we do with live sports, and of all the live sports out there, nothing is like the NFL from the standpoint of pulling people together. So it is a huge part of American life to the extent that there is widespread dysfunction in the workplace at the Washington Commanders organization, widespread use of NDAs to cover up wrongdoing. Those are things that other people will look to and think this is just normal, this is acceptable. So the prominent businesses out there in the prominent industries, especially when they receive so much public money for their stadiums and other purposes, yes, there is reason for Congress to take a look at this. And that's the knee-jerk reaction you see from so many people. Doesn't Congress have better things to do? Well, yes, it does. It has other things to do, and Congress is capable of doing multiple things at once. And this is something that Congress deems worthy. And, hey, Jerry Jones said it himself last November to Bob Costas. If we want the NFL, or if we want the people out there to pay attention to the NFL, we have to accept the fact that it's going to come with scrutiny. So they accept it. At least Jones does. And I think other owners recognize that this goes with the territory of being the biggest sports product that the country has to offer.
It's almost so big that it's hard to conceive how and when the average fan needs to care about it. If you understand what I'm saying, like to see the news aspects, and so much of what we talk about, whether it's the latest accuser of Deshaun Watson or any of this, that I always wonder about that disconnect between a person who's just like, you know what, I flip on my TV on Sunday and I fill out my fantasy roster, and either it's there or it's not. Until I have reason to concern myself with this, why should I?
Well, and most fans won't. I mean, that's the reality. They just want their dessert. They don't care about the vegetables, and they don't care about aspects of the sport that are corrupt, that are problematic. They just want to be able to watch the games and be done with it. The people who really follow it carefully and understand the broader connection of the business and how the corruption of the business can, in a roundabout way, eventually affect the on-field product, that's when I think people need to care about it. And I think we all should want the NFL to live up to the standards that it expects its players to live up to. And, you know, I say all the time, I was successfully brainwashed by NFL films back in the early 70s when I was growing up, and it created this idealized picture of what the NFL is and what it stands for, and I had the NFL on a pedestal. And, you know, that little kid who got brainwashed grew up, and he expects the NFL to act like it's worthy of being on a pedestal. So when this kind of crap happens, I am very interested in accountability and not just brushing it under the rug like every other major corporation seems to do. Circle the wagons, lie and deny, and brush it under the rug until everybody moves on to something else that they're paying attention to.
The autumn wind will always be a Raider to me, Mike Florio, but it also, I think, there's a connection here when it comes to not just, say, what we're seeing about the Washington football team, the Commanders, whichever name you prefer, but also when you consider what's going on with Deshaun Watson. We've had rumors now and reports of a 23rd and a 24th lawsuit. This is something that doesn't just go away because he decided to ship off to Ohio.
No, and this is a problem for the NFL. It's a problem for the Browns. It's a problem for the fans. A lot of the fans don't like it. They didn't like it when they traded for him, but some of the other fans have already fallen into that knee-jerk, we must defend our quarterback at all costs. So whatever he does, whatever he's accused of, we're going to pull out the talking points that are pro-Deshaun Watson and anti-Tony Busby, the lawyer who's representing the 24 women or the individual plaintiffs. Now, Watson's lawyers have targeted Busby, but one point that I've made, if this is Busby, as they believe, pulling together a bunch of weak and meritless cases and holding them together and forcing this through to satisfy his own agenda for fame, wealth, or whatever, it's not easy, I would suspect, to hold 24 people together for 15 months. You're going to have people who are impatient, upset, dissatisfied. I didn't sign up for this. Why is this taking so long? Where's my money? He told me I was going to get money quickly. And you're going to have somebody break ranks at some point. To hold 22 and now it's going to be 24 together, to actually make that group bigger 15 months later, I think makes it hard to push the idea that it's all about Tony Busby trying to elevate his profile in some way. I mean, there are 24 individuals who have made these claims now. 23, technically, a 24th is coming, who have made these claims against Deshaun Watson. At a certain point, it's just too many. Somewhere between 1 and 22 is too many. And I don't know what that number is, but I know that 22 is on the wrong side of it. And it's hard to just dismiss this as exaggeration or lying or conspiracy. It feels like there's something more there. And you know, the NFL needs to do something because the season is 99 days away. And there are multiple steps that need to be taken before they finalize a suspension of Deshaun Watson. And I'm surprised it's taken them this long. And the sooner they start this process, the sooner that everyone knows where Deshaun Watson stands for the coming season.
And speaking of proximity to the season, this is something that I've been wondering about, the effect of the Rams winning the Super Bowl. They've got a reputation. And I know McVay has a reputation as somebody who really, it takes it relatively easy on his players physically. They don't hit a lot. And even though there have been some old school coaches who have decried, well, that's why line play sucks, is we don't get to have pads on in the Players Association and all the collective bargaining is limited how much we hit. I'm wondering why this should be a good thing. If someone can finally say, you cannot hit all that often and win the Super Bowl like that. There have to be other coaches who say, you know what, maybe he's onto something, maybe he's doing something right.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And look, here's part of what you need as well. And I think the 49ers have done a very good job of doing this, and this is one of the reasons why they continue to be very competitive, even if they don't have a high-end quarterback like the Rams do. I think it makes scouting more important. You need to be able to find guys who can roll out of bed and go out and play full speed, full contact, high-intensity football without constantly practicing at that same level, where you're tackling to the ground and you're hitting hard. You just have roughnecks, a bunch of roughnecks who are chomping at the bit for the opportunity to go out and play that way in a real game. And I think it's a tribute and it's a testament to scouting. And people say, well, Kyle Shanahan runs the show, and John Lynch sets the table. I have a feeling John Lynch is very adept at finding guys who are like that, who can do that. And the Rams have some great players, and they clearly have players who can get it done without having that level of intensity in practice. But, you either adapt to the rules as they're now constituted or you don't. And the teams that adapt are the teams that are going to be successful. And I don't think it's a mistake that both of these teams have done well in recent years, because they have players who are capable of performing at a high level without practicing at that same level.
We see Akeem Hicks go from the Bears here to Tampa Bay, and you asked the question on Pro Football Talk yesterday, what happens to Ndamukong Suh then? And so I ask you, where do you think he lands? Because he did talk about wanting to play for Todd Bowles earlier when the move was made that Bowles was going to get hired.
Yeah, look, he's going to be available. He is available. He's been available. And the question becomes, and I think for a guy who's been around as long as he has, what is the dollar figure at which I will say, okay, I'll go sign with a team now? Because if it's below that minimum threshold, he can just wait. He can wait as long as he wants to wait. I've avoided the off-season program. Maybe I can avoid training camp. Maybe I wait to see if somebody gets injured. If Akeem Hicks would get injured and Ndamukong Suh would be available, that door swings wide open. I hate to jinx a guy by raising that possibility, but we know that's going to happen. For all the time we spend in the off-season talking about this team and that team and will they be good or will they be good, the one thing we know, but that we don't know specifically, we know that people are going to be injured. We just don't know who, and that changes everything. So, Suh may decide to wait. And if somebody was giving him what he's looking for to keep playing, then I think he already would have signed. So we know that the Bucs decided to go in a different direction, and now Suh, who has a Super Bowl win, and at this point he's not necessarily playing for the money. He can wait for the best opportunity to arise and get a chance to pursue another championship.
What's the latest you're hearing about Colin Kaepernick's workout, and how are you interpreting what's being said in the aftermath?
Well, I was told last week there were two teams who were interested in Kaepernick before the Las Vegas Raiders worked him out, and that time would tell whether or not one of these teams would bring him in. What happened last week, and it's very simple, and if you've been to a team facility at any point, it is fascinating. They'll have a room, and they have different technologies and different ways of presenting this, but on one side of the room, it's all the players on the roster organized by position. The other side of the room is all of the positions with all of the guys who are out there and available that they would potentially call and consider and pursue if they had needs. And Kaepernick, at least for the Raiders, has worked his way onto the list of quarterbacks that they would consider. So maybe if they're not happy with the performance of one of the understudies to Derek Carr, they would cut that guy and go pursue Colin Kaepernick. So that possibility is there for the Raiders to pivot back to him and sign him. But the hope, I think, for some was that by the Raiders finally giving him a tryout. And think about it, more than 5 years went by without him getting a workout from any NFL team, which is shameful in and of itself. I'd like to think that no matter what we disagree on publicly about Colin Kaepernick, we can all agree that he should have at least gotten an invitation to try out somewhere in the last 5.5 years until last week. But we'll see whether it emboldens another team to give him an opportunity, because the Raiders fan base didn't abandon them and the world didn't stop spinning, and the Raiders are still the Raiders, and maybe other teams can at least kick tires on Colin Kaepernick and add him to the list of guys that they would potentially consider if they have a need at the quarterback position.
Depending on how deep the House Oversight Committee digs, do you think that they would ever find any correspondence when it came to Kaepernick?
Well, Potentially. I mean, there could be emails that were sent by a guy like Bruce Allen, who seems to be of one certain specific political persuasion, who would be inclined to say negative things about Colin Kaepernick. That could potentially be uncovered, unrelated to the things that Beth Wilkinson was investigating specifically. But once you start investigating broader workplace misconduct and culture, you never know what you're going to find. And I have a feeling Beth Wilkinson found all sorts of stuff. And the NFL has done a pretty good job for 11 months now, to the day, 11 months of keeping it all under wraps, except for the John Gruden emails, which obviously got John Gruden fired and sparked this whole effort to try to get more transparency. But I suspect there's plenty of stuff there, stuff that would make it untenable for Daniel Snyder to continue as the owner, and plenty of other things that would expose a lot about the NFL that they just don't want us to see.
We talked about it yesterday, this strange MLB story about one player slapping another player over a fantasy football dispute. And I'm thinking from a football perspective, what does that say about the power and the scope, the hegemon of fantasy football? I couldn't imagine like two football players getting in a physical altercation necessarily because of some arcane like 40-man baseball roster rule or something in like a British Open pool or something. It was just it's amazing to see that these guys are doing it over fantasy football.
Well, my first thought was, number one, a lot of money had to have been involved for guys to get that upset to the point where they would actually get into a physical altercation. And secondly, I've long suspected that there are plenty of high-stakes, big-money fantasy football leagues among football players, and that we are just one news cycle away at any given time from something happening that blows that up and brings it to our attention and invites all sorts of scrutiny about very specific examples, like why a guy didn't make a tackle when he could have made a tackle in an otherwise meaningless Week 17 game of a guy who ended up, busting through for a touchdown. I feel like it's inevitable that we're going to hear about something like that, where there are guys who have a ton of money on the line, and everything that potentially flows from that when you put those guys on a football field together. I don't know that, but I think that at any given time we could find out, and then that the thing how these scandals pop up, they come up out of nowhere. They rarely happen with any type of a sense that this is coming. They just fall out of the sky, and that's one that for the past 5 or 6 years I've just been waiting and watching and thinking it's just a matter of time.
I think it says more about the participants in the league. Like, if it's like going to a restaurant, if you're not willing to pay for the most expensive thing on the menu or what you think you can even afford, then why are you going, I guess? That's kind of how I feel about it.
Well, when we're talking about one sport with participants that are engaged in fantasy football, but of all the things the NFL needs to be worried about as gambling has become legalized and more prevalent, I don't think the NFL has ever been as concerned about the potential connection between its players being involved in high-stakes fantasy football leagues as it should be, because I have a feeling it's been going on for a long time, and guys have been very, very smart about keeping their mouths shut about it.
Is Aaron Donald retiring?
I don't think he is. I think he's trying to get $30 million a year, and maybe he'll hold out, but I don't think he's going to retire. You don't sign with Kanye West's marketing firm for off-field opportunities if you're not going to be playing football, because if you're not playing football, you're not going to have the off-field opportunities. So once he made that move, that told me this guy's still playing football. But at $14 million and change, the 102nd highest paid player in the NFL, not even in the top 100, it's time for the Rams to take care of the guy.
Mike Florio, appreciate it much. Thank you.
All right, have a great week.
Thanks,
That's Mike Florio. We will talk again next week. A lot of defensive tackles. We were just talking about Aaron Donald and Ndamukong Suh. And that name that you mentioned, Akeem Hicks. Bears didn't want him. I didn't realize he'd been here 6 years. Guy'd been a really important Bear over a time in which the team really underachieved. And there was, I don't know, I want to say bad blood, but there wasn't a lot of love lost between both sides as he departs for whatever the next phase is of his career. We should talk about what he was and what he may be and how that leaves the Bears defense under Matt Eberflus and his hits principle next on The Score.
Hey Chicago fans, this is Ian Happ, and do I have some good news for you. Not only is baseball back, but Connect Roasters has new coffees.
The other part of it, Laurence, is the offensive philosophy from Frank Reich. I think that is so important as, everyone in Chicago starts talking about who's his offensive coordinator going to be, where are we going to go with that? I mean, Matt Eberflus has worked with, in my mind, one of the best offensive minds and play callers in the NFL the last 4 years, and has got to learn from him and see how he does things and see how he creates a game plan and operates. So that experience with Frank Reich, I think, really not only helped Eberflus interview well, but now will help him well as he begins to create a staff on that side of the football.
How big of a loss is this for the Colts?
It's a big loss. I mean, look, the Colts have been top 10 in turnovers for 4 consecutive years under Matt Eberflus. Every single year he has been with the Colts have been a top 10 turnover team, culminating with 33 takeaways in 2021, second most in the NFL. So you know what you're getting with Flus. It's going to be a really good defense. You're not going to allow a lot of explosive plays, and you're going to take the ball away.
The concept of hiring a coach to solve your problem, whatever your particular problem is at that point in time. And usually it has to do with offense. Like, we've got this quarterback. We've got to figure out how to maximize him. Therefore, we have to hire an offensive coach instead of saying, who is the best person to lead this organization on the field? And my hope is that they were so overwhelmed by Eberflus and his ability to do that, or how they project him to do that, that they said, we're going to hire this guy even though he doesn't necessarily on paper look like a guy that's fixing our problem.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you hire the right leader, everything else kind of falls into place. And Matt Eberflus, to me, he's the right leader for whatever organization was going to hire him. Thankful it's the Bears, so I get to talk to you about it. And, I've been telling people, I mean, literally, Laurence, I've been talking till I'm blue in the face about Eberflus today. And I've just been telling people, like, he is such a good coach and he's such a good leader. And what more could you want?
Coach, he seems to have taken loafs from you. He counts when players are loafing during practice. He counts them up, says, "Oh, that's 2 loafs on you," and playing time is affected by loafs. Is that your invention, or did you get that from Dungy or somebody else along the way?
Well, I brought it up to college to Coach Dungy, that part of the loaf. We always had, pursuit drill and those type of things. But I always felt when you're going to ask a man to go hard, that you make sure you have something that's accountable so everybody's accountable, not just one, not just 2. So each man has to know that they're accountable to each other. One lose, all lose. And so that loaf thing comes out as something of pride. You have a great deal of pride over a period of time, and then it's something that not many people do, because it's not fun to do. You have to, every film you watch, you got to spend detailed time. Okay, and we have a standard what a loaf is, so you got to go through each part of it. We did that when I was in Chicago, and what is a loaf? And I think after a period of time, that's why guys play fast, because they know there's a gradable, measurable standard for that.
Hey, we're hoping to be able to talk to Coach Eberflus in the next couple of days. You talked about the coaching and the style and all of that. Anything personal? What when you guys are just hanging out after a game, you're having a beer, you're going over some film. Like, what does he personally like to interact with? Kind of give us some of that color for our audience.
Just I keep coming back because the really good coaches I've been around, fortunate to be around, always really smart, and he is smart. and organized. And our conversations always kind of, when you love football, that's what our conversations were always about. Maybe a construction of a drill, or how do you do this better, or how do you do that better. This guy's 24/7 now. And he comes in there, and it's going to be high energy and great standards for the players. He's got the ability to step on a man's shoe and leave a shine. And not everybody can do that. It's really it's an art. And that's when I think when you understand bringing people together and discipline people, it's for the right reasons. And people know that, but they don't communicate that well enough sometimes to players. So he does. And I think that's why this guy's going to be successful. There's no doubt in my mind. None. And when you talk to him, you'll see it.
Play the game, That's the point of them. Let them know I appreciate them for my time. They're always yelling my name. I want to show some love back.
Akeem Hicks, now a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, 77 games as a Bear, 77 starts, 31 sacks, and a total of 247 tackles. Pretty damn good. There was a Pro Bowl year in there, too, in 2018 when he was all over the field and critical to the interior of their defense. But I get it. I get it. I get that he's going to be 33 in November. I get that he's had a history of injuries and he doesn't necessarily have a role in this particular defense. But that decision was made before they decided on this defense. I don't know. Are you going to view anything that he does now in any way as an indictment of the Bears, or is that still all previous regime stuff?
Of course, yes. I will always look at a player's change of scenery and wonder if the Bears got the most out of him. The indictment of the Bears comes with them changing their front office and their head coach. However, when it comes to Akeem Hicks, let's not forget that he was told to look for another team, or told he was allowed to, however that conversation went down, before last year. And when we see Khalil Mack get traded, and we hear about Robert Quinn being possibly traded, it does make me think about how, if that was really Ryan Pace's last year, that may have been a good indicator, because somebody who had more years with the team would have tried to find a suitable trade partner, and it's almost like the responsibility there was put on him. I also think it's interesting and says a lot about what the Bucs think of him. If the choice came down to Ndamukong Suh and Akeem Hicks, they chose to go with Akeem Hicks.
I think there was some passive aggressiveness in how that was handled by the Bears last year. Now that we have some distance from it, when you tell a player and his agent, hey, man, go see what the market is. Let's put a deal together. I think what you're saying is after they've said, hey, we want our extension. We want an extension based on his performance and what he's done, et cetera. And the team kind of says, no, we're not that interested. And they say, well, that's not fair. I think it might have just been the point saying, all right, you're overestimating your value. You're not worth what you think you're worth. And that was their way of showing, say, hey, we would love to be able to trade him for what you think he's actually worth, sir. So see what you can drum up on that market. That's how I read it now. And I'm not sure the Bears were wrong. I mean, they might have been wrong in how they handled it and how they alienated an important leader and one of the public-facing, members of their team. Guy always, always available and was, talented at speaking and expressing himself. But I think their point, they might have been right. They just might have been right of, hey, we're not going to fight this publicly. And he had that brief holdout, right? It was like a day or two when he didn't show up. And things changed after that.
Last year, yes.
Yeah, and they didn't handle it great, but I don't necessarily think they were wrong. Now watch him have 12 sacks this year in that defense. Who knows?
The reason I think they were is because of the impact he made when he was playing on the run defense. When he and Eddie Goldman were actually playing that combination, and even just with Hicks, even without Goldman, the run defense was significantly better. I believe the stat I saw when it was a combination of him and Goldman was a difference of 40 yards per game. And that's enough to be significant in the swing of the game. But the problem is we always qualify it with when healthy. So the question becomes, how much are you going to see out of Stu on the field in Tampa? And even I think Mike Florio is right to ask, is he going to be healthy? However, I think there are a lot of injuries that players can play through, but I don't know that last year, if I were on the Bears, I would choose to play through it.
To ask Allen Robinson about some of that stuff. I mean, there you start looking at who was available and when and who might have been kind of checked out and knowing that there was going to be a better opportunity down the line. Yeah, I think some of that's informed now by what we saw after the fact. And you're right. Hicks he was like a dislocated elbow at one point. There was a time when he got up and his arm was facing the wrong direction. He didn't have like little nagging things, and like all football players do. Some of them we don't even know about. They don't even find their way onto a weekly list. But a lot of his stuff was pretty traumatic.
Sure, it was significant, and I think I'm a big believer in change of scenery being good for athletes, and I'm very encouraged to see what Todd Bowles gets out of him in Tampa. That is going to be something that I watch that defense regardless, but that will be a piece of it that I definitely want to see how that goes. And look at where Allen Robinson landed, by the way. I know you and I didn't get the chance to talk about it when that news broke, but he ends up with the Super Bowl champion.
Yep.
Real quarterback.
And for a reasonable amount of money. And there are people around the Bears that were really disappointed in his level of performance last year, in his overall level of engagement.
We saw that. I don't put that on Justin Fields, by the way. I put 100% of that on the scheme. But people are going to react the way they're going to react, and you could tell that at that point he was making business decisions.
Texters are weighing in on the Akeem Hicks discussion. Here are some opposite sides of the coin in consecutive texts. 573 says, Hicks fit that defense perfectly. It surprises me the new staff didn't retain him. Aside from injuries, he could be a fit and lead this new defense. I'm not sure I agree with that. 630 says, I'm sorry that Akeem Hicks was petulant when it came to his weekly radio hits, not just on your station, but the other station as well. I mean, he could be prickly, but that's only because he's smart. I don't think he went out of his way to be a jerk. You had to make sure you came correct with some of the questions.
I don't mind it when players show emotion about stuff, and I don't take it personally if they don't.
No.
That's kind of how I feel about it.
if somebody's going to be themselves and some guys have good days, bad days, that's I think it's generally on us, the interviewers, to try to get the most out of them, whatever that situation may be. We have the midway coming up.
Wait a second.
And what?
Wait a second.
What?
Speaking of that, if we're going to
Yes.
talk about his radio hits, do we
Yes.
have 40 seconds to show you what an interviewer can get out of him?
I'm feeling strong. I fought through a lot this season, but the resounding feeling of just being appreciative of my moment, man, I just want to play good football and say goodbye to Chicago in the right way.
Akeem, I'll let you go here in a second, but you did say this is your way of saying goodbye to Chicago. What can you say about Bears fans this year and throughout your time here with the Chicago Bears?
I'll say this, man. After not having them here last season, being able to have our people in the building, but like in this amount, it's like you can't compare it, man. There's no feeling like it. When we're up and we're playing good ball, we're so supported. So we just got to do our end, man.
Just saying.
Yeah. He put a lot in there too. That when we're up and we're playing good ball, we're supported, and I think that's there's a lesson to be learned there for some people in some places who don't quite understand the dynamic. And yeah, good job, good on Grody for understanding that was sort of a valediction at the end there.
Yes, and I appreciated it when it happened, and I think it stands to reason now that he's officially gone. We should have played it one more time.
There was a convention in Chicago this past week. I didn't know about it. It had been the first time it was here in over 2 years due to COVID. An estimated 16,000 attendees were here for the Sweets and Snacks Expo at McCormick Place. I've got the highlights and what may be the lowlights here for your consumption.
Apparently there's not just the possibility of aliens, but multiple civilizations who could annihilate us. That I need to talk through it.
This is where the Cubs play.
And he drives one in the air to left center field and deep. It's got a chance. Grand slam. Home run number 100 for Wilson Contreras. And he makes it a grand slam home run. How about that?
Pat Hughes here, play-by-play voice of the Chicago Cubs. Join Ron Coomer and me right here.
I came across a site. A perfect, only slightly mangled Giordano's 10-inch pizza. Maybe 8. I can't measure. And there it is, in the middle of the street, by itself, just sitting there all lonely. So I walked closer to it, as one tends to do to pizza, and I took a picture. And then I realized it was sitting on a cardboard box.
Was it warm? Could you see any steam coming off of it?
No, it was cold like my dead heart. And as I looked at it, I thought other people should share in this feeling. So I took a picture and I said, I found the person having the worst day today. It has since gone viral, which I am happy about because I think we need a little distraction.
What's the story behind a whole deep dish pizza sitting on cardboard on a street corner?
Tragedy.
Well, it is tragic.
But many great stories and many writers start from that moment and then storyboard outward.
What I was
leads-
lazy and took it to the internet, and they came up with better answers.
Well, what leads to that? And the bigger question, and this is the monkey's paw question, where you have just found a free whole Chicago deep dish pizza. That's $25 right there worth of food.
That's $25 right there. Seriously, it is though. They don't.
I know.
So then
I know what things cost. Do you eat it?
That's it. Pandemic street pizza. But the third piece of this is the other part of the internet who correctly issued, it's a trap. This has got to be some kind of trap.
It's a trap.
Doesn't it?
There's like a string attached to it that's gonna
or a trap door.
It's an airborne virus, not a pizza-borne virus.
We solved it.
And
so eat the pizza.
But aren't there things on the street that can make you sick?
Never.
10.
You guys gotta meet me halfway out there.
So real, you can almost feel it. The Midday Midway with Dan Bernstein on 670 The Score.
On the Midday Midway here midweek. It's already midweek. It's so weird because we had the Memorial Day. You think today's Tuesday, but it's not because it's Wednesday because Layla Rahimi is here. And that means that it's all downhill from here for your work week. And we talked about last night's disappointing White Sox outcome. We had a really fun transition with Mully and Grody as well. And then Mike Florio with a wide-ranging football discussion that followed with our, I guess, appreciation or outlook, both for Akeem Hicks as once a Bear, now a Buccaneer.
Did you see this story from the New York Post that came out this week about how the Milky Way galaxy has four malicious alien civilizations that could attack Earth?
Wait, has or could have?
In the galaxy. This is according to a researcher, obviously. Alberto Caballero, a PhD student at the University of Vigo in Spain, authored a study in the International Journal of Astrobiology earlier this month in which he claimed that he pinpointed the so-called WOW signal. That's a signal that was first detected in 1977. It's a strange minute-long burst of radio energy. And, Voyager is out there, and it's sending back some weird, crazy data. And then we, as idiots here on Earth, are like, hey, aliens, come find us. Here's our signal. Like a beacon. What are you doing? We can't even do basic things as a civilization, and you think we're going to suddenly pair up to fight aliens? We are doomed.
Get back to the headline there. This person found 4 hostile alien civilizations. I think we might be burying the lead.
Also, the government, the way they're leaking out these alien hearings, it's so brilliant because it's like, hey, we tried to tell you. You guys just didn't want to listen to us, and we were all big. Look over there. We're talking about this thing and this thing and this other thing. And, trying to, roll back other laws that we figured out already. We tried to tell you about the aliens. They're totally already passing the buck on this.
Yeah, but it's not going to be mysterious. There isn't going to be some weird thing on a photo that Snopes.com has to debunk because somebody saw it on an island. They're just going to show up and blow us up, or they're not even going to have to get here. They're just going to shoot some radiation beam out of deep space that'll paralyze us, and they come in and they take what they want, and then they leave.
They're going to do it. Can they get on with it?
Don't blame me. I voted for Kodos.
It sounds all. Some of these hearings, this could be this could be that. I just think if and when they finally decide that they've had enough of us or they want what they want from us, that it's not going to be too mysterious.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think they're going to be kind of like, wait, you guys are this bad at civilization together? Why do we want you? We're going to be rejected by the aliens.
Or they've already been here a while, and it explains so much of what's going on.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. But 4 in the galaxy? And we're like, hey, come find us. What are we doing? Here's the other scary thing to me. It's not that there's other worlds out there. The scariest idea is that this is the only one, and we're this bad at it. Yeah, sit on that.
What would you say if I offered you carrot bacon?
Go on.
See, I would say no, thank you.
How about no?
How about no? This was the winner of the Small Business Innovator Award at the recent Sweets and Snacks Expo in Chicago. They're calling it plant-based jerky, Carolina smoke flavor. They're more crunchy like kettle potato chips than chewy like jerky. A hint of sweetness from the carrots themselves and from maple syrup. They are air-dried. They are not fried. That is one product that is receiving some attention, as were the True Fru, double umlaut, frozen strawberries covered in pink ruby chocolate. They won the Best in Show award. And now there's one that I will say no to, a couple that I'm going to say no to before I give you what my personal pick is here, something we should have had here a long time ago. But there's a company called Food Fight Company, and they debuted challenge games. One is called Anteater, with a vial of what's listed in the ingredients as culinary quality edible black ants. And Reaper Roulette a gummy bear game in which you roll the dice and the dice tell you which gummy bear to choose. It might be an insanely hot gummy bear flavored with Carolina Reaper pepper.
And those are worse than the carrot bacon? Or better than the carrot bacon?
On print, at least I understand these, that you kind of know what you're getting. Like, carrot bacon just sounds like a no.
One's worse for your colon, that's for sure.
I think it's just a
It's
pretty
not the
simple...
carrot bacon.
I know.
Yeah, no, the Reaper roulette. If I get a wrong one, I can't come to work the next day because it's like being maced. That stuff. It's seriously.
This is what I'm talking about. The aliens are going to be like, "What are you guys doing?" Okay, we gotta go.
They saw us eating Tide Pods. But here I think is the absolute winner. And the question is, where has this been? Hattie B's hot chicken skin chips. They're inspired by the legendary Nashville fried chicken restaurant, but by the snack company's founders' years living in Hong Kong as well, where chicken skin is prized. Think of these as if they're pork rinds, but they're instead spiced, crackling chicken skin.
Give me it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, we can agree on that.
Oh, because I will tell you, one of the great bites of food in the world is when you have a piece of like a fried chicken thigh, like a Popeye's fried chicken thigh, and that one top flap of skin comes off. And you can then sort of negotiate, okay, do I put it back on, and do I try to bite here, and here, so I get a little bit of skin in each bite, or do I say, screw it, and you just take that whole, like, triangle piece of heaven? That's what they're talking about here, except in, like, a pork rind-style chip.
All of that could be really misinterpreted.
I'm hungry. And I had a bunch of Italian sausage already for breakfast, and I'm still hungry.
No, we need to focus on the chicken.
Speaking of that, can I alert you guys of a sale at the lovely Jules?
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding? What do you think we do here?
I know. So I was at my neighborhood Jules, and I was just mindlessly going through the grocery store. And they had an Italian trio, and I was like, go on. So I look at it, and they said it was £1.50 of a combination of provolone, salami, and pepperoni. Yep. And it was only $10. But joke's on them. It was 1.8 pounds, and it was still $10. And guess what my breakfast has been? And I'm happy about this.
You got a 2-pound Italian multi-pack for $10?
Bingo, Jules.
Ooh, and then I could make cheese witches too. I could make breadless sandwiches where you use the provolone as the bread, or you use the salami or the pepperoni as the bread with the other things in between.
And the cherry sale is coming up soon because it's about that time. So I'm super excited for that because that'll happen again.
Is it? I forget the order. Is it Rainier cherries first and then the Bing cherries?
I don't know. I am pro cherry and eat cherries in general. Rick, where are you on those? Would that be part of your snack convention?
Cherry. Okay, am I wrong that? Well, I'm not wrong. But fake cherry greater than real cherry in terms of flavor.
True. Fake cherry is the top.
I don't know. That's real, like the really overripe cherries, and or the ones that the super tart ones, like that you can use for cherry pie. I've never made a cherry pie, but I do like those on the tart side. And the fact spitting the pits at your children is fun.
Sour cherries are also a favorite of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, spitting pits at people?
At your kids. Just bing, right off their head, or, you bank it off their ear.
Is that like your replacement for not being at the auto show and being able to throw the, foam footballs at people?
My favorite thing is throwing stress balls at toddlers. And they don't know that it's for them, and the favorite thing is it's like they come back and they throw it back to you. It's like, no, that's yours. You keep it. They don't understand. It's like, oh, I get to keep it. This is mine. I thought I was supposed to throw it back.
To be fair, you can cuss them so they forgot that you threw the ball to them.
Yeah, that's true. Or you get the one that you didn't realize they had 3 other kids, and then the 3 other kids are running at you crying. Like, oh, wait, okay, we got you. Don't worry. You're all set. You can't leave anybody without at that point. And then you get the adult that comes over. Where's mine? Where's my free stuff? You gave one to that kid.
I listen every day. Where's Mike North?
You almost speak as if you miss the auto show.
I do. It's not almost. Of course I miss the auto show. I have to be among the people to feel better about our world.
And so I can take pictures.
So Rick can get in
And one of
trouble.
those pictures turns into the afternoon show producer.
Yeah. Yep.
Are we not allowed to talk about that anymore? Sorry.
We can. Yep. An auto show person became what we now know as Shane Reardon. It was after a series of unfortunate missteps and botched surgeries, but I think he's fine.
Unbelievable.
We'll talk White Sox baseball with Steve Stone next.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
We've seen seasons in baseball recently where this season from Wilson Contreras would merely be described as a good season, but because of where.
Look at this.
Here it comes.
Look at this.
He threatened. It's happening.
Are you kidding me?
Look at that.
Tune in to Twitch. Get
on.
Look at this.
That looks unbelievable.
That is a smash burger.
Shane, I want you to know. Okay?
Hold on, Dave. He's got to walk out there and I think
he's got to get yours.
I assume he's got to get mine.
I'm not going to tell you I'm vegetarian or anything. Okay, with this burger. Okay?
Thank you, Shane.
I want you to know. You notice how I'm dressed today? Yeah. You kind of gave me a heads up that you were doing this. Yeah. So I put this is wait. When I go to a 5-star restaurant or eat, I don't go for the jeans and I don't walk in a pair of tennis shoes. I get dressed up. This is 5-star.
That's great, Dave. You look great. You dressed up for Shane's burger.
I did. We allowed to eat this?
Yeah, here you go. I'm giving
pass
you some
pass some
paper
napkins
towels.
around.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to talk. No, I can't.
Well, no, but I mean, every once. Why don't you take your bite?
You take a first bite.
You take the first bite.
We're the hosts. We're used to that. We can remind people.
Look at this thing, huh?
Yeah, smash burger. This burger.
All right, you guys.
How good is this?
This burger is fantastic. You like it, Dave?
This is the closest thing to an In-N-Out burger in L.A. that I've had.
Oh, wow, that's insulting.
Insulting? You can't.
In-N-Out burger is very overrated, Dave.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Have you ever had one?
Yeah, I have.
Shane, this is unbelievable.
Thank
this
you.
burger. I don't know
Appreciate that.
what'd you do to make the crust of the burger.
Can we just
the way
play
it is?
some music while we eat it?
That's the epitome of the smash burger, to get that crust on the edges where you really focus on, like, when you're smashing it, to round off with your hands so the edges towards the end get much thinner than the center, and then you kind of get that crisp.
Unbelievable crisp. And are you still doing this on the Schmeal app?
I'm going to navigate soon away from the Schmeal and become my own entity, but I am still doing it on the Schmeal app, and a lot easier now.
Where
thanks to that
can
Blackstone.
somebody buy this at?
My DMs. You just DM me, and then you come by my house.
Folks, Shane's Meat is the real business.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
Steve Stone.
Hello.
White Sox analyst for NBC Sports Chicago.
People don't realize that wrapped in that very small body has got the hands and wrists and forearms of giants.
Former Cy Young winner.
Steve Stone is in town as a broadcaster with White Sox television. Of course, he set the Orioles franchise record with 25 wins and winning the Cy Young Award in 1980.
Predictor of outcomes.
They've been trying to keep a lot of pitches away from Jose Abreu tonight. I'm thinking this is a really good matchup with him and Otero. Let's see if he gets careless with one.
In the air left field. Allen back in the warning track. It is gone!
Steve Stone with Dan Bernstein and Layla Rahimi on 670 The Score.
Let's talk White Sox with Steve Stone. Not a whole lot of fun going on for the Southsiders right now as they bring an incomplete roster into Toronto and find another way to lose. Steve Stone is on Twitter at Steve Stone, and he joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hello, Stoney.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Layla. Hopefully all is well with you folks.
Yeah, well enough. It's infuriating watching this baseball team sometimes, Steve.
No, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And we talked about a 500 season, which the Sox are a game below 500. But in those years where you're waiting for that long streak and it doesn't seem to come, those become very frustrating years. And then on an occasional basis, probably more than we would all like, there is an egregious mistake made. And that mistake winds up bearing the ball club, and last night was no exception.
You say bearing the ball club. I know it was emblematic of that game where they had such a good chance, and I think we all know Danny Mendick would want that one back. I don't think there's a question there at all. Gordon Beckham, who was in your stead last night, did a great job of also sympathizing with that. But this is not the first base running gaffe this team has had. How do you categorize it based on what you've seen the Sox do over the past really couple years?
Well, look, I think it's pretty simple, actually. And it goes to the thought process and the bearing down on each and every play, regardless of where you happen to be, whether you're in the field, whether you're at bat, or whether you're on the bases. You have to be prepared for every eventuality. And the situation is, if you're on first base, you take a look at the guy at third. Are you faster than he is? The answer in this case was yes. I run faster than the guy at third, which means I will most likely, if we tag up at the same exact time, I will get to second before he gets home. In which case, you either decide not to run or run a little more slowly. Because if you run full out and you're faster than the guy at third, you're going to get tagged out by a pretty decent throw, and it turned out to be a very good play, especially in the infield, and he was tagged out before McGuire got there. So, yeah, I believe he would like it back again. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen too often in life. But, when you're scuffling for each and every run, each and every play, your pitcher has made a couple of bad pitches, and it cost you. In this case, the pitcher was Lucas, who was throwing okay for a bit, and then he saw the roof fall in. But this is a very good Toronto team. They're 28-20. I mean, this team is a bona fide playoff team, and the Sox battled them tooth and nail up until that particular mistake. And then, as good teams do, they put the game away.
What has gone so severely wrong with Yasmani Grandal at the plate?
Well, I believe that certainly if I had the answer, then Frank Medicino would have the answer, or Yaz would have the answer, but I don't think anybody really knows. So let's assume, and I don't know anything other than this, let's assume that he is entirely 100% healthy. As far as the legs are concerned, the knees are concerned, he's healthy. He is in a period now, he looked a little bit, and has looked a little bit like he looked the first part of last year, only to catch fire in the second part of last year and really become meaningful for the team. I think we are all hoping that that happens again. So far, he hasn't showed any signs of it happening again.
I think it's fair to mention Lucas Giolito's performance last night, not just because we saw Alejandro Kirk, I think, reprise the role of Nelson Cruz in the 2 home runs in the same game club, but also because I love his fastball and his changeup, but his slider seemed to be missing a little bit. What did you think about the pitch mix and selection?
Well, I think certainly number one, the hitters will tell you when a pitch you have isn't working. And then you have to try to work around that with whatever it is that you're doing. And I've seen Lucas win games just fastball and change. But if the slider puts you behind in a count, then obviously it's not going to be a very good count for you, because there's a stark difference between the first pitch, whether it's 0-1 or 1-0. If it's 1-0, I'm not sure exactly the exact numbers, but the at-bat, I think, is 100-plus points better by going 1-0 as opposed to 0-1. So I think that usually is a problem. And what can he do when the slider isn't working? Well, he hasn't really refined the release point on the curveball yet. So usually when a guy throwing a good slider and a good curve, when one of them doesn't work, he goes to the other one. With Lucas, it's going to be fastball and it's going to be change. And I think what happens is if you're going to be essentially a two-pitch pitcher and miss with that third pitch where a guy has to disregard it, then he's going to be right about 50% of the time if he's guessing the pitch. And then if you make a mistake with location, then you have a problem. And I think Lucas missed around the middle of the plate too much last night.
I'm looking at the number of players the White Sox have who are actually above water offensively, just using weighted runs created plus. And the short answer is nowhere near enough of them right now. We've spent a lot of time this year talking about lineups and the difficulty that the White Sox have had finding the right mix of players at the right spots. And now with Tim Anderson out, I've almost thrown up my hand, Steve, because no matter what they're doing right now, they're going to have a lineup with 3, 4, sometimes 5 bad offensive players in it. And I don't know if there's any way around it other than just better defense, better pitching, and maybe lowering our expectations for some of the run scoring.
Well, I don't think you can do that. I mean, I think you always expect to score some runs. As far as lowering expectations, I don't know. Usually 5 runs in a ball game is enough, especially if the pitching is going to be as good as Sox pitching has been at times this year. But you have nights where it's not enough. Last night was one of those things. And again, if the Sox win that ball game 9-6, 10-6. You don't really pay much attention to the Mendick, McGuire, Grandal debacle, but they didn't. They lost 6-5, and that becomes a pivotal play in the game. So with what Tony has to choose from, I really get a kick of the folks on Twitter saying Tony's made all of these different lineups. I mean, when's he going to throw the same guys out there every day? Well, that's a delight. Sure, you can do that, except when you come to the ballpark on a daily basis and find out one or more of your players that you counted on playing is not healthy enough to play. Whether it's COVID, whether it's injuries, whether it's a number of different reasons, Tony doesn't start a lot of different lineups because he's got nothing better than to start a lot of different lineups. He's also not ready to probably make an all-time record by playing 162 different lineups. He would like to have a consistent lineup, but consistently he doesn't have the guys ready to play who would make it consistent. So I think he's trying to mix and match as well as he possibly can. And, we saw last night, we saw Grandal leading off. I think Tony felt that was best for what he was doing at the time. Not driving the ball, not hitting the ball out of the ballpark. So he thought maybe he can get on base in the one spot. Quite obviously, we know it didn't work out particularly well. But I evaluated why he did it, and people mistook that from endorsing the move. I'm not the greatest fan of Grandal hitting leadoff. However, if Tony just sits back and does nothing, everybody's going to say, why doesn't he do something? If he does something, everybody says, why doesn't he do nothing? So, when you're making the decisions, you're going to be second-guessed regardless of what you do. There's not any doubt about that, but that comes with the territory. And he's not a newbie manager. He's been second-guessed many times in many places about many things. But what he's doing on a daily basis is what all of us want but have no control over. We want the Sox to win. Tony wants them to win. He has the control of the lineup, and he doesn't make a lineup saying, hey, this isn't going to work, but I'm going to put that guy out there. He's thinking that it's got a chance to work, and it's different than what he's done before. And he realizes with Anderson gone, this becomes very challenging for this team because your entire offensive catalyst is taken off the board for the better part of 3 to 4 weeks, somewhere in that. Optimistic it's 3 weeks. We would all love to see that. But, so for 3 weeks, they're going to have to make do without him.
Well, and I don't think Tony La Russa is creating lineups concerned about what we say either way. I think when it came to Grandal, it was pretty obvious he thought that maybe it was a mojo pick, try to get him going a little bit. But the combination of that and him being a DH, ideally you want your DH to produce like Kirk did last night, right? But that's not always going to be the case, especially when he's
also wearing a Toronto uniform. So you have to go with what you have in that dugout. I mean, looking down in the minor leagues, looking at possible acquisitions around baseball, and bear in mind nobody is really doing anything right now because every team is sorting out, do I have a chance, do I not have a chance, before I entertain the idea of either selling or buying assets. So right now you've got to pretty much play with the hand that you have. And, that was the thought process, I think, behind Grandal hitting in the leadoff spot.
How concerned are you now that Eloy Jimenez is already back out after one rehab opportunity? How concerned are you that he's just not made of strong stuff, that he just keeps getting hurt?
Well, I think everybody's concerned, Dan, because that should have been and will be, when he gets back, that's going to be a centerpiece of this offense. However, you cannot hit from the bench. You can't hit from the IL. And I know Rick Hahn has said, and he gets a little excited when people call Eloy injury prone. Well, looking back at his history, if you don't want to use injury prone, let's use frequently injured, because that's exactly what's happened. Now, I don't think anybody associated with the White Sox wants to see him injured a lot. Unfortunately, that's what's happened.
To say the unfortunate least. Also, Stoney, let's talk about something that did go really well last night. Andrew Vaughn's performance was excellent. 4 for 5. He batted second. That worked really well. We saw him work an 11-pitch at bat that I thought was just an incredibly great piece of hitting, just professional all around. What do you make of the performance he had last night and where he was put in the lineup that worked?
Well, I've been, number one, on your station, I was asked last week where Andrew Vaughn should hit or who should hit 2, and I said Andrew Vaughn is a perfect candidate to do that. But I also have been a big fan of Andrew Vaughn for quite some time. I watch the way he approaches the baseball. I watch his balance, which is exceptional. I watch, the hand-eye coordination, which all great hitters have to have. And one of the things that I've said literally from the beginning was that Andrew Vaughn is going to be a substantial major league run producer. Nothing that's happened to this point has dissuaded me from that idea. I still believe he's going to be terrific, and he's going to keep on getting better. But he showed you a couple of different times that, he can really get it done. This guy is going to be a consequential hitter for this team, which is one of the reasons why literally everybody that came to the White Sox for a deal of any sort, for anybody, always had either Vaughn as the centerpiece of that trade or a member of the trade going back the other way. There's a lot of teams would really love to have him in their lineup on a daily basis. Fortunately, he is in the White Sox lineup on a daily basis. I think 2 is a good spot for him. Quite obviously, they're going to probably have to look at another type of leadoff hitter ahead of Vaughn. But the Vaughn situation has worked out exceptionally well. But I think the team knew that when they drafted him out of Cal Berkeley. He came out as the Golden Spikes Award, probably the best hitter in that draft. Sox were able to get him with the 3rd pick, and I think it's worked out well, but I think he's also getting better.
At what point do we stop thinking just about, the division's still there for them. The Twins really aren't that good, and the White Sox are still certainly in striking distance. And we think about that, and Steve, I have to stop myself because I say, well, wait a sec. It's not supposed to be about that. It's not. This was supposed to be after they got knocked out of the playoffs by a better Houston team. It was about aiming higher than that. It was about, here's what we need to do to really compete in October and November. And I just feel like that some things on the high end here already feel like they're slipping away or slipping back a little bit in that regard. Do they feel that way to you?
Well, let me answer that question by taking you back to right after spring training, when the shows sometimes run together as far as I'm doing 3 a week and I do different things on different shows. But one of the things that I said, and I said it during spring training, and I said it during the early season, and I'll say it now. When you have an accelerated spring training to the tune of 3.5 weeks, you can have all these guys working out wherever when they want to work out, but it's not like getting together as a major league franchise, working together, pulling in the same direction, and getting your body in perfect shape to have a 6-month season, which is 162 games is a huge season, a lot of strain on everybody's body. But what I said is if 3.5 weeks were ideal, in a non-strike, non-lockout year, they would not have a 6-week spring training because 6 weeks of spring training is ideal. It's ideal for pitchers. It actually is ideal for hitters, certainly for runners, certainly for the guys that have some speed and use their legs to help make their living. But what I said with the accelerated spring training, and I still stand by today, you're going to see a huge amount of injuries because a lot of people's bodies were just not ready to start the pressure of a 162-game major league season. And what we have seen is all around baseball, we've seen a plethora of injuries. I thought last year the injuries were awful for the Sox. This year they're actually worse. And they're worse with consequential players, consequential pitchers. I mean, you can't help losing Garrett Crochet. That was one of those things that happened. But the other injuries, the soft tissue injuries, the leg injuries, the many injuries the Sox have just running to first base. Going in a straight line to first base, they've had 3 or 4 guys injured. And we're seeing a lot of leg injuries. That could be a product of a number of different things. And so when people sit and evaluate this White Sox team, let's look at it realistically and say that would you say when the season started the best way to make a lineup is to have 2 first basemen in left or right field? Probably not. And Gavin Sheets and Andrew Vaughn are doing the best job they can possibly do in a key situation. So you lose your top two starters, the beginning, very close to the beginning of the year, and Lynn and Giolito. Giolito's back. Lynn will be coming back. But I do believe that injuries are part of the game. But the luck of the game is having the guys that you're really going to count on staying healthy. If you can write those guys in the lineup every day, I think you're going to be a better team. I mean, look for a small sample size at Luis Arise of the Twins. He gets on base at an alarming rate. He seems to be healthy every day. If you take him out of their lineup, that's a table setter they don't have for the big boys to drive him in. But he's been in the lineup every day. Sox haven't had the luxury of that too often this year.
Well, I don't know what that says about going forward, but people better get real healthy real fast.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, that's really the key to going forward. Number one, you cannot turn over your baseball team at this point, because I've heard from people, obviously, on social media, they want to fire everybody. They want to fire the whole front office. They want to fire the whole coaching staff. They want to fire certainly the manager. They want to fire, in some cases, they want to fire the owner. They want to fire everybody. I'm just thinking that might be counterproductive. So what you have to do is try to get out of it with what you have. You can't sit your way out of a slump. You may sit a day here and there, but you have to hit your way out of the slump. And the same thing with pitchers and defenders. And that's one of the reasons why the Tim injury was devastating for this team. Not only is he the catalyst offensively, but he was a guy who was starting to field much better. That being said, the other guys have to pick up the slack because there's no other choice. There are no options out there. There's no magic bullets coming up from the minor leagues and starting at shortstop and second base for a prolonged period of time.
Well, here's hoping. Here's to improved White Sox play in our shared future. Steve Stone, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Dan. And Layla, have a good show. And, the boys are trying right now. They're trained literally as hard as they can. We'll have to see how it works out.
It was nice to see the offense perform the way it did regardless, that's for sure, Stoney. Yeah,
there's no doubt that they really hit the ball well last night. I mean, led by Andrew Vaughn, they hit the ball well. Reese McGuire had a key base hit. It looked for a while like they were going to come back and beat that team. And as we know, that didn't happen.
Steve Stone joins us most weeks here on Sports Radio 670. And when we come back, I have a couple of notes to put Yasmani Grandal's underperformance in some interesting historical context. One, all-time baseball, another all-time White Sox. And I think it's fair to ask a question, and I ask this honestly, not rhetorically. What am I missing about what the betting markets, what the futures markets are saying about the White Sox playoff chances that I don't seem to be seeing or appreciating, because there's a disconnect there, and I want to get that figured out with people who know more about that stuff than I do. That's coming up. Bernstein with Layla here today on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
Dick Butkus on Doug Buffone.
If we would have won collectively.
Jerry Reinsdorf understands this. When I broadcast for the White Sox, I am actually an employee of the White Sox. And so you handle things a bit differently than you normally would. But Jerry also understands that when I go on The Score, I'm an employee of The Score. And so you can go in depth in various areas that you can't do on a White Sox broadcast. Fortunately, he understands that. As far as the Cubs were concerned, sometimes they didn't understand that. Sometimes they had a hard time differentiating between when I was on one of their broadcasts and when I wasn't. I was never, and people don't really understand the difference, but I was never a Cub employee. They never wanted me to work for the Cubs. I always worked for WGN, and so I felt a bit more freedom to deal with what I had to deal with. And for the most part, it worked out really well. 2004 was not the most entertaining season because the Cubs did an El Foldo toward the end. We had a difference of opinion, and both Chip and I left after that season.
It hardened this Cubs fan, Stoney, because, I mean, I'm in high school, and I loved the 03 team so much. I don't think in my lifetime there was a season that I anticipated more than 04. And I loved you guys in the booth, and I knew that I wanted to go and study broadcasting, so I'm watching you guys intently. and then they're blaming you guys. That was one of the toughest seasons for me as a fan. So I'm sure it was a little tougher for you, but just know you were not completely alone in all of that.
Yeah, it was a difficult year, and the reason is I thought they could have gone every bit as far as 2003 and maybe won it all. I mean, that pitching staff was outstanding. I thought the team was certainly good enough. Sometimes when you have Holmes that don't have mirrors to look in and realize whose fault it is that you didn't win, I think that's a problem. But I've never known broadcasters to beat a team, ever. In all the years I've been doing this, the broadcasters never beat any team that I was on. And when I was in the booth, we never beat any team that was playing against the team I was broadcasting for. So I think it was an excuse, and there's a lot of them. The winners win, and the losers make excuses, and that really never changes.
When we go to weddings, Spieg says he is first one out on the dance floor. He opens the dance floor.
Such an opportunity to dance and get out there and have some fun.
I also am a beginning of the wedding to the end of the wedding dancer, but I will admit to being a little bit more reluctant at first. And as the liquid courage builds up, it's like I get more and more into it by the more and more brown liquor or red wine that I consume.
Oh, okay.
Tanny and Shane, our producers, basically have to be dragged out of the dance floor, not big fans of the old dancing at weddings. I'm guessing that is not the case for Chuck Swirsky based on your post-game videos.
No, I'll tell you what. In the right setting, I do like to dance. I have not been in that environment in a while. And to answer your question, Danny, so last year, as you know, with the COVID situation, we did not travel. And we did our games, our road games, from the basement at the United Center. And Rich Wyatt, the best engineer on the planet, put together a beautiful setup for us. And after one game, because we were just emotionally drained from going to work and just calling the game off the TV, it's very, very difficult. But you do it. You know, it is what it is. I get it. So the Bulls won a game, and I just started letting go. I mean, I was dancing. I was having a good time. And Rich taped it on his phone. And so he goes, hey, let's do it. I said, fine, put it on, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And then it caught fire. And now I'll share a quick story with you. So I've known Steph Curry since he was a little boy because his dad, Dell, played for the Raptors. So when Golden State came to town, we always try and spend about 5 minutes together before tip. So we're talking outside the Golden State locker room, and I gave him a fist bump, and I said, wish you well, you know, the best to the fam. And he stops me after I pulled a U-turn. He goes, oh, by the way, you're not going to dance tonight.
Oh, wow.
I like it.
So he's been following watching along. He's on to you, Swears.
Yes.
No, you got to dance. You got to do it. Are there songs that you're hearing in your head at that time? Does Rich now play music for you, or is the music just deeply embedded within the soul of Chuck Swirsky?
That's a very good question. You know, maybe you should come up with some music here, because with BMI and ASCAP and all that stuff, we're prevented from playing music with the dances. That's why everyone says, Chuck, you got to dance to music. Well, you know, the licensing fee would be exorbitant, so we can't do it.
I hate people that think we're making fun of him when we repost his videos. Like, we have nothing but enjoyment for his videos.
Pure joy.
That music is in him.
Yeah.
The spirit of dancing is just, it lives within Chuck.
Candy, do we have any of the royalty-free music that they used last year?
You know we do, you silly goose.
Can we bring some of that back?
Dance around like a spinning top. Check on the light, turn on the amps. Slap a pop on a funky old school hip-hop. We're gonna crank it up.
2015 Tyler Saladino, Brooks Robinson, 2011 Juan Pierre.
I can't.
Louis Aparicio.
That's Louis Aparicio right there. 2019 John Jay, 1999 Mike Caruso, 2007
Saladino,
2007 Jerry Owens, 2010 Juan Pierre, and 2014 Larry Garcia.
When Tyler Saladino, 2019 John Jay, who I completely forgot about. Wasn't he injured half the season?
Yes.
And 2014 Larry.
But that's not the half of it.
I know.
Just wait. There's more.
Well, wait, was that Jerry Owens, like Kenny's cousin, that would always be
from
part
the
of the station?
Grange Park, Jerry Owens. I touch my nose, and you say that Jerry Owens is sending a fax to what's your beef. So this list comes from Scott Lindholm, and this is in the history of Major League Baseball, and he has put in minimum 400 plate appearances by slugging percentage. Worst slugging percentage in MLB history. Now, granted, Yasmani Grandal at the moment only has 170. But if he stays on pace, this is where his current season would slot in ever. The worst slugging year of all time, Joe Gerhardt in 1885. Next, Jim Lilly in 1886. Pete Childs in 1902. Ben Conroy in 1890, Bobby Byrne in 1908, and then 2022 Yasmani Grandal.
Hold on. Additionally, in the list of about, 25 to 30 players he has here, I believe the latest year on this list, other than 2022 Yasmani Grandal, is 1969 with Dal Maxville.
Yeah, there's two Dal Maxville years in there. There's Dal Maxville 69, nice, and Dal Maxville 70. Dal Maxville.
Okay, so I didn't see the 70 after Mike McCormack. McCormack of 1904.
Yep. I mean, this is crazy. Crazy. Bill Wamsgans is on here. But yeah, Dal Maxwell was terrible. Do you see the name after Yasmani Grandal in 1906, also a White Sox player?
Oh, yes.
That is Lee Tannehill. And that is a Tannehill.
What?
A distant relative of the Scores' Chris Tannehill. True.
No.
Yes. Yes, true fact. True
it
fact.
All comes back to Tanny.
And I guarantee you that was Tanny before Tanny. Also, back in 1906, Lee Tannehill using wax cylinders and gramophones to mix together all sorts of audio magic.
For the record, Chris Tannehill, if there were an OPS for producers, he would be
charts.
like 2,000.
Absolutely off the charts. And I tweeted that at Tanny, and he said the problem was everything went south for him after Tony La Russa moved Lee Tannehill to the leadoff spot back in 06. That's just terrible. So I ask you this question. I don't know anything about betting. Why is it that the baseball futures betting markets still seem fairly confident that the White Sox are going to win this division?
Okay, and also Joe Ostrowski talked about this morning with Mully and Haugh. Well, Mully and Grody filling in for Haugh. And he said that it hasn't changed much. Tim Anderson moved it a little bit, being injured for an estimated 3 weeks, but that the performance on the field did not.
Well, why?
I don't know. I think it's because the division is that bad. And I wonder if there's an underlying suspicion that Carlos Correa will get traded, or he wouldn't at least renew that option.
I think it's partially that they view the White Sox floor as the highest in the division. Whether that's true or not, because for the record, for those that haven't looked on FanDuel and BetMGM, Sox are still the favorites at -105. On FanDuel, the Twins are second at +115, and they're +105 on BetMGM. So it is still pretty close, and then it drops off a cliff after that. Cleveland 9-1 on FanDuel, and they are 10-1 on BetMGM after that. But I really think it's just the thought process of, right or not, if the Sox get anybody healthy and they get any sort of luck that they're with, not having any more injuries, that they should be able to come back and take the division because they are or should be considered the most talented team in the division by a country mile.
Well, that's all that really matters, apparently, is the division.
Well, even so, even if we don't debate that and say fine, that's why I asked Steve, like, should we take off the table win the World Series? I don't know if the numbers have changed there, but if in fact they still should win the division, are we being overly pessimistic?
No, because that was not our standard.
Okay, I feel better because I'm in between emotionally on it.
Here's my concern, though, is I've said this a couple times this season. Last night gave me some signs of life. And so did Sunday, frankly, because as I mentioned that Abreu check swing, they did something with it and won the game. But this is a team that offensively has not been doing things. If they're down 3 runs, you don't know that this is a team that can come back and win those type of games. And
because
so
too many players in the lineup are bad at hitting.
Correct.
It isn't. They've just got to get back more good, dangerous players, and still the headwinds are there because we can't figure out why Grandal's terrible.
If you guys had to guess, how many teams have better World Series odds than the Sox? Just a rough guess. What would you think?
Okay, let me. I bet I can count them if I name them all.
I'm not going to count. I'm going to say 7.
Okay.
Let me think about this. 3 teams in the AL East, 3 teams in the NL East. You're up to 6. 2 teams in the NL West. AL West, at least the Astros. So 9.
Okay, I'll read off of the FanDuel odds. Dodgers, Yankees, Astros, Mets, Blue Jays, Brewers, Padres, Braves, White Sox. So 9.
Well, there's 8 better.
8. That's 8.
Yeah, so split the difference.
The Brewers is interesting, but it makes sense. So I was giving one team too many, I guess, I find it interesting that the Brewers have a higher chance. But they were a playoff team that had a more competitive series last year.
And Joe just texted me that the Sox are the only team not currently in first place that has the shortest odds to win their division.
Well, they must know something that we're not appreciating or we're underrating.
Or it's just those that are in the betting market still trust the White Sox more, maybe, and that you could view that as out-of-town stupid. And if you view that as out-of-town stupid, then maybe there's value on betting on the Twins.
Precisely. Also, I think that run differential slaps me in the face.
As it should.
I can't wrap my head around that.
The projected run differential too. You have the current run differential, and the current run differential is minus 46. Their projected run differential is minus 18.
Yeah,
still not great. Yay! And they are overperforming their Pythagorean run calculation at the moment. But Fangraphs has the Twins finishing at 85 and 77, and the White Sox finishing at 84 and 78. But that's not necessarily for gambling purposes.
I mean, some places will have updated win totals that can depend on your book. But so you can bet on that. But in terms of division and like winning the pennant odds, I think that does feel about right now. That there are 8 teams in front of the Sox, and at least in terms of the AL, you're looking at like 4 or so.
I think the AL East produces 3 playoff teams. Pretty safe to say. How it gets distributed after that is after the division winners. I don't know. Not yet. You're not seeing another playoff team out of the Central.
We had a hell of a play made last night in baseball, and it wasn't by somebody on the field, and it was by somebody who maybe shouldn't have tried to make this play. We'll try to have some fun with it next on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swinging a drive, deep left field. It's got a chance. Gone. Welcome to the Chicago Cubs, Christopher Morel.
I realized what is special about somebody like Pat Foley, and what's something that I don't think we spend enough time really appreciating in a market like this, in a place like this. And for somebody who for all my life, I've consumed a lot of sports media and a lot of play-by-play. And it's a lot of important voices in my youth, and Pat Foley is certainly one of them. It's the Chicago-ness of him. And increasingly, even as I mentioned, we're in a golden age of broadcast voices here, and how many people are going to grow up with Jason Benetti and Adam Amin and some of these other people who are from here. But it's one thing to be from here. It's another thing to sound like you're of a place. And Pat Foley, in a lot of ways, there's a lot of Harry Carey in his call, in his voice, in the timbre of his voice, in the way his voice works in gears. And it's why he does a great Harry Carey impersonation naturally, because there's you can hear that. I hear Harry Carey in Pat Foley, and that's meaningful. That connection is meaningful. Pat Foley is kind of a play-by-play guy to sound of his city. I think there's some significance there, and kind of a self-made guy who just kept sending tapes until he got his job. And always, I thought, had the ability to do other sports as well, and has been a fan of other sports. He will obviously be associated with some big moments. And also, too, that a lot of those big moments weren't his as much as they belonged to Doc Emmerich. And Eddie Olczyk was still there, and Eddie Olczyk was still that connection to it. But a lot of those were Doc Emmerich's national calls and some of this. But for those of us who grew up with the Blackhawks when the games weren't on TV, we just had the radio. And we put it on in the basement on the linoleum floor with a floor hockey goal and those red plastic sticks and the orange plastic puck or the Milek ball. And we would listen to games, and we'd shoot we'd play 1-on-1 or we'd play 2-on-2 and listen to the Hawks game. That's what we did. And that was always Pat Foley's voice there. So he was the part of some pretty special things. And that's an iconic, significant Chicago professional sports voice. And the extent to which our broadcasts, our teams, our experiences can sound a bit like the city, I think, is something to be celebrated and certainly well remembered.
Marte launches a two-run homer. And here the Mets go again. Number 6 for Marte, and he is just scorching hot.
So you're holding your baby.
Oh.
And you catch that? On the fly.
And
baby's fine. All good.
And baby's going, Dad.
This man will go viral.
And indeed he has. His name is Alan Alcantara, a resident of Ridgewood, Queens, who apparently was a baseball player in the Dominican Republic. He said it's instinct. He said we don't all get gloves in the Dominican Republic. We do play baseball barehanded. I figured I could do it. I did it many times when I was a kid, so why not?
The most impressive part to me wasn't just that he leaned over the railing, timed the bounce perfectly, caught the ball with the baby in his hand. It's that the baby acted like it was no big deal. The baby never even turned his head to see the catch. He was too busy being enthralled by the fans behind him.
Yeah, I would have been in trouble if I tried something like that. I would not have tried it out of just instinct, but had I done that, I would have gotten a serious look and a well-deserved one, because I did not grow up playing baseball in the Dominican Republic. I grew up playing baseball here and using a glove.
Can we just appreciate the sound of the bat crack from Starlin Marte there?
Better be careful pitching Marte above the belt.
And he smacks one.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good bat crack.
Man, you know life is going good for the Mets when Starling Marte has hit 6 home runs this season.
What is their divisional lead right now? Isn't it like 10?
It's stupid. It's a stupid divisional lead. You want to see a team who might win a World Series? Check them out.
Or they're just setting up a Metsing of biblical proportions. That's possible, too.
Yeah, it's a 10.5 game lead.
Oh, my God. They are 34-17. The Braves are 23-27.
Here's the thing, though, is in that division specifically, and frankly in the National League, the trade deadline could mix it all up, just like it did for the Braves last year. That's why I was trying to do the playoff calculus earlier.
It could be the trade deadline, or it could be managerial firings, etc., because it sounds like Joe Girardi is in the circle in the old drain there. So we shall see.
That's the team almost closest to the White Sox in terms of how many DHs can we put in one lineup.
Dude, there is no level of dysfunction like Philly fan. It's on par with the White Sox fan dysfunction, except that's the only team for the city. And I think it might be a critical mass this week. The expectation versus product the ratio is way off.
We will bring in Laurence Holmes in a moment to do transition on this Wednesday on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
My house needs a refresh. As a DIY lover, my go-to for kitchen.
West Side Mike is on The Score. Good morning. Happy Friday, Mike.
Good morning. Let me say something about the White Sox. Hear me out. You got the best radio show. You are a great hostess, and you're smart and you're educated. And I just want to let you know this.
Thank you.
Last year, it was a pandemic. Everybody was in and out the lineup last year. They won a lot of games. You got a guy who's coaching that team that's the same age, or my grandfather about the same age. You give them a remote controller. They don't know what they want to watch. They're just flipping the channels, flipping the channel. You know why? Because they old. My grandfather thinks the Cartwrights and Gusmo still come on every day. It's past his prime. That's Tony La Russa. It's past his time. The man is old. My grandfather sitting in front of the TV. Why Gusmo ain't on? The granddad, it's 10:30. They don't show these TV shows no more. You got cable. Watch any or something else. Tony La Russa think he's back coaching the White Sox when he was young. He's past his time. Give him the mess of Jello or Lipton pudding and whatever, and let him go home, retire, and get a young guy in there to run this team the right way. Because you keep that old guy in there, all you're gonna do is get a rocket chair.
Hold on a second,
You're not gonna win.
Mike. Your grandfather is alive and well and is also in his late 70s.
My grandfather, hey, they in the 90s.
Oh, he's in his okay.
And you know what that means?
Yeah.
They don't know. They don't remember where he at.
Okay.
It's a new time. It's 2022. I love my grandfather, But he old. When you get old, you're going to forget things. Tony Russo in his 70s, he's already forgetting things. Ask him what years it is right now.
How old are you?
I'm 57 years old.
Okay, I'm just trying to work the math here because that's wow, good. That's good genes in your family. Then that is. I mean,
of course, you know why?
Why?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I just buy clothes and do the right thing.
That'll wrap another Layla Wednesday on Sports Radio 670. The Score, as we thank Mike Florio and Steve Stone for being a part of the show today. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell, Evan Thomas, Rick Camp, Mike Rankin, Brandon Fryer, and so many more. And Layla, thanks for hanging out again. This was fun.
Happy to be here, and to Layla Zahn, who apparently heard our shout out. So,
oh, really?
To open the show, we closed the show. Yes, her mom tweeted at me and
awesome.
Thought it was the best day ever. So
Yep.
I'm happy to see that happened.
When the radio speaks directly to you. How old is she?
I don't know.
She's 27. No.
Yeah, I was going to say she's 25.
Right. Laurence Holmes is here. You've got him for the next couple hours. What's up?
I've got breaking news. The White Sox and the Astros June 19th game is now the Sunday night baseball game. The whole country can go and watch the White Sox play the Astros. Just what everyone wanted. By the way, breaking news on The Score is brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcast. I put my pick in today for Byron Buxton for Beat the Streak. We'll see how it goes.
I thought
He's
you hated the
falling off.
Twins.
I do, but I like money, so there's that.
I can't let money override my hate for teams. I can't do it. Unless I end up working in a broadcast entity that is surrounded by the team or something. But otherwise, I can't do it.
All I know is that everyone gets a face full of White Sox on June 19th.
That's Father's Day too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a present?
No. I mean, well, not if they're playing like this.
Sounds like a threat.
I mean, I guess theoretically Tim Anderson could be back for that game.
Doubtful.
Yeah, but it is the 3-week window, right? The 3 weeks, the very optimistic 3 weeks.
How has that window gone when we've tried to predict it in the past?
It's not been great, Layla.
Remember when we were like, hey, Lance Lynn's going to be back on schedule, and even Lance Lynn was like, no, I'm going to need 2 weeks.
Yeah, because, that's the super optimistic. Super optimistic. You can go do all the stuff. Yes.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
That's what we're doing with the White Sox and all of their medical maladies and everything else that...
Even though the look of it is something quite atrocious, indeed.
Has anyone come up with a reason why they did bring Robert back only to not play him yesterday?
Perhaps the sound of it was something quite precocious.
I see what you did there.
You can say it loud enough. I don't know. Maybe they just said, "Hey, you're eligible to play. Give it a try." And maybe he ran out there and said, "I'm not feeling it." Who knows?
They had a bench full of guys that couldn't play last night.
Yeah.
Physically.
Everybody made the trip, didn't they? Except for 2 people.
Yeah. It's not fun, man. Like, it is not fun. It is the opposite of fun. And then when you see dumb stuff happen on the field, it gets even worse. It gets worse. Here's my whole thing. This is where I'm going to stand when it comes to the White Sox. As long as you keep having guys with OPSs in the 4s, 5s, and 6s clouding your lineup, it's going to be hard to win. On a night when they actually did hit the ball, then the other stuff, like then the lack of baseball awareness, you don't even have to go all the way to second. What you do is if it looks like it's going to be close at second base, stop.
That's it. That's all you had to do. You just had to sit there.
You don't even have to go back to first. You can stop. Right? You can freeze. You can red light, green light, and freeze. Hands on your knees.
I asked it of Stoney before, Laurence, like, when they are playing this many bad players, you're going to win games by preventing runs and not necessarily outscoring anybody. And that's why we've got to apparently just recalibrate our expectations for some of this. there's just too many guys in their lineup who are bad. It's a fact. And so you're going to have to pitch over. I mean, look at some of these numbers. If I just give you WRC plus, because it's the easiest number possible, 100 is league average. Anything over 100 is great. Anything under 100 is bad. And the further, one of their best offensive players right now is Danny Mendick.
Jesus.
With a WRC plus of 138. Okay, listen. I'm
sorry.
Just wait. I'm just
sorry.
Don't be sorry. Andrew Vaughn's at 145. That's tremendous. Danny Mendick's at 138. Luis Robert 122. Jose Abreu 120. Adam Engel 95. Reese McGuire 50. Jake Berger, you think of him as a solid offensive player, 93. He's below.
Oh yeah. What about that double play last night in the ninth inning when they had a chance to tie the game?
Yeah.
Perhaps win the game.
I mean, Gavin Sheets 80. Yoan Moncada 21. His WRC plus is Josh Harrison 55. Yasmani Grandal 49. Leury Garcia 33. AJ Pollock 65. Their team total is 91.
That doesn't seem like it's very good.
I mean,
it's cool, guys. It's totally cool. You know, all those games on the schedule, they'll win the ones they're expected to win. That's totally going to happen, and they aren't going to have any more injury problems. And Tony's going to get them in line, and just wait until Lance Lynn gets back, and everything will be fine. And then they'll win the Central, and then another team will just be the better team in the playoffs, and everybody will be okay with that.
Yeah,
And
they're
that's
25th out of 30.
That's the thing, Layla. When it comes to the White Sox and kind of what we're supposed to believe about them is that at some point it'll get righted. And at some point, guys will play to their potential. And I get that we are still under 50 games. But when you have a collection of players like this that are playing meaningful games for you, and yes, the games in April and May and June are meaningful, you're going to end up with results like this. And at some point, your margin for error becomes so razor thin that you can't lose yesterday's game. The games where you get some of the things going right, like, for example, the White Sox hit last night, which is a good thing that they hit. Andrew Vaughn had that at bat he had in the third was just gorgeous. Like, it was just a beautiful confrontation between pitcher and batter. It was fantastic. But you get the hitting. You get 5 runs, which is not what you would expect with this White Sox team this season. And what don't you get? You don't get good starting pitching for once. And you get bad base running. And it's like with this team since the All-Star break last year, and I might even be able to argue that since September of 2020, this baseball team has had one of those things go wrong, that they can't match up all of the stuff for a majority of the time. And I get that not every team is going to be the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Astros.
But they're supposed to be.
Correct. You're supposed to be one of those teams.
No, it's cool, guys. They're just the better team. Yeah, that's the point. You're supposed to be one of the better teams.
And I in transitions past, the three of us have talked about this, and I think it bears repeating to pound the point home. These are things that are not supposed to happen if Tony La Russa is your manager. Right?
Well, a competent manager shouldn't allow these things. A replacement level manager wouldn't let these things happen. You don't think? I mean,
you would at least know how to use your defensive replacements, perhaps in the outfield, when you know that you have to either choose offense or defense. Yes.
Yes. And you can just stop. The least thing that you could do in that situation, you could just stop. You could kick a 53-yard field goal. Was it 53 or 58? You could do that. You could stop and just say, come and tag me while my teammate scores a run. And yes, I did something stupid, but then I did something smart so that run could get home.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Do you want my blood? Take my blood. You sacrifice yourself and stand there and scream from the skyscraper window while the run scores. Nah. And people are asking what Daryl Boston's responsibility is. And sometimes it's as simple as, hey, know what's going on here. Don't get hung up before that run scores on a fly ball.
Dan, stop. You know what his responsibility is on that play? Back!
Yep.
That's all he has to say.
That's it.
That's all he has to say.
And he could have been saying it for all we know. But either way, we're going through a checklist that didn't seem to get gone through at the time it was supposed to get gone through.
Now I just want to do the cha-cha slide for the rest of the show.
Well, that's every
Clap.
show, though.
Clap.
Clap your hands.
Clap your hands.
Anyway, yeah, it was it's not great. And this week of games doesn't seem like it's going to be great for them.
Next week look better to you?
No, that doesn't look good either.
And nothing's going to change. Tony's not going anywhere. They could lose 10 in a row. He's not going anywhere.
I understand that, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be pointing out that he's got responsibility in this too. Like the fatalism of Tony La Russa is the second highest ranking person in the White Sox organization shouldn't mean that he gets to not be criticized for when his team doesn't do stuff that a manager who has control of a team would be able to do.
100%, but I'm just telling you, there would have to be some sort of force majeure for him to lose his job.
Or
That's
maybe
funny because I'm pretty sure a force majeure got him his job, but
facts.
We digress.
Facts. But maybe it will be so odorous to him at some point that he's like, I don't want to do this anymore. I didn't come back for
Tony?
this. Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe. And I don't know if that even changes anything. All I know is that I'm looking for answers wherever I can get them. And it seems like the White Sox answer is everyone's going to be fine. We're going to be healthy and everything's going to be fine. If that's the way that it turns out, cool. I'll be really happy if that's the way that it is. But some of this stuff, you can't. I'm going to end up doing some of this stuff on the show today, and I talked with Fegan about it yesterday. To me, there's a spectrum with even guys who have COVID. And what we've seen through the 2.5 years of COVID and Major League Baseball is there are guys that end up with COVID that have no problems at all. They didn't even have symptoms. They just tested positive. They were looking around like, wow, I feel fine. And then there's Yohan Moncada. And you don't know how each of these guys is going to. So like them bringing Robert back off the list and then him not playing yesterday, quite frankly, it scared me a little bit. Because one, I didn't and maybe someone over there can explain like maybe they had to do a roster move, but it didn't seem like it made a lot of sense to bring back a guy to not play.
Especially when your roster's already down. You're already missing dudes. And you're on the road against a tough opponent, you would be better off calling somebody up who at least is usable.
How about this?
Well, that would imply that you would use your bench.
And let's say that going into this game, you were thinking, all right, we want Robert to play center, but he can't play center. How about he's your DH and leadoff hitter last night? I'm just trying to figure out like how they deploy. And I get that there are no good answers at leadoff for the White Sox while Tim Anderson is hurt, because your choices are what you saw last night, which I could make an argument for, even though it was bad. Leury Garcia being your leadoff hitter, or I guess now you could get super crafty and just say, you know what, Vaughn's our best hitter. Let's just make him one and give him as many at bats as we can,
That's
except
fine.
for when we take at bats away from him because we're stupid on the bases.
Laurence, you were going to get to all of this in your show. Before we leave, I want to mention one special thing that we have coming up tomorrow on our show, and I've been waiting for this for a while. But not only are we going to talk to Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough at 11 tomorrow, at 10 a.m., Sean Patrick Small is going to join us. And you say, well, who's that? I don't know that name. Well, if I told you, that is the actor who is playing Larry Bird in HBO's Winning Time.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yep, he's going to join us tomorrow at 10. Really looking forward to it.
That sounds like a wonderful, wonderful thing. Hey, Layla, it's good to see you.
Hey, Laurence, it's good to see you too. I'm sorry that it's for us same song, different verse.
Yes, that is the case. Keep crushing it on Channel 5. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good, guys.
That is Dan Bernstein and Layla Rahimi. Together, they are Bernstein and Rahimi. When Layla's not here, it's the Dan Bernstein Show from 9 a.m. until noon. My show goes from now until 2 o'clock, and we've got a lot to do. Ray, do you think that we should take phone calls from White Sox fans today?
Oh, it's going to be one of those days.
All right.
I just hit the button.
Okay.
The lines are open, Laurence.
Ray has hit the button, and then maybe we'll end up hitting another button later. 312-644-6767 is the number. Ray, let's go.
Laurence Holmes, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Previously on the Laurence Holmes Show.
We are at Memorial Day, and we're looking at a team right now that is 5 games back of Minnesota. The White Sox are in Toronto. The good thing for the White Sox is that while their June schedule is rough, the Twins' schedule in June is also rough after they're done with Detroit. I was texting with Campy and Tony and Herb on Saturday. We were talking about it because Tony was trying to figure out, like, why are they so bad? And there's a lot of reasons why the White Sox are where they're at this point. My concern, this is our concern, dude. My concern is that we're going to look up on June 10th and the White Sox are going to be 10 games out of first place. Just because of the difficulty level of what their schedule is for the month of June. And because of the way that this team plays. And because their best player is not available to them for at least 10 games. And I see people in the Twitch stream going, oh, well, thank God it's only the 10-day IL. He might end up having to stay on that, though. It's not like he's going to be fine. We know for a fact that he's going to be fine in 10 days. We'll see. The way that the injury luck has gone for the White Sox this year, I wouldn't bet on it.
Make me a bicycle clown.
Yeah, we're going to make a lot of bicycles today. This hour is being brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto. Online at CarX.com. Bass drop! Welcome in. My name is Laurence Holmes, and I'm here with you until 2 o'clock. On today's show, we actually do have a bunch of great guests on today's show, but not until the 1 o'clock hour. Our guy, Russ Dorsey, is going to join me. We'll talk baseball with him and ask why he was flexing on television last week. And we will talk with Amina Smith, my former colleague over at Stadium. She now works for NBC Sports Boston. We'll get a preview of the NBA Finals. But before that, we have to talk about your Chicago White Sox. The phone number is 312-644-6767. Ray has said that we can take calls and texts and people with comments on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. If you are on Twitch, I'm wearing my Sox Machine cap today that Josh and Jim gave me. I actually really love this cap, and I don't wear it enough. It's got the pinwheel on it. It's pretty dope. I am actually, like, I talk with a couple people. I'm trying to design a White Sox cap. I think it actually turned out really well because I came up with a concept and I had people who were actually good at design it. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe they'll make it one of those giveaway caps next year. That would be kind of dope, I think. What's not dope is what happened last night in Canada. And we are going to talk about it. You can text us at the same number, 312-644-6767. If you didn't see the game, the White Sox lost the game. That's not surprising these days. They've been a team that struggled to get 2 games above 500, and now they find themselves 1 game under 500. And they've been a 500 team since the All-Star break of last year, yada, yada, yada. They lose the game. There's a couple things that I do want to point out before we spend a nice chunk of time on one of the plays that people are talking about. Look, there's a lot of pressure on this particular rotation. I want to be very clear in that I am more than pleased with what I've seen with this rotation this year, considering the injuries that they've had and the fact that Dallas Keuchel was a part of it for 2 months. Lucas has got to give me a better effort than that yesterday. When you are finally in a place where, one, your team gives you the lead early on, when you're finally in a place where your team is scoring runs, you cannot have an outing where you get tattooed. And that's what happened last night. 4 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 6 earned runs, 2 walks, 2 home runs. And I know there is a lot of pressure to put on the backs of Giolito and Cease and Kopech will go tonight. But the best players have to be a part of the change. When you look up and down the White Sox lineup, we're going to be mad at a lot of players, and we should be. But considering injuries and the way that this roster is constructed, there's a lot of people that are playing that shouldn't be playing. And that's not their fault. So holding them to a standard that they probably can't reach seems unfair, even though you're right in your criticism. But when we're talking about high-level all-star caliber players, that was the opportunity where the White Sox needed an all-star moment from Lucas Giolito, and they didn't get one last night. And as much as I love him and I adore him, we have to call that out when we see it. 312-644-6767 is the number. I'm scared, Ray. I'm scared to take calls before we get to the first break. But we're going to do it. Tony's on the south side. Hey, Tony, you're on the score.
El Boogie, what's going on?
How are you, Tony?
I'm good, bro. Now, look, let me say this first. You my boy.
Uh-oh.
But
Something bad's getting ready to happen.
I'm a Cubs fan, and I'm loving every moment of this. I'm loving every moment. The Sox season is like getting a old refurbished red wagon for Christmas. As soon as January and February come around, the paint starts chipping, a wheel or two will fall off, the handle starts breaking itself, and you got what you got right now. And there's a lot of expectations on the South Side right now, and it's just this, like they always say, this is baseball, and you just really don't know how this season is going to come about. But me being a true Cubs fan, I'm loving every moment of this right now. I'm taking it all in.
A lot of hateration in this dancery from Tony. The part where Tony and I agree is, one, I'm great. And two, the other part is he's right about the idea of what you think a season is going to be. No one over at 35th and Shields would admit this, and if I called them on it, they'd say I was out of line for it. But you know what? I'm going to say it. Their level of expectation this year may have been, how can I say this delicately? There's a level of entitlement that the White Sox have had organizationally for the last 2 years that has made them less appealing. And where that comes out is you see stuff fall through the cracks. And every time someone goes, hey, guys, stuff is falling through the cracks over here, they're like, don't look over there at the stuff falling through the cracks. You don't have to worry about that. Because we got, this metaphor is really messed up. We got a cement mixer out back, And it's going to start working in a couple of months. And all those cracks are going to be filled. And you're going to love the way that it looks. And then we're like, no, well, okay, so you got that crack over there, but there's another one over there. Nah, don't worry about that either. But what about the one in the roof? Nah, totally fine. Are you sure you got the right contractor for this? How dare you ask us about our contractor? Our contractor is world-renowned. Is it possible that maybe the contractor isn't up for the job? How dare you? Last night was rough. There was some good, and I will share some of the good. But there was enough bad that you just were like, come on, man. We'll keep talking with White Sox. Oh, actually, we haven't talked with a White Sox fan yet. We've only talked with Tony, the Cubs fan, who's enjoying schadenfreude. We could retort. We could be petty. And we could talk about the Cubs and where the Cubs are at. We could be Petty LaBelle and do that. We could be Peppermint Petty and do all of those things. But we're not going to do it. We're going to stay laser focused. We're going to stay focused on our team and what our team's doing wrong. There'll be time for Tony and his Cubs fans, friends. But not today. Today, we're going to talk about the White Sox. 312-644-6767. Back after this on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Score football expert Mike Florio.
If anything, some people have raised the ceiling. I know Chris Sims. The White Sox, something I love about the White Sox this year, they're going to compete against a better division. They're not going to compete like they did last year against Little League. Other when they go to face a big league team, they don't know what to do. I think the competition there, Detroit got better, Minnesota got better. You know, the Guardians always, they give them a headache with the pitching staff they have. Even Kansas City Royals, they got good young talent. It's not going to be easy for the White Sox that it was last year, but I think they should win the division very easy this year. We thinking too high, guys, too high. People think, you sign this guy, we win the World Series. It's not easy. It's not easy. It take a lot of positive and a lot of good shots and good chance to compete and go to the World Series. I think in Chicago fans, they say take it one day at a time, see what we need, see what they have, and go from there. We win the championship before you even throw first pitch ceremony, and that does not work that way. Yeah, before we need a right field, we win. Oh no, come on. All right. And I think the baseball is a lot better now. A lot of young players with better talent, and you go to see some talent. I think Detroit Tigers, they will bring a lot of talent. If we bring Cueto up, something's wrong with the starting rotation. There's no question about it. Somebody, doing the job, or they worry about how they're throwing. And I like to see Cueto here, yes, but I don't want him too early because that's not a good sound for the starting rotation on the White Sox.
It's like bringing the baseball police here. And the idea that the White Sox fans that are a passionate bunch, we want the team to be good. This idea of, my team's on the floor. Like, that's basically what he told us about right field. So the goal wasn't to get better this offseason when the front office actually did try to make your team better by giving you both Liam Hendricks and Craig Kimbrell. And then at the end of it, when you, the Hall of Fame manager, couldn't figure out how to make it work, then you were like, he's better suited as being a ninth inning guy. Guess who had some say over that?
Yeah,
Guess
for sure.
who could have actually done something about that? You, Mr. Hall of Fame baseball manager.
Right now, White Sox fans feel pretty damn insulted when they see moves happen like this joke of a move today, which feels like It just feels so familiar to so many like scrap heap crabs this weak-ass pro scouting department has done in recent off seasons. And
let's go get the guy with the first-round pedigree, and maybe we can squeeze something out of him.
Hey, here's a 25-year-old post-hype sleeper who his original team doesn't even want anymore. That's great. Let's go give that guy a shot. Maybe we can get something out of him. How are you going to do that? With your coaching advancements and your high-end technique that clearly gets the most out of everybody? No, you don't have any of that in place. You're just wishing and a hoping. Joe Girardi said he's a great change of scenery candidate, and that's the only thing the White Sox will bring to it. Here you go. Here's a new place. Try the same exact crap you've been trying, and let's see if it works better here. It's so weak and adds to a really ugly offseason. Again.
All I'm saying is that if the goal was to win a World Series, if you were willing to take the slings and arrows of hiring Tony La Russa after the ridiculousness with the DUI and put up with all of that nonsense, why wouldn't you go for it? You're right there.
This is
why
the
not
moment.
Make your team as bulletproof as possible?
What did go wrong for the White Sox?
The biggest word that comes to my mind is preparation. Preparation and experience. We went up against a team that had been together, at least a lot of the key pieces on that team had been together for a long time and had a lot of postseason experience. Kind of top down in that organization, they do a really good job of turning a few things on going into the postseason. I felt that their scouting reports against us were really, really sound. And it became tough for us to kind of adjust on the fly and do what we needed to do. I mean, for me, I put a lot of blame on myself. I feel like, starting pitchers in general, if we had performed better, then that series could have gone much differently. But, that's just how the game goes sometimes. And there's definitely a lot to learn from it.
When you say preparation in general, do you just mean for individual players or do you mean organizationally?
I'd say a little bit of both, kind of knowing what you're going up against and, being ready to make the adjustments when necessary, especially when it comes to like the little things that a lot of people don't see, like tipping pitches and stealing signs, that legal sign stealing. I'm not talking about anything nefarious, but all those kinds of little things that these organizations that are in the postseason year in, year out, like that's what they're really good at. I think it's important that, we learn from that as players and as an organization as general so that, next year I've obviously extremely high hopes for our club. I think that this offseason we've been making some nice moves so far. So, I expect to be right back there again, and we'll be much more prepared.
We're going to be Southside regardless. South Slider.
Go Sox, baby. The White Sox Minute on the Laurence Holmes Show.
The Sox open a 3-game series against the Blue Jays and a tremendous pitching matchup today.
day with the roof open. Lucas Giolito on the hill in his last couple of starts. He's been fantastic. Kevin Gausman certainly a Cy Young candidate for these Toronto Blue Jays.
Andrew Vaughn crushes this ball to left field. Gurriel back at the track. He turns around. It's gone. That is a good start. It is 1-0. One of the two catchers on the roster DHing, and that ball is hit high in the air to left field. Vaughn is back at the track and the wall, and Andrew thought he was going to have a play. He did not. The Blue Jays have taken a 2-1 lead on a moonshot from Kirk. Left side and through. It was on the ground and smoked to tie the ball game. Danny Mendick makes it 2-all, and he is into second base. Through the right side, base hit for Vaughn. Mendick around third. Andrew Vaughn is 3 for 3 in the 2 spot, and the Sox have taken the lead 3-2. Clock to left center field. Angle lays out, and he can't make the catch. Adam gave it absolutely everything, but he could not finish the deal. And the Blue Jays have retaken the lead at 4-3. High in the air, left center field. Angle is back. Gonna have no play. It's his second home run for Kirk. And the Blue Jays have made it 6-3. Reese to right center field, and this is down in the alleyway. Gavin had to hold up for a moment. He's on his way home. There'll be no throw, and Reese McGuire has his second double. It's 6-4, and the Sox are not nearly done here in the 6th. On the ground, left-hand side. Chapman at third goes to second to get an out. That's all they have. The Sox get another run, and it's 6-5 with one down in the 6th.
Yaz in the air to left field. Gurriel back, short of the warning track. He makes the catch. That'll be deep enough not only to get the run home, but for a play at second. And Mendick is out at second base. The run did not cross in time. And the Sox are still down 6-5. And the Blue Jays hang on. Capital H, hang on, 6-5.
Highlights courtesy of NBC Sports Chicago. Jason Benetti and Steve Stone on the call. The White Sox lose 6-5 up in Toronto. I'm Laurence Holmes here with you until 2 o'clock. We are taking phone calls from White Sox fans, which is something I imagine we're going to be doing for a big portion of the summer. My hope is that eventually these phone calls that we'll take from White Sox fans are like, yeah, they turned it around. We were all wrong. This team isn't stuck in the mud. When will we see that? I'm not sure it'll be this week or next week because it's Toronto, then it's at Tampa, then it's home against the Dodgers. Like I said on yesterday's show, very possible they could be 10 games out by June 10th. And I know I was admonished for looking at scoreboards yesterday during transition, but I'm concerned. And I've been concerned. I was concerned this offseason when I was like, did you really do enough to make your team as unbeatable as possible? Did you take all of the right steps in that regard? And the answer the conclusion that I had come to was no. And then they were like, but we're going to get healthy at some point. That's asking a lot. What I would love, what I do think is in their control is to be better. I think it's in their control to be more buttoned up, to not lose games partially because, not totally because of not being buttoned up yesterday. There were other factors that went into it. But you saw the game and you heard the highlight, and Ray shortened it so that we could fit it into our production piece. But here's an opportunity for the White Sox when they are rallying and them not having great baseball IQ as a collective yesterday ends up costing them a run and maybe costing them the game.
Yaz in the air to left field. Gurriel back, short of the warning track. He makes the catch. That'll be deep enough not only to get the run home, but for a play at second. And Mendick is out at second base. The run did not cross in time. On the timing play, the run did not get home in time. And the Sox are still down 6-5, as now we'll look at it again and see if that was the right call.
I think it's going to be the right call. Reese unfortunately stopped running, and Danny made a mistake there to go. Got to make sure of the guy getting home. Not the best read by Danny. I know he's probably kicking himself right now.
And Reese McGuire was watching the ball instead of just coming home. You guys can't believe it. Whoa.
Gordon Beckham on the call, not Steve Stone. Stoney had this off, and he said that he had this scheduled off and that he is vaccinated. So if you were wondering, that's what he said. There's some people at fault, and I know that we have to divvy up the blame if you want. If you're Reese McGuire, you're going, oh, I'm going to score easily because of where the ball was hit. You know, I can take my time. And when he did see that Danny Mendick was foolishly going to second base, he did try to give you the, what would Doug say, the green apple quick steps? He was trying to give you the green apple quick steps there at the end. Where are your coaches in that situation? Because Toronto was heads up, and they were like, hey, we've got hey, what's he doing? I'm going to throw that guy out. And they were able to communicate to each other in that moment, let's go get this out at second base because I can't get the out at home. The White Sox have been one of the worst teams in baseball at getting people thrown out on the bases. They've been the worst at getting guys thrown out at home. It is part of their collective identity. They do want to be aggressive. I don't fault them for that. I don't fault them for wanting to be aggressive, but I do think that it shows you some of the desperation that they have as a team. They're aggressive because their team doesn't hit the ball over the wall as much as other teams do. And if you're going to do that, cool. They've been good with the stolen bases, which to me, it's great that you're stealing bases, but it also says to me your team doesn't score runs, so you've got to try and manufacture runs. To me, it's time and place. It's not wrong on its face. It's probably right on its face. But in a moment like that, you have a player completely lose his mind. And my question is, yes, we should blame Danny Mendick. And my other thing is, what are your first base and third base coaches doing? Who told him to go? And why didn't anyone tell him to stop? Because all he has to do in that situation, if he thinks it's going to be close enough that he has to slide into second base, he's got two other options that will get the job done. One, he can go back to first base. Two, he can stop. He can just stop. He can stop halfway in between first and second and then have them chase him. And then the run scores. I hate to do this because it's not fair to do this to, but this is little league stuff. This is high school baseball stuff. This is beer league softball stuff. I'm going to be a decoy to get that run home because I stupidly left first base, thinking that Toronto wouldn't throw to second. Where's your first base coach to go stop or back? Where's your third base coach who's already sent the guy home to say, what are you doing? And why do your players do this in games? It has been a season filled with White Sox players doing stuff that is outside of, that really takes away from our own sensibilities as baseball fans. I know that Danny, in retrospect, knows that this wasn't the right move. I know that Tony La Russa said what I said. He said the same thing I said. You can stop. You don't have to run through the base. How is it that your players don't know this? And why does stuff like this keep happening? Let me take another phone call. Is this Mike? Mike from Northbrook. Hey,
Yeah.
Mike, you're on the score.
Yeah, how you doing? First, I wanted to compliment you on the job that you did on NBC Chicago when you were filling in. I thought you were great.
Thank you. I thought I was great, too.
Looking forward to seeing you again. Boy, you just hit it right on the nose. But here's the thing. Not everybody is a Richie Allen, Dick Allen, who was one of the most instinctually smart base runners that maybe ever played the game. A lot of these guys are not. Now, Mendick had a good night last night offensively. That's why it was really a shame. It was on the coaches. There's no question about that. They're supposed to be yelling their rear ends off at this guy. I mean, because he instinctually, he didn't think to look up to see what the left fielder was doing and this and that, or he would have taken a step back. And I think that you hit it on the nose. It's the coaches. But I got to tell you something else. I'm very frustrated with this team as well. But I heard D-Row on MLB this morning.
I was watching him too.
Yeah, he hit it right on the nose. How could you expect this team to win with this rash of injuries? And these guys will come back. I mean, we just have to remember that there's 115 games left, and they've only played 47. We got to remember 83 when they were 16-24 after 40 games and won 99 games and won the thing by 20. You got to remember where Atlanta was last year at this time. In other words, it's very frustrating. But these injuries, these guys are coming back, aren't they? I mean, it's like, you got to remember that.
Well,
They're
yes.
going to be back long before the 4th of July. And the 4th of July, there's still a hell of a lot of season left, right?
Yes. And I think that you were taking and I appreciate you taking a very positive view of this. I think we need to be careful with it. Like the idea of, Tim Anderson will be back in 3 weeks. No, that's the super optimistic version of this, that he's back in 3. My hope is that he's back in 3. He's traveling with the team. He's on the bike. It could also be 6. He's your best player, and him missing for any amount of time is going to do damage to your team. And at some point, you're not able to overcome that. At some point, you're not able to overcome the fact that you had to start Dallas Keuchel games this year. Or that you're counting on Lance Lynn coming back and Lance Lynn being dominant. That you're counting on, Grandal can't be this awful forever. You're counting on a lot of things that have to line up for them to go on a run like Atlanta did last year, or the Nationals did a couple years ago, or if you all want to go all the way back to 83, fine. But there's something that's wrong with this team overall. And seeing them not play heads-up baseball, if it were just a matter of they're getting beat, they don't have their best players, I'd be more willing to accept that. They're getting beat playing dumb baseball, and that should be unacceptable to everybody. Back after this on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score.
Dallas Keuchel can be absolutely awful at pitching, and the defense was bad. I was so sick of these reductive Twitter conversations going on, like, what about the defense? Yeah, the defense was terrible. You know what else was terrible? The pitching. What about the pitching? The pitching was terrible. Yes, he's toast on a stick. That is like DFA bad. Maybe it's phantom IL before DFA bad, where you say, oh, he's got a strained pitching thing, and he has to go on the IL for a little while. And then you talk with him and you talk with his agent, and you say, folks, how are we going to do this? Because this has to be a something.
This goes back to the offseason being relatively frustrating that they didn't attack the starting pitching market a little differently, because it's a good boost to get Lucas Giolito back on Sunday. That's huge. But without Dallas Keuchel, who's filling the innings? And here's the thing. He's not himself. So this is an issue.
He had a great first year on the White Sox. They went out and spent a lot of money on him, and that was sort of like their John Lester signing. Maybe the end of the deal will be bad, but we know he's going to matter as a 32-year-old. He was terrific that first year. But you know what? He was terrible in his one playoff start. He's had one playoff start. And this was the guy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when he signed, there was something about teaching these guys to win. There was something about him talking about through early struggles that he was here to set the tone about winning the important games and winning in the postseason because of his all-star years in Houston and everything else. He had one postseason start in 2020, and he lasted 3 1/3, and he gave up 5 runs on 6 hits and 2 home runs. That was his postseason play. And then last year, he wasn't on the damn roster. I've seen done before. Covered a lot of games. I've seen a lot of veteran pitchers who have really had wonderful careers and nice guys, but that looked like done to me. He can't miss spots like that. Here's Bill on Capitol Hill on the Score. I thought you'd be out today.
Hello, darling. Well, you're singing my love language, Sox Despair, right? I'm listening to Mike list off Dallas Keuchel's statistics, and I feel like George Costanza when he's asked about sleeping with the maid. Is that bad? I'm going to be honest with you. Is that wrong? I wasn't right. Like the thing about Leori Garcia is he's like the green M&Ms in the Van Halen contract, right? Like he's a small thing that tells you that there are big problems on this team. He's got more plate appearances than anybody on the damn team, and he can't field. Which, but other than that, he's great in the lineup. And the problem is, as your 1979, as the ghost of 1979 demonstrates, it's a big problem for us that Tony La Russa is just kind of a catty bitch, right? Like that he's passive aggressive and manipulative.
The effort was there. It's really good. And the 4-run inning, he strikes out the first guy and it's got Bruce in right field. Yeah. I'm a break ball. I mean, it's a hell of an effort that we got beat.
The White Sox did get beat last night. There was some good, and that good was Andrew Vaughn was terrific last night. 4 for 5, home run, 2 RBIs, great at bat against Galsman. He's an 848 OPS player right now. And the Sox hit yesterday. They had 13 hits in the game, so that's good. Kopech versus Ryu tonight in Toronto. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Russ Dorsey is going to join me, and I feel like I have Russ Dorsey trying to explain the White Sox to me every week. I feel bad about that. He's also going to have to explain why he was flexing on television last week. Let's go. I can't see the caller's name here. Is it Mario? Oh, it's Mario in Hyde Park. What's up, sir?
Good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing really well. What's on your mind?
Really quick. It popped into my head yesterday, and it kind of made me think about something. I don't think that this is going to happen, but I think that Tony La Russa thinks that he has the 2006 Cardinals in that clubhouse. I think that he thinks he can middle his way through this schedule, get 85 wins maybe, get to the playoffs, and then, quote unquote, the magic will happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just saying I think that he thinks in that clubhouse he has the 2006 Cardinals.
Mario, I think that it's not just him. I think that organizationally, they think that when they get their full roster back, that they're a World Series contender, and they should. But my issue is all of this stuff is cumulative.
Exactly.
You keep thinking that certain players are going to return to form. You keep thinking that, well, now that we've gone through the injury bug, well, we won't have to go through it again. And I'm here to tell you that that's not the way that it works. When I brought up the concept of the White Sox being entitled, and yes, I'm using it as a pejorative. They felt like coming into this that they didn't have to do anything else to their roster, that they could get by adding a replacement level, and I'm using air quotes for those of you who can't see me on Twitch, a replacement level player at second base. They went out and got A.J. Pollock, and I admittedly like the deal because you weren't able to unlock Kimbrel or use him in the way that he felt more comfortable. And that to me, the failing of Kimbrel is all about managerial and coaching staff. While I am livid at the way that this team was constructed, I give Rick credit for making that trade. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, I can't imagine a scenario where Rick didn't talk this over with Tony and go, can you make this work? This is a guy that primarily throws out of the ninth inning. We got this other guy that we gave a lot of money to. He's our ninth inning guy, but he can do eighth inning stuff. And Tony told him, yeah. I can't imagine where we are with the White Sox right now that Rick was like, you're going to take Craig Kimbrel and you're going to make it work. No. So to me, that's a failing on them. And then you have to chase that failing by going out and getting a player that is a pretty good player when healthy and has struggled even this season to stay healthy. And there's some of the stuff that's hard to quantify. It doesn't make sense that Yasmani Grandal is this bad. I'm going to talk with Russ Dorsey about all of that stuff and maybe a little bit of Cubs joy before we get out of here. That's next here on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
And he drives one in the air to left center field and deep. He's got a chance. Grand slam. Home run number 100 for Wilson Contreras. And he makes it a grand slam home run. How about that?
Pat Hughes here, play-by-play voice of the Chicago Cubs. Join Ron Coomer and me.
If the White Sox are this bad at defense, you know what's not happening? They're not winning the World Series. They're just not. And I guess that's the question. Are we taking World Championship off the table now completely until further notice? Their Pythagorean record's like 12-16 right now. And yeah, things happen. Washington Nationals and all that. But do you see this thing tightening up and flipping around? And you can mark the tape on here and you can say, Burns, you're the same guy that said they weren't going to win the world. Go ahead. I hope against hope that when that parade is going on, you can play this because I'd love it. I'll be happy as hell. But right now, the way they're playing is not the way a champion plays. It's just not. You can't be how many times has the baseball's worst defensive team won a playoff series? They didn't do that last year. They told us they were going to get better. They told us they were going to get better, and they got worse. No, it's the weather. It's injuries. No, it's not. It's not. This is going great. Everybody's all pleased with everything. This is not okay. It's very much not okay. This is there are leaks in this White Sox thing right now. It can all turn around, and sometimes everything you want to say about darkest before the dawn and all that. But they pick up the ball. It's depressing based on our expectations.
You know, I'm watching this White Sox team, and I'm thinking that their stock was put so much into the lineup, and this is one of the worst offenses in the league. And we know the defense is already bad, and the pitching staff is short with injury and also underperformance. They committed heavily into the bullpen. All of these things are coming into play because when the offense isn't right, all of the other neglects are magnified. Mm-hmm. So then you add it on to the idea of, well, the manager in the dugout has to maximize your opportunity to win, and he's not doing that. And I just, he doesn't care about what he says to the media. This doesn't matter to him.
Right.
What matters to him is how the players play for him in the clubhouse, and he understands, because he's been in the league for, since before Rick and I were born, that this is a marathon and not a sprint. But what we're seeing on May 10th, and you asked the question, this is closer to a bad team than it is to a World Series contender right now. And that should not be the case.
They are 28th of 30 teams in on-base percentage. Their team OBP is 281. They are behind the Reds. They're behind the Reds in on-base percentage. White Sox fans deserve better than this. Maybe we don't. Maybe that's the problem. maybe that's the conclusion. That we just don't. Go Bears.
Menards, save big money at Menards. Ray, let's go.
Laurence Holmes, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station. Russell Dorsey, national MLB insider for Bally Sports and Stadium.
President Jed Hoyer always talks about, who's going to be a part of that next great Cubs team. And they think Seiya Suzuki is going to be a big part of that.
A guy who is really turned into a stud and could likely be an MVP candidate, Luis Robert, has all the tools, the power, the speed.
Host of The Rally on Bally Sports.
If you could ban something from sports for 10 years, what would it be?
I would say the wave. It's a bit too much.
Co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I don't let it get to that point where I have 1,000 unread emails.
I have 277 right now.
You have bodies in your house, bro.
Russell Dorsey.
What's up, Russ?
With Laurence Holmes on 670 The Score.
We talk all sorts of stuff with Russell Dorsey. He joins me Wednesdays at 1 o'clock on the Circuit Resort and Casino Hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. You can check him out on Bally Sports and on Stadium, where he's actually even wearing his Stadium Schmedium shirt today, where he can do all of the flexing that he wants to do there on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. So, Russ, I've got some bad news for you.
Oh, no.
Here's the bad news. Ordinarily, when you're on the show, considering that I host the show and, some of the other people that we have on, you're usually the best looking person on Twitch for the show, right? Like Ray and I are very confident in who we are, but we see that you're a handsome man. Okay. You will not be the best looking person on today's show.
I saw who your second guest was, and I agree with you.
Yep, 100%.
It's all good. I concede this week. That's fine.
You should totally concede. But I am grateful that you are available to the Score listener via Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score, and of course here on the airwaves. You want to do some basketball before we do the baseball?
I would love to.
Okay.
I think you're going to ask me about bad White Sox base running, but let's get into the hoops first.
Yeah, I need a mental break, and we'll get to it. But what happened with your man's Jimmy? Your man's Jimmy came down there, and I listened to the Sports Adjacent podcast, and you and Tony are like, oh, Jimmy is now in the discussion, and we can't mention players like Giannis without talking about Jimmy. Your man's had a chance and made the wrong decision.
All right, so a couple things. I stand by what me and Tony were talking about. We can't have the best player in the world conversation and you not mention Jimmy Butler. Like, Jimmy was a shot away from taking down Giannis, KD, Kyrie, and the team that ultimately is going to be in the finals in the Boston Celtics and Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Like, what he did, the Heat are nowhere close to defeating the Boston Celtics if it weren't for heroic performances by Jimmy Butler on a really bad knee. Like, he was on a bad tire and still had these heroic performances. I don't think it's incorrect to say that and talk about Jimmy in that way. And I think as far as his shot, 20 seconds left in the game, it's Game 7, you're at home. Yes, the right basketball play is to drive that to the basket. You had Al Horford on his heels. It's an easy bucket for Jimmy. However, in your building, you're at home, you knock that three down, you're up by one, and you feel really confident that you can get out of there with a win. And you're not even in that game if it wasn't for the performance that he had by himself. I think that's fine. He missed. Like, I can't tell the best player on the floor, don't try to win it for us in the closing seconds. Is it the right basketball play? Probably not, but I'm not mad at it.
Oh, well, look, I'm a full-fledged Jimmy hater, so I took a lot of...
You are, I know, and I know. I knew that going in.
I took a lot of joy in seeing him not succeed, and I'll continue to take a lot of joy in him not succeeding. Here's where I think you guys are being a tad hyperbolic with Jimmy. I think that if you're talking about the best two-way perimeter players in the league, he's on that list. Like, if you want to take your list to 5, he is on that list. What separates him from being in the conversation with Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Giannis Antetokounmpo, even Joel Embiid, and maybe Embiid is on the list with Jimmy, is that there's always something. There's always something that keeps Jimmy from reaching his potential. And whether it's an injury or bad teammates, and I'm sure that at some point this summer he'll tell us how bad his teammates were. There's always something, and that's what I think keeps him from being championship. But I agree with you, Russ. He played at a championship level this whole postseason, and he deserves a lot of kudos for that. He continues to be a hard work guy. But my problem with people who venerate him, like you and Tony were doing, is that there are also people that are more talented than him that also work hard. And Jimmy's whole thing is, well, I'll just outwork you. Great. I love it. I love where you're at. But you know who else works? Giannis, and he's got talent of the gods. So to me, his talent is he works hard, if that makes any sense.
Well, I get you. I'm not saying I think the best player in the world is Giannis Antetokounmpo, and I don't necessarily think it's close. But as you get down to that like 7, 8, 9, 10 spot, Jimmy should be in that conversation with those guys down there, right? With your Damian Lillards and players of that ilk. Like, I think there's gaps in between, you know, where Kevin Durant is, where I feel like he's in the number 2 spot, and Joel Embiid and LeBron's still in the conversation at this point in his career.
Well, that was
right?
I think
and Nikola Jokic. Right?
I think the LeBron thing was the thing that made me the angriest, because as bad as LeBron's team was this year, and they are trash, that dude was amazing all season long.
At 38 years old.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yes. No, I'm with you. I always tell people, appreciate greatness. There are people like you who hate on Jimmy, who hate on LeBron in a similar fashion. And it's like, dog, we'll never see this again. So you have to appreciate it while you have it.
All right, fair enough. I think that you and I understand where the other one's coming from.
Yeah.
And we'll agree to disagree. But I've always said that he's a top 5 two-way perimeter player his whole career. I just don't like him. And I'm glad that he didn't win.
I get it.
And that was, and Russ, that was hard for me because I really wanted Max Strus to win.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's a DePaul guy.
Local guy, Lewis University guy, DePaul guy, Stagg High School guy. Like, I get it.
Speaking of like connections, while I was watching the White Sox last night, did you know Jordan Romano at all?
Yeah, my guy.
Okay, I didn't know that.
When he was at Oral Roberts, I was a freshman. It's the reason I know Jose Trevino, catcher for the Yankees as well. They were both on that team as juniors. I was a young scribe as a freshman, and Jose Trevino, who catches for the Yankees, was actually the first athlete I had ever interviewed. That's my guy. Jordan Romano, good people, also one of my guys. And, we all that ORU connection.
Okay, because I saw that, and they mentioned he went to Oral Roberts. And I was like, those guys are close to the same age. I know someone who went to Oral Roberts, and it's Russ Dorsey. Or is it?
Yeah, Canadian guy came down to ORU, close, threw gas back then, and throws gas in the big leagues now.
So, Russ,
all right. Lay it on me.
These White Sox, man. If Tim Anderson is not available for at least, and it's very important to say the at least 3 weeks part, what can White Sox fans even expect from this team? What would even be fair to expect from them?
It goes back to the question I asked you last week when I said, and I knew the answer to it, are the White Sox a bad team? That's what you can expect, right? Unless there's some miraculous turnaround of what we've seen. And it's June 1st, Laurence. Like, we're at a point where this is who you are until you show people that you're not. Michael Kopech's been great. Is that what Sox fans can go out there and look forward to every 5th day? Cool. Is Andrew Vaughn a very talented player? Absolutely. You can look forward to it. He almost won it by himself last night, right? Cool. But as a whole, as a collective, whether it's the decisions by the manager, whether it's bad base running, whether it's guys not being able to hit or putting together good at bats, and now you're at a point, Laurence, where this month is not playing with them. They got the Blue Jays, they got the Rays this weekend, they got the Dodgers for 3, the Rangers are playing better baseball, then you have the Tigers, but then you have the Astros, you got to go down to Houston, play in their building, then you have the Blue Jays again an Orioles team that's not a pushover anymore. Like, they're going to compete every night. And then the Angels, to close the month, they're already 5 games back in the division. They could easily be double-digit games back by the end of the month.
That's how I feel about the whole thing. Last night, seeing the Danny Mendick base running gaff, it was something that I think sunk a lot of White Sox fans' hearts, because you're going, they've got to get a lot of this stuff right while TA is down, while Lance Lynn is down, and their inability to play heads-up baseball is shockingly bad.
It's one of those things where they don't have margin for error right now, right? If you're not going to have your catalyst in Tim Anderson, the guy who's also, came on here a couple weeks back and talked about how bad he played on defense, and he was really bad. Like, he was one of the worst defenders in baseball, and had started to turn that around and playing a really good shortstop, and then being able to swing the bat at an elite rate. Like, he was the best offensive shortstop in the game by all the different numbers. Look, not having that guy is a very big deal. And if other guys are not going to be in that lineup and swing the bat, you can't ask. Like, Lucas Giolito is going to have bad starts from time to time, right? Like, he's allowed, but they have to have him play at an pitch at an ace level every night. You need Michael Kopech to pitch like Michael Kopech every night. That's not going to happen every 5 days. Like, he's going to have a clunker in there. Dylan Cease can't even pitch right now in Toronto, and he's going to have bad starts from time to time. So it's a tough situation if you're the White Sox, because you dug yourself this hole, and now you have guys dropping so fast. You don't know when Eloy's going to come back and what player he's going to be when he comes back. It's not a good situation.
No, it's a really ugly situation, Russ. And like Sunday, after I was flying back and I'm watching the game, and I'm excited that the White Sox won the game. But even after they win the game, you have the realization of, well, now starts life without Tim Anderson. And I'm not sure that this particular team can overcome that. Even if it is just 3 weeks. You laid it out. With the way that their schedule goes, they could be looking at 10 games back. And I think that it's coming even faster than the end of the month. I think by the middle of the month, we could be looking at that.
Yeah, and if you're trying to look for silver linings, if you're a White Sox fan, I guess you have to say, well, the Twins are also beat up right now, right? You have Carlos Correa on COVID IL. They just lost his number 2 in Royce Lewis, who had been playing well. Byron Buxton isn't swinging the greatest right now. But at some point, those guys are going to get healthy as well, and you just got to hope that, they're playing at a close to 500 or below 500 level so that you can get back into this race. But, like, they're good teams in this division. And if I had to look at it and say, all right, how do the White Sox finish? It's tough for me to say they finish above 500 when you have teams that are going to be in the playoffs. The Blue Jays, the Rays, the Dodgers, who are arguably the best team in baseball. Like, it is a difficult month for the White Sox.
There's no doubt. What's coming up on Sports Adjacent this week?
Well,
oh, no.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad. Interesting conversations. Nothing crazy. A guestless week, so it's just me and the boys, me, Jason, and Tony, always bringing you some interesting things, interesting thoughts and perspectives. But we're really excited about it, and we're going to have some different things coming up over the next couple of weeks that we're really excited about. But people have been tuning in. People have been listening and watching the clips on social media and sharing those, and it's been a lot of fun. Like, we're well over a year of podcasts, and I didn't know what it would be when we started it, when we talked to you about it in the end of 2021, but it's turned, or end of 2020, excuse me. But it's turned into something I look forward to each and every week.
I agree. I look forward to hearing you guys be weird every single week. And the
wait, it's not a weird. It's a Tony weird.
Well, I think that you are discounting your level of weird and Jason's level of weird. You're all weird, like so am I. So I look forward to the dysfunction that is that family of you three talking about life and love and all sorts of other stuff.
I'd like to say unique, Lawrence. I am a unique individual.
That is, that's fair. I think that is that is a fair assessment. Russ, have a great week. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Lawrence. I appreciate it.
That is Russ Dorsey, he of the Sports Adjacent podcast, and you can watch him on Stadium. You should download the Stadium app. It's easy. You get to watch him and my man Brad Evans. I think Brad Evans is now in the Bahamas. I don't know what he's doing there, but good for him. Our guy Cam Smith, and, well, you won't be able to watch her there anymore, but Amina Smith is an alum of Stadium. We used to work together over there. She now works for NBC Sports Boston. I thought we'd preview the NBA Finals with Amina. She's good people, and she's going to join me next here on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
We've seen seasons in baseball recently where this season from Wilson Contreras.
Okay, so Campy, an In-N-Out Burger opened up in Colorado Springs, Colorado. 1,000 cars were in line. Someone got in line Tuesday for the burger, but they didn't get anything free for it. They were just like waiting in line for In-N-Out. And I said it's the most overrated thing in food, the In-N-Out Burger. So then obviously, naturally, we started talking about your picture of waiting in line at Real Urban Barbecue. And then Speaks had a great idea. Speaks and I, like the original supporters of the I'm Fat podcast, you guys are selling merchandise. You guys are crushing it. Would you consider selling T-shirts with that picture of you camping out on a sidewalk, smiling, waiting for your free Real Urban Barbecue? If you put that picture on a T-shirt, I can tell you right now, I'll buy a large, Speaks will buy a 2X, and we'll sell 50 of them for you by the end of this segment. No problem.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I mean,
that was easy.
I've got no shame. At least when I camped out there, I was able to get free stuff. So I would not do that, especially for like In-N-Out. Not days in advance with nothing for free. That's foolishness. Now, getting free stuff, that's another story.
That makes sense. Just to be clear, we think we had it right, but exactly how much free barbecue did you get, and exactly how long did you camp out for?
I was out there for like 3 hours, and I got $50 a month for a year. So I got $600 worth of barbecue.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good use of time, really. $200 an hour in barbecue was the salary.
Especially when the last hour they let me sit in the their little foyer area. So only 2 of the hours were outside. So it really wasn't that bad.
Oh, they removed your buttocks from the concrete for 60 minutes. That is a lovely gesture by the Real Urban Barbecue people.
We're trying to open a business here. Get this guy out of the way.
And the guy who's pointing at you in the picture, he was the second guy to show up, and he was just impressed at your dedication.
He showed up about 10 minutes before me. He's like a local foodie type guy that does stuff on Instagram. So he was telling me all his stories of, well, I was the first person at this restaurant and this restaurant and this restaurant. He's like trying to convince me to leave so he could help his rep.
Oh, that's...
At one point I looked at him and I was like, man, I just don't make a lot of money and I could use the free food and I like the place. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, good for you. You outgamed the gamer is what you did. That guy, he's the opener. It's like, you know that dude who's the ultimate ball hawk who's caught a baseball outside of 20 or 30 different baseball stadiums? That Jamoke who's on HBO is like, you fought off that guy. You fought off that guy for the ball. Well done, Campy.
Yeah, because he had this thing planned out for days apparently. For me, I knew it was happening. I had to go to work at IMS early that day, and it was only 10 minutes away from there. So I said, hey, I'll swing by. If nobody's in line, I'll sit in line, and if somebody's in line, then I'll just go to work a little bit early.
I'm sorry, did you say you had IBS? Is that what I heard, or was that just I think I may have heard wrong. Okay.
I mean, that might be in my future. Let's be honest. But not my present.
The day is young. The day is young, Rick.
Thank you, Campy. Thank you, as always. Congratulations on your barbecue. I like that. I like that speak. Some guy tried to talk him off of it, and he sat his ground. He didn't stand his ground. He sat He sat his ground.
Just want to give a shout out to the Twitch stream right now. Twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. There's a triple box set up with Pi Mai and as well as you two hosts.
This is the dumbest thing ever.
Well, if Pi Mai deserves its own Twitch box, then I think that is more than fair.
Because, look, there's no way Chris Tannehill, there's no way that Odie's going to let him, like, actually put that up over the mantelpiece in their home. So, like, what does Tanny do?
Do you hang it under these monitors?
What does he do with that?
Well, and
it's such an anti-gift.
Tanny's background that he does for, like, when they do Locked On Socks and stuff is, like, so well thought out that they're, like, that's not a small piece to be able to try and, like, find a quick spot for in there. That's a space taker.
Tanny's background for the Locked On Socks podcast
It's immaculate.
is one of the best backgrounds I've ever seen. It's Tanny and Marcus Spears. And I had never seen Tanny's background until Sox Fest because we did the 108 big podcast. And I was like, what? Everything you do is excellence. Just everything. Like it's perfect. Just like everything Tanny does at work. Like that's just who he is.
Those people are jerks. Ergo, Tanny's a jerk.
Yeah. How dare you not appreciate this, Pi Mai?
Trying to figure out the logical progression here. All people who do X are jerks. Tanny does X. Ergo, Tanny is a jerk.
He tries and succeeds.
Okay, got it.
Celtics will go to the NBA Finals. They complete a wire-to-wire victory on Miami's home court. The Celtics going to their 22nd NBA Finals, where they will look for their 18th NBA championship.
Highlights courtesy of ESPN. That series was wild. And now we have set up Celtics versus Dubs for the NBA championship. I'm very lucky that I crossed paths at Stadium with Amina Smith. She is one of the bright young stars in our business, and she has been holding it down now, NBC Sports Boston, doing her thing, covering the Celtics. She joins me now on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Amina? How are you?
I'm good. How are you? First of all, thank you for that introduction. I mean, I am flattered. Thank you so much.
It's the truth. Come on. It's been the truth since you walked in front of a camera. We all know where the stars are. We can see what's getting ready to happen to your career. And now look at you. Now you got an opportunity to cover an NBA Finals. How did the Celtics get to this point?
Oh man, I think back to, back in December and January, and I was hosting our pregame live show, and I remember speaking to our Celtics insider, Chris Forsberg. We were literally having conversations about whether or not this Celtics team should tank because they were below 500. They were not doing well. Like, people were already planning what they were going to do after the season. And then things just turned around. Like, they got healthy. Everything started to click. They started to buy in on the defensive end of the floor and stick with that all throughout the season. And now we're seeing the fruits of all that come, to fruition, to reality. Just seeing them get to this point in the NBA Finals is it's insane when you think about where they were back in December and January.
So what do you think changed? And what was it that Ime Udoka was able to do that got them to click on?
I think what changed was, number one, they got healthy. Like, COVID was definitely a hot topic early on in the season, guys in and out of the lineup. You had Jaylen Brown, who missed 15 games at the beginning of the season, as well as dealing with injury. Guys just not healthy throughout the season. That was number one. They got healthy once we got past the All-Star break. And then two, Ime Udoka, when he first got to Boston, I remember his press conference, and he was not shy about picking apart what they did wrong last season, just in his introductory presser, which is insane because I just have not seen that before, where he just kind of told it like how it was. He said, they needed to move the ball more. They needed to up the assist numbers. And then when you saw that put into play during the regular season, where they had 25 or more assists in a game, they were more than likely winning that matchup. That win percentage went up so much when they move that ball around the court, when they play with pace, when they play with discipline, when they don't turn the ball over and go back into those bad habits. I think Ime Udoka really got them to buy into that, to focus in and hone in on that. And also with them being healthy, that's where we saw the trajectory of this team change throughout the season.
I thought for sure that they were going to win Game 6. When they lost Game 6, how nervous was Boston after they lost Game 6?
I think Boston was definitely nervous, but then I've kind of become a person that looks at the numbers and looks at trends with teams in basketball. And I remember I was having a conversation with my friend who's a Miami Heat fan, and I said, look, I'm going to tell you right now, the Celtics do not lose back-to-back games. And sure enough, they came back in Game 7 and they won it. I think the thing with Boston and with them having their backs up against the wall in those types of situations, they tend to thrive. I feel like this season, the whole theme for them has been, going through adversity, getting through challenges. They like to do things the hard way, even though it's not the way fans would like them to do it. It's just something in an area that they thrive in. When their backs are up against the wall, that's when they tend to perform the best, and guys start to step up and do what they're supposed to do. Jason Tatum steps up and he becomes a superstar. I remember Game 7 in the second round playing the Bucks. Like, who thought that Grant Williams was going to be the guy that gets them into the Eastern Conference Finals in that game? So whenever their backs are up against the wall, that's where they tend to thrive.
I'm talking with Amina Smith. She works for NBC Sports Boston. You can follow her on Twitter at Amina Jade TV, which brings me to something that you tweeted this weekend, and is the idea of that we aren't talking enough about the job that Ime Udoka is doing as a first-year head coach. So I now I give the floor to you to talk to me about the type of job that he's done.
I think it's something special. Of course, it's not the first time that a first-year head coach has taken a team to the NBA Finals or won an NBA title in their first year. But I just think back to where this team was last season. It seemed like they were kind of all over the place. Personalities, were everybody's kind of doing their own thing. The managing of personalities just wasn't what it was supposed to be. And I think Ime Udoka, especially coming from that Greg Popovich tree, he's a great communicator. And Pop has said that also when Ime was interviewing for this job. And I think that's something that people have kind of overlooked. The fact that he's been able to successfully manage these personalities on the team and get the best out of them, get them to buy in, get them to say that, you know what, well, even though it might not have worked out for us in the past, where you have Marcus Smart, Jason Tatum, and Jaylen Brown, who've gone to the Eastern Conference Finals several times, Marcus Smart and Jaylen Brown 4 times, Jason Tatum 3 times, and they have not been able to get over the hump. The fact that Ime Udoka comes in his first year, and gets them over that challenge, I think that speaks volumes about what he's been able to do in that locker room.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing. You know what I found out this weekend, Amina? I went to college with his sister. I was classmates with his sister Umfan. Yeah.
Oh my God, me and her are friends on Instagram. I talk to her all the time.
Yeah, she's like a legendary player in DePaul history.
Yes,
and
DePaul, yes.
Yeah, and she Team Nigeria too. Like she's a big, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I guess." I think it was Jenny Bruno, my friend Jenny Bruno, like pointed out. I was like, "Oh yeah, that name did sound familiar," and I didn't put it together. But yeah, Umfan used to be the realness at DePaul when I was there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have not been able to see her at games because I'm always running around. But I was literally talking to her a couple of nights ago, and I was just telling her, I'm like, she's just so proud of what Ime's been able to do here in Boston and how he's been able to carry this team to the NBA Finals in his first year. Like, me and her talk about her excitement all the time. I can't wait to see her when I go back to TD Garden. I told her, I said, I'm going to specifically look for you and speak to you in person because there's no reason why we've gone a whole entire season and not seen each other.
It's wild, right? It's crazy. And speaking of people in the stands, I mean, now we got Aisha Curry versus Nia Long. Now, Amina, we gonna see who gonna really step out here with the gear.
Look, I'm pulling for Nia Long, okay? Because Nia Long in her rookie year, she's doing well. She's popping out when she needs to pop out for important games. Aisha, she's used to this. She's used to this stage, but I think it's the Celtics' time right now with Nia Long leading the way.
Yes. I mean, I know that there are a lot of black men my age and older that are very appreciative of the fact that Nia Long is going to be at games. We're very excited about that. Jason Tatum, to get back on track, Jason Tatum, it looks like he's taking that next step where people like this guy can be good and it is pretty decent. Is he now starting to walk in the spaces of the best players in the game?
Jason Tatum is a superstar. And, I mean, it's just that when you watch him over and over and over again on the court, especially now this season where he's kind of taken his game to another level, he's become more physical. He's become more aggressive. He's put on more, muscle during the offseason so that he can drive to the basket. Before, when I watched him last season, he was avoiding contact. This season, he's welcoming that contact and driving to the basket and making sure that he gets the shots that he wants. So I think Jason Tatum has developed so much and also become a better two-way player, which I think has kind of bled over into the other guys on this roster. They see Jason Tatum playing defense and sacrificing his body on certain plays as well. They're going to go out there and do it. And, of course, you got Marcus Smart, Defensive Player of the Year. He's going to just do whatever it takes to win a game, sacrifice his body. You literally have to carry him out on a stretcher in order for him not to be out there on the floor. But Jason Tatum has really taken his game to a completely different level, and closing games for him has been an issue in the past where people kind of didn't trust him to do that. Now it's a completely different story where if the game is in his hands, people are trusting him to get it done.
I think that it's really interesting you brought that up with Marcus Smart because to me, the most fun matchup that I see in this finals is him and Steph because he does really well against Steph, which is a weird thing to say because almost no one does well against Steph Curry. Right. But seeing those two guys, and I imagine he'll get that assignment for most of the time other than switches, I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. Marcus Smart on Steph Curry is going to be a key defensively. I believe that Steph Curry, he shoots about 33% from the field when Marcus Smart is guarding him. And Marcus is, like I said, he's going to give up his body on every single play. And you can tell when Marcus is defending someone, it's almost kind of like that pest type of defensive kind of mechanism where he becomes annoying to whoever he's guarding. And I think that Steph Curry looks at it that way. He might think twice also, having Marcus Smart on him, knowing that he will sacrifice his body. I know earlier in the season when Steph had that injury, it was because that Marcus Smart was diving for a loose ball. That might play a part, I feel like, mentally in this series where Steph Curry is going to be like, okay, I might think twice on certain things I'm going to do because I know that Marcus Smart is going to sacrifice his body on every play, especially on the defensive end of the floor.
How happy are people in the Celtics organization for Al Horford?
Oh, my gosh. Everyone is so happy for Al Horford. And, I mean, just think about the story. Just 15 years in the NBA. He's been able to play all these playoff games, 2 national championships in college, and then never been to the NBA Finals. I watched him after that Game 7 against the Miami Heat fall to his knees. Laurence, it was just watching it was just like you kind of got goosebumps because you watch someone who's been working for something for so long, and people kind of thought like, okay, when he got traded back here, when they acquired him back here in Boston, whether or not Al Horford would be able to contribute. You know, is he too old? With him being 35 years old, is he going to be able to get up and down the court? And Al Horford has shown all throughout the regular season and the postseason that he's been ready for the moment and then some, just taking care of his body. Jaylen Brown said it after Game 7. No one deserves it more than Al Horford to be in the NBA Finals, and everyone is just so happy for him to be here.
What do you think is the key to the Celtics winning this series?
It's so tough because these teams match up so well. And I was actually looking at this earlier, but the Celtics, they have players that rank ahead the Warriors in, you know, these hustle categories. When you talk about loose balls, transition points, deflections, things like that. And I remember talking to guys that played on that 08 team that won that championship, guys like Eddie Howe, Scal, Kendrick Perkins, Paul Pierce. And a lot of them say the same thing, that those intangibles, those X factors, those hustle plays, those become the big plays that help you win a championship. And obviously Golden State, they know that because they've been in that situation. They've won multiple championships. But with the Celtics and the sort of level of desperation that they are going to play with in this series in the NBA Finals, I feel like that's what takes them over the top because these teams match up so well.
How that Chiefs defensive backfield looking this year?
It's looking good. It's looking good. We're trying to go to the Super Bowl.
And I am the only talk show host in America that will ask you this question. Better baby hair, Jason Tatum or Amina Smith?
Oh, Amina Smith all the way. Come on now. Jason Tatum, he tries. You know, he's got the hair products and everything like that, but he's not laying the edges like me. Come on now, Laurence. You know better than that.
All right, you're right. I just had to ask the question, had to get it on the record. As always, you are an absolute delight. Good luck and have fun with all of this. Like, covering the finals is dope. I'm really happy for you that you continue to succeed and strive, and you're out here doing it. So keep doing it big.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That is Amina Smith. She's great. You should be following her on Instagram and on Twitter at AminaJTV. She's good people, and she's going to do a great job of covering the finals for NBC Sports Boston. She's already done a great job. I check in, I see what she's doing and what she's dealing with. Like, you know, stuff she tweets out and like people respond to, because Boston fans are wild. Like, they're wild. But Amina does a great job. So check out her coverage of the NBA Finals. I was trying to get my homie Laura Britt to come on because she covers the Dubs, but she's like covering the Giants too. So I told her when the White Sox play the Giants, and that's a thing that's going to happen in July, that she's coming on the show. Why? Don't tell anybody I said this though. LB is a White Sox fan. Shh. So when she comes on, I'm gonna be checking her fan credentials, because she's gonna be trying to be like, no, let me tell you about the Giants. I'm like, no. White Sox. Ray, should I do a little bit of Cubs? All right. Can you load up the Cubs minute? And there's a sound bite that I want to play because it came to fruition last night. Cubs minute, let's go.
It's time for the Cubs Minute.
Chicago Cubs baseball is on the air. Fly the W!
Wrigleyville fans are awesome. Great food. It's, you know, it's tough to beat.
Cubbies. The Cubs Minute on the Laurence Holmes Show.
It's game 3 of this 4-game series between the Chicago Cubs and the Milwaukee Brewers. Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run, Wilson Contreras. Cubs lead 1-0. Here comes the stretch, the 1-2 on the way to Taylor. Driven toward right, slicing toward the corner. That ball is going to land fair. This is going to drive in 1, it's going to drive in 2, and it's going to drive in 3. Yelich scores all the way from first. A 3-run double for Tyrone Taylor, and Milwaukee leads 3-1. Cubs need a clutch base hit right now from the number 9 batter, Andrelton Simmons. Ground ball base hit right field. There it is. Coming in to score is Clint Frazier. High, pickoff throw to first, not in time. Wild throw, it goes down the right field line. Simmons around third. He's going to score. Morel going to third base. The throw there, not in time. Caratini hits a drive to left center. Trouble back is Morel near the wall, and that ball is gone for a 3-run homer for Victor Caratini. Higgins cracks one in the air, deep left field. That ball's back to the wall, gone. 2-run homer, P.J. Higgins. Cubs are right back in the ball game. Fly ball to left, curling toward the corner. Back near the wall is Yelich, and that ball's a fair ball. And it is in the field of play. Coming in to score is Morel. Racing to second on a double is Contreras. Ball game tied at 6. He drives one in the air to left center field. Yelich and Kane converge. That ball is in there. It's a base hit. It goes to the wall. Scoring is Contreras. A double for Schwindel. Cubs lead 7-6. Cubs lead by a run. Here's a line drive off the glove of Horner. Base hit. It'll tie the game. Throw goes to second base. Deep drive to left. If it's fair, it's going to leave the yard. And the Cubs have the lead. Patrick Wisdom with a long home run. Get out the tape measure. Cubs lead by a score of 8-7. Cubs win the ball game.
Highlights courtesy of The Score. That Wisdom home run was an absolute bomb, and he knew that he got it. David Robertson comes up with the save. And Christopher Morel, who had another nice night, continues to be a spark plug for this Cubs team. Got on base yet again. I talked with David Ross yesterday about Morel. Check out what he said about him.
This young man's young, hungry, and he was in big league camp for us 2 years ago, and the growth he's made already is astounding to me. And the way he takes the information is being able to apply that really fast has really been impressive. The coaching staff's been really impressed. We've moved him all over the diamond. He's looked great in each position. His excitement, his energy brings a lot to us. So for me, when guys struggle, we're there to catch them and help them and talk them through it. But until that time comes, you just high-five them when they do great, pat them on the butt when they punch out or make a mistake, and you keep moving down the line. This is everyday game that we have to play and stay mentally positive because of all the failure that you go through, and he's a positive person. And so we're along for the ride with him and supporting him. And when the bumps in the road come, that's what the family's all about. That's what our culture's all about, is about helping each other through those tough moments, talking through them, and then using some of the experiences we have to maybe give some advice or a helping hand.
He does seem to play with a lot of joy.
Oh, man, it's infectious, man. The way he, I was joked the other day with the media. It's like if you feel like before the game starts, he has to pat everybody on the back or shake everybody's hand, the umpire, the catcher, the guy at first when he gets to second. It doesn't matter. I mean, this guy is just a genuinely great human being that loves to play baseball, and that's what's so infectious and so great about him, outside of just his skill set and how he comes to work every day with that smile and that energy is awesome.
Great stuff from Rossi on Christopher Morel and the nice start that he's having in his career. When we come back, I want to talk about a unicorn. I'll explain next here on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
David Ross, World Series champion. What a way to go out. So just tell us, what's it like to hit a home run in the World Series Game 7?
I don't know. The difficult thing with all this is obviously honesty. And I remember Dave or various people I work would say, Tony, because I would sit there and say, this guy can't block him.
Right.
And then it was, oh, God, you're being so damn negative. No. I've watched the film, and he cannot block John Randall. I'm just being honest with you.
It goes back to our story, the Vikings game.
Right.
Our first year. It's 4th and 1. I think it was the Vikings. And I want to go. If we make a first down, there's 2 minutes. I don't want to give the ball back and punt it and give it to Warren Moon and company, right? Robert Smith, Chris Carter. So I'm telling Ron Turner, I want to go for this damn thing. What do you like? And he gives me about 3 plays.
And I'm standing at the opposite end.
Yeah.
And I'm used to 4th down, here goes the punt team on. I'm at the other end, and the punt team is not going on the field.
Wait, so Ron's not giving me Ron's not giving me a definite answer. So I turn and I say, Tony, where's Tony? And Tony comes running down, right? Sprinting to me. And I said, Tony, it's 4th down and 2 inches. I want to go for this son of a bitch. I says, what do you like? And he looks at me and he says, punt the ball. And he turns and starts walking away. Now it's not David. It's not me coach to coach. Right. It's me and Tony now. And I said, you what? And all of a sudden, you know,
and the way I'm at the other end, so I don't see the punt team go up.
We won the game. No,
so the
we
punt team doesn't go
for
on the field. So I said, "What is happening?" So I start running down to him, and I said, "What are we doing?" He says, "We're going for it." I said, "What?" And he held his hands up, indicating 7 inches. Yeah. And I said, "Are you telling me we can't make that?" And I said, "That's exactly what I'm telling you."
Fun for a lot of different reasons. It's also going to be really weird in this series because you're going to hear Kane, Taves, and Keith. It's going to be the actual Duncan Keith, but you're going to hear those names and you're going to have flashbacks. You're going to go squirrel, thinking that it's the Blackhawks teams that you love. Anyway, I was watching the post game, and the post game was really good. Wayne Gretzky's really good at analysis. And I know what you're thinking. Of course he is, Laurence. He's the greatest hockey player of all time. Yeah, that's not a prerequisite to be good at analysis, because look at some of the other greatest players ever that have tried to do the analysis thing. It doesn't always work out that way. But he takes it very seriously, and he's funny and interesting. I know that he had done the hit with Mully and Haugh, and he was really great there. But watching him on TV last night was dope, and seeing him be involved in it is fantastic. There was a moment though, the rest of the panel was making fun of his shoes, and he like looked up, and everyone was like, "Oh, we was just playing, man," because they know that if Wayne can Thanos the whole thing if he want to. You out here talking about Wayne's shoes, and then all of a sudden you find yourself back in Saskatchewan. You're not going to be on the desk for TNT or nobody. You know where the line is, and Wayne showed it to you. Shout out to the great one. I'll talk with Danny Parkins next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh.
Do we have a mystery sports fan?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? What a joy to catch up finally after all this time.
Charlie's out here trying to play golf, and he said, will you do this radio interview? I said, well, we both work for MGM, so I said, I'm in.
Okay, now I'm going to the Google machine to find out who it is. Are you a professional athlete? Mystery caller?
No, I'm not an athlete.
Do you have Chicago ties?
You know what? I drive his golf cart. That's what I do. But I'm going to the Hawks game tomorrow night in Florida. Tomorrow night.
Oh yeah, they're down there. They play the Panthers and they play the Lightning. So you must not be a Hawks fan because they're not going to fare very well down there. So are you from Chicago?
No, I'm Canadian.
Oh, you're Canadian. Well, then you must be a hockey player.
I'm his only Canadian friend. Yeah.
Well, we're stumped.
I'm kidding. No. Okay, so I got a few goals.
Oh, this is not the great one. Is this Wayne Gretzky? Are you kidding me?
So listen, Shelly said you guys do this show every week, and I said I would jump on for him.
Well,
it's an honor to talk to the great one.
Can I tell you my favorite story as a sports writer? I had to cover the All-Star game in Chicago, and I had to do this incredibly stupid thing, which was like, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite song? You won't remember this, but your brother was, I believe, in Iraq or whatever, and 100,000 people were your cousin, and everybody was on top of you, and you finished your interview, and we had made this arrangement. You turned around, and you were like, okay, we have to do, and you stopped and did this interview with me where I'm asking you, like, what was your favorite memory of childhood? And it was embarrassing for me, but you were a prince of a man. Wayne Gretzky, the great one. I am absolutely overwhelmed. Thank you for that, and thank you for jumping on.
Okay, well, you guys, Chris is the best, and we're having a great time staying at my house, and we're having a lot of fun. Playing some golf. He doesn't know it, but I put the dinner bill on his tab last night.
Thanks, Wayne.
That's great. Thank you, Wayne.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Get that sooner.
He's only the greatest hockey player ever.
Only the greatest hockey player ever.
Chris Chelios delivers from the golf course.
Nice
Absolutely
job,
great.
Kelly.
Chris, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Chris.
We appreciate it. Wow.
Take care.
Take care,
You've
buddy.
been promoted to
Good
executive
God.
producer.
Yeah, you're booking the show from now on.
Right.
We're just going to do Chris from the golf course.
Tomorrow, Messier.
Oh, my God. Wayne Gretzky. How cool is that? I'm not kidding you. I got like, did you see how excited I got?
You did. You went flush red.
I know.
I'm just embarrassed we didn't recognize his voice sooner.
I know.
But
Like, he said he wasn't a professional athlete. He just drives the cart.
Yeah. I was thinking chauffeur. I was thinking,
Wow.
okay, what are we doing here?
How would you like to stay at Gretzky's house and then go out and play around with Michael Jordan?
trip. I'm out of here anyway. Peace out.
Tomorrow, we will kick the show off with Steve Stone. Here's hoping that we can kick the show off with Stoney and talk about a better White Sox game than the one that we saw last night. We will also talk with Joe O. Joe will try to bring some he'll try to explain to us tomorrow why the White Sox are still favored to win the American League Central. I also want to talk to him about the NBA Finals and other hijinks that happens to go on the BetQL Daily Show. I love that show. It's so good and so fun. Shout out to the Joes and Aaron. They do a great job. So I will have both of those guests on the show tomorrow. Parkins and Spiegel is up next. Danny Parkins is here in the room. Spiegel will be here later on. He's out being a good dad.
He's being a good dad today, Laurence. Yeah, so he will be in probably around 4 o'clock. And it's pretty funny because yesterday, Spieg shared a story from Memorial Day family activities where his conclusion was that his son is not a good athlete. And we were kind of getting on him for being harsh and judgmental on the 10-year-old, and it was hilarious, but he fell in a pool and was awkward and then Ruben was like, "I'm not a fast runner, Daddy." And it's like, yeah, you're not, but whatever. He's 10, and
right. Well, I played softball with Ruben last year. I think that there are some tools there that can be cultivated, and he could turn into a fine athlete if he wanted to be.
And yeah, don't talk about your son like he's Danny Mendick.
Right.
You know what I mean? We could be grading these guys on different curves. But so it was funny. So we were making fun of him for his sports radio evaluation of his own kid.
Especially when aren't kids at 10 kind of supposed to be uncoordinated?
We're all awkward at 10.
Yes!
Yeah, of course. Of course. It was ridiculous. It was totally ridiculous. But at the very, very end, he was like, but he's a good musician. And so today is a concert for Ruben. Speaks wasn't able to attend the last one, so he's going to go be a good dad and attend the concert. And he should be in studio around 4 o'clock today.
He can be both. He can be a really good athlete and a good musician.
I've heard about those people.
They're called prodigies.
Yeah. I was never one of those people. I wasn't really good at either of them. But yeah, it's the people that have multiple talents at the 1%er level are tough.
What would you say are the thing that you're most jealous of? And I'll give you mine so that you can think of it. When you talk about those people that are at the 1%, their talent level, I'm really jealous of people who speak multiple languages.
That's a great one.
And I mean, not they know a couple of words that they can just instantly flip.
Yeah.
And have a conversation in French or have one in Arabic or have one in Spanish. I'm super jealous of people like that.
One of my good friends that I grew up with, he lives in Paris now. He is French. His parents are French, so they spoke French in the house. Then obviously he grew up on the north side of Chicago, so English. And then he took Spanish very, very seriously. So he's trilingual, and he parlayed it into a finance job based out of Paris where he has relationships with a Spanish bank. So he commutes from Paris to Spain once every 3 months. And then his family's back here in the old US of A. I'm like, Max, you got it figured out, man. That's the greatest life in the world.
I had a former student. She's now working in the industry. Her name is Bella Michaels. She's a great kid. By the way, I was explaining this to my students last week. I will refer to them as kids. They could be 40, and I'm still going to refer to them as kids.
Oh, you're that guy.
I am. I'm totally that guy. Bella speaks 5 languages.
Yeah, it's absurd.
And I was like, what? She goes, yeah, and she was able to work for BN Sports, the soccer network.
Yeah.
I want to say she speaks French, Italian. She's got all the Romance languages down, and then a couple other ones. I'm like,
threw in Mandarin for fun.
I'm like, how old are you?
Yeah.
How does that work? How did you do that? It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's really amazing when you see people like that.
Mine is not as, I guess, intellectual, but great golfer. It's such a hard sport. I want to be so good at it. And when we had Joe Kelly in studio, in the commercial break, we were in conversation. He brought up golf on something. He hasn't been able to play in over 2 years because of injuries, and he had the nerve damage and recovery or whatever. So he hadn't been able to play. And I was like, "But are you good?" He's like, like when I play, like, yeah, I'm good. I'm like, well, what would you shoot tomorrow? He goes, well, I haven't played in over 2 years, but put me on any course in the world tomorrow, I'm not shooting over an 84. I'm like, wow, it's really good, man. He's like, yeah, I'm a rotational sport athlete, and I can move my arm really fast because I can throw a baseball 100 miles an hour, so I can hit the ball like 350 yards. Like the ability to, and that's like, that's as a good golfer. That's not a great golfer to shoot an 84. But some of these baseball players, I was reading the story about Sheets and Mendick. They just went out to Harborside on their day off, firing like 73s. And then Sheets is like, yeah, then I hit some home runs because it got me out of my slump. I was thinking about swinging a club a different way, and all of a sudden I tore off a couple of home runs. Like that ability to just like grip it and rip it and it not be your main area of expertise and not even really be able to play all of that much. Like you could play a little bit in spring training, but you're working and traveling during golf months. I can't believe it. I'm so damn jealous of it. Jeff Francoeur, I've told the story before, but like I was kind of tight with him when he was on the Royals, and they had a 9-game West Coast trip. And it was like where they played like 8 games in 9 days or 9 games in 10 days, whatever it was. I'm like, what'd you do on your day off? Played Pebble Beach. What'd you shoot? 71. Oh, okay. I hate you. Just in the middle of baseball season, going to one of the toughest courses in the world on an ocean, playing from the tips and firing under par. Like, I just hate that guy. But I love him, but I hate him.
When I went out to the PGA Tour Superstore in Vernon Hills, and they did a fitting for me, right?
Yeah, it's fun.
Finally, I got to do that.
Yeah.
And Ralph, the guy who did mine, we were talking. He said, baseball guy, right? I said, yeah. I mean, now softball, because baseball was 25 years ago. But yeah. He's like, okay. He's like, swing this bat. I was like, what are we doing? He's like, I need to see some stuff. So kinetically, he wanted to see what I swing like. And he said, now we're just going to do that with a golf ball. And I was like, oh, because I had connected, like usually people that are good at baseball can hit a golf ball, right?
Yeah, rotational sports. You're good at tennis, frisbee, hockey, golf, baseball. But they're all kind of cousins.
But I had never really connected it for myself.
Sure.
Until he put a bat in my hand. So I'm up there swinging. He's like, all right, now take this club and hit this ball. And I was like, oh, okay. Gave me a 7-iron. I went 174 yards.
It's great.
Yeah, for someone who stopped playing golf.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, my biggest fear being in here after not swinging a golf club for 5 years is not hitting the ball at all.
Swinging and missing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like that is my absolute biggest fear. He's like, you're going to hit the ball. It's totally fine. And I did.
Yeah.
And now I guess I'm kind of back into it. I went out to the driving range, but when I see people that are just out there and you see the way that they can hit the ball and you hear the whistle.
Oh, have you ever been to an event? Have you ever been to a PGA Tour event?
It's been a long time. I went to Medina.
Yeah.
I went to Medina when I was working at Channel 9. So that's 98, 99.
Oh, when they hosted the major?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, with Sergio.
And I was like, wow, this is, but I was taking all of it in. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of like too big for me to like look at swings and stuff like that.
Well, good, but going to an event, like I don't love it. It's a great TV sport, but I do think it's like the type of thing you do. If you go once, you can appreciate it. And whether you go to like a Sunday of a major or the Wednesday of a random tournament and go to the practice round, it's the same thing because you just, like you're saying, you hear the whistle of the ball. You see how fast they swing. Like they can hit a golf ball 180 miles an hour. Think about 180 miles an hour. And then you just go to the range. Just go to a driving range and watch these guys warm up. And maybe they've got a drill. Like Vijay Singh famously, like towel under the arm, broken club shaft in the ground, broken shaft at his feet. And he's like swinging through like an apparatus. And by the end of his thing, he is swinging full speed, hitting 300-yard drives, dodging this stick on the way back, dodging a stick on the way down to like get his swing. Like,
that's incredible.
Incredible, man. Like the ability to control what they are, like how fast they're swinging, and be like, all right, I'm going to hit this ball 174 yards. But I want to hit it higher than normal, left to right. Because maybe in that, when they need to hit the 174-yard shot, there is a bunker that they want to avoid on the right side of the green, so it'd be better if they came in from the left side of the green with a little bit of right to left wind. Like, the ability of those guys to, like, zero in on, like, oh, this isn't a 174-yard shot, it's a 177-yard shot. Like, they have that in their game. That means put the ball one rotation back in your stance, or swing out to in 3 degrees instead of in to out 3.5 degrees. Like, it is such a precise scientific sport that, and I'm just trying to, advance the ball.
I personally, I like the driving range. I haven't gotten to the point where I feel comfortable like going to shoot around, right? So I went to the driving range off of 63rd and Lakeshore Drive, and I'm watching this father and son, and they're doing what you're talking about. Like, they're playing a game with each other where it's like, okay, now we're going to see who can put it over that hill closest to the fence.
Yeah, target practice, draw fade, cut, slice, all of it. Yeah, it's crazy.
I was like, man, these guys are good. Like, they're just people like me. You know, like, they're just people like me. They're just sitting there, and I'm still happy if I did hit the guy who was getting the balls, and I felt really bad.
No, it happens all the time.
And I told him, because I came in and I was like, dude, sorry I got you. He's like, that was a great shot. I was like, I really wasn't trying to hit you. I was just trying to hit the ball straight. He's like, no, you did. You did.
I was straight in front of you.
It was right here. He's like, no problem. I was like, all right, that's what's up. But yeah, those type of skills. Like, when I was younger, it used to be, you see someone who could dunk.
Sure.
Like, and go, wow, like, what would it be like to know that you could just do that? Like, not like, you don't have to really think about it. You could just do it. I'm also amazed by people that can do math in their head down to decimal points.
Yeah.
Like, not, we do a little bit of that as sports talk people.
I know what you mean, though. There's a different level than computing whatever you were 3 for 11. Yeah.
So seeing people that have like that, like top of the food chain type intelligence.
1%ers, man.
And it come to the forefront is amazing.
Yeah. I maintain, like, I obviously, like, football is my favorite for what we do. They're all great. We know that it's football and baseball and basketball that really move the needle. But there's something about golf, like, you're competing against yourself.
Which is the worst part for me.
Right. But it's beautiful.
Yes.
Like, because it means that, like, you could play with Pat Manley, right? And if Pat normally shoots 74 and you normally shoot 104, if Pat shoots a 78 and you shoot 100, you had the better day.
Right.
That's like a beautiful thing to me. Like, it's a sport that is completely equalized. Like, you're competing against yourself, but people of different skill levels can play with each other. And even if Pat beats you, in my example there, by 22 strokes, you're feeling better about yourself than he is about him because you were 4 better than your average and he was 4 worse than his. And then no 2 courses are the same, which I think is totally unique to golf. Every baseball stadium's a little different, but the bases are the same distance apart. The mound is the same distance. Football the same. Basketball, hockey, all the same. Tennis, it might be clay or grass or hard court or whatever, but like basically the same. No 2 golf courses are the same. So in theory, you should never get bored, and there's always a new one to play and master.
It's true.
I love that about it, man.
And I was like this with baseball. Like, I like practice. Like, I really was one of those people that enjoyed infield practice. Like, I wanted to get better and understand, like, where I needed to be and where do throws go, and get your brain thinking about what happens if this situation comes up. And then it should be something that like, instinctively. I love that. Being around people that have that natural ability to do stuff. I'm fast. My dad's like this with chess. Like, he teaches it. And he taught it to me. I'm decent, but the ability to think 5 moves, to see 5 moves ahead.
Sure.
On a board and understand your opponent that well and what you're trying to make your opponent do. It's wild to me. Now I've gotten good enough where I can play with decent players now, like 1,500, 1,600 level players. I won't embarrass myself with them. But knowing that, like, playing against my dad, like, it was like, what? Like, what do you do? And then he does the thing that all of those types of people do where, okay, how did you get better at this? He's like, oh, well, you just kind of visualize. And you're like, no. Stop right there. Talk to me like I'm 5. Because you visualizing the board and seeing what I'm going to do 5 moves from here doesn't help me. It's Jordan trying to explain how to do basketball.
Right. It's why Larry Bird hated being a coach.
Yeah.
He said, I forget exactly how he worded it, but it was basically like I was just telling them to do things like I was able to do them.
Right.
Yeah.
And you go, that none of that stuff even helps me. And I was joking in the last segment. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the hockey at all. Wayne Gretzky's really good at analysis.
Is he?
Yeah. He's fun too. He's really fun and he's into it. And I think that he's a bit of a unicorn for the guys at that level of sports that are.
Well, there aren't that many of them, and then when they do it, you're much more likely to get Magic Johnson.
Right.
Yeah.
That was my point. Like, you usually see someone that's just kind of there, and they're not really in it for the analysis. Like,
we'll see how Brady does.
I'm concerned about that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my money.
No, it's not. It's not your money.
I can only be so concerned.
Have you noticed the sea change with Derek Jeter too? Now that he's no longer in charge of the team,
he's on Twitter, right,
and Instagram now.
So he's trying to have an opinion.
He's in the new Subway commercials. He's actually showing a personality. We've gone 45 years with Derek Jeter. And like, do you have a personality or is it just baseball? And you would think like he's got to have something because that's how you end up with the murderer's row of girlfriends that he's had. There's got to be some sort of charm that it goes beyond I'm the Yankees shortstop. You know what I mean?
It probably goes beyond looks, money, fame, and prestige. But that's a pretty good starting point.
It's a great starting point.
Pretty good starting point for that murderer's row, man.
If you've got all of those things, great. But, you know, there are guys and women who have that, and they still can't.
Minka Kelly has rich, famous, attractive men that she can choose from. And they keep having to choose Derek Jeter.
Correct.
So he must have something else in addition to it all.
Correct. So I think there's a doc that's going to be, like, there's like a 30 for 30 on him.
And the women?
No, I think the women I think that's going to be a part of it.
Really?
From what I've been told.
Oh, okay.
I think that's going to be
a fun movie.
That would be a very fun movie.
I would watch.
What, Mariah Carey has 2 songs about him, I believe. I believe it's 2 songs.
Who was it? Tracy McGrady was on. Tracy McGrady was on the show, Lawrence. I don't know if you heard it. Tanny played in the open that he made for him. One of the 2 times that Jay-Z referenced T-Mac. But he also played when Method Man name-dropped him in a song. And T-Mac opened the interview saying, wait, what song was that where Method Man mentioned me? Tracy McGrady has lived a life where it is possible that Method Man mentioned him in a produced, published piece of music, and he didn't know about it. That's how much cool bleep has happened to Tracy McGrady.
That's pretty dope.
Isn't that insane? like that is just like Derek Jeter is probably like, Mariah Carey made a second song about me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because that was like 9 girlfriends ago, 3 pop stars ago,
a lifetime ago.
Yeah, a lifetime ago. Like the things that he's forgotten that he's done or accomplished. It's staggering. I wanted to do the entire interview on like, Tracy, you realize how absurd that is, right? That you did not know that Method Man name dropped you in a song? How did that not make its way into your radar?
See, I love that choice. I love that interview choice of these guys are talking about their careers all the time.
Yeah.
But hearing the cool stuff that's adjacent
It's
to
the
them,
best.
it's insane.
These guys have lived the doors that are open to them. Pat Manley told us the story of getting invited to play, back to golf here, to play with Michael Jordan at the Grove. He's the long snapper for the Bears. Michael Jordan could play golf with literally anyone in the world. Every single person would accept that invitation. And Pat Manley got it because of a guy he knew, and then he went out there and he was telling the stories about what the clubhouse was like and what other PGA Tour players were just mulling around and how it was Titleist Pro V1s and the range balls and like all the crazy Jordan stuff. And like he got him a present. Like, what do you get Michael Jordan as a present? And he got him a long snapper IPA putter cover.
Okay.
I'm like, Pat, he's not using it.
It's fine. He'll give it to someone else.
Yeah. But what else do you get him? But so yeah, like that. I find that to be like probably the single most interesting thing about talking to athletes is they're like, oh yeah, that time that I met the Beatles.
Right.
Like, you know, it's crazy.
That time when I was at the White House. Let me tell you.
How many presidents have you met? Is a great question for like Bob Uecker. How many presidents have you met? He's like, well,
like six.
Yeah. It's when we had who did we have on who told the crazy story? Was it Costner?
Hey, man, you know Belvedere?
Yeah. Who told the story about Subway in the car with?
Yeah, that was Kevin Costner.
Yeah, Kevin Costner telling.
Or no, Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid.
They're
the
get
same
them mixed
guy.
up. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't Costner, but he
No,
may
Dennis
as well.
Quaid.
But, yeah, Dennis Quaid. Like, I was like, man, on any given Sunday, that must have been insane. And he was like, yeah, you know, played golf with Jim Brown and Lawrence Taylor and James Woods. I'm like, well, that's got to be the craziest foursome you've ever played with. And he's like, it is the craziest foursome I've ever played with, but I've had a crazier twosome. I'm like, oh yeah, what was the crazier twosome? It's like, well, Bill Clinton invited me to sleep at the White House when Hillary was out of town, and we hung out, and then we got in the limo, and he wanted Subway, so we got Subway, and then the Secret Service closed down the course for us, and me and Bill Clinton played one-on-one.
Holy crap.
What a life. What a life. Like, that's just a story. Like, if that happens to you or me, it's like chapter 1, 2, and 3 of the book that no one wants to publish. It happens to Dennis Quaid, and it's just an anecdote that he kind of forgot about.
Yeah, until you reminded him.
Yeah. He's like, well, I guess I had a cooler twosome.
There was that one time when
totally ridiculous.
I got you. Like let's go back to this sentence, okay?
Yeah.
Because the cool part is I was invited to stay at the White House while Hillary was out of town.
Yeah. Bill just wanted a companion that he was allowed to have. Like, I don't know. Like,
That's a good point.
It was insane. The lives of these guys. Nance told us a similar story of like Brady. It was Brady.
It was like two presidents, wasn't it? Wasn't it Clinton and Bush?
Yeah, it was Clinton. Right, because he's tight with HW, and HW and Bill were doing, I think it was hurricane relief, and Nance was emceeing an event for him, and they said, when we'd like to golf together, can you find a fourth? And they were playing a course out in the Boston area, in the Massachusetts area. It's like, we got a reservation. I think it was at Brookline, actually, which is where the PGA Championship is going to be held, or the U.S. Open.
Is it where Theo's from? Like
Yeah,
around that area?
where the U.S. Open is going to be. They were playing at Brookline, and HW asked Nance to fill out the fourth member of the foursome. He's like, well, I could call Brady. And HW said, do you think Brady would want to play with us? With two presidents. And Brady said yes. So the foursome was Jim Nance, Tom Brady, George Bush Sr., and Bill Clinton.
Like, wasn't it a Peyton's place where it's Tom and Peyton at Nance's house?
Yeah, Nance's house is legendary.
It has a replica of Pebble Beach.
He told Mac and I the story of the backyard. Because the water bill was 10 G's a month. So he took out the grass and put in turf. And then when he did that, he put in the replica of the seventh hole at Pebble. And he did it to size. And someone at, I think it was Wilson was the manufacturer, one of the golf ball manufacturers, got him. So like the 7th at Pebble, I don't know what it is. Say it's 150 yards. His hole's like 60 yards. And so they made him golf balls that fly like 38% of distance. So they're real golf balls that you can hit with real clubs and take real swings. But if you hit your 7-iron 174 yards, if you hit a Jim Nantz golf ball in his backyard, it'll go like 88 yards because that's calculated to scale for Nantz's backyard.
Jeez,
insane.
Must be nice.
He has the wired speakers out there where he can just track one is the Masters music, the theme. So he just, when he puts on the Bluetooth.
That's amazing.
Isn't that incredible? It's incredible.
It's really amazing.
Yeah, the guy's got the greatest life ever. He almost lived here. He told the story. He when he
in
got
this building?
No, not in this building. When he got the job, they were like, you can do it from anywhere. The number one CBS job, and he was like, well, Chicago, 2 airports, easier for travel.
Midway through, yeah.
Yeah. And so he said he was like looking at houses on the North Shore. And then
from Wakanda, Illinois.
And then he was like, well, I mean, you'll literally let me do it from anywhere? Okay, Pebble Beach.
Yeah, that's
all right, Pebble Beach.
That's a good idea. Pebble Beach, San Diego.
Yeah.
Miami.
Yeah.
That might work.
So today, Spiegs will be back around 4 o'clock. My white whale, Joakim Noah.
He's on the show?
Recorded this morning.
Sweet.
Yeah, Bet Rivers hooked it up. Did 15 minutes with him. Going to play it.
That's always good when you get that.
It was awesome. It was really cool. Really fresh off a trip to spreading, like trying to grow a basketball league in Africa with Luol Deng. Talk finals, talk Bulls, talk some stuff that I'd wanted to ask him for a long time. Very cool. So Joakim Noah at 3.
Wait a minute. Did y'all talk weed?
No.
What?
I know. Next time. I know. I didn't know.
And you blew it.
I didn't know.
You blew it.
Am I going to mess up my Bet Rivers money or his Bet Rivers money?
It's legal.
I know. I didn't talk weed with Joe. I really should have.
If you get another chance.
I will get another chance. I will. I do want to ask you about the picture in the head shop.
Okay.
You remember the picture in the head shop that went around? Like, it's like, did you think you were not going to make your way into the internet? You're 7 feet tall and your hair looked like that. But yeah.
I wouldn't lead with that?
No, I know. Well, that's why I didn't lead with it today. But it was good. And so we'll talk about last night's White Sox game, where blame goes. I saw Top Gun last night.
And?
I mean, I loved it. Loved it.
right.
But I'm admittedly a meatball for the original,
That's
too.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be a meatball for it and then walk in there and be like, this is trash.
No. We'll do it, but it's exactly what you want it to be.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
It's on my list of things to do this week.
Did you like the original?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, then you'll love it.
Big time.
Okay. Let me know when you see it. Even if we don't have a transition the next day, want your text thoughts.
All right.
It was great.
Not a problem.
It was great. But yeah, that's the show.
Sounds like a show. Danny, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, buddy. That's Laurence Holmes. Tanny's Open kicks us off. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Score football expert Mike Florio.
If anything, some people have raised the ceiling. I know Chris Sims revisited.
I'd imagine your life, your career, your handicap, you've played in some pretty cool golf groups. Like, what's the craziest foursome you've ever found yourself involved in, Dennis? If you can top that.
Well, the craziest twosome I ever found myself in was with Bill Clinton. I spent a weekend in the White House with him. It was a slow news weekend, and Hillary wasn't there, and I roamed around the White House all by myself. Went into the Oval Office, and we hung, and we got into the presidential limousine with a couple of Subway sandwiches in the back, and you take off from the White House, and you just don't stop because they stop traffic everywhere you go. It's a great way to get there.
Wow. Wait, Subway sandwiches in the presidential limousine, was that Bill's choice, or how did that happen?
Subway sandwiches. I really love that pastrami paradise that they have over there.
What's his demeanor like on the golf course? Like, are you able to trash talk and bet with Bill Clinton, like, on a golf course?
Oh, of course. I always took that presidential prerogative, he'd give me or himself a 7-foot putt. Good. Let's go to the next one. And you're there on the golf course. They shut the whole thing down so he could play. And you look over to the opposite fairways on either side, and there's a guy with these big binoculars. The Secret Service all over the place, but they cannot help you find your ball. But they're looking out.
Jerry Krause tried his best to get me to be in a Bulls uniform on several different occasions. It just never worked out.
What's the one that you think of first? I mean, we know the one that we think of first because it was legendary, but then there's the others that have come out. So tell us about Jerry trying to get you.
Yeah, well, the legendary one was trying to trade for a 18-year-old high school kid for Scottie Pippen, which was, to me in itself bizarre. I remember the night of the draft, I get a call at 12 o'clock at night, and it's my agent. He tells me it's for the Bulls. I may be traded for Scottie Pippen on draft night. I was like, oh, my gosh. Like, it was just such a surreal feeling that I possibly could have been a freaking Bull and teaming up with Michael Jordan. But at the time, I thought MJ, when they did nix the trade, I thought it was MJ that did that. But I got close to a reliable source and said it was Jerry Reinsdorf that did it.
It's funny, Jerry Reinsdorf came on our radio station after that story made the rounds, and he was like, no, it wasn't MJ. It was him. Like he felt the need to go first person. Like, and Jerry Reinsdorf does not do interviews anymore.
Right.
And then the free agent recruitment.
See, that's the thing. When you said the legendary time, I thought you were going to say for us, because we knew about it, was when Benny the Bull and everybody, there was a small band playing Sweet Home Chicago. There's the Lovables cheerleaders. Yeah. When everybody meets you at the airport. Was there any part of you at that point? So that's a few years after the draft then, Tracy. Is there any part of you at that point that thought, this is ridiculous? This is over the top?
No, I didn't think it was ridiculous. I actually was very appreciative that he went, Chicago Bulls went above and beyond of trying to recruit me. I mean, I loved every bit of it. It's just they were recruiting against Orlando, which is where I grew up. To have that opportunity to play there, and then it presented itself at that time in 2000, I couldn't pass that up. So that was the only reason, why I chose to go home.
.com. It's 56david.com.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
A story happened over the break. I texted the show and said, I don't want to come in and work on Memorial Day, but this story is good enough that the thought at least crossed my mind. Jock Peterson and Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham just shows up in the outfield on the first day of their series, walks up to Jock. They tussle verbally a little, and then he slaps him across the face.
Right, Gary? Leave me out of this, man. No, I will leave you in. No, that's enough, Neil, man. You got to chill out. I'll smack you in the mouth. I'm Neil Diamond.
It's enough for you to like baseball.
I was refreshing Twitter every 10 seconds. I couldn't get enough of it.
Slapped you. Yeah, that happened. Unfortunate situation for over a fantasy football league rule.
Why would I be joking? He slapped me in the mouth.
Let's do the rest of the show on this.
I'm available.
I have never wanted to hear stories from another man's fantasy football league more than this.
So this is what Tommy Pham had to say about himself in the aftermath of the slap.
Okay.
I'm a big dog in Vegas. I'm a high roller at many casinos.
I love how Peterson just played it as a straight man, too.
Don't think violence is the answer, I guess you could say.
For all we know, Jock Peterson had it coming. What if he was a habitual line stepper when it comes to the rules?
If he was the Joe Cowley of that particular fantasy football
what if he's a waiver wire manipulator? But I need to know the amount of money it was for.
Yeah, there it is. Slapped you. You probably think I'm finished, huh? No, there's another one.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, there you go. Here's a little reach around the back of the head slap.
Oh, God, please. You have to get away. He won't ever stop.
Oh, I'm going slap happy. I'm going slap, slap happy. Slappity slapping you, teaching you a lesson for coming in my house. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Ba-bow, ba-bow, ba-bow. Maybe you'll think next time you act, you slap it, slap it.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Jim. Here we go. Here we go, Jim. Here we go, Tony. The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thanks for hanging out. A little late to the open today. Laurence and I were going long in transition. Spieg should be here around 4 o'clock. Joakim Noah at 3 o'clock. Spent about 15 minutes with Joakim one-on-one today over Zoom. You'll hear the conversation coming up at 3. Do want to talk about that play last night in the White Sox game, but we have the details, gentlemen. Did you read the Athletic story, the reporting on Tommy Pham, Jock Peterson, day 3 of the news cycle?
Yeah, I wrote it.
You wrote it? Wow. Sorry,
I should have saved the scoop for the show.
Why I'm Joining the Athletic by Shane Reardon. $10,000 entry fee and a $10,000 punishment for coming in last place. Mike Trout's the commissioner. Eric Hosmer, Mike Moustakas, and other big leaguers all in the league. So Tommy Pham feels like if this incident would potentially cost him a shot at winning the league, because he was apparently in second place at the time, and he quit the league mid-season. Feels like it cost him $90,000 in winnings in this winner-take-all $10,000 buy-in fantasy football league. When you add that in to the $111,000 in salary that for the 3-game suspension, the $6 million salary prorated for 3 games over a 162-game season, plus an undisclosed fine, Jock Peterson's waiver wire manipulation involving or not Jeff Wilson cost Tommy Pham, in his mind, potentially north of $200,000. That's worth a slap 5 months later. If you think that this guy cost you $200,000, you might have to slap him. But what Pham, I don't think, realized is that Peterson only cost him a little bit of money in the fantasy landscape, and then the suspension and the fine came in. Like, it's a $10,000 for a league is a lot of money, but nothing in comparison to the suspension.
All right, but
go ahead.
It's 3% of Tommy Pham's annual earnings.
$10,000.
$200,000.
$200,000.
$10,000 is 0.16% of his potential.
Well, he's a crazy person.
Exactly. But I'm thinking about it my way right now. If I were to join a fantasy football league, I'm obviously not going to put the numbers out there because then people know how little I make. But
I was really hoping you were, because you had the calculator in your hand.
I was doing Tommy Pham's numbers.
Okay.
If I was paying 0.16 of my annual salary towards a fantasy football league, that's Yeah, okay. It's not that much money.
Right. It's not that much money, but so you don't think that Tommy Pham gets hurt for when he gets fined, suspended for $110,000?
Yeah, not really. No, because it's 3% of his annual income.
Right.
He's not hurt.
So in your mind,
he's a high roller in so many Vegas casinos. So I'm assuming he has more in chips and cash.
It's just you're right. You're right. Like when you break it down like that, you are objectively correct. We don't know how much gambling debt he has. Like we don't know how much money this guy's lost in gambling based on when he describes himself that way. And it's just you got to feel dumb that a $10,000 fantasy league ended up costing you a couple $100,000 in fines and suspensions. Like that's hustling backwards. Even if the money means nothing to you. Like you'd have to be a really principled individual to say that slap was worth it. I wonder if he does. I wonder if he thinks $200K, the slap was worth it. Must be nice, man. You know what? But what's the point of saying what's the point of having FU money if you never say FU?
Yeah, exactly.
From Billions?
And he did that to Jock Peterson, apparently.
Yeah. He basically said FU with his FU money, and he slapped him across the face and bus-tossed Mike Trout in the process. I said last week I don't think White Sox players are getting enough blame. Rick Hahn, Tony La Russa, weather, scheduling, injuries. Last night, a pretty clear-cut example of where a player just has to be better. It's next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
This segment's brought to you by Hint Water. Hint is
Has she enjoyed all the attention that you have received because of the conversation that you had with Joe Buck, I guess we could call it?
Yeah, I mean, it was one-sided because I legit couldn't hear him. The volume was too far down. Like, I didn't know that if I was live, I didn't know what was going on. So I just played it as a normal inning instead. And, yeah, she's mastered the eye roll right now. So yeah, so she's getting exasperated by a lot of it, but at the end of the day, she understands it. She can tell other people, no, this is how he actually acts on the field at all times. So this is a glimpse into the life of.
See, Liam, I know that you're a pretty smart dude, and my thinking was he's doing this on purpose. He's pretending like he can't hear anybody because he knows this is going to be great, and it's going to be great television, and it totally was. So we are right now in a forum that this is all about trust. So you can tell us, could you, honest to God, not hear Joe Buck?
No, I honestly, God, couldn't hear him. I think I would have been a lot funnier and a lot less crass if I could have. And I would have been much more descriptive. Obviously, the first pitch to Ozzie Albies was a knuckleball. I would have probably portrayed the fact of, hey, guys, watch the knuckleball. I would have said some things along those lines coming in. But, and, yeah, I mean, I think it would have been a little bit funnier, but a lot less real maybe.
Well, hold on. Can you, Liam, can you even pitch without swearing? I want to know if you're capable of that.
Very rarely does it happen.
The Houston Astros tonight, a team which unfortunately for you guys swept you guys in 4 games in June. You guys were outscored 27-8. You guys feel that? I mean, will that be something that will be in your heads tonight?
Oh, I don't care. I mean, congratulations, you swept us in June. Who gives a shit? To be honest, I mean, at the end of the day, it's you move forward. I don't care what a series was before it because at the end of the day, I don't think, like I was with the A's last year, I don't think we lost a series. I think it was like 10-1 or however much it was against the Astros, and then they came and whooped our ass in the ALCS or the ALDS.
Yaz in the air to left field. Gurriel back, short of the warning track. He makes the catch. That'll be deep enough not only to get the run home, but for a play at second. And Mendick is out at second base. The run did not cross in time. On the timing play, the run did not get home in time. And the Sox are still down 6-5.
Absolutely baffling play.
Danny, unfortunately, I think that he made a mistake.
Oh, no! Oh, God, I can't think of any time where that's going to be relevant or useful.
Oh, hell yeah.
When are we going to ever have the opportunity to use that from Gordon Beckham?
Danny, unfortunately, I think that he made a mistake.
I don't know a Danny who makes mistakes. Adult Dannys don't do that sort of thing. Yikes. Talk about
jersey number 1.
Okay.
He's going to the Raptors.
Danny, unfortunately, I think that he made a mistake.
I saw that going differently in my mind. Joakim Noah coming up at 3 o'clock. This was a perfect litmus test for you blaming the players or you blaming the organization. The White Sox make too many outs on the base paths. We agree. The White Sox lead baseball in outs at home plate. That's where it's most noticed. They could be better coached. We are all in agreement. Tony La Russa, not our choice. Daryl Boston, your first base coach. Joe McEwing, your third base coach. Is it on them? Is it on McEwing to say to Reese McGuire, sprint home from third? Is it on Daryl Boston to say to Danny Mendick at first, hey, if this is going to be a tag-up situation, be sure that you beat the ball or get in a rundown or run back to first or make sure that McGuire crosses the plate first? Like, is that on the coaches to remind the big league players of fundamentally simple baseball stuff that they've been doing since what? 7th grade? 6th grade? Their first travel team? Like, basically, like, whenever the first time is that you took baseball kind of seriously is when you get taught about situational awareness. So, do the White Sox have a great coaching staff outside of Ethan Katz? I don't think they do. But how is that not very clearly an example of player execution and sloppiness? Now, you could say, well, that the attitude reflects leadership, Captain, right? It's on them. Then what is on the player? If a guy not sprinting home for the tying run against a team that you could see in the playoffs when you're scuffling, trying to bail out Lucas Giolito, who had up and down moments but ultimately had his worst start of the year. If the catcher at third doesn't know I'm sprinting home here, and the runner at second doesn't know, if I'm not guaranteed to be safe, I've got to go back to first base because the tying run scoring is way more important than the go-ahead run getting in scoring position. Or at the very least, if Mendick is going to make an out on the base paths there, and that's going to end up being a double play, you've got to get into a rundown. Are you guys, like, to me, that is overwhelmingly on Mendick and McGuire and not on Joe McEwing and Daryl Boston.
It's the definition of an adult brain fart that's just not necessary at all. Like Ozzie Guillen used to say all the time, I'm totally fine with physical errors. It's the mental ones I'm not going to deal with. That was a double mental error in a position where scoring a run ties the ball game and gives you another chance. It's egregious. It's inexcusable, but it's exactly what this year's it's the embodiment of what this year's White Sox team is.
Now, if people believe that, they would say then that is a reflection of one isolated incident, mistake by a player. When it happens time and time and time again, that is evidence of a lack of accountability, a lack of teaching fundamentals, a lack of culture.
All right, but here's the thing. At the age that these guys are, you shouldn't have to teach fundamentals. You shouldn't even have to remind guys of fundamentals. I'm not putting this on Debo or Joe McEwing.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm trying to play devil's advocate here.
I know Speaks thinks differently, and usually he'd account for that part of the argument, but I can't put this on Daryl Boston or Joe McEwing.
Well, and Speaks will have a chance to talk about it, when he gets in at 4 o'clock. But, like, Tanny, when you see that, I know you do not find this team to be very likable or very good, so I can't imagine you were that surprised by it. But
I wouldn't say I find them to be unlikable because it's the same guys largely that were here last year. They still can be likable, but their brand of baseball is not likable.
The brand of baseball, yeah. More than the individual. This White Sox team, how they are playing, not likable. What did you like? So you see that play happen? You mad at Mendick and McGuire?
Yes.
McEwing and Boston?
Yes.
Okay, across the board.
Everyone, yeah, because if this were an outlier, I'd just chalk it up to, hey, like Shane said, a couple brain farts there, you move on, and it's one of those plays that you see maybe once a season in baseball, but it's symptomatic of a larger issue here, I think. When you acquire, like the fact that Reese McGuire wasn't going 100%, I know it was a deep fly ball, and most of the time you don't have to go 100%, but why not just run hard? Respect 90, the old Joe Madden rule. Why not just run hard every single time? Take nothing for granted, especially when your team is struggling and you're pressing. I would take nothing for granted.
Well, and that's why it is more on Mendick than McGuire, though, right? Because, like, he could have walked home. Like, if there was not a runner on first, he could have walked home, and the ball was deep enough to score on a sac fly from third.
But I think you should still know the situation,
Definitely.
And it was a hell of a throw to get Mendick at second, so that's a big part of this too. A guy just made an incredible play, and it was an incredible tag also. Shane loves his tags.
Yeah.
They were talking about actually on the Blue Jays broadcast how they spent the last week or so in spring training on types of plays like that with the tag. Just when you acquire guys, you're looking to salvage a guy like Reese McGuire. You get these guys who are not in your system. They didn't come through your system. Now, Mendick did. The White Sox drafted him in the 22nd round. This is a guy that's probably wasn't going to make it, but he made it. He beat the odds after being drafted in the 22nd round to make the team. But it amazes me at the big league level how you have guys that make mistakes like that. I don't get it, man.
It's crazy.
Like, to not even have the sense to, if you're Danny Mendick, I better at least hold the play up here. I better at least get into a rundown and make sure that run scores.
Well, that's why it is more on Mendick than McGuire, because Mendick had multiple options. You either can beat the throw, you can go back to first, or you can get in a rundown. Like, he had three things that he could have done better than what he did, which is just get thrown out and seemingly have no awareness of the runner coming home. And Mendick is faster than McGuire. So it was mind-boggling. Now, I can't say surprising because of what they've done this year, but like, it was just to have multiple players make a mental error on the same play when it's happened so often. It's a horrible reflection. So I'm not saying it's 100% players, 0% coaches. Like, I'm with you on the ability to like have a collective failure here and see some nuance. But my God, man.
This is not what you're supposed to see from a Tony La Russa managed ball club.
Right.
At the end of the day, we've talked about it. Lawrence talked about it. Bernstein. Everyone who has a day part here has talked about this type of stuff shouldn't be happening if Tony La Russa is your manager. I don't care how much of it is the player's fault. This type of stuff needs to tighten up, and they're worse than they were last year. And I think, to me, that's what's most frustrating about all of it.
It's crazy. And it doesn't seem like it's getting better anytime soon. Speegs, I know, does disagree on some level. He'll be in at 4 o'clock. Joakim Noah, quite simply, is one of my favorite athletes ever. I had very little notice that this was going to happen this morning. I got a text and said, like, hey, in about 90 minutes, can you talk to Joakim Noah over Zoom? I was like, yes, I can. And that's what happened. So, one-on-one conversation with Joakim Noah. Think you'll enjoy it. Coming up next on The Score.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score. Chicago Cubby in half.
I mean, probably the biggest one for me from the jump was Anthony Rizzo. Yeah, still one of my best.
For those of us who were on that 13-14 season, when Derek came back and had the meniscus tear and was out again all year, Joakim would, on just some random, like, seventh game, every seventh game, some Thursday night in Charlotte, he would just bring up Derek. Like, hey, man, we still love Derek. We're thinking about you. We know you're going to come back 100%. I mean, like, who does that? I mean, it's just – he just had such a pulse on what the team needed, and he rarely put himself at the center of that. It was all about the other guys.
Casey, it's so funny you mentioned that. It's what made me love him as much as I did, because I thought Derek, and I was not here working professionally at the time, I thought he got such a bad rap for so much of the stuff, and he defended him universally. Like, when Derek's popularity plummeted in this town, Joakim Noah defended him all the time. And I thought that was like, that's what you'd want in a brother. That's what you'd want in a teammate. That's what you'd want in a foxhole guy, right? Like, I loved that about Joakim, his relationship with Derek.
Hey, what was it about the Thibodeau match with Joe that made it work? Because I always think about how Joakim got suspended for that altercation with Ron Adams all the way at the very beginning. But Ron Adams doesn't have bad things to say about even that moment, let alone Joe in general, because Joe's energy and his passion to argue about stuff in a coaching sense actually elevated the coaching while the coaching was elevating him, didn't it?
People have to remember, Joakim's rookie year was not a good one. I mean, he didn't play well. The team was terrible. Skiles got fired. He got that suspension for having the incident with Ron Adams, et cetera, et cetera. And, I always give Joakim credit because he looked inward. But what Ron would talk about is, like, Joakim would just, like, challenge veterans. I mean, there was a loss in Orlando where he didn't like that some guys were laughing in the locker room afterward. He got up and got in their face. I mean, and this is a rookie doing this to, proud veterans. So nothing I can say here will top what Joakim said at that Defensive Player of the Year conference, where he said, Tom, if we weren't winning, there are times I would hate you. And Tom said, Joakim, there are times I feel the same.
Yeah.
So such an appreciation now that those guys have gone through the fires together, and you can just see the love that they have for each other.
This hour is brought to you by Ascension, Illinois. Compassionate, personalized care has a new name, Ascension, Illinois.
With the 9th pick in the 2007 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls draft Joakim Noah from the University of Florida.
Joakim Noah has not expressed kind words regarding the city of Cleveland.
I don't know about this place, man. I just stayed in my hotel room, man. Every time I look out my window, it's pretty depressing out here, man.
Just look right up there. You can see Noah yelling at LeBron.
I don't like the heat. Really don't like the heat.
I got my boy Noah. See, I don't know what Noah is yelling about.
You like it? You think Cleveland's cool? I mean, I never heard anybody say I'm going to Cleveland on vacation.
And Paul Pierce has just fouled out of the game. Joakim Noah on a huge stage in front of a national audience.
Happy Kirky Worky hit some big shots, man, because he was huge.
Heinrich pushes him away, and now Joe really lets him have it. Yeah, he's gone.
Miami's a hell of a team. They're Hollywood as hell.
Loser firing from outside. No, Joe the rebound. Joe back up, and he's
Noah just giving it everything he has out here for this team.
The Bulls are headed for Miami. And Taj Gibson waves goodbye to the Nets bench. They're going fishing. The Bulls, shorthanded, stun them here.
Joakim Noah of the Chicago Bulls, the 2013-2014 Defensive Player of the Year Award.
Joakim Noah, he puts it in with those finger guns of fire.
And I will never sell Joe short. He's been, in many ways, the heart and soul of our team. He's always been a team-first guy.
Taj Gibson, the assist to Joakim.
Joakim Noah messed around and got a triple-double tonight, Neil Funk.
Noah, to me, was the guy who makes it go.
He's the heart and soul. He's the motor.
This is a city that I feel like even when I come to the game, you know, I see the guy selling the newspapers on the street. It's cold outside. I feel like I play for that guy.
Bellinelli short, and the rebound, Joakim Noah bounce back in. Bellinelli scores. I like my meatballs spicy. I'll tell you what I like is the hustle by Joakim Noah.
Like when I look at the top of the arena, that guy who's like looks this big, that's the guy I play for.
Joakim Noah did a Dennis Rodman. Woo, into the stands. Effort plays right there win ball games. And Joakim Noah right there is the hero.
People in Chicago who say Chicago Bulls, I want people in Chicago to be proud of that.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons on The Score.
All right, Joakim Noah and Danny Parkins here on behalf of Bet Rivers, talking a little hoops, catching up with the man himself. Joe, I saw you just got back from Africa, man. How was your trip?
Man, Africa was so beautiful. It's very special to be part of, you know, the NBA Africa team. And, you know, when you're done playing, you're always looking for a team. And, you know, I feel like I really found it over there, working on doing things for the kids over there and like building a league. So trying to, you know, start a basketball culture over there doesn't exist. So, you know, it's a lot of work, but it's a beautiful project.
And you were there with Luol?
I was there with Luol, and, you know, Luol's been working camps, and now we have this like beautiful platform with the BAL and NBA Africa. So, you know, it's so good to be doing work with Lou. You know, he's my brother, and we've been to a lot of battles together. So it's the best. And, you know, this is going to be a really special trip. This is going to be a really special operation. So I'm really happy to be part of that team.
Yeah, it seems like an unbelievable thing. And like, you know, basketball has given you so many unbelievable opportunities. Do you ever take it for granted? Like when you get to see something like that, and I would imagine, you know, you kind of remove the celebrity and the money and some of the other things from the NBA culture, and it's like kind of like a pure basketball experience, I would imagine, when you're there in Africa.
Well, it's like me and Lou have been talking about doing things like this, you know, sitting on the plane for almost 8 years, you know. So wow. For us to see it into fruition, and, you know, we're still crawling. There's still ways to go before we can walk and run. But I think that right now, I just think it's, you know, being able to work with Luol on projects on the continent, on this level and this magnitude. I mean, we couldn't have dreamt it any better. And who would have ever thought that basketball could take us where it is right now? And obviously, like, the grassroots part is what's the most interesting for me. You know, bringing kids from the inner city in Chicago and letting them kind of feel the continent as well. You know, basketball will be the bridge for that. And, you know, this cultural kind of exchange that we're trying to, work on. So it's just beautiful, man. I couldn't have dreamt of it ever becoming like this.
That's amazing. So that's, the grassroots level at the top of the sport, right? NBA finals are about to begin. We'll talk about the matchup here in a minute, but I got to imagine your rooting interest is with your guy, Al. 16 years and he makes the finals.
Oh, man, so proud of him. I texted with him yesterday, and, couldn't be more proud of him. What a competitor. For him to, reach the NBA finals and feel healthy and kicking ass the way that he's kicking ass, just we couldn't be more proud of him, though. So, this is going to be a really interesting finals. I've been watching all the games, and we've been watching some really good basketball.
So what's your expert opinion? We can get to who wins, but just the matchup is fascinating. What type of games do you think we're going to see?
I mean, what I realized, as soon as I make a prediction, it's it just goes the other way. It's crazy. That's the beauty of what we do. We can talk about it all we want, but you still got a game to play and you got to bring it. So it's the NBA finals. I mean, you're going against a dynasty in Golden State, six final appearances in 8 years. Guys look like they're clicking. They got, you see, but I don't know, man. But it's hard to go against Boston, man. They have so many pieces. Their defense is on point. It's gonna be interesting.
How is their defense so good? 3 different guys on that team got Defensive Player of the Year votes. It's a crazy talented defensive team, and I'm sure you see something that I'm not. I mean, they're all great athletes. They're all young, other than Big Al, of course. But what's the key to success of their defense?
I think they're really tied up together. You can tell, when you have a good defense, you have to be well coached. You have to have a game plan. They're able to switch pick and rolls and get up right up on the ball. But you can just tell these guys are on a string. When you get Defensive Player of the Year, the other guys, this is a team sport. It's not an individual sport. And for you to get DPOY, you have to have the best defense. And that means that everybody has to be on the same page. So as good as Marcus Smart is, they got a lot of great defenders on that team. Just like you said, other guys got Defensive Player of the Year votes. But it's about being on a string and being on the same page. You can't be a second late, and especially not against Golden State. But Boston's defense is for real.
Do you see any similarities in your game and Draymond's game?
I think that I love Draymond. I love the way Draymond plays. I don't like to, compare to other. Everybody has their own style and their unique way of playing, but I think he's a great emotional leader. So I think that's something that's similar. Somebody who has to bring the energy every day and get the best out of his teammates. And I think that Draymond does that on a nightly basis. It's really beautiful to see. I think passing the ball wise, I think that there's definitely some similarities. Just the way he finds cutters and the way he moves the ball. I think he's great in the dribble handoff too. Just the way he can just dribble the ball and just pitch it and run it to screens. I think that he's probably the best in the league at that. And I think there was a time where I was pretty good at it too.
You're being humble. There was a time where you were probably the best in the league at that too. And I don't even mean when I say comparison, better or worse, different eras, different styles or everything, but people take from each other's games, and it passes down and there's an evolution. So maybe he took something from you, maybe he didn't, but who did you take from? Did you model your game after anyone to kind of develop your very unique style of ball?
Yeah, for sure. 100%. I loved Brad Miller, taught me a lot, when he came to the Bulls, somebody that was great in the dribble handoff, was great at finding cutters, going backdoor. Vlade Divac was one of my favorites as well. I loved his style of play. There was just nothing on the basketball court that he couldn't do, and just competitive spirit, and looked like a guy who was also having a lot of fun off the court. Somebody who was just enjoying hooping, and that's what I like to see. I like guys who are having fun out there, and just bringing the energy and getting the best out of their teammates.
What got you pumped up the most? Big block, big dish for one of your teammates, big dunk?
I just like good, man. I like good stuff. I like good, solid basketball. And when I'm looking at it, it's like the big play, the hustle play is always like really exciting to me. It's really like the little things. When you look at Steph Curry, like, chemistry is always the most underrated factor. We can talk about stats and we can talk about individual accolades, but team chemistry is definitely so undermined. So I like to see that. Like, the most underrated part, like, you see Steph, when you see somebody of his ability who runs down the court on when they get a defensive rebound, he's a great screen setter, which people don't realize. Like, Steph Curry sets a lot of screens in transition, and that's what gets him open a lot, is just how good of a screener he is. People forget that. So, those little things, if Steph Curry can run down and set a screen for a teammate, then, all the kids should really pay attention to that.
You talked about chemistry. I mean, I was a kid. Michael Jordan was the biggest thing in my life, right? A Bulls fan in the 90s. But since those teams, like, your guys' squad is the most likable, and I know they're very good right now, but like, team 1 through 12, I haven't seen a Bulls team that was as close as you guys were. Was that chemistry a product of on the court, or was it like team planes and dinners and stuff like that? Like, how did it become so close?
I mean, I think there was definitely a lot of variables, but it also shows. I'm talking about these projects I'm doing in Africa. I'm with Luol, so this is like, it's my brother. This is who we're friends beyond basketball. I'm friends with Derek beyond basketball, and all those teams were just really special because of that. Maybe it was because Tibbs was so tough as well that it just made us that much tighter.
Yeah, hate Tibbs and then come together.
Exactly. You hate him to love him. So I think that was definitely a huge factor. He worked us really hard, and all we had was just each other to kind of talk about how hard he trained us and stuff. So I think that was part of it. But it was a great time, and I think that we can all go back to those times and say those were probably the most special times. The city was on fire. There was a lot of hope in the air about our team. It's unfortunate we never got a championship, but I think that the camaraderie of those teams are like a championship team, because we're still so tight. It's a real brotherhood, and I couldn't be, more proud of those teams. And I protect that. I protect those times. There's obviously, in brotherhoods, there's highs and lows, and, some high points, but some low points. But at the end of the day, we protect that at all costs, because we went all out and we tried our best.
There was a moment on one of those teams, you mentioned protecting and the brotherhood, when it always bothered me when Derek was coming back from the injury and they said that he was like cleared to play, right? But then he didn't come back right away.
Yeah.
It always bothered me that like some fans turned on him, and I was like, man, why did the team even say that he had been cleared if he wasn't ready to come back? But I remember you coming out when people were turning on him and defending him and being like, he will play when he's ready to play. That's our brother. We see him in practice. We know how hard he is working. And I remember being so mad at Bulls fans and even the team for like, they were not showing him the loyalty that you were showing him. What was it like, that moment of protecting him when it didn't feel like, again, I'm not in the locker room, but it didn't feel like he was getting protected by the team and the fans like you were protecting? What do you remember about that time?
Well, I think that that shows that's the real brotherhood right there. It's like when things hit the fan, are you going to be there for your guys? I can honestly say, that's one of the instances, many instances like that, where he had my back as well, where Derek had my back as well. I wasn't playing well at the end, and there were definitely times where people, might have wanted to trade me, and Derek had my back. And so I think it goes both ways, and it's the reason why we're still brothers today. At the end of the day, when you're done playing, and I'm looking at it from the outside, looking in and remembering those times, you know, protecting your brothers, especially when there's adversity, is what it's all about, because all you have in the end are your memories and your relationships. And if you don't protect that, then, you know, all you leave with is money. And that's a sad way to go out.
It was truly one of the best moments of teammateship that I've ever seen in any sport.
Appreciate
it really
that, man.
It really was.
I love that guy. I love that guy, and it goes far beyond basketball, you know. So, you know, those teams, I know that those teams were very special. And when I see those guys, it always puts a smile on my face. There's no better feeling than that. And, you know, there are teams who win championships and like who have no relationship at all. You know, I mean, so I just know that there's winning championships, but winning it with that group would have been very special because the brotherhood is real. And just like you said, those are all moments that, you know, when there's adversity, you know, you're either going to turn your back or you're going to stand for your guys. And I think that we always did that for each other. And that's why the relationships are far beyond basketball.
Last thing, man, and I really do appreciate your time. I know you're an ambassador for the Bulls. I was there at Joakim Noah night when you got all of the love. It was an incredible night. How close do you think this version of the Bulls are to being able to compete with, you know, teams like the Warriors or the Celtics or the Heat, like the teams that are still playing this late in the season?
They have some decisions to make. What they're going to do is, you know, Zach has to he has a big decision coming up. So that's a key part. I think they're very well coached, and the talent is definitely there. You know, I think that also for the young guys to feel that playoff energy this year, even though, you know, it was, you know, you're playing against Milwaukee Bucks, a really tough team. There's definitely another level to get to, but I think that touching the playoffs and feeling the playoffs, especially for the young guys, is really important because it shapes the rest of your career. Now you know what that playoff bump feels like. It's a different kind of competition. So you go into that summer really, really grinding it out and having that mentality and understanding where you have to get to. So I think that for the young guys to feel that playoff vibe was very important. And now we'll all be watching next year and, you know, see what they can do for the next step.
All right, I know you said like all your predictions go wrong. I felt like you were leaning Celtics. My predictions go wrong too. I'm leaning Warriors. Like little margarita bet between you and me. I'll take Golden State. You take Boston. How we feel?
Margarita bet. I could take a margarita bet. I could definitely do that.
All right, margarita bet.
Boston in 6. Can't believe.
Oh, okay.
Boston in 6. Horfy. Get my margarita, Horfy.
Okay, so he's gonna get you the margarita. And let's be honest. We're gonna expense it to Bet Rivers either way. But next time you're in Chicago, mark on Rivers. You pick up the tab via Bet Rivers. If it's Warriors, I'll do it if it's Celtics. Thanks so much for the time, man, and be well. Hope to see you in Chicago soon.
Thanks, brother.
It's Joakim Noah, set up by Bet Rivers today, kind of last minute on Zoom, and a thrill. We've tried to get Joakim a few times. We thought we were going to have him. We didn't. But he's living his best life, man. He was just off the plane from Africa, was in his backyard, looked like he didn't have a care in the world. Like he's either doing philanthropic things or he's in a tropical paradise. Like if you look at his Instagram, it's just sailboat, margarita, palm trees, coconut drinks, or charity. Like it is, he's doing great stuff.
I know in the next segment we're going to be talking about your experience with Top Gun.
Yeah.
But I will, before we do that, I have one burning question for you about something that happened in this interview. I want to do that in the next segment.
Okay. Well, and I mean, listen, I got more on Joakim too, so we can do a little bit of both. But yeah, I also could probably talk about Top Gun for the rest of the show. Spieg should be here around 4:00. He's at Ruben's concert today. I almost called it a music concert, like a music song. I almost called it a music concert, but I didn't. Would a music concert work?
I think it works more than music song.
What other kind of concerts are there? Yeah, I don't think it works either, but I admitted to it even though I didn't do it. But sure, Shane wants to question me on something from Joakim Noah, and we will talk about Top Gun and what gets you into a movie theater, if anything, these days. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Score football expert Mike Florio.
If anything, some people have raised.
one of the stories that Io we tell behind his number 11, one of their best friends who was killed by gun violence in Chicago in 6th grade and 8th grade. And at 51 years old, I've yet to have a friend to be, killed by gun violence. So for them to have experienced that at such a young age, I have no idea what that feels like. So I had to really take a step back and understand that even him saying that, it's like Chicago is rough, and I've just to know that the pain that our city is in right now and some of the things that, a lot of kids, a lot of his peers have had to go through, a lot of things that they know that I don't. I understand that and I respect that. So that was funny that you asked me that, because actually we were literally just having this conversation a couple of weeks ago.
Wow, and I didn't know that. So Io's jersey number 11 with his friend who was tragically killed, that was his jersey number? Is that the significance?
That is the significance of it. His best friend, Darius Brown, they played on travel basketball together. And in 8th grade, Darius, he's actually the same age as my oldest son. So my boys are 17 months apart, 2 school grade years apart. And yes, he died going into his 8th grade. He was killed going into his 8th grade year of grammar school, and Io was going into 6th grade, and they were best friends. This is a kid that was at my house every weekend, going to travel basketball tournaments. My husband would pick him up on Friday, and we would take him back on Sunday or Monday morning. And that's something that they had experienced at such a young age. And again, like I said, at 51 years old, I've yet to even have that type of tragedy. I still have my best friends from grammar school. So it's something that, I don't understand because I've never experienced it. And to know that they've had to go through that, just that, even if it was just that one incident, just that one experience, is still something that has touched and changed the way they look at a lot of things, going on in their life. So, yeah, I had to take a step back and understand and respect that.
The guy that I really think they have to turn the page on is Nikola Vucevic. And I think he's probably performed a little less than what they thought they were going to get out of him. But when you look at, listen, they traded for Vucevic before they ever brought DeRozan in. And I think that's really important to note here, because that spot with DeRozan and Levine on the floor needs to be a defensive-oriented 5. A guy that's going to block shots and chain shots. Listen, Vucevic is a very good rebounder. He's a good offensive player. I don't know if he's a great offensive player. He's a good offensive player. He's a sieve defensively, and he doesn't protect the rim well. You need a legit rim protector, a guy that patrols the paint to be able to make up for the mistakes of some of your perimeter guys. And when you have that, it's going to make guys like Lonzo Ball and Patrick Williams even better on the perimeter. So, to me, you can upgrade that spot. And I don't think you need offense from that spot, by the way. I think that you have enough offense on the floor, especially with a healthy Lonzo Ball there. And don't get me wrong, Ayo Dosunmu has been fantastic in Lonzo's stead. He's giving you everything you could ever wanted. And he's not bad defensively. But I think that the move, ultimately the personnel move, is going to be to move on from Vucevic for a player that may not be the caliber of him offensively, but you need to find somebody that really protects that rim and protects that paint and not only blocks shots but changes shots. The Bulls desperately need that, and I think Vucevic has been exposed here in the second half of the season.
Oh, but Kelsey, that's so expensive. You're talking about 2 first-round picks in that transaction.
Yes, I am, Leah, and think about it this way. I mean, when the Bulls traded for Vuce, there was a little desperation attached, right? You wanted to put your stamp on the program. Zach LaVine's going to be a free agent coming up in this offseason. I don't think there's anybody there that doesn't believe the Bulls are going to throw every dime they can at Zach LaVine to keep him. And frankly, they'd be insane not to. So I think that's happening. But when you did that, you wanted to make the place attractive for other players to come to, right? And what did you do? You got Lonzo Ball to want to come there. You got DeMar DeRozan to want to come there. So in so many ways, that worked. Now, granted, you sent a first out for DeRozan, but that worked. You got guys to want to be there. Vooch put credibility on the thing when it didn't have a lot of credibility. But now you've advanced. Now you're at a different stage, and now you don't need that credibility. You have it already. Now you need something basketball-wise that has to complement these other better younger players more. And yes, you already had 2 firsts go out the door with that, but keep in mind, one's in the past already. You only have one more future first with this, and if you can do something with getting the right kind of 5 inside, listen, I will tell you right now, the team they played last night, I'd be knocking on their door with all the problems between Gobert and Mitchell. If they're an early exit in the playoffs, I got a feeling that you're going to have Danny Ainge listening over there. And I would certainly, if you could put Rudy Gobert on this Bulls team in place of Vucevic, you got a team that could compete to come out of the East. I really believe that. So that's something that if he ends up being available, and I think either him or Donovan Mitchell will be available coming up this offseason, that's an interesting guy to make a move on and to try to go after for Chicago.
Yet. Is that in your plans? Is that in your purviews, the type of film that you enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first one's back in my day. So, yeah, I have heard one of my coaches went and saw it, raved about it, and then I actually was listening to I listen to country music in the morning, so I was listening to a little bit of that, and they were talking about one of the hosts was talking about feels like it's one of the better movies they've seen in a long, long time. They were raving about it, so definitely got to get out and see that.
Oh, it pulls at the heartstrings. And, hearing from David Ross there with Laurence Holmes, it's a good time to mention. Last night we had our first Woodman's home run inning contestant winner of the season. During every Cubs game, Woodman's Market sponsors a progressive pot for grocery gift cards that grows by $50. Every game until a Cubs player hits a home run in the 6th inning. Congratulations to Becky Rentz from Spring Grove, who won the first grand prize jackpot of $2,250 during last night's game. The pot starts over again for tonight's game. You can enter with the QR code on the home run inning signage at any Chicago area Woodman's or by visiting 670thescore.com. Service and savings, that's Woodman's. But, yes, before we get to Top Gun, Shane, what was your Joakim Noah question?
So I think you did a very nice job with that interview. You didn't have a lot of prep. I know you've been prepping for about 15 years now, but you didn't have a lot of prep. Today, I would really love to know, margarita bet, you and me, where does that come from?
Little margarita bet?
Margarita bet. I could take a margarita bet. I could definitely do that.
I can backstory that.
When has anyone ever proposed a margarita bet?
Okay.
And what is it?
Okay. It's a fair question. I mean, my answer is going to make it make total sense.
Okay. Well, maybe we shouldn't give it then.
I said, if you look at his Instagram page, and I follow him on Instagram, he is always like in a tropical area. And he's sometimes just talking about his drinks or beverages in his hands and his stories or whatever. And it is often a margarita. And I said that to him when we were getting ready to start the recording. I'm like, dude, I always see you like, it seems like it's, you're always having a margarita. And he's like, I worked really hard, man. I deserve these margaritas.
Okay.
before we started the recording. So while that had no context for the audience, which is what matters, it did have context with the 90 seconds that we talked on the Zoom before the interview started.
That's I get it then. I will solely be making margarita bets from here on out. And I'm hoping my Circa Sports app starts taking margaritas.
Listen,
as currency.
I can't bet with Joakim Noah with money. The guy got $72 million from the Knicks and barely played. Like, he's got, you know what I mean? I can't. I'm not in Tommy Pham and Jock Peterson's $10,000 fantasy league with Moustakas and Hosmer and Trout. I can't hang, but I can bet you a margarita. So that's what I did.
Like little margarita bet.
Okay. Margarita bet. I could take a margarita bet. I could definitely do that.
It's like how I always say to guests at the end of interviews, like, "Hey man, don't be a stranger." Like
audience loves this man. Don't be a stranger to the show.
Looking at the text line, audience love hearing from you. Don't be a stranger to the show. How the hell you doing?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
It's fine.
Yeah. Well,
they're always strangers though. That's the problem. Then they ignore me.
They've never once taken me up on it. They're always strangers. Fichtner.
Yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah, Fichtner, not a stranger. But no, I just want to, boost them up a little bit. Hey, everybody loved this. Please come back. Don't, whatever. And so I was thinking like, oh, maybe Joakim Noah, when he comes to Chicago, doesn't have anyone who would want to get a margarita with him. Maybe he would think about that guy from Rivers on the radio to pay off on the bet.
Like little margarita bet?
Yeah, little margarita bet for me and Joakim Noah. Probably won't take me up on it. All right.
The drink or the pizza?
We make margarita pizza bets all the time, especially on Fridays.
Yeah, margarita pizza Friday. I like that. I was
definitely got to do it. Oh, but the Cubs are on.
Yeah.
They'll probably get rained out again.
Probably.
No,
I'm off on Friday. Sorry.
Oh, that's right.
We're gonna have to postpone.
I'll have one myself.
Is there rain in the forecast?
Probably.
For Friday, or are we working a full week? Actually, we didn't work Monday. Are we working a 4-day week, or are we off for the Cubs game?
They are home on Friday, right?
I think so, yeah.
No rain.
I wish the Lord would take me now.
Only a 3-day week, Danny. Come on. Lord can take you on a 5-day week. So, I loved the original Top Gun.
Why?
Because it's exactly what it is. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's cheesy. It's quotable. It's action-packed. It's filled with good-looking people. For the time, great special effects. I didn't know what it would be like to be in a F-18 or land on an aircraft carrier or be in a dogfight or to be someone's wingman. I feel to be a naval aviator. I feel like after seeing the original Top Gun, I had a little bit of an idea. And it's the perfect type of movie to make a sequel to because it isn't great, right? It's not a great movie. Like it's a classic because of where it was in the time, but like no one's going to be like, oh, you can't remake or make a sequel to Top Gun because you'll ruin the original. Like Top Gun is what it is. It's been 30 years. Whereas like a truly original comedy, like Anchorman or Dumb and Dumber or The Hangover, those movies, when they make the sequel and they're bad, it's like, oh, well, what are you doing? Now it kind of takes away a little bit from the original because those were like truly unique things. Top Gun was an action movie. So I don't feel like you could really ruin the original with the sequel. But I got to say, it was a good movie. It was well done. It was everything you want a sequel to be. Like, the story made sense. There was nostalgia. It followed the same formula. And I won't give any spoilers here, like, of the original, but had its own unique twist on things. Miles Teller was great. And the special effects and the music and all that were awesome. Like, anyone who hasn't followed the story of the movie, Top Gun, Tom Cruise made the actors film the scenes in fighter jets. Like, their budget to the Navy was in the millions of dollars. They obviously weren't able to really fly the planes, but, like, Miles Teller had to go, like, at 8 Gs and get into these planes and do barrel rolls and have his face filmed and, like, see what the reactions were as if he was really in the plane because he was really in the damn airplane.
I don't ever want to see it again. Ever.
That happened as well on the set. Tom got a little upset. Movie was delayed like 2 or 3 times because of COVID. I know Shane doesn't believe it was because of COVID. But
Yeah, I think it probably just sucked for a little while.
There's
Tom
no way
Cruise
this
is
movie
a
ever sucked.
perfectionist.
There's no way this movie ever sucked. This movie was great. But I will also say, I don't think this is a spoiler, so I'm willing to say this.
By the way, do we think he's going to give a spoiler?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
if you're worried about spoilers, turn your radios off for the next 30
What
seconds.
I told you guys before the show. It happened before the movie.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a spoiler.
No, I don't.
No,
I don't
it's
think
not.
so. But
It'll ruin a
it's
surprise
fine.
for some people.
Yeah, it'll be a surprise, but
Like some people who really like this kind of thing, which is there's a huge demographic of those.
If you go to this movie and you're the worst.
I'm not saying that to you.
You're the absolute worst. Tom Cruise. So the previews.
If you like people speaking before a movie starts and tell you to get ready for a movie, just turn the radio off for 5 seconds right now. Like if you want to be surprised.
That's what I was trying to say.
I thought you were like, if you're like one of those people that likes Top Gun and like special effects.
No.
No. So Tom Cruise addresses the theater. He's just like sitting in a chair and the
live?
The previews end. No, that'd be cool. Previews end. Nicole Kidman welcomes you to AMC Theater. Screen goes blank. Screen comes out. And it's Tom Cruise being like, we made this movie for you. We use real fighter jets. It's been a long time coming. This sequel's been 30 years in the making. This is for you, movie fans. We hope you enjoy it. And then
they show a video of movie fans saying, well, we know.
Yeah,
we know it's for us.
We know it's for us.
We paid for tickets.
Right. Exactly. I mean, it's very, very self-aggrandizing and gratuitous. You're right. But it was great.
I love it, though. If Nicole Kidman's on there saying welcome back to the movies, which she's still saying that for some reason, been going to movies pretty much nonstop anyway. But Tom Cruise, that's his ex-wife right there. He's got to get the last word in.
He got the last word on his ex-wife if you see it in an AMC theater. But I was thinking, Tanny, so the last preview, Mission Impossible. So it goes Mission Impossible movie, Nicole Kidman for AMC theaters, Tom Cruise welcoming you back to the theaters for Top Gun Maverick. So everyone's like, the only movies that'll get people to see to the theaters are Marvel movies. No. There's another genre, Tom Cruise movies, because the Mission Impossible trailer also looked awesome. And this guy's worth hundreds of millions of dollars in doing his own stunts. Have you seen the trailer to the new Mission Impossible movie?
Yeah, it's the one where he broke his ankle filming, right? And they had to pause it for a while.
He rides a motorcycle off a cliff and then base jumps and then like pulls a parachute. And it's Tom Cruise doing the stunt.
Yeah, he's a psycho person.
A psycho. He's a crazy person.
A wackadoodle, some might say.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you are 5'6" and have to wear lifts. You overcompensate for everything else.
But
Guy sucks.
No, he doesn't suck.
It's Tom Cruise.
What's the hate?
It's just everything.
One of the highest grossing actors of all time. The guy sucks.
He does.
No.
Millions, if not billions, of people disagree.
You are so off, man. Tom Cruise is awesome. Like,
now that's too far on the other end.
No, man.
He doesn't suck, but he's also not awesome.
He is awesome. How do you not?
You're in awe of Tom Cruise?
I'm in awe of someone who could be worth that kind of money and still be so invested in his craft and the love of film and action movies specifically that he does his own stunts. You hear Damon told the story on Kimmel, I think it was, where Damon was talking to Tom Cruise about a stunt that in one of the Bourne movies that the movie people would not insure, like even for the stuntman or something. And so they had to change it up. And Tom Cruise, like, oh, I ran into that sort of thing. Like insuring some of these movies and some of the things that I do is really, really tough. And they wouldn't greenlight the stunt. And David's like, oh man, like that must have sucked. Like you're not used to being told no. What did you do? He's like, I fired him. I'm like, what do you mean? He fired the insurance company. He's got a new insurance company so he could do the stunt of him holding onto the side of the airplane in that other Mission Impossible movie. So yeah, like I respect his crazy. Not the Scientology or like the jumping on the couch or any of that stuff, but like if you are willing to go all out for your audience, man, hell yeah, I like them. Motorcycles and trains and planes and boats and jumping off cliffs and like all sorts of crazy crap. Hell yeah, man. I'm all in on Tom Cruise. I want to go see it again. I want to see it in IMAX. Movie's awesome.
You asked the question, what gets you to the movie theater?
Yeah.
And I would say I would like to maybe see it with you. I don't know. I know no one else in my life that would want to see it with me. But get the movie theaters, they get rid of these 10 a.m. showings, 10:30. Those are my sweet spot movie times to go to a movie. I haven't seen a movie that wasn't a kid's movie since the Many Saints movie. I think I had to take a day off of work to go see a movie.
Well, dude, that's the thing. Like, so we saw Uncut Gems in theaters, but I could have seen that at home.
Uncut Gems.
Like, the new Batman, I haven't even finished it yet, but like, I was fine seeing that at home.
I mean, I was Josh Safdie's muse when he wrote Uncut Gems.
Right. Uncut Gems. Gems.
And things like that.
And things like that. Jam, muse. But yeah, like I don't feel like I need the 15-foot screen and the surrounds and all that for many movies.
You don't.
But for this one, you do.
Like, if you're going to go see Daddy's Home 2, you don't have to go see that in the theater.
Right.
That's not a theater-worthy movie.
You read the book first.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You want to really
fan fiction,
immerse
you
yourself in the source material.
Leslie Nielsen or whoever the hell that is.
All right, so Taney, we in? Will you see it in an IMAX?
No.
Dude.
Actually, here's how I pick which movie I'm going to go see. Is it close to me? How early is it playing? And then that's there's no IMAX by me. Unless down here they do one, maybe before a Cup game, but those days are precious and sacred. I don't want to ruin it by seeing Top Gun. So I'll get back to you on that one. I don't care about IMAX. I don't really care about it one way or the other.
I don't really either, but this movie, I'm telling you, man, it was awesome. I was smiling the entire time. Just holding onto my seat, grip it and rip it. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. What's not to like? What don't you like about the original, by the way?
Real quick, though, one correction to make here. You said that movie theater screens are 15 feet. We're looking like 45 to 65 feet. So, no, you don't need a 15-foot screen. You need about a 50-foot screen. I don't need a 15-foot screen for a regular movie.
All right, my dimensions are a little off. Yeah, you're right. Okay. What's not to like about the original Top Gun?
Oh, come on, man. Are you kidding me?
Everything's great about it.
Everything's great about it. I try to look at things through the lens of when it was made and context. I try to do that. I'm a fully formed human being. I could acknowledge time and place when movies were made, but I can't tell you. It's everything wrong with the 1980s in America is that movie. And you could argue still wrong with America when you watch that movie. Is there one likable character in that movie? Like
Maverick and Goose.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they killed one of them, though, Danny.
Yeah, it's a spoiler alert.
Sorry.
Yeah, 35 years ago this was made. So, like, even the widowed wife of Goose,
Meg Ryan
finds herself, she's pretty unlikable also.
Yeah. Oh,
it's like she just lost her husband and Tom Cruise comes walking in. Oh, he really loved flying with you. It's like all about just the individual and how great, and I got to be the best.
Yeah. The best of the best.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's everything dumb and wrong about America. And don't even get me started on the whole, being in lockstep with the United States military to get that movie made.
That part, okay. I'm not even trying to do any sort of stuff like that.
And I'm not disrespecting military people, but it's like when we talk about the NFL and their advertising for the military,
I'm with you.
Stuff like that. That's what
I'm with you. I am willing for sweet action movies to suspend any sort of critical thought, basically. You turn your brain off, you walk into a movie theater, and you're like, what would it be like to land a fighter jet on an aircraft carrier while dodging missile fire? That must be pretty intense. I would like to know what that's like on a screen somewhere between 15 and 60 feet. That's what this movie provides. Badass, dude. It's badass. And yeah, do you sometimes want to say America without an A? America? Yeah, sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. It's okay.
Yeah, so if you like movies that don't really have any likable figures and they have no depth to their characters, the original Top Gun is for you. And that's okay. Sometimes that's what you want to watch.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm not even saying that because I don't like it, you shouldn't like it. Like, I'm not one of those people ever in life, but I just don't. I don't get it.
Popcorn
I
flick.
get it, but I don't get it.
It's an empty calorie movie.
Yeah.
Good looking people, good music.
Why waste your money on something that's empty caloried?
I mean, do you not enjoy popcorn? Like, do you not enjoy? It's just.
Yeah, I'd say I'm a popcorn fan.
Yeah. So like, not everything has to be protein and fruits and vegetables.
Well, I would argue that movie makers have acknowledged that audiences are smarter than they give them credit for. So you can make an empty calories action movie, but still give a better story and more depth to characters. I just felt like Top Gun had none of those things.
But were they doing that in the 80s? Were action movies?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Over time,
yeah.
You know, audiences have always been smart, but the movie companies, like in the 1980s, they stopped acknowledging that.
Yeah,
because there were smart movies made before and after, but the 80s were just like, ugh.
Like this movie, there's obviously an enemy, but they don't even say what country it's from. To
like the first one, yeah.
Yeah, to get away from some of the.
They allude that it's Cuba on the first one, but they don't ever say it.
Right, exactly.
Stop for 1 second.
Yeah.
Jennifer Connelly's in this movie?
Yeah.
When is the next showtime?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How big of a 15-foot screen can I find to see Jennifer Connelly on it?
Brings the heat, too, man. Very, very, very strong. It's a great film. You guys want to just let Spiegs do the last couple hours solo?
Sure.
And
Yeah.
That would be a fun bit for #content.
And by the way, that applies to any day of the week for me, not just the days that he's not here for the first 2 hours.
Okay, sounds good. We'll go see Jennifer Connelly in Top Gun Maverick. I would legitimately go see it again tonight. It's Parkins and Spiegel at The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Here comes the 1-2 to Contreras, drilled in the air, deep left field. Back is Yelich, that ball is gone. Line drive, home run, Wilson Contreras. I barely had time to call it, Ron. It left the Parkins.
My favorite is always, and this is just me totally making this
Yeah.
up. Hector Villanueva spelled backwards as Joaquin Andujar.
Now you're gonna be there with us because that Harry was really
That was really good. Well, I haven't busted that one out in a long time because there's been so many bad Harry carries along the way.
Oh, I know. Derek Holland comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, Will Ferrell, like his wasn't very good, but it was funny.
It was funny
because it was a different type of. It was a
the
newer
essence.
type of character. Yeah,
It was just doing the essence of somebody.
He crushed
It's
it.
a newer type of situation.
Yeah, 100%.
His was more, hey, everybody,
Yeah.
let's go. But you got to get down here a little bit if you're going to do Harry. You know what I'm
Yes, you
saying?
do.
Yeah.
Mark, what would it sound like if Dave Miska were Harry Carey's engineer?
Oh, my God. Hey, Dave Miska is here for all of. Do me a favor and get me a couple more. Oh, yeah, I'll get you a couple more Budweiser. I can just get you a better import, something better than that. I got all right, that's enough. Settle down back there. Got this guy, he's all hyper. Oh, yeah, I got to take care of it. My voice is going to die if I keep this up. Hey, whatever you need, Harry. I'm going to hurt myself.
If Miska was producing Harry, they were
Oh,
on
my God.
microphones together.
Hey, there's a guy at second base. I see the guy on second base. I see him already. The ball goes over the. Oh, yeah, there's a guy with a basket out there that just got. I saw that thing.
Would Miska identify if someone was on base? Like, as if no one saw it?
You're right, exactly. He's on second base. He's outside. He got there. And another one goes over the.
Make sure the levels are good. Concentrate on the levels.
Usually aren't.
Oh, look at the umpire. I saw the umpire. It was Dutch Randon. It feels good to bust that out because I put it away.
You did, of course.
Put Harry
you did.
Carey away for years
because it got
killed and people hated
killed,
it.
It got silly. It got absurd. I know that's why. But now we're in a time where it's okay, where it can come back, and you need it.
We're on a mission. One great rock show can change the world. Look out the window.
What's going on? We've got some rocking to do.
The man is back from the School Rock concert.
Let me tell you, man, nobody rocks like fourth graders. Am I right? Like, nobody feels it like them. Granted, it wasn't really rock, but my boy, as part of the percussion section.
Yeah.
I mean, fourth grade concerts are all about percussion, wouldn't you say, Dan?
I think that is what I always say, Matt.
Can?
Yeah, but did he run fast up there?
Really, do we have to bring it to yesterday? It's a totally different day. Okay? It's a totally different thing. That was so much fun, man. Thank you, boys, for the patience and the understanding as I went and dadded it up.
Of course.
And watch the boy play some percussion. Last night as he was getting ready, he's like, well, you know, us percussionists, we really think about timing and we got to count. I was like, oh, us percussionists, okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about that, you lead vocalist.
Well, I don't. But he was nervous, and then today he was excited, and by the fourth number, he was thrilled and smiling and dancing around in the middle of the fourth song. It was very cool.
That's great, man.
Right.
Speaks is taking a little too much time here. Like, he doesn't know that Top Gun's playing down the street at 4 o'clock. He didn't tell him our agreement here.
I got the last 2 hours solo, right?
Yep.
I did hear that.
Yes.
As I was grabbing my headphones, I heard I got last 2 hours solo.
Diaz is coming on the board for you.
That's cool.
Shane's going to go see Jennifer Connelly, and I'm going to sell Tanny on this great piece of Americana.
Can you guys just FaceTime me during the Val Kilmer scene where they get him to speak somehow?
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
No problem.
So I love that dude.
Some trash in the Twitch chat saying that Meg Ryan greater than symbol Jennifer Connelly.
Oh, that's
Get the
wrong.
hell out of here.
That's wrong.
Dumbass.
Dumas. I believe it's pronounced Dumas. That's what I heard.
People want more listener interaction? There you have it. You dumbass.
Yeah, I know she's a pretty girl.
You pretty girl.
All right. So, well, tell Ray, we'll just do Beat the Streak. We'll do 2 hours of Beat the Streak, right? Beat the Streak daily.
All right, guys, we got to stay. We got to stay.
Bastards. I got Paul Goldschmidt. He already has a hit today.
Yeah, he's got a streak going, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul Goldschmidt, 23 games.
Goose and Ray are dead.
So we can't continue.
Want your thoughts on what happened last night in the White Sox game? And we're at a moment in time here. And yes, it's arbitrary because they have another game tonight. But are there any actual solutions?
How about a few solutions?
Yeah, anything we can offer up here to solve the problems of the team in town with actually high expectations? We're going to try to do it next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
We've seen seasons in baseball recently where this season from Wilson Contreras would merely be described as a good season. But because of where offense is in the sport right now, it is fair then to grade that on a curve and say that he is having a great season.
Absolutely. And when you factor in that it's a catcher and there is no other catcher with OPS over 700, there's nobody.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
A couple segments ago, Danny was monologuing about Mitch Trubisky and whether or not Chicagoans care about him. And honest to God, I wasn't really listening that closely, so I'm not sure what the exact point was. But Danny said something to the terms of the pain from a double-edged sword or being stabbed with the hurting of a double-edged sword. I called him out on it for not making much sense, and Danny challenged me to monologue for the next 14 minutes. So that's what I'm going to do. So I was thinking about monologuing during this 20 minute. Stop laughing, Danny. Enough.
I mean, it's funny. It was a funny comment. He did come on for one of the Super Bowl. I can't talk. I'm sorry, Danny.
You distracted me. I should have gone to the studio.
But I thought I want to give you something to look at, something, some reaction here, so you're not talking into the void. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, Danny.
I appreciate
this
it.
is not part of it.
I appreciate it.
Back to my cage.
So they go home, they watch sports, they consume sports. I don't do that. And sometimes that's a detriment to the show, right? Sometimes I don't have the amount of sports ideas that these guys need, right? This is so difficult. Oh my God. Danny, this is so hard. I haven't looked at the text screen yet, right? I haven't looked at the text screen yet because I'm worried that people are saying mean things, and I looked up, and there's like 4 of them. I don't know how you guys do this every day. Like thinking Danny's looking at it, and they're making fun of his zigzag back, or Layla's looking at it, and they're calling her out for being a woman trying to talk sports. Like, it's the most difficult thing in the world. This is such a hard job. Like, you guys don't, maybe you do get it. Every single night she'd call me to try to figure out what the hell is going on here. You've had enough time. This is 6-7 months.
Yeah. Paddling up a hill in a boat.
Congratulations.
Paddling up a hill in a boat.
Said something to the terms of college radio, either Ireland or New Jersey. Tanny laughing threw you off. Your phone ringing threw you off. You think I don't see Tanny laughing while I'm monologuing? You think my phone doesn't ring or buzz when I'm monologuing? That was beautiful.
No.
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Here you go, Matt. Here you go, Danny.
Afternoons on The Score.
He just came in and apologized, and I said, first of all, tagging him on that play is a good play. But you got to throw right in front of you. And if the throw goes there, then you just got to stop. He stops, the run scores. Right? It wasn't bad to think of it, because if you're looking at it, you know, I mean, hell of a throw. If it's off the side, he gets second base. But he just can't slide into it. So that's how you learn.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
So in a season of mistakes and underachievement and disappointment for the Chicago White Sox, that play might be the cream rising to the top. Dare I say?
I believe it's the crop.
Yeah.
I believe things that I see on television.
Right. That makes sense.
Especially Sunday morning television.
Oh, I always believe that.
Longtime Charles Osgood guy, Charles Kuralt before that.
Sure.
If you will. Yeah, that play was emblematic of the whole damn thing.
It was not good. And earlier in the show, I said that situationally, whenever the first time you play baseball for consequence, 7th grade travel, like right, whenever it is not about everybody gets to play, everybody's in the lineup, whenever that first time is, that's when they start teaching you about situational baseball. You can tag up and runners on base with less than 2 outs, situational awareness.
But if you're out first before the guy scores from home, there's no run, so be careful.
Yeah, that's when you learn that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do 2 big league baseball players make the same mistake simultaneously?
Well, it's not that much on McGuire for me because
he could sprint.
He could sprint, but he can't be assuming that Mendick is going to be doing that. I mean,
I agree.
He could look back and see it and run harder. He didn't do that. So you can be on him if you want. No, it's clearly on Mendick.
Should he be looking back at all those speaks? If you're running on third base, tagging up, your one job is to just run home.
So it's not on him to me at all. To me, it's on Danny Mendick and the first base coach. It's on Danny Mendick and Daryl Boston. Your job as the first base coach, while you're waiting there during a Yasmani Grandal at bat, is to make sure that your base runner, really is your only job, is to make sure your base runner is aware of all the situations and talk him through everything. And I am way harder on coaches than seemingly a lot of people in this town, and I feel like than you on this one. Yes, Danny Mendick should know the situation, but your only job as a first base coach, other than maybe helping with some signs if you're going through the first base coach for some reason, but they're really not, is to be up there saying, all right, Danny, remember, here's what you do with blank. Here's what you do with blank. Here's what you have to be careful about. That's the job. That is literally the job.
Do you think he didn't?
I think that we have enough evidence that Daryl Boston is bad at his job for me to lay this at the feet of both of them, without a doubt. And the Daryl Boston thing is something you can control. And they have not controlled because they hire people out of loyalty, they let them stay through multiple regimes, and they don't value a culture of intelligence on a coaching staff. And that drives me up an effing wall as a baseball guy.
And then Ethan Katz is the outlier.
Correct, as he was dragged into the organization by his own pitcher who he coached in high school.
Right, because he's clearly intelligent
100%.
And has been empowered in many ways.
But you must value, and I'm not saying Daryl Boston is not an intelligent human. I'm saying that as a coach, there are enough outfield mistakes, there are enough relay throw mistakes, which is his purview, there are enough base running mistakes, which is him and Joe McEwing, and an instance like this, that is on the first base coach and the base runner together. And they, of course, will lay it on the player because that's the best thing to do when you're a manager and a coaching staff, and eventually you separate yourself from the player, and that's a tale as old as time. And I know that Danny Mendick deserves a lot of crap and should know better, but come on, man. That coaching staff is trash. And it gets exposed.
Well, I think both things can be true at the same time. I think the coaching staff can be trash, but it's interesting. Like last week I was saying that I felt like the coaching staff and Tony La Russa specifically got more criticism than the players.
But yet, was it last week or was it yesterday we had that conversation? And it was last week. And I hear what you're saying, that the coaching staff gets too much and more should be on the players. And the truth is, offensively, it's on the players to have good at bats, and they haven't been.
Well, but a lot of times it's the hitting coach that takes the blame.
I hear you.
Right?
I hear you.
Because it's easier to make. Sometimes it's easier to make the coach the scapegoat. Don't have the guaranteed contracts, or if they do, right? I mean, what could you could fire Daryl Boston and eat what, a couple $100,000 a salary?
Yeah, it should have been done years ago. But here's the thing: once you're up there at the plate. Yes, the at-bat is on you. If you're noticing a collective approach, that's an issue, then we can talk about it. But each individual, they have their own responsibility. Here's why it drives me crazy, Danny, is that after 2020, this is what's underneath it for me. After 2020, when they make the playoffs and they lose to Oakland, everybody knew they needed more. The talent was good. But this team needs what? Coaching, leadership. Everybody was talking about Ricky. Remember all that stuff about Ricky? Ricky's too friendly. They love Ricky. If you want a friend, go get a dog, people would say, and stuff like that. You need a real manager. These guys need to learn how to win. They need to instill a culture and teaching and everything. And this is what they did. I think a lot of White Sox fans are looking at the La Russa hire, the retention of McEwing in Boston, and this stuff and saying, this is how you blow a window. This is how you blow a window, is you do not go next level when everybody watching after 2020 said, it's time. It's time to take the training wheels off. Good. Get rid of the manager. I understand. Somebody needs to come in there as a partner to Rick Hahn and help build a smart, great, fundamental baseball team. And that is not what they did.
Well, we all know, so Tanny said earlier, this is not supposed to happen by a team managed by Tony La Russa, right? And if this is all residual anger, like if the coaching staff...
Tell me again, Tanny said what?
Tanny said the mistakes.
Yeah.
The outs at home, the mistakes on the base pass. It's not supposed to happen by a team managed by Tony La Russa.
Theoretically, that was the idea, but that's Tony La Russa 20 years ago. It really is. You can't hire the guy now at this point and bring him in like this and expect him to snap his fingers and have a team play like his Cardinals teams played or like his Oakland A's teams played. He was a part of the fabric of all that stuff. That's not how it... you can't just snap your fingers and expect to do it with him at this point. Because the times have changed. He's not about a culture of intelligence anymore.
I understand that. I think what is interesting, though, is everyone agrees with that, man. Like, everybody... The White Sox had a graphic made up that they had hired A.J. Hinch. And they released it.
But that's why it's emblematic, because they're still that stupid. They're still that fundamentally trash in the middle of a window that the coach and the base runner can't collaborate to make a smart play. You see Matt Chapman?
I gotta say, it would be fascinating to know. Did Daryl Boston really... Did he really not run through the scenarios? Because it is possible.
I want to know that too.
It is possible that he said, okay, less than 2 outs, runner's got to get home. Feel free, you could fake the tag up.
You think Danny Mendick is that stupid to have it brought back up to him right there and talk through it? And still then make that mistake?
I think it's easily possible. He thought he was going to beat the throw. It was an unbelievable throw.
No.
What
you do is you fake it. You fake like you're going. You force the throw. Then if there's a bad throw, you advance. That's the play.
I agree with you.
Or if you really want to go halfway, then you run back. If you find yourself too far, then you get yourself in a rundown, something like that. But just jake it. Just jake like you're doing. Make sure they throw it and let them screw it up.
Yeah. But so do I think it's possible? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's possible. I mean, you can hear something and then have it brain fart or ask it to be repeated, and just at some point, the execution of a play where they've known the rules since 7th grade, at least some of it's on the player.
Some of it is on the player.
That's all I'm asking for.
I will give that some of it on the player, but you build a culture that is not about the best coaching you can get, that is not about intelligence,
sure,
then you are going to get some results like this.
Yeah. Did you read Fegan where he was talking about, he was comparing outs on the base paths to on base percentage?
I did not get a chance to read James today.
It was an interesting way of talking about it because he was saying that where the White Sox are in terms of outs on the bases, which is high. I think they're 6th in baseball. They're 1st in outs at home plate, but I think they're 6th in baseball and outs on the bases.
That'll kill you when you pair it with bad on base percentage.
That's what he was doing.
Got it.
It makes it exacerbated
Yep.
because of how low they are in on base percentage.
Absolutely.
Whereas a team like the Brewers, he says they're consistently very low in outs on the bases, and that is either a product of smart coaching or an organizational philosophy of we don't need to force the issue, right? Because he was also talking about how sometimes you're going to be more aggressive on your sends or your stolen base attempts, and they're very good at stolen base attempts, but you're going to be more aggressive in the margins
when you're not hitting.
Right,
which is why La Russa said he liked the Joe McEwing send of Grandal
which
the other
is
day.
ridiculous.
Which is ridiculous.
And that's blind defense of your coaches and the coaching.
Milwaukee's a great example. That's a terrific manager. and a really good organization in terms of the continuity between front office and manager and coaching staff. And this is how you win these days, is with entire organizations. Like the White Sox are putting it back on the players. And that's why I push back sometimes on this blame the players thing. Everything's blame the players, because that's not how you do it anymore. Look at the best organizations. They win with everything, whatever margin they can find in the front office, whatever margin they can find on the coaching staff. They teach as best they can. They're constantly on everything, on every level. That's how you have to win these days, not just, I got my 9 and they're pretty damn good.
Well, it's funny though, because like the comp that he made in terms of a team that's making outs on the bases and struggling with on base percentage was the Rays, arguably the smartest team in baseball. Like sometimes it can happen.
Yeah, they're having a bad year offensively.
Yeah, and so but I just want you to know, like when I'm talking about blaming the players, I'm obviously not advocating for Tony La Russa. I hated the hire. I thought it was completely ridiculous. I thought that it was crazy to neuter Rick Hahn so publicly.
I know.
I think that it's gone a little bit, because he's so unpopular, it's gone a little bit the other way, where people are like, how much do managers really matter? Is it 5 wins over the course of a season? Is it 2 wins over the course of a season? Is it 12 wins over? Like there's like that age-old debate. And I think sometimes where it's like, man, they got $180 million payroll with dudes who are straight up underachieving.
They are. They are. But everything works together. It is a team game, even though it feels so individual at times. That a good front office needs a great partner to make sure they get the most out of it. And Tony coming in, another manager, if it is A.J. Hinch, if it's somebody else, I don't know if Daryl Boston and Joe McEwing are going to get to stay. Look at different coaching staffs. Other managers would not allow some of that stuff. They'd be like, no, I need somebody who's on board with me here. I mean, every once in a while, you got a guy on a coaching staff who's part of the moles for the front office.
Yeah.
But you don't really want that. You want everybody to have a use and everybody to be part and parcel of what you're all doing together. And this is a very bad, in terms of a culture of baseball intelligence, this ain't it. And that's why that play drove me nuts.
Joe in New Lenox. Let's get a word in here on that emblematic moment from last night's game. Joe, you're on the score.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing today?
Good.
Speaks, I love you, but this is what I want to say. When you can't put it all on Daryl Boston. It seems like you're just blaming him for everything.
No, it's on both of them. It's on both of them. But go ahead.
Fine, but Danny Mendick is a grown baseball player. He's looking at the play. It's not like he's a runner rounding third where he's got to rely on the bonehead, waving his arm like McEwing does nonstop, like he's landing an airplane. He's looking at the play. He's got it. It doesn't matter so what if Daryl Boston said to go, he's going to go? Come on, man. Have a brain cell.
No, it's not just
you're watching the play.
Well, when a guy's rounding third, you got a split second to connect with the third base coach. When you're standing at first for 4 pitches of a Grandal at bat, you got all the time in the world to talk through the situations.
You're looking at the outfielder catching the ball. Make a decision. Come on, man.
Ask anybody.
It's horrible all the way around.
Ask anybody in the game if a first base coach should be talking through the situations with the runner before that play. Anybody.
I totally agree.
Okay.
But you also have to make a call in your mind as a runner. I mean, come on. You're just going to listen to what Daryl Boston said?
No. What I'm saying is they should be collaborating on it. Or maybe Danny Mendick should have gone out and found the assistant coach at his high school like Lucas Giolito to get some real coaching. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the Bulls used to collaborate, too. That didn't work too well either. So.
Thanks for the call, Joe. Yeah, I would love to know. Like, if he literally is like, hey, man, welcome to first base.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, it's Toronto.
It's pretty cool, right?
They love hockey here.
Or maybe he was like, we're in this game. We got this. Maybe Daryl Boston's got a great vibe. I don't know. He's like, hey, all right, we got this. We can do it. He's part of the good vibes committee.
Yeah.
And you can be that, but you can also talk through the effing situation and make sure your base runner's ready.
I have a hard time believing that he's not talking through the situation. And that if he's not, well, then, of course, he should be fired yesterday.
How about when you see Danny Mendick running, he's like, stop! Come back! Come back!
Yeah, that would help too.
Yeah, I mean, and look, maybe Danny Mendick blew it all off, but he's not in a position to be like some made guy blowing everything off. It's
no. Well, I mean, made guys have been making mistakes too. It's been an organizational thing. I understand that. It was a wild moment and it crushed him. How about a couple of solutions?
Everybody here has been tasked on trying to figure out can we solve the problems of the White Sox. We go around the room next on The Score.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
Rossi, how you doing? But what's it been like to manage inside of having so many guys go down?
Just feels like one thing after another, and that's just the facts. The main thing is giving some other guys some opportunities, and some young guys have come up.
But what was happening, Danny, was our section was the magically chosen section. You in row 11, you get a free meatball sub from Fontanini's if the white inflatable wins the race. Row 10, you get a sub if the red inflatable. And row 9, you get a sub if the black inflatable. So there are people standing on both sides of the row with these giant piles of meatball sandwiches from Fontanini's. I had never wanted a meatball sandwich more in my life. I'm in row 14. I am not eligible to win one of the meatball sandwiches, but I'm invested in the race because I'm entertained, and all of a sudden, I am desperate for a meatball sandwich, okay?
Okay.
So the race happens, and I think the white inflatable won, and they start handing meatball subs out to row 11, and I'm thinking to myself, because, sometimes, Danny, I think like a fat person, okay? I'm thinking.
Just sometimes.
There's no way all those people are going to eat their meatball sandwich. There's no way.
Did you walk down to row 11?
I thought about it, okay? But what happened, what had happened was they ended up handing out the meatball sandwiches, and they had extras. They had extra meatball sandwiches, and I started begging for a meatball sandwich. I brayed like a seal. My wife was dying at me. I'm like, my arms are extended. I'm clapping. I'm like, can I have a meatball sandwich?
The crowd loves you. Stay forever.
And you know what they did?
They gave them to you?
They gave them to us. They had here, you guys want one? Okay, here you go. And they started handing them out, and I realized I might not get one. They're handing them out to other people. And finally, there was one left. I got the last meatball sandwich from Fontanini's. We wrapped it up. No, it was fresh. They handed it over.
You wrapped it up and took it home?
I thought about it. I wrapped it up and put it under the seat. My wife didn't want to put it under the seat because it was dirty, so she was holding on to it for a while. I'm like, babe, it's okay. You can put it under the seat. She put it under the seat. We were gonna get it later, but we forgot and left the half.
So then you just left your meatball sub there as opposed to throwing it away.
I forgot about it at the end of the game when it was time to leave.
Well, that is not abnormal. I mean, people at stadiums use the ground as their personal trash all the time.
That's what you do. You leave it there.
There's not a lot of trash cans at these stadiums.
That is correct.
You got to walk out to do it. You throw away everything that you get at a stadium?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah,
not a lot of trash cans. It's the biggest problem I've said with pro sports arenas. You just can't find the garbage in the place.
When I'm done
They're not at the
eating-
end of every staircase either.
Yeah, if you finish a hot dog and you have the box with the napkins
You
and
leave
the
the
container,
game to go throw it away, or do you put it on the ground
underneath your seat?
The next time I get up to go to the bathroom or get a beer, I bring it with me and throw it out at the nearest trash can.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Conscientious? Aren't you impressive?
No, I'm just trying to avoid my own Murray State situation.
Everyone agree Matt Nagy's getting fired, right? That feels inevitable at this point to the room?
Yes.
Are we 4 for 4 on that?
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Okay. Shane?
I'm doing my own research right now about that. We'll see.
Call Joe Rogan.
You are immunized.
Do we think that there has been enough smoke around this fire that there will be an organizational restructuring for the Bears?
This is
smoke
a big
around
one.
the fire?
This is a big
that work?
There's no fire yet. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Well, yeah, all right, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's good, but
I think there's enough smoke around the fire.
not on my solo stove.
I'm looking into one of those smokeless fire pits.
Tell you what.
Got a new deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends if you're just using fuel for one of those little tabletop fires.
Shane, keep laughing. I'm going to throw your feet right in the fire.
I like having a smoke around the fire, you know?
Yeah, me too.
And a drink, for that matter. Oh, man.
All right. I'm going to ask that question again.
Okay.
Do we think
there's enough smoke?
There's enough smoke for us to believe
that there's a fire
brewing, because you brew fires,
And you heard my ears perk up on the Ryan Pace stuff a while back. So, yeah, I do think there's going to be some front office change. God, I hope there is.
I think so, too. You
Boys?
guys?
Yeah, we heard your ears perk up then, too.
You know, I hope.
We're just saying things, Shane.
Yeah.
We're just saying
20 hours a week. Mike's open for 20 hours a week. I get it.
It's only 5:36
on a Monday.
You're bound to run into one every once in a while, but those are two all-timers in the last 3 minutes.
Doozies.
Heard my ears perk up.
You heard my ears perk up last week. No, we didn't.
If I had bells on them, and they really perked up and they rang the bells,
Yeah.
might have heard them then.
Man, oh, man.
Identifying our problems. How about a few solutions?
Wise words from former Bears executive Jerry Angelo.
I know that's a long time ago. I know that ages me, Danny. And you've been very patient and kind as I've been talking about that soundbite, not saying, hey, good job, old man, pulling that out of the... But it's just perfect, isn't it?
It's great.
It's Jerry Angelo, angry at the media. Mark Potash and Dan Pompei and those guys.
That's different than the problems window. Was the solutions box, right? I run into all your old bits sometimes. There's crack
window,
slippers. There's so many things.
Yeah, no, yeah. The problems window was born one time when Mac didn't have his Blackhawks tickets, and we were told at the UC that we needed to go to the problems window.
Okay, it's confusing. There's the solutions game from Jerry Angelo. There's the problems window at the Blackhawks game.
Is this an old bit? Sometimes I don't even know.
I don't know.
I don't think
know.
so. It's just a great soundbite. It should be.
It is.
How about a few solutions?
Well, it's true. It's
There's
true.
no vineyard out there where they're growing left tackles.
Jerry Angelo once told us about the tackle vineyard.
Of course.
Where good teams go.
Of course.
Yeah.
So, all right. Everyone's identified White Sox problems, right?
Yeah, oh, we know what they are.
They're injured. They can't hit. Bullpen's disappointing. Manager stinks. Coaching staff stinks. Playing too many games in the cold, evidently. All sorts of problems.
Sure.
You tasked us to come up with solutions.
Yeah, how about a few solutions? We're 2 months in, man. It's June. I mean, the time for action is now. They're not going to fire the manager and get the beloved new manager bump.
Well, so I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The assignments that you gave, I'm not going to say that I spent a ton of time on it, but I spent a little. I was like, well, they're not going to fire the manager, and nobody is trading for anyone yet.
Oh, it's going to happen soon.
Well, okay.
Shane's in charge of trades.
Oh, no, I understand
Since
that.
He's got a direct line to Rick Hahn.
But when's the first trade?
Whenever they want it to be.
Correct.
You want to start with what we have now, and then we'll get to the big plans.
Sure,
from
because
Shane and
I got to be
Steve.
honest, I struggled with it because, like, if you're talking about a trade, I think you're still at least a month away from trades really happening. But go ahead.
That's fine.
Go ahead, Tanny.
All right. So my task was to fix the roster that's in front of you right now. What the team that's out there today?
Yeah.
How do you maximize that roster going forward here? Assuming there's no trades, you can't fire the manager. I do want to start with accountability, although I do believe that the hire in itself of Tony La Russa is like the anti-accountability hire. But I got to have Mendick and McGuire on my bench tonight. I'm sorry, boys. You're not playing tonight. You guys cost us the game yesterday, the two of you.
Love
that way
it.
you're not singling out one guy. Like the two of you, we need your head in the game. And I don't care if that makes them a little tight, but hey, we have lost the ability to play loose here with the start that they've gotten off to. It's time to focus. They're playing lifeless right now, and they're already playing tight. So if you're going to be playing tight, you might as well have some accountability. So maybe you'll raise up the level of focus a little bit.
I love that. I love that. And that's when I was talking about, putting TA down for just a game, whatever it was 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. And he obviously didn't need it and has bounced back. But that kind of accountability would be beautiful.
Does that not happen with the DFA of Keuchel?
There's on some level, but that is about performance and stubbornness as well. Before you mess with the roster, can I give you a new piece? Because I'm going to give you a new piece to play with.
He's on my list, so I think I know who you're talking about.
You do? I bet you don't.
No, yeah, I don't.
I bet you don't. Because I have an aggressive call-up that's coming here, and I feel like maybe that would inform your playing time decisions.
Yeah.
So let me give you that first real quick here. Because we've talked about Yolbert Sanchez maybe coming from Charlotte. I'm going lower. It is time for the lower. The infusion of life and energy and focus like you're talking about. Bring up a kid. AA is the new AAA. Lennon Sosa is killing it at AA. Killing it. 45 games, nearly 200 at bats, 341 batting average, 390 OBP, OPS near 960 with 10 homers. Shortstop, but also second base, third base. Bring him up. Send Mendick to Charlotte and bring up Lennon Sosa immediately. Not quite as slick defensively as Yolbert Sanchez, but Lennon Sosa has more than 1,500 minor league at-bats. He's been slotted aggressively since 2016. I was talking to somebody who has been watching him and scouting him today. I was on a podcast with somebody doing that, and they said that he has changed his approach, and he's looking very, very good catching up to stuff. I am looking for a kid to infuse some life and some energy, give you a little bit of that Christopher Morel feeling and bump where you get somebody new, and this kid could play right away while Tim Anderson is hurt at either second or at short. He's a natural shortstop.
Little nugget about Lennon Sosa and the AA level. I do have some info that some White Sox people might be with the Birmingham club in Knoxville this week.
Really? Because AA is the new AAA. Just the other day, the Braves called up this guy, Michael Harris, outfielder, right from AA. There's a lot of that going on these days.
See, when you put that in the text thread this morning that you have a surprising call-up, I said to Tanny when he got in today, which was much after I did. I was in much earlier than he was.
You're a harder worker, yeah.
I feel like I know exactly who Spiegs is going to call up. He's going to push Colson Montgomery to AA in the next week or so, and then in the next month he's ready because he's absolutely crushing it.
Colson Montgomery.
Single A too.
Well, he's at Single A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's swinging a hot bat.
So you
guys are just
overlooked
skipping
Lennon
AAA.
Sosa. No.
Yeah, I'm not.
Am I crazy? Like AA is the new AAA because it's happened a couple of times.
What about the White Sox AA?
better talent
in
there,
comparison to other rosters.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I don't. That's fair.
Although their talent is on the lower levels.
Their talent is on the lower levels, and Sosa. They've been aggressive with Sosa for a long time, and he is killing it at AA right now. And again, there are swing changes.
So Tony La Russa is going to play a AA kid.
If he's handed him and forced, if you force the hand, maybe so.
Okay.
I think this team looks lifeless and energyless, and they need an exciting young player to come in and play and show some spark. And
I agree with that
one.
conceptually. Like I do agree with that conceptually. It's just Tony La Russa is just going to all of a sudden, the guy who loves Leori Garcia, the guy who loves handedness, the guy who loves veterans, the guy who loves the slap hitter, he's just going to be like, my new shortstop's the kid who's played 0 games at AAA in June.
Rick still runs the organization. If Rick says to Tony, you're playing Lennon Sosa, he will play Lennon Sosa.
We need him.
The son of Sammy. Tony.
He's not.
Just lie to him.
You just lie to him.
Nah, I'm interested.
This is Sammy Sosa.
It's so weird. The Cubs already gave Lennon Sosa a statue.
It seems aggressive.
Surprising.
Yeah.
Sosa said so.
Do you think Matty Alexander's son is driving roids around on his glove compartment for him?
Oh, wow.
That's an old poll.
I am making a call up, but I'm just going to go to the old standard AAA. Maybe I'm an old soul that way. I'm going to bring up Yolbert.
Okay.
Simply because I will err on the side of defense. This club still needs a lot of defense, and I do like the angle of getting a shot of youthful adrenaline here. That's why you need someone like Yolbert Sanchez to be called up. And if Danny Mendick has to go back down, I'm sorry. Maybe Danny Mendick got a raw deal because of the whole Leary Garcia thing.
So it goes.
You know, like it's
a 3-year
unfortunate.
deal. Leary is signed through 2024.
Yeah. Like that shouldn't be. Like Danny Mendick should be the new Leary because he can play all around and, you know, maybe not quite as good, but cheap, affordable, you know, younger. So that's an unfortunate roster casualty here. I don't know how many options Mendick has, but I'm making that switch right now. Just give it a little spark, man. You know, just some youthful energy here. But above all, I want consistency with my roster, with my lineup. Last night, for example, where's AJ Pollock? I know Shane was wondering if he was deceased earlier.
Yeah, he's actually passed.
Oh,
so sad.
Yeah,
we're at 47 lineups in 47 games right now.
48 will be today.
Today will be 48.
But I look at last night's lineup. You're going against Kevin Gossman, one of the better right-handed pitchers. That was supposed to be one of Pollock's strengths that he brings to the ball club. Is that he's got the righty splits going for him.
Yes.
Where is he? He's in the lineup tonight. It's actually a really good lineup tonight that I like personally. We'll get to that in a second here. But AJ Pollock should be playing every day. This is one of the guys here that one of your veterans that you can lean on in a time like this, who is a known commodity. He's got to be playing every day. And when we have these lineup discussions, granted, there's a lot of things that we don't know. Who's dinged up? Who can't play? Who's got this? Who got that? But we're assuming if you're on the roster, you're fine. That's we're working under those assumptions. So I need consistency with that lineup. Leave Andrew Vaughn right where he is in the 2 spot. Kid had an awesome night last night, but I want the same guys in the same spots in the lineup every night, especially while TA's gone.
I am completely for that. It's so interesting. The Robert DHing in the run production spot with Pollock leading off, as he has done many times in his life, and Berger at 5.
So you got Mendick and McGuire in the lineup.
8-9.
The guys that Tanny wanted out. They're both in the lineup, but they're 8-9.
Is Daryl Boston in the coach's box?
Grandal not playing after a brutal night.
He did come through with the sack fly.
I know that wasn't the sack fly that wasn't, but God, he struck out at just fastballs in the first at bat. It was not good. But then, Vaughn's amazing, by the way. How did you surpass me as the biggest Andrew Vaughn guy on the show?
Because he called him the best hitter in the team. Shane went further.
It's gone all the way back to last preseason when I told you all correctly he would have the most innings played in left field when the season came to an end.
Yeah.
And he did. It's because he's a phenomenal baseball player. Scouts said that he's one of the best hitters they've ever seen when he was coming out of Cal.
He's amazing.
The best pure hitter on the team.
That 11 pitch at bat yesterday?
Yeah.
Tim Anderson's still on the team. Pure hitter.
Shut up. It's Andrew Vaughn.
He's hitting 360.
What
a batting title.
Where's he hitting now? He's hitting an exercise bike.
I got to be honest with you.
He's hitting the speed up button on the exercise bike.
I think it's possible, man. I do think it's possible that Andrew Vaughn ends up being the best hitter on the team. I really do. He's so good. Like the 2 strikes last night. The home run was with 2 strikes. The 11 pitch at bat. The double came with 2 strikes.
Good hitter.
He's an unbelievable hitter.
Uh-huh.
And he's young as hell. I like him.
Tim Anderson, what a batting title.
I know.
What are we doing here?
I'm just saying it's possible.
Okay.
It's possible.
Cool. He hit a bunch of singles. Awesome. Keep that batting average up, Tim Anderson.
Yeah.
Hell, dude. Get on the field.
By the way, Andrew Vaughn, a top 5 pick as a first baseman, he needs to hit like that. He needs to justify that draft pick.
He needs to hit
no,
like
he
that.
does.
I'm just saying that neither here nor there, that does not negate the fact that he is the best pure hitter on the team.
Talk about putting Wilson Contreras at second base.
I have 3 MLB trade deadline acquisitions for you that the White Sox will make.
All right.
We're trying to do White Sox solutions here. Speaks is calling up a AA guy.
I'm calling up Lennon Sosa right away. Tanny is asking for a top 4 or 5 that is static game after game with AJ Pollock playing every damn day.
Acquisition number 1, assuming there's either another starting pitching injury or Johnny Cueto doesn't work out. Come on home, Jose Quintana. Jose Quintana
He's
is
killing it right
absolutely
now.
shoving.
Yes, he is.
Absolutely shoving. Sub-3 ERA. His strikeout numbers are through the roof, and he's owed less than $1 million for the remainder of their 2022 season.
He's pitching again against the Dodgers. He beat them 6 scoreless innings with 2 hit ball last time out. When the games matter a lot, Jose Quintana has not been good historically, like here as a Cub. So, yeah, I mean, it's a risk. It's a risk without Coop and in games of consequence. But
can I be your assistant GM for this transaction?
Yep.
Can we get Roberto Perez also with Quintana?
Oh, it's a nice call. That catcher
should
is
have had
also
him last
there.
year.
Well, could have had him in the offseason.
Yeah. Yeah. Bring them
Like
both
the seed
over.
in Major League. Should have had him 2 years ago. We did.
You
4 years
you
ago.
getting rid of McGuire? Getting rid of McGuire for Roberto Perez?
Sending him. I don't know what his options are like. Probably send him down, maybe.
Mhm.
Because I still like his defense, but he is when you're struggling as mightily as you are now, and you need someone who brings a bat up to the plate with him. I know he had a nice night in his return home to Toronto last night, but come on, man, this is the move that should have been made. An established defensive-minded catcher who can at least bring a bat with them to the plate.
Liori, Engel, McGuire, Mendick is a rough 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, it is rough right now.
Like that. I mean, I know it's not like what the team is supposed to look like, right?
Mhm.
There's no Moncada, there's no Eloy. I know it's not supposed to. It's no Grandal, but man, that is a rough back half of the order.
I like Shane as the GM and Tanny as the assistant GM. I think these guys could make beautiful music together.
I think so too. Another acquisition, possible acquisition. He can play right field. He can play first base. He can DH. He crushes righties, and he doesn't strike out. Josh Bell is very affordable.
Kill it. I don't know if he's affordable for Washington.
Under $5 million.
No. But I mean, you're going to have to give up prospect. He's playing very, very well.
Fine. We'll
it's a
take
great
Juan
name.
Soto also.
Yeah. A power bat that hasn't played a ton of outfield in the last few years, but still can play outfield and spell Abreu at DH and first base.
I
Josh Bell.
love that dude. And that's good.
Love Josh Bell. Acquisition number 3, owed just under $4 million for the remainder of the 2022 season. Free agent 2023. Versatile player who can play any outfield position and first base and DH. Trey Mancini from Baltimore. They're going to be selling.
These are good
everything.
players.
These are very good players.
Well, so who are you trading?
My guy Lennon Sosa's gone.
Probably. It would have to either take Lennon Sosa or like a Colson Montgomery or a Yelke or
yes.
Oscar Colas if he ever makes it to America. It would take something like that. But if you're close, boom. Those guys make your team phenomenal.
You'll probably have to give up a pitcher too. Maybe you say, hey, Davis Martin, he already had this one good start.
Cade
Just
McClure,
showcase
maybe.
him.
Sure.
Yeah, you're going to have to give up a lot to get any of those
Go ahead and make
guys.
that worst farm system in baseball the worst ever.
I like the Josh Bell name a lot. How about, can I interest you in a second baseman that Washington has who's playing good defense, and he's top 5 in MLB in hits? His name is Cesar Hernandez.
I know all about him.
That's
Can we,
fun.
Can we
He's a
trade
fun
Connor
player.
Pilkington to get him?
Yeah, Connor Pilkington, like 18 strikeouts in 3 innings today for the Indians.
Wait, Cesar Hernandez is top 5 in hits
Yes.
in all of baseball?
Yes, he is. He's
Oh,
hitting
he should still be here.
295. He's hitting 295. He has 61 hits. He's having an incredible year.
And they paid him to go away.
They didn't pick up the option.
They did pick up the option, and so bought him out, right? Yeah. Oh.
Tanny wanted him to pick up the option, but he's just the assistant GM. He couldn't lean over and tell Shane what to do.
Well, yeah, I had some egg on my face at the 108 Fest. When I
you
said,
sounded like such an idiot when
remember
you said
when
this.
I was like, yeah, they got to pick up Cesar Hernandez's option. Like, oh, he's already with the Nationals. What? Why so fast? They decided quickly that they couldn't stand him on their ball club, and they also decided quickly they needed Leary Garcia on their ball club.
It's aging poorly. Top 5 in hits?
Top 5
for my
in hits.
guy Caesar?
I know, it's crazy, right?
That's crazy.
I know.
Caesar. I'm just going to only call him by his first name.
That's a safe way to do it.
I just like
he's number
Tanny.
5 in hits. He's tied with Andrew Benintendi of the Royals. He's behind Manny Machado, Paul Goldschmidt, Ty France in Seattle, and Rafael Devers in hits in MLB.
It's a fun exercise. Try to come up with solutions. But it does speak to how difficult the job is when Tanny's like, well, we'll send this guy down. I don't know what the options are. Or Shane's like, well, let's trade for this guy. It's like, who you giving up? I haven't thought about that. Or we can't fire the manager because our hands are tied on that one.
This is why people fire hitting coaches.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
This is it.
that was going to be my landing point.
They
It's
fire
like,
the hitting coach, and we're talking about the Bulls tomorrow.
right.
Good job, guys.
Yeah. It's a really tough spot when you have this kind of roster. They're supposed to be winning. They're supposed to be winning.
They are indeed. I believe Roberto Perez, unfortunately, now out for the year with a hammy. So that's too bad. So that's
all right. We'll rule him out.
Yeah, I'm
Cross him off
then.
then.
I'm ushering up this White Sox organization, baby.
That's how you get promoted from assistant GM. Right there.
Can I bring up one nugget that? I just turned my mic off.
Oh, God, I thought that was
a lot of you people would have thought that wanted me to do that more often. But I one nugget that I forgot to bring up yesterday.
Yeah.
While we see another White Sox lineup without Yohan Moncada in it. The last game that Yohan Moncada played was May 29th. That night, at about 10:30 p.m., Yohan Moncada walked through the doors at Tao nightclub in Chicago, stayed until about 3 o'clock in the morning into Monday morning, and hasn't played since. Healthy enough to go to Tao, not healthy enough to be in the lineup.
That is
little fun nugget there for you.
That's not that fun.
No,
it's not that fun.
Who else is there with him? Johnny Cueto.
Cueto's been great.
Not on Saturday, it wasn't.
This
After
was
the
three-
sixth.
three
I mean,
runs.
he should have been
Three
taken
runs,
out.
yeah.
Not his fault. He should have been taken out.
Yes.
Did I
Well,
miss
this is-
Cueto was there celebrating. Yohan Moncada was just trying to.
I got to tell you, the Moncada thing, that's interesting. And we're just going to let that is a fact that you're standing by, right? And we're going to just let that be there as its own little fact. There's people all around the game talking about and wondering whether this guy has long haul COVID in the same way that they talked about Cam Newton in the NFL. Whether this guy is dealing with anything else that might be going on. I know he's got $17 million coming next year and $24 million coming in 2024. And of all these position players signed up to the cost-controlled extensions that are largely at the benefit of the club, it's possible that one of them or two of them is going to blow up in their face and end up with a very ugly situation. And I hope that's not Yohan Moncada. But weren't the odds always that there was going to be one of them that might turn out that way? That's scary.
Yeah, I mean, listen, baseball players party. It's a weird schedule. They have to be peaking between 7 and 10 p.m., so they're coming down from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. and then sleeping from 3 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Yeah, but
it is a different lifestyle.
And by the way, you can have a cocktail and hang out with Johnny Cueto if your oblique hurts.
Right.
You don't have to stay home and be
Yeah.
a shut-in for the rest of your life.
Of course you can, but there's not direct correlation. You can't help but keep that in the back of your mind when the guy has shown basically no motivation to play a baseball game whatsoever.
See, that part is assumption on your part. No
It's fine.
motivation to play a baseball game.
I know what I see.
Is opinion and assumption. He said that he could pinch hit and he maybe could come off the bench and play, which is interesting that he couldn't play the whole
So
game.
he hasn't played since Saturday, but they haven't done the retroactive IL
Correct.
move.
He's not
No,
on
they
the
have
IL.
And now they can't.
Hasn't played since Sunday,
Since Sunday.
the 29th.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's beyond the 3 days.
Now it's beyond the 3 days. So he's got to be in the lineup by tomorrow, or else you get it to the point where you think, especially they're already down on the roster.
It makes me think about the Cliff Floyd conversation that we had, which we both so enjoyed a few weeks ago when he talked about how not partying, right? He talked about learning not to party.
Yeah.
And how it took a while, but it made a difference for him.
Well, Scoops Reardon. At it again. That's a big one. Did you have firsthand eyes on it? Were you at Tao until 3?
I was not at Tao, but I should have saved that one. Should have teased it a little bit. I just wanted to get it in that segment.
That's a fun nugget.
Hang on, baseball player goes out.
We've got divisiveness in the front office.
Yeah.
Divisiveness.
Put it on the website.
God.
I mean,
That's going to get all the retweets.
I mean, the manager should not be mentioning him for that. Like,
I want to bring Buddy Bell back. Screw you, man. That is just
wow. Infighting. Serious infighting in the front office. Speegs is our good vibes provider. He's got a story for us next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. An Odyssey station.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before when I was bartending, and my shift would end at 2 a.m., and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning.
To watch a replay?
To watch a replay, watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me. And I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known Billy forever. And he looks at me, Shaq runs by, and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but, it's like, oh, my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be. And
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement.
That's awesome. That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts, and Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they did cough, and Michael liked it, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. We'd bring one time Red brings a fan, right? He brings these fans, and these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off. We hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh God.
There's a timeout, and Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine, and he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
Carpenter hit that slider, little bit up front, but you know what? He's been a kid that have been able to swing since the years that he played in St. Louis.
The mustache was running around the bases?
Disembodied.